so.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk.
Yeah, we're back, and today I'm gonna go over a little bit of news.
Yeah, we got some news because the review is going to be a little bit short because
Yeah.
it's just the first 5 issues of the High Republic, and
While
then
I have some feelings, they can wait until the end
yeah,
of the news, because that's more.
and then we got a couple of announcements for the channel.
Yeah, we do.
More so on the Discord side,
Mhm.
and because we're going to announce. So on Discord, I'm going to give a little sneak preview of it. On Discord, I've decided that we're going to do a movie night. The date has not been decided yet, but I did hold a vote for what movie, and I'm going to announce the winner today. And then, I guess if you want to become part of that and you want to see the movie that wins, then you can join our Patreon. Because I'm pretty sure that's like one of the only ways to get in, unless you know me personally.
Yep.
If you know me personally, then maybe I'll let it slide. But because the vote was between Solo, Venom, and Venom 2.
Yep.
Because those are 3 films that I know people in the Discord have not, certain people have not seen. If you're in the Discord, I think you already know who the winner is, but I'm going to announce it anyways, just so it becomes a closed matter. In fact, let me make sure that you guys in the Discord, that if you're not watching, you know.
Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Yeah. All right. So, let's go ahead and jump into news.
Yeah.
So, where do we want to start? I guess we'll start with Celebration, because there's a lot of stuff that they announced. I basically have finally decided that I'm not going.
Alright.
It was up in the air on if I was going to try to go or not, and I basically finally... I've admitted to myself that I'm just not going.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say what I thought about the end of that. I was like, it's in California. Plane tickets are expensive.
I also
And
don't
they're
have...
probably also bought out.
Yeah,
and
I don't have
a
my ticket
set
yet.
Schedule as well. For the most part, as far as I'm aware.
mean, as far as work goes, I could have asked for that weekend off. So, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But, yeah, it mostly comes down to the travel price and not the ticket itself, because I think it was a joke, but somebody has a ticket, the spare ticket that we joked that they could give me. They don't know if it would work because it has somebody else's name on it.
Oh.
And they're
They look at your ID.
and they're kind of well known within the Star Wars fan community, like as they're a well-known content creator, and so I definitely don't look like them. But also, I think that ticket was canceled, so they don't know if it would work or not. I don't know the reason why specifically they said it wouldn't work. The reason they have a spare ticket is because they got PR tickets to go. So good on you, though. Hey, if I could get PR tickets, we could get books early.
Oh, yeah.
Which we're actually. I guess that's kind of an announcement. We are trying for that.
We're trying.
I sent an email this week out to Del Rey to see about getting Brotherhood.
Mm.
No word yet, but also it's still a good way out, so no rush. I did ask for 2 though, so that way you can have one. That way,
Like, everybody else only asked for 1. Who does this guy think he is?
especially since it's his first time,
Yeah.
you think he can get... I mean, I'd be happy with just 1. If they say no, just the 1, I'm not going to get upset. It just means only I can read it, and you wouldn't be able
I
to.
have to
You have to wait till it actually comes out.
I have to guess the plot based on the front and the back.
Yeah.
Literally
seen-
judging a book by
Which we've seen the front. I mean, Well, you also have that one, the one.
in the like 5 pages.
Yeah, you got the 5 pages of Asajj Ventress and Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
So yeah, as far as actual Celebration news goes, though, they've announced a Bad Batch panel for Sunday, so the last day of that weekend. Which hopefully they're gonna finally say, "Hey, here's when it's coming out for season 2."
I have a truth to confess.
You haven't watched it.
Watched the Bad Batch yet, but
I'm not surprised.
I'm looking forward to it.
We'll get to it.
We'll get to it eventually.
We'll get to it in season 3 or 4. I haven't decided if that counts as prequel era or original trilogy.
I think it's original trilogy because it happens
But
after.
it's immediately after episode 3.
It's in that area.
It's a gray area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did try.
I guess it's a new era because it's the Imperial era. So I guess I would count it as season 4. So we'll get to it in season 4. Season 3 is going to be prequel era content mostly, just like this season is currently mostly High Republic.
I did. I think that's actually where I tried running a like tabletop RPG for Stars a while back. That's the era I tried to set it in.
Yeah, I did a one shot of that era of just like immediately after episode 3. It's where we got some of our characters for the Edge of the Empire campaign from, because they came back as NPCs, the ones who lived. Also at Star Wars Celebration, they announced a Mandalorian panel, which makes sense. Pump up season 3.
I remember a lot. I remember a few unresolved plot threads.
Like somebody becoming the king of the Mandalorians.
Yeah, he still needs his bath.
Yeah, he's got to take his bath on the Mandalorian.
I know that's probably actually a gross oversimplification.
It is. But yeah, he's got to get baptized essentially.
Yep. Still the whole like. Well,
that's a little bit of a better description though, because it is kind of a baptism that the armorer spoke of. Speaking of the armorer,
our taboo, but I still kicked that guy's ass super hard, so I'm still the king.
Speaking of the armorer, Emily Swallow has been announced as a guest at Star Wars Celebration.
All right.
Carl Weathers has been announced. That's Grief Karga from Mando.
Oh, okay.
You might know him as Apollo Creed from Rocky. Or in Predator, you might know him as I had a brain fart. Hold on. I'm gonna feel bad if I don't get this. So, especially since it was brought up last night during a discussion. Dylan. He's the one where they do the man handshake, where they just hold on to each other like they're arm wrestling, but in the air. And then they also announced Katie Sackhoff, who is Bo-Katan.
Oh.
Both in the animated and live action. Who else did they announce? D. Bradley Baker, so the voice of all the clones. Amy Allen, she plays Ayla Secura. Michelle Ang. Ang? I want to make sure I'm pronouncing this right. The voice of Omega from Bad Batch.
Oh.
I don't want to. I don't want to. But yeah. Let's see what Google Emma Saying says. I can't hear it. Okay, so it's either. Great, thanks, Internet. You definitely helped me figure out which pronunciation to use.
Thanks, Internet. You told me nothing more than what we already were guessing.
Right back where we started. Okay, well, Michelle, who plays Omega, will be there.
Yeah.
Stunt performer Dickie Beer, who did some of the Boba Fett tricks in Return of the Jedi, he'll be attending. And of course last week we already announced Daniel Logan, Giancarlo, and some of the High Republic writing team.
Mm.
Anthony Daniels, aka C-3PO. Daniel Logan is young Boba Fett, by the way. Giancarlo is Moff Moff Gideon from Mandalorian, and then Ian McDermott, the Emperor, will be there, and Ashley Eckstein, Ahsoka, voice actor, will be there.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Mr. McDermott. Sorry.
Ian McDermott loves the community.
I'm sorry, he still killed me in episode 3.
Well, he knows what he was doing. He knows what he's a veteran actor. He knows what he was doing. He was like, he looked at those lines and went, "How do I do this in the most spectacular way?" And he nailed it.
Sorry.
No, you're good. But yeah, I think as far as High Republic writing team, I think we're getting. I know Daniel Jose Older is going to be there.
Okay.
Just because I know people who have talked to him, and they've joked about getting drinks, but not beer because he doesn't drink alcohol.
Huh. That's okay. I get it.
And then
I can't judge anyone.
more than likely Claudia Gray will be there.
All right.
So Miss Gray, your books are wonderful, but please stop playing with my emotions.
Why you do this to us?
Why you make me think you killed Leox?
Oh yeah, that was a fucking close shave. Finally, one of the few competent people in Star Wars who's not a traitor.
And then they announced live action filmmakers will be there. So more than likely, maybe they'll have the director of Wonder Woman. She's working on a Star Wars film.
Caleb,
I know.
I'm no help to you in that regard. I'm sorry.
Patty Jenkins.
Okay.
Patty Jenkins will likely be there, because more than likely they're going to talk Rogue Squadron, because she's making a Rogue Squadron film.
Okay.
And I think that's it's been pushed, because it was supposed to be this year that it came out, but I think it's going to come out either next year or the year after, because some of our other projects have been shuffled about. So that's it for Celebration news.
All right.
We also got some book news regarding Legends. So you remember last time I brought a book in that was Legends. I brought that Rogue Squadron book in, and it was had that new cover, the Essential Legends collection cover.
Yeah.
So they've been doing books like that in waves. So they've got the entire Thrawn trilogy out. The entire Bane trilogy is coming out soon because they're currently on wave 3. I think the second X-Wing book just came out. And then they've done some of the standalone books like Shatterpoint. They're doing Kenobi, Darth Plagueis. But as far as announcements go, they've announced Wave 5.
Oh.
And Wave 5 is looking pretty good. They got Deceived, the Old Republic Deceived novel, and the Old Republic Revan novel. Which I know one person who's probably really happy to hear that.
It's you.
I mean, I'm happy to hear it, but I mean, like, besides me, I know people that enjoy the Revan novel and Deceived, and so another pretty cover. They haven't shown the art yet because it's pretty far out.
Yeah.
I think Wave 5 is until September.
Oh boy. So yeah.
So they've got time before they have to show us the art. I do like the art that they've done for the Essential Legends collections. Although I like my previous reprint of the Thrawn trilogy a little bit better. Only because when you put the Thrawn trilogy side by side on a bookshelf, it has like a shared art on the spine.
Yeah.
So that I like that. The Essential Collection doesn't do that. So.
All right.
But I mean the art's still pretty, so I'm not gonna
complain about it.
Yeah. It's the only reason I haven't gone out of my way to get the new Thrawn covers yet. So that's book news. Well, kind of. We also have we got a preview of the Obi-Wan Kenobi comic that's coming out.
Yeah.
Thanks to Sci-Fi. As with most comic book sneak peeks, they don't have any of the speech bubbles or anything. It's just the art. The art looks great.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell from what is going on,
It looks like it's either just before Obi-Wan becomes a Jedi, or while he's still a youngling.
yeah.
It's probably a youngling, because he's been in the Jedi his whole life. But it looks like he's on the streets of Coruscant dealing with some thugs, and it looks like there's a fellow Jedi there.
Yep.
Jedi youngling. My guess is a character from the Jedi Apprentice novels that is being brought into canon.
Hmm.
I'm trying to remember her name. No, not her. His Jedi love interest from the Jedi Apprentice books. I typed in Jedi Apprentice Obi-Wan love interest and Satine popped up. No. Because in the Jedi... So, this is Legends, but in the Jedi Apprentice novels, there was a fellow Jedi that he loved. Or liked, at least. Yeah, Siri Tashi. Siri is one of my... And she was Adi Gallia's apprentice.
Okay.
Yeah. And so... Maybe this is a canon representation of Siri.
Maybe.
I like her. I would like to see a canon representation. She's a good character, at least in... I know she is canon, but, we haven't, seen her.
Mm.
Because she's mentioned in The Empire Strikes Back from a certain point of view book. Obi-Wan briefly mentions her. So, I would like her to appear. She's one of my favorite characters from the Jedi Apprentice novels. Her and the Qui-Gon's love interest, because Qui-Gon also had one, and she was a blind Jedi. So I love the Jedi Apprentice novels. They were kind of my introduction to the book side of Star Wars.
I see.
Because I got them at the Scholastic Book Fair.
Oh, yeah.
I got that along with those sticker books that I told you about a few episodes ago.
Oh, man.
But it was the middle of the series, so it was I think it's book 16. It's called The Ties That Bind. And so, it was the middle of the series, but that was fine. I didn't care. I was oh, it's Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, because at this point I was all about the Star Wars Episode 1 hype.
Yeah.
Because, 1, that was my first movie, and 2, it inspired me to do stuff like this, as well as, make my own work.
Oh, man.
But yeah. So, yeah, the preview looks good. I'm excited. We're going to get to read it at some point as part of the show.
All right.
And last but not least, Ahsoka has at least a director announced.
Well, that's good.
Because they haven't, as far as I know, they haven't started filming yet.
Wonder what she'll be doing in that show.
Probably looking for Thrawn. Well, you haven't seen Mando, so I can't say considering what happened in Mando. But yeah, she's probably looking for Thrawn.
I don't... That is a weird thing where I know a little bit about certain characters, so I'm they probably didn't die.
Yeah. Because Thrawn and Ezra, disappeared into the unknown regions.
That guy doesn't strike me as someone who would die easily.
Yeah. But they got Peter Ramsey, who's known for directing Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, the animated film.
Oh, okay.
Rise of the Guardians, so the Easter Bunny and Jack Frost movie, and Santa. And then he did a short for Monsters vs. Aliens, because he worked for DreamWorks for a good bit. He was in the art department, and he has done a lot in the art department. a lot of storyboard artistry. Worked on A Wrinkle in Time, which I thought the remake wasn't that bad. Sausage Party, Penguins of Madagascar, Shark Tale. So you start to see the DreamWorks Shark Tale,
Yeah.
Shrek the Halls. He mostly worked for the parent company, I guess, for DreamWorks, because he also did AI, Artificial Intelligence, which was made by the parent company. He worked on Castaway as a storyboard artist, Minority Report, Independence Day. So he's been in the industry.
Yeah.
So like, I trust him, but there was an interesting discussion, well, a sentence that was brought up, which is, oh boy, another male director who is directing female characters and knows nothing about what they're doing. In regards to that, because we've seen the failings of that so far in Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do we need to talk about Book of Boba Fett and how, like,
Go on.
Fennec Shan, like, great character, but they don't really use her to her potential, and they don't really know how to write her.
Hmm. I want to make sure I get this right.
Fennec Shan is Ming-Na Wen's character.
The assassin lady
Yep.
who assassinates people.
Yeah, but you can make more than that.
Yeah, you can.
Ming-Na Wen basically became the new Boba Fett. Cool character in the background.
Yeah. But unlike Boba Fett, she actually fucking advised him on steps
I'll give you that.
properly do.
I'll give you that.
And that's not how he wanted to do things.
Yeah.
She's like, here's the thing, you're an idiot for not doing this.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, I'm okay with it because he's a good director, but I would love to see, like, other talent, whoever else they're bringing in to the show. Because obviously this is just one director.
Yeah.
And obviously he's not the showrunner. Because the showrunner is probably going to be Dave Filoni, because Ahsoka is his baby.
Yeah.
That. Let's face facts.
Yep. I'm not going to deny that.
Face the facts, Dave Filoni will not let somebody else touch Ahsoka as a character. The exception being E.K. Johnston for the novel. But that was because the story had already been pretty much written, and E.K. Johnston, did a really good job of retelling that story in a novel form.
I think that there is... I don't know. I think that you're allowed more freedom to do things with characters in books than you are in movies.
Yeah, that is true. All right, so speaking of books, I guess, do we want to get into our review?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, we're out of Star Wars news, so we don't really have a choice.
Yeah. All right, major players.
So we got Keith Trennis,
Mm-hmm.
who is a Jedi apprentice at the start, to Master Skier, who
Yes.
we've met in Light of the Jedi. He is the second in command, essentially, well, of the Jedi side of Starlight Beacon, with like Astala Maru being almost on the same level. Which we get to see Astala Maru.
Yeah.
So you get to visually see him.
There were a lot of things that I did like and did not like. Some things that I have questions about as well.
And then we get the twins, Sarah and...
I don't like them. They're creepy and they freak me the fuck out. That's the first one. I'm gonna kick the bucket over with that.
You're starting a war with the internet, buddy.
They're not bad people. I don't like creepy twins in fiction. That's it.
You Sarah and Tarek out of this. Look, they are very lovely individuals, except not that they have kind of a hive mind thing going, but
Yeah, I don't like that.
it's just the way their race works.
I know. It's not fair to judge them on that, but I'm going to.
Outside of that, we also got Avar Kriss. She's very focal in this.
Yep.
So like if you were missing Avar Kriss in the novels, this is where we get our Avar Kriss.
Where? Because that's a name I hear a lot, and I'm like, okay. All I remember is you got in trouble because you left Starlight Beacon.
Well, also she was like one of the leads in Light of the Jedi, and then
That, and you're actually very talented, pretty unique force ability there.
And she sees the force through song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the things I know about her.
Well, now you're gonna get to see her.
Also, she may or may not have feelings for Elzar. Pretty sure she does.
Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah. There was a heated discussion. Not heated. There was a discussion between whether or not Elzar, Avar, and Stellan are a throuple.
Well, they're not anymore. Let's rip that Band-Aid off. That wound's
I don't think they ever were though, because
No.
Into the Fallen Star makes it clear that Stellan was kind of always felt like the third wheel.
Yeah, I think Stellan was the one of them. Out of the three of them, during group assignments, Stellan was always fucking busy, for lack of a better term.
I mean, they were close friends. Don't get me wrong, and that's something that he comes to realize before the end of the book. But
I don't think there was any romantic
No.
things between Stellan and the others.
maybe Stellan and Elzar. It could be read that way.
It can be. I don't think it is.
I don't know. Elzar throws off bisexual energy.
I don't know. Maybe things. Just
Did
blew over my
I
head.
show you the time he met Luke?
No. You didn't. You told me about it.
Oh, I didn't show you the panel.
You didn't show me the panel.
Oh, there's some bisexual energy.
Oh. Oh boy.
But yeah. But then again, Elzar flirts with anything.
Yeah.
But he's smooth, so it's okay.
But
Whereas,
he's smooth, so it's okay.
but Wreath, on the other hand, tries to flirt with everything and it goes wrong.
I don't. No, I think Wreath
Wreath just misreads emotions.
misreads and also is still like a teenager
I think he's 18 by the end of.
by the end of it.
Yeah, because I think he started 16 and then 2 years
Oh, yeah.
pass, so he's 18 when he's knighted.
But then again, his romantic affairs or lack thereof have not been great.
And he likes anybody and everybody that he runs into. Vernestra, which you haven't seen yet.
I haven't seen that yet. They do make an appearance in this little.
Yeah, Vernestra and Emery make an appearance in this
Yeah.
comic. So I guess let's kind of go through the story. Like, so this is your spoiler warning.
Yep. Spoilers, you know the rules. If you don't like it, come back in 15 minutes.
No,
No,
Give or
not
take.
15 minutes.
give or take.
Yeah.
You know the rules, but so do I. So let's go.
Yeah. So,
So starting off, Kiev is on. I forget the name of the planet, but she's on a training world.
yeah.
Where basically Skier's toying with her. They have a little bit of lightsaber combat, and Kiev meets one of the locals who annoys her.
Yep.
It's not quite Jar Jar Binks level of annoyance yet.
It's almost there, though.
And this is coming from somebody who actually likes Jar Jar.
I don't mind Jar Jar. I don't think it was bad.
No,
I don't think it was great.
but as a
I don't
kid,
think it was bad.
as a kid, I was entertained, which is the
Yeah.
point.
I was like, that's cool. That's a new species.
And then
So, they,
So basically they have a little fight,
yeah.
and then at the end of it, Skier's like, "All right, do you know why I brought you here?" And she's like, "I thought this was just for lightsaber training. I'd rather, be getting ready for my trials." And he's like, "Well, that's why we're here. You're doing your trials now."
Yep. Now. She's like, shouldn't I have had time to prepare? No, you're doing it now. Which is the best.
It's also fair because like you're not always going to be able to
Yeah.
prepare for what's coming up.
Yep. And so he takes her to this, like,
To basically these really tall stalagmite tight. Forget which one is when it's in the ground.
which one is up and which one is down.
Yeah, I think stalactite because G for ground. Oh no, stalagmite.
Fuck.
Either one.
Spikes.
Spikes.
We'll call them spikes.
Spikes coming
That's
from
what
the
they
ground.
are. And Skier's like, all right,
There's a medallion up there.
go get it. And she's like,
And-
did a bunch of people die doing this? And he says, no,
But they just didn't succeed.
they just didn't succeed. And she's like, don't you only have one arm? How do you get up there? And he's like, don't worry about it.
You know what? Skier probably just flew over it, dropped it, and then landed.
This, I don't know how much the Battle of Kerr is where he gets his arm cut off.
Yes. So
Here is my
like all of Light of the Jedi has already occurred.
yes.
Well,
And
except for the ceremony for the opening of Starlight
'cause
Beacon.
they have a few hours before that happens.
Yeah.
Here is my question: how long does it take for Trandoshans to grow back their arm?
I think it's an age thing.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh no, that's not correct. That's Legends. Sorry. Because I forgot that Legends cut off when they can regrow limbs to 54, but in new canon they can grow it as long as they exist.
Okay.
Don't have a length of time yet.
All right. I feel like this is something.
It's probably something that's going to be like a couple months.
Yeah. And depending on how long that is, I was thinking about this. I was like, I know that Trandoshans can grow back their limbs. I don't know how long it takes, though.
Yeah.
So I remember Battle of Kerr, the Nihil release. Not only does it get cut off by a fucking spaceship,
He also has to deal with the gas too.
he also has to deal with the fucking nuclear waste they use. And I was like, that seems like something that would really fuck up your arm growing back
Yeah.
and hurt a lot of other things, but
We'll get
to
there.
that. And so, Skier, Keeve, and her annoying friend, who has now found another annoying friend.
Yeah. Bug her as she's climbing, and they're like, "Hey, we can see our house from here. Look, there's our city."
She's like, I'm just trying to get this fucking medallion.
So, as they say that, though, this swarm of creatures come breaking through, and they knock the tower that she's climbing off,
Yeah.
and she manages to catch herself, but then she's like, "Oh crap, they're heading towards the city."
Yeah. And these bug people that are irritating her like an endangered species or something.
Yeah, she finds out after calling Estella Maru. She's like, "Hey, something's going on. Where did these things come from?" And he's like,
Bless you.
excuse me. Excuse me. You go ahead and...
Yeah. So he's like, well, they only migrate every, like... Sorry, not the people whose... The species... People whose city is endangered.
You're on the right track, the creatures.
But the creatures only come through, like, every 100 years, and they follow, like, a very specific frequency, I believe. And so as they're going about that, they're realizing, oh, I know why they're coming this way. It's because the same frequency that they follow is incredibly similar to the one Starlight Beacon puts out.
Yeah, because they put out a frequency that is specifically to, let everybody know, hey, the Jedi are here.
Yeah. Way to go, Republic. You almost got people killed again. But you know what? This one, I think, is no one's real fault. I think it's just a byproduct of the generators.
Yeah, and so Estella manages to rewire the system so that way the frequency that they're sending it out on is a different frequency.
Fortunately, it works.
Yeah, well, it also helps that Keeve started sending off the same frequency from her ship.
Yep.
And basically was leading them
Yep.
up a path, and they followed her and followed her ship into space. She jumped out.
It seems Keeve and Vernestra are gonna have a very similar problem.
With ships, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Keeve's like, what happened to the ship?
It's just like, I had to use it to save the city.
So it ends with her thinking she's in trouble.
Yeah.
Because
Oh, I'm so dead.
she thinks that, one, she failed her trial.
Yeah.
Because she didn't do her trial.
Yeah.
But she's like, trying to explain, she's like, but I had to save people because saving people is the right thing to do, and that's what we do as Jedi, so, And I'm like, I can imagine that speed of her trying to explain this.
And I'm like, oh, I know what one of your character traits is. You are jumping so many guns here, Eve. Just slow down for a minute.
And so Avar shows up and she's like, "Oh man, now I'm really in trouble."
And Skier's over here not saying anything. Like, all right,
Other
that's
than-
good enough.
Other than to tell her not to curse because she curses a lot.
Yeah. I thought that was an internal dialogue.
Oh yeah, that one was internal. Sorry,
Yeah.
but on Planet he got onto her for it because he was like, "If you're gonna be a knight, you got to stop cursing."
And so they get back to Starlight Beacon, and this is something that you were a little bit upset about.
Yeah, so she does get knighted because they consider her saving the city. I guess her trial.
Yeah.
Avar knights her.
Yeah. This is I remember you sending like just that singular line of text and being
Skier should have knighted her.
and I'm like, okay. And then I looked at the situation and I'm like, well, I understand.
Because usually the master knights their Padawan.
Mm-hmm. But at the same time, my issue with it, and this is also the part of me that
Which
understands
there's some exceptions.
pragmatism. I'm like, Starlight Beacon's opening in like fucking 7 hours, man.
I mean, but it also
It's not like a formal knighting
No,
ceremony or anything.
no.
She does it in the hallway.
yeah,
man.
it's in the hallway.
It's not like
So maybe she got a formal one later,
yeah.
but like,
But for right now, it's just
and
all right. You're good.
and by later I mean it'd have to be off screen because a lot has happened since that.
Yep.
So then they go to the opening ceremony, and
Nothing goes wrong.
where Keeve is kind of like, "Oh boy, I'm a knight now. Oh crap, I'm a knight now."
Yeah. Oh, the realization sets in real quick.
So responsibilities and duties.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. And immediately we jump to where First Duty ended in issue 2, because First Duty ended with that problem in that system, and this is that problem.
Yep.
So they find a ship,
And
and so this is her first mission as a knight.
yeah.
She's with her former master Skier. She's got Sarah and Tarek, who are meeting for the first time.
Yep. I've made my. I'm cool with their design. I'm cool with everything else. I'm cool with them being Jedi. I think that's nice. I don't like that they talk and finish each other's sentences. That weirds me out. Other than that,
I mean,
fine.
in a way, it's similar to being a dyad.
Yeah, I suppose so. However,
Except,
if I ever see, I don't know how much horror media you consume, Caleb.
but this isn't.
Like,
Hold on. I saw myself because I was gonna say this isn't a horror story, but then I remember.
No, it is.
Then I remember the creatures that are in this.
But
But Saren and Tarek are not the threat.
no, they're not.
They are very wonderful non-binary individuals
Yeah,
that we love very much.
yeah, they're okay. I think they're a little creepy.
I agree that their design is creepy, but I think
I don't think they're evil or bad. They're
No.
just creepy looking, and they do creepy things.
but they're great characters.
They're good people.
Yeah. At least they don't make the mistakes that Skier does in this issue.
You're right. You're right. He does make some mistakes.
So they find the ship, and they manage to find out. Oh, it's a harvesting shipment specifically for Bacta, which is new at this
the
time
galaxy,
in the galaxy at this time.
We've seen what happens, or at least what I have done to people when there's no way to heal them.
And so they find a body,
Yeah,
not just anybody
anybody. It's a hut body.
that has like a ton of holes in it.
Yeah. And they're going over, they're like, this guy's been shot, stabbed, and poisoned.
And like, we don't know anything in the galaxy that can do this to this level.
Yeah.
But since they have excuse me, they managed to go into the computer logs and find like where the shipment that's on the ship came from. And they're like, okay, so I guess we'll investigate here because that's our best chance of figuring out what's going on.
Yep.
Because why would a hut have all this Bacta shipment?
Yeah.
especially since they're in Republic space and not Hut space,
which is strange.
which is a big no-no.
A dead hut in Republic space is not a good sign.
It's a no-no on many levels because of their treaty with the Huts.
Yeah.
Because the Huts are not allowed in Republic space, really. Or at least they're not allowed to operate. Like, they're not allowed to do their Hut cartel shenanigans.
Yeah.
Which just smells of Hut cartel shenanigans.
Yep.
And then the Republic isn't allowed to interfere in Hut space.
Yeah. We like the
prequels, where we see that Tatooine is Hut space, so therefore slavery is legal, and the Republic can't do anything about it.
Like, we've discussed it. It's like countries with different border laws.
Yeah.
Borders and different laws.
Yeah.
So,
and so they split up.
Yeah.
So, Tarek and Skier?
I think so.
Yes. Tarek and Skier go to the planet.
It happens. The thing we were discussing earlier.
Oh, yeah. When they're searching the ship, they find out that the Nihil were the things that killed the Hutt.
Yeah.
And
there's only one
survivor. Because there's a lot of dead Nihil as well. And they figure out that, the Nihil used their gas, and that's how they did this. Skier finds that last Nihil. He's not a Nihil anymore.
No, he sure as hell isn't.
You could probably not even identify him as a being anymore. He's now in pieces.
I think the words shredded paper seem applicable.
Yeah, and Sarek comes upon him doing this, as does Keeve. And they're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they're kind of like, god damn, dude. We know they're bad, but did you have to take it this far? And he was like, they didn't give me any choice.
On top of that, though, because of the gas, he was experiencing flashbacks of the Battle of Kerr.
Yeah.
Which is why he did it.
Fucked him up pretty good.
That PTSD, man. Yeah. It's real.
There was also a weird... I think there's a weird flash later.
Yeah, there's one later. It's when he's... We'll talk about it later, but it involves the creatures.
Yes.
And so, they report to Avar. Avar says, alright, send Skier and Tarek to the planet. Avar, Sarek, come back to me. Report in. And Keeve is like, I should go with him as well. And she's like, no, we need you here.
No, we need you here.
Later, they realize, Avar realizes the mistake of that because Keeve left out some vital information, such as the fact that Skier just murdered a man.
Yeah. I guess. Cool.
You know, just leave that out. And so, things happen on that planet.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? While the local inhabitants of the planet are kind of like talking to Skier, and he's like, I'm just here to help, and they're like, please go.
Tarek, on the other hand, is like, I'm going to explore because I feel the dark side nearby.
Is my first issue. This is one of the things I'm like, so Jedi work in pairs, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Generally.
Yeah.
Not all the time, but generally.
I'm like, I've always wondered why they work in pairs, and this is the exact reason. You shouldn't wander off on your own. I'm like, you have no one to blame but yourself for this.
Well, thankfully, their connection, I should say, their connection to Sarek, helps them, get saved because
eventually,
because Sarek's like, I feel the darkness that my brother is dealing sibling is dealing with.
You wandered off on your own, man.
And
I'm like, it's good that you want to investigate.
At the same time,
wait for the diplomacy checks to finish up.
Well, also at the same time, Skier should have been watching.
Yeah. Skier's also handling some very intense public relations at the moment.
Yeah, the town leader.
People that want to help, like the citizens, but the town leader's like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, he's like,
we don't want you.
Citizens, go back inside. This isn't my thing. And they're like, but our children are missing. He's like, we'll deal with that. So yeah, and eventually Avar finally learns what happened with Skier because Keeve tells him finally. And she's like, "Why didn't you say this earlier?"
Immediately.
She's like, "Well, I didn't want to get him in trouble."
Like, it's my master. I didn't want my not dad to get in trouble.
And so they all go to the planet now.
And they're like, all right, fine. We'll have the doctor take a look at it.
Yeah.
And Vernestra and Emery are also there.
Yeah, because so they did bring the Hut body to Starlight Beacon
for an autopsy.
Yeah, which of course has Lena I think freaking out because they mentioned that she learned about that and she was like, why is there an autopsy going on Starlight Beacon?
And they're like, I think they say something along the lines of, "Don't worry, we're working on it."
Yeah, and so
Which is
definitely what you should tell the Supreme Chancellor.
Yeah, tell the president. So why are you guys doing an autopsy? Don't worry, we're working on something.
Doesn't sound suspicious at all. But the doctor, Janole, is helped out by Vernestra and Emery. And
It's good.
And Salamaru, and then Stalamaru is up in the main bridge area, keeping an eye on everything.
I like his design. Now that I have a face to
Oh,
put to it.
Astala?
Yeah.
Yeah. He is a really good character. I like him a lot. He's just... One, he has a good sense of humor, because we get a little bit of his sarcasm in the first issue where he's messing with Keeve.
It's like, they're like, so what frequency are you going? I don't know, Arcadian jazz?
Not Arcadian jizz?
Nope.
Because the music
We know.
the music's jizz.
We know, we're gonna no-sell that one.
But it should be Arcadian jizz. I will die on this hill.
Yeah, you can die on that one. I'm joining you.
It should be Arcadian jizz.
Alright.
But no. Moving on. So yeah, so they get to
Farmville.
yeah, they get to Farmville.
That's super disrespectful. But I don't know the name.
Where they meet up with Skier and they're like, okay, Skier, stay on the ship because
And I'm like, this is the first. To me, I'm like, this is the people are being a dick to Skier for no reason.
yes and no. I mean, I understand because you agree with what he did.
I'm like, okay, killing the Nihil in that fashion was extreme, but he is right. It did jump out of him at him. It's the same. I'm like, it's not his fault in the sense of, oh fuck, there's a guy there coming to kill me. Better get rid of him.
Yeah.
So that's understandable. Plus, he's also under the effects of the gas, so of course he fucking killed that guy.
Yeah.
Secondly, he's only got one arm. The odds are pretty heavily stacked against him. It's surprising he came out at all.
No, the odds are still with him because he's a Trandoshan.
Yeah, but he didn't fucking get his arm back.
No, but Trandoshans have like thick skin, so no, that's actual.
No, I'm. I thought you.
Well, also like like in the case of like Skier, he's also a trained fighter.
Yeah.
Like he there were ways he could have got out of that.
Oh yeah. Where were they, Caleb?
Not killing the Nihil for one.
Well, that guy's dead, so it doesn't matter.
He very easily could have incapacitated him, and in fact, I think he was incapacitated before Skier killed him.
I'm like, why? Oh, man.
Yeah. See, that's where Elzar's at least better. When he killed somebody, they weren't incapacitated already. But Elzar's worse because he also killed someone that was actually innocent.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, he found an enemy on a battlefield, and that enemy attacked. He was well within his parameters.
But once again, going back to as a Jedi.
Yeah, as a Jedi who are now the Knights of the Republic and
Not
are
yet.
working closer
They're
and
not.
closer together.
That separation between church and state still exists.
Yeah, fucking barely.
Just because they're working with the Republic doesn't mean they are a part of the Republic.
They're this close.
Because because of what happens at the end of this volume. That proves that
Oh yeah, that is something I disagree with.
that it proves that the Jedi can go do things outside of the Republic's.
Yeah, that's one of the. I'm going to say this.
We'll get to it. We can talk about it when we get there. So
It's not spoilery or anything
no.
in regards to what I am about to
Yeah.
say. I think a lot of the characters I have found interesting and enjoyable to watch and understandable. I think Skier is the first Jedi I've actually come to respect.
Yeah, Skier has a lot of really commendable qualities. He's loyal and all that, and he's a good master. But we've seen a lot of good master apprentice relationships in the High Republic era.
Like Comac, I understand.
Yeah, I disagree, but I disagree with his choice, but I understand it.
Yeah.
Same thing with Dez. I disagree with his choice, but I
Dez is one where I'm like, he walked through a door, man. That's not fair.
Well,
He walked
like,
through a door and got like tortured and drugged for a month.
like you can't blame anything bad that you might have done during that time on yourself. But I guess this is kind of his way of, in a way, getting healing,
Yeah.
self-healing.
With the exception of Porter Angle,
What do you mean?
like in terms of characters I respect.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was about to say, we respect Porter Engle in this house.
Don't want any confusion there. And there are characters I want to see grow, and maybe then I will.
Yeah. I mean,
a modicum of respect for.
obviously, in the terms of, like, the Padawan / just becoming knights,
Yeah.
and the young masters, like Vernestra, those are characters that we're going to see grow
Yeah.
and see who they
don't-
become.
I don't respect Vernestra at the moment.
I think she's trying to
But-
do better.
She's getting there.
She's trying to do better because she started at 18.
Yeah.
She was just 18 in the first book. Right? No, she was
younger.
Oh yeah, she was the same age. She was 15 or 16.
Yeah.
She's 16 because she was the same age as Wreath.
Yeah.
So she's just now 18. So yeah, she's still learning.
Yeah. So I'm
Like she's still literally a child.
yeah.
Same thing with like Emery. Obviously, Emery is a child.
Yeah.
Like, and then Wreath is getting there. He's starting to mature.
Yeah.
Wreath
ends up in a lot of like bad situations just because it's his job.
Yeah, but he's starting to mature.
Yeah.
Who else? I can't think of his name now. Loden's apprentice.
Is it
Burjaga's buddy.
Bell?
Bell is really, like, out of the younger characters, which he's 21 by the end,
Okay.
like, I think he's 20. He's 20 by the end of, yeah, and he's still not been knighted.
Yeah.
He's 20 by the end of this, by the end of where we've gotten so far, and you can see it. He's really mature. He knows,
Yeah.
like, he's had his weak spot. His weak spot was, once again, attachment, which seems to be a key lesson.
Well, the funny thing is, the galaxy keeps taking those attachments away from him.
Kind of forcing him to have to learn the lesson.
It doesn't. It's not one of those things. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, if you put, it's not apathy.
Yeah.
It's sort of the understanding that eventually you can come into that people will sometimes just leave.
Yeah, in the case of apathy, that was Ram's lesson.
Yeah.
Which Ram is a character that still has a lot to grow with. He's a good character, he just still has a lot to learn before he's at full growth, in my opinion. Man, we really went on a Padawans and Knight tangent. Which Keeve's lesson is a little harder to figure out. I haven't figured out what Keeve is supposed to learn.
I think Keeve needs to figure out when to speak and when not to.
You know what? That kind of fits with stuff that's in Volume 3 that I'm not gonna give away. Since I've read the entire series already for the comic, that fits. That fits.
Sort of to like quit jumping to conclusions ahead of time. Because so far that's what
I'm curious to see Keeve's journey, only because this is written. Did Kevin Scott write? No, who wrote this? Yeah, Kevin Scott wrote this. So written by Kevin Scott, who also did the Dooku Jedi Lost book, audio drama rather, which we'll get to when we get to prequel era. But they mentioned the Lost 20, which are a bunch of Jedi that have either left or turned to the. Generally, they've left.
Yeah.
And so they have little memorials, like little statues of their head to go, hey, this is a Jedi who left. Let this be a lesson of like how to better yourself as a Jedi.
Yeah.
And there's a Jedi named Trennis.
Oh boy. Okay.
So I'm curious if Keeve is going to be that Trennis. Because her journey isn't quite fitting on a. I don't see Keeve leaving the Jedi Order currently.
Not at the moment from the story.
But also, the Trennis in that book is a master. Because the Lost 20 are all masters.
I see.
If I remember correctly.
They're all made masters post-mortem.
So, like...
That would be fucked up.
But yeah, so they go... So, while Avar... Back to the story. Avar is trying to fix relations with the leader, the town leader. It's not going well.
No.
Meanwhile, Keeve has pulled a Tarek.
Yep, and gone off on her own.
But she finds a kid.
Yeah.
Who's like, hey, I know where my other friends are. Come on, let's go.
Yep.
And they find him.
Meanwhile, Skier and Sareth are kind of like arguing on the ship.
Yeah, they're going at each other.
How could you lose my brother? It wasn't my fucking fault. Like,
and then Sarah gets mad at him because he throws the dead Nihil at him as well.
Yeah.
To get to Skier. He's like, well, at least I didn't murder,
a bit of advice. Maybe don't piss off the guy who...
Yeah, don't make a Trandoshan angry.
Yeah. Just some advice. It's up there with don't piss off Wookiees.
Yeah. I'd say Wookiees is higher because we've seen what happens. We've seen what happens. Chrysanthemum showed us when it comes down to a Wookiee or Trandoshan.
You may want to keep a flamethrower nearby.
And so,
Keeve
is led by this child to a giant hole.
Yeah. They're like,
all right, time to jump in. Yep. And Keeve's like, what? No.
No, don't.
And the kid jumps.
The kid is like, this seems fun. Woo.
And Keeve's like, well, now I gotta save him. So Keeve manages to catch him.
Yep.
And manages to make the fall safe for both of them. And the kid's like, see, I knew you'd save me. And it's like,
that doesn't... But what if I didn't?
Also, what if the hole was deeper? We didn't know how far it went.
Yeah. This kid is like, it worked out for the best, so it's fine.
I feel like this kid would be you.
Okay.
I feel like you would be in the Star Wars universe, you would be this kid jumping down through holes, making Jedi follow you and save you.
No. However, as a child, I did have a bad habit of just trespassing. Not a joke.
This kid
but
is...
At the same time...
To be fair, this kid is trespassing.
Not really. We don't know whose property this is.
Well, we do as the reader.
Yeah. But I
guess we can reveal it now. Yeah. It's the Dringier's property.
Yeah.
Which, they explained earlier that the crops were dying.
Yeah, they're like, it's real weird.
Like, the crops should be fine, but they've just been dying a lot. It turns out that's because, it's infested by dark side energy because the Dringier.
Yeah. The weirdest part to me... I'm gonna be real. I fucking forgot about the Dringier. Because of the goddamn Nihil problem.
I mean, to be fair, we've only had one book with them as a major issue. So
Yeah, I forgot about them.
yeah, they're still out and about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a case of like, I'm sorry, I've been dealing with terrorism. What is this magic plant bullshit?
yeah.
Why is fucking
Which they
Swamp Thing coming in to fucking chew up Kmart? Not Kmart. Walgreens,
Yeah.
the pharmacy section of Walgreens.
But yeah, so they basically go deeper into the cave where they figure out that yes, the Drinker are involved, and also that's where the kid that was missing, the Rodian kid who was missing, is at, along with Tarek.
Yep. The Rodian kid is unfortunately fucking gone.
Yeah, which makes the other kid cry,
Yeah, it's
Which is
actually
fair.
really sad.
which is fair. Yeah, that's a sad moment. And Kiva's like, "Here, I'll let you hold my lightsaber," and
Like, really?
because she's like trying to be a good like Jedi and be like, "Hey, it's okay to feel this emotion, let it out," because everybody misunderstands emotions when it comes to Jedi.
Yeah, you're allowed to have them.
It's a matter of just don't hold on to them beyond what
Yeah.
you need to. Like you can have them and you can let them out, just don't let them control you and don't
Yep.
hold on to them longer than their time.
Yeah.
Because all feelings have a time. You cry when somebody you care about dies, but you don't hold on to that for. It's not, you're not supposed to hold on to that for like years and years.
Yeah,
And that's where
it's
and that's really more the lesson. It's the same lesson Anakin's failing to learn over and over again. It's why it's not the lesson of attachment. It's the it's the lesson of
however
ownership, of like complete ownership
is bad.
is bad. Like he can like he considers his relationship with people as something that he is owed and something that he owns. And so therefore, oh, if they die, that's on me. And also, like,
I think the lesson for Anakin might have been easier to learn if fucking visions were not being sent to him.
yes, but I think also he had to be. I think Yoda tried to tell him, hey, I don't think the way Yoda went about it was the
Yeah.
best. But I think the lesson that Yoda tries to stick is correct.
It's
It's,
the right lesson, but the wrong wording.
yes. Right lesson, wrong delivery. I wouldn't even say the wrong wording, it's just the delivery.
Yeah.
But that's because Anakin left out key details. Anakin didn't say, this is my wife that I'm worried about. If he did, then that would be, Yoda would have probably said it a way different, like, the application of that lesson would have been
Probably
told differently.
would have been easier.
But because Anakin misinformed Yoda, Yoda only went off the information he knew. It was like, look, people you care about are gonna die.
Yeah.
You gotta rejoice that they are one with the Force. You can be sad that they're dead, but you gotta let that go. Which we know that Anakin never let his mother's death go. I mean, it's why the manipulation of Padme's death was so much easier
Yeah.
for Palpatine to use, because Anakin was still holding on to Shmi's death, and therefore
Yeah.
Palpatine was like, "Oh, you hold on to death a lot. Cool. So you're gonna have visions of Padme's death? Perfect. I'm just gonna feed into that fear."
It's learning to understand and accept the passing of family members. I'm gonna say
And I'd say it's a real lesson.
it is. I'm gonna say something weird. In that it's I already said it was gonna sound weird.
No, go ahead. Go for it.
So during high school I had 3 of my grandparents die, like one
Like almost
per
right out.
year.
Oh,
So 4 if we're counting like great aunts and
Yeah.
such. It is a hard lesson to learn, but a very valuable one.
yeah, because that sadness can turn into anger real quick.
Yeah. And I'm a fucking teenager, I'm already angry.
Yeah,
And eventually you come to understand that while yes, these people are gone, being angry all the time isn't going to help bring them back. So process it, get it out, move on.
Yeah, it quickly becomes bitterness and then anger.
Yeah. Anyhow,
Yeah,
back to our story about
after that moment.
space wizards and
I can't tell if it's my allergies that are making me cry or that.
space wizards.
Yeah. So where we? Oh yeah, Key finds dead kid.
Yeah.
But finds alive Tarek. And
I'm surprised he was alive, considering the state that his brother's in, who is not
doing well.
doing well. He's almost like fucking dead.
Yeah. And so, Tarek has been possessed by the Drinker, similar to what happened to Dez.
Yeah.
Because the Drinker feed on people, like, through the Force, and then they...
I think they also literally just fucking eat them.
Yeah, that's probably true as well. That kid probably was a snack for later. If he hadn't been saved. Thankfully, though, thanks to the connection between Tarek and Sot, Skier realizes, oh, crap, also, the town leader gets angry at them because he's like, hey, you have a Jedi missing on my property. Where'd they go?
Oh, shit.
So they figure out where they are.
Yeah.
And Avar comes in to save the day in the most epic fashion.
I'm like, oh, thank God. You're not just some weird Force telephone. No, you're actually good at your job. Because this is the first time I've seen her do anything, not necessarily
physical. It's the first time physical, yeah.
Like, she's very useful to begin with, but it's different to actually see her in action.
Yeah. And so they almost saved the day.
Almost do.
Until Skier comes in, and he's like, hey, I now have a Dringear arm, and I made a deal with them. So, betrayal.
He's like, yeah, I'm a bad guy now. In almost that exact tone of voice, where it's a very obvious, like, no, he's not. But fortunately, the Dringear are mostly just cannibalistic plant people.
So they're like, yeah, totally.
So they believe that shit.
And so Skier does eventually turn on them after saving them.
He's like, yeah, I just need to trick them long enough to learn out what they're weak to.
Yeah, because basically we already know this about the Dringear, but they have a hive mind.
Yeah.
And so Skier basically, because of his deal with the Dringear and getting a Dringear arm, he's part of the hive mind now.
Mm-hmm.
And now is like, oh, I know how to defeat them. Perfect.
Yep. Still struggling against that hive mind because that shit's strong.
So, unfortunately, while they do manage to bring the kids up to the surface, but unfortunately the Dringear are following.
Yep.
And so they try to get back up from Starlight Beacon.
Starlight Beacon has a problem.
Turns out, inside...
How many of you have seen the film Predator?
Actually, I'd say more like This Is Alien.
Yeah, Alien. Sorry, not Predator. Those are...
Yeah. You know the Xenomorph, and you know...
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did that to a hut?
Yeah! Thankfully, they were already in a quarantine zone.
Yeah.
So...
Only being fucking... I think it's Maru, actually, because he's a smartass, and he's like... Well, I guess our quarantine measures are actually about to be tested.
Yeah, it's Maru. And Janoli's like, yeah, I guess so. And so Vern, Emery, and Janoli have to deal with this and have to fight this creature. And so, like, Avar calls them for help, and Nestal is like, we kind of got our own Dringear problem.
Yeah. And, one of my favorite fucking things ever to happen... because it's funny. So Skier is sort of off to the side, duking it out with Kiev.
Yeah.
And she cuts off the Dringear like arm, and the hive mind is still there, and they kind of go, "What, did you think cutting off the arm was actually going to do anything?" And she's like, "I was hoping it would." And I'm like,
yeah, it's not The Walking Dead. Sorry.
And I'm like, that's actually really funny, because anytime you cut the Dringear in half, you just get 2 more of them.
And so, yeah, so they have to deal with that. On top of that, the Hutts show up.
Yeah.
Because it turns out, yeah, the leader guy of this village has been paying off the Hutts.
See, here's the thing. I don't think... What I think the original deal was is that in exchange for giving them a little bit of the key ingredient...
Of the crops, yeah.
Of the crop, everybody would get paid. But the town leader is an asshole.
Well, no, the Hutts are being paid. Through the crop.
Yeah, they're being paid through the crop
But it's,
and given the credits.
Well, no, they're just getting protection. It's a protection racket.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to see it.
They literally say it in the comic.
I know.
It's a protection racket.
I forgot about that. I thought
It's the
it
Godfather.
does not work the way I thought it worked.
No, it's the Godfather.
The way I thought it worked was he was taking the money from the Hutts anyway, that he was supposed to like distribute out evenly.
Mm-mm.
But no, I guess if it's that way, then it's
Yeah, it's the Godfather. It's protection racket.
all right.
Yeah, they're taking a percentage of the crops in order for the Hutts to protect them. Which so far the Hutts have not needed to protect them.
Yeah, they're
Uh,
here now.
yeah,
Jedi are here.
Jedi are here, and so are the Dringir. Although the Hutts see the Jedi as the bigger problem.
Yeah, actually, they see that them as the bigger problem because I'm like, this is where you're fucked up, Skier. Because he's like, you know what?
Yeah, Skier gets
Fuck
mad.
this protection racket.
Yeah, Skier attacks the lead Hutt with his Dringir arm.
Yeah.
And
Like-
holds them hostage.
And they're like, you know what? Fuck it.
Yeah. And then Keeve is like, hey, you gotta let go of them because we need their help to deal with the Dringir. Because the Dringir are the bigger issue. And Skier's like, well, I'm having trouble controlling this. And Keeve's like, well, that's why we work together. Because Jedi help each other.
Mm-hmm.
And cuts off the Dringir arm again.
Yep.
Which releases the Hutt.
Yeah.
The Hutt still is mad, so a little bit more fighting happens
Yep.
before Avar finally is like,
Where's-
look, enough. We need to work together. And so,
Do you not understand how much of a fucking problem these things are gonna be?
after some aggressive negotiations, to say the least, they managed to create a treaty with the Hutts,
Yeah.
specifically to stop the Drengir.
Yep.
Which is where High Republic Adventures happens, because we see the formation of that treaty even further, because we remember Farzala.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because they go there to have a little chat.
Yeah, Farzala has that meeting where Jabba tries to fuck it up.
Jabba's a fucking asshole.
Yeah, it's like Jabba's like, let's start a war with the Jedi, even though we got Drengir problem on our home world.
Oh man.
Yeah. So, and that's where Volume 1 essentially leaves off. They managed to defeat the Drengir on Starlight Beacon,
So
kinda.
kind of, and the way that they do it is essentially Skier's like they won't eat meat they think is rotten.
Yep. Yeah, because that's one of their weaknesses, yeah.
And so he's like, all right, this is a ballsy move, but it's our best shot. Since Skier is connected to the hive mind, and
Keeve can connect to Skier. Keeve's like, all right, let's do a force mind thing where I can also see what's going on, and we can find the central hive mind, essentially. They find the queen. Basically, they find the Queen Drengir.
yeah, and convince, essentially that all of the people they're fighting and getting into are bad meat.
Yep.
And Keeve is like, isn't that like super dangerous? And Skier's like, fucking do it.
Yeah. I mean, if I die, I die.
Yeah.
Skier's ready to go.
Skier's like, man. Also, by the way, I haven't been able to feel the Force for a while.
Yeah, I've been cut off.
Yeah. Which I'm like,
Which Avar's like, yeah, I realized that when I couldn't hear your song.
yeah. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, okay. And that's what I was thinking, like, hasn't his arm grown back? Why isn't things X, Y, and Z? I'm like, Might be because of all that fucking nuclear waste.
There's that, and then there's something that they haven't talked about yet. It's in
And there
volume
was
2.
also a very weird panel where it looked like Skier was dealing with another Trandoshan who was not happy.
So they're gonna get into some of the stuff. Basically, at a certain age, Trandoshans, to put it in not the best terms, they go feral almost, and Skier is hitting that age.
Ah, I see.
Yeah,
He's getting up there in years.
and they go more into it in volume 2 and 3, but yeah, like the Skier's slowly becoming less in control of himself, which is bad as a Jedi.
Yeah.
It's very bad,
Is he going... So Trandoshans go senile when they're older?
essentially.
What?
And lizard brain takes over.
That
Which,
sucks.
yeah.
I'm like, that's not fair to him either.
No.
God damn.
And nobody is, and when they learn about that, nobody's mad at him
Yeah.
for that. They're like, okay, that makes sense, but you can't be a Jedi any longer.
Yeah, he's like, I feel like he would probably be like, yeah, you guys are right, I have to leave now.
Yeah.
Because although that chick works on the Drengir where they convince them, like, oh, all the meat's run, it's framed as like, oh, the effort fucking nearly killed Skier, and I'm like, he's not dead.
Yep.
Because I fucking refuse to believe that.
Well, he lives this volume, so he's alive.
I was like, he probably just passed out from the effort or something.
So that's volume 1.
Mm-hmm.
Are you excited for more of this
Yes,
comic?
I am. And I will live with Saradan Tarek. I can
Yeah.
overlook it.
You'll get to
Not bad.
You'll get to know them
Maybe.
better.
They actually do have some pretty good teamwork against that Rancor.
Yes. When they put it to
sick.
sleep, they were just like,
Yeah.
sleep.
The Rancor was fucking them up.
They basically pulled Grogu from Book of Boba Fett. Except they didn't pass out because they're older.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
not older, but they have more, practice.
townsfolk get that, the supposed town leader, they get him pretty good.
Yeah, town leader basically gets what he deserves, in my opinion.
He got what he deserved.
So yeah. 9 out of 10.
Yeah, I'll give it that. I'll agree with it.
Only because I don't give things 10 out of 10 usually.
Yeah.
Like, that's a special occasion.
Whereas the journey so far for me has been, like I've said, you've taken me from tragedy to tragedy, essentially.
This is kind of a mid-tragedy, like, there's some tragic elements,
Yeah.
but it's not, like, as grand scale.
Yeah. This is the first time I think I felt... Whereas, like,
It's very grounded.
War of the Bounty Hunters was very much like... War of the Bounty Hunters is like the big, exciting business meeting that you're fucking scared for anything to go wrong.
Yep.
This is like, hell yeah, there's a party Friday night, and I'm going.
Yep.
I know it's a weird thing to say, but
I got
considering
you.
the death of a child
And the Drengir.
in the Drengir,
Yeah.
but it's a very different tone.
So I want to go back because we mentioned it and then we never came back to it, but the fact that the Jedi could just make a treaty with the Hutts,
Yeah.
that goes back to there's definitely separation between church and state because there's no way the Republic would make
Yeah,
a
no.
deal. Not during this era. During the Clone Wars they make a deal, but not during this era.
No.
So the Jedi are like, look, we need them, so we're just gonna make a treaty.
Yep, right here, right now.
Yep. And in fact, there is some lashback against Avar doing this.
Yeah.
You'll see that later.
Avar does a lot of stuff that people don't like.
Yeah, like putting Elzar Mann into any position of leadership.
Or, running off to chase Lorna D.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, they thought Lorna D was the eye.
They did. And
And Lorna D did not help with that.
no, they didn't.
Lorna D was like, Lorna D never corrects anybody on that. You would think she would, but she never does.
No.
Like, because she hates Markion, so like, you would think Lorna D would be like, yeah, it's Mark.
Yeah, but at the same time,
But then nobody knows who that is.
yeah, it's like, okay, it's that scene with in I forget which like Justice League cartoon it is, but it's when Lex Luthor takes off the Flash.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
Who are you?
I don't know who this
Yeah.
is.
I don't know who you are.
Because he's just a normal guy.
Yeah, because Barry Allen's not like, it's not like Clark Kent where he's got a big name, or Bruce Wayne
Yeah.
who's a millionaire.
It's like some guy off the street.
Yeah. Probably the same result if you ever figured out Hal Jordan. I mean, Hal Jordan's
Yeah.
just some pilot.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know who this fucking guy is.
Yeah. Okay, so next week we are skipping. We are taking a break next week. But the week after, we come back with the book I know a lot of people in the fandom have been waiting for, Queen's Hope, which is the third book in the Queen trilogy by E.K. Johnston. I have been assured by people who have read it already,
Yeah.
from people who've gotten their ARC copies, and they've told me that this is one of the few times where you can read this and no context is fine.
Okay.
Really, as long as you've seen episodes, like the movies, episode 2 and episode 3, you're good. Because really, the Queen trilogy, the first book is actually the middle book of the trilogy, which that one is after the events of Phantom Menace.
Mhm.
The second book is the first book in chronological order, and it's the events of before, leading up to the Phantom Menace, so it shows how she was elected queen, and
Okay.
she's just 14. But yeah, and then this one is after Attack of the Clones.
Alright.
So we're gonna get a little bit of post episode 2 content. I think the wedding is in this book. So
Okay.
so we get to see Anakin and Padme's, like, the full ceremony, not just the bit we've seen in Attack of the Clones. So a lot to look forward in that, because we get the wedding and the, honestly, books in general are starting to give some of the stuff that we've kind of been wanting to see the gaps of, because we're getting the wedding in this one. We're getting Brotherhood's gonna show Anakin being knighted. And then another book is coming out that's going to show Han and Leia's wedding, as well as their honeymoon. So, a lot to look forward to. But yeah, so 2 weeks from now we're going to do Queen's Hope. So that gives us time to read it. It's a short read, though. I think it's only a little over 100 pages. So, pretty quick read. It's a young adult novel, so it's not meant to be meaty like some of the other. And then the week after that, we're going to do Lego Star Wars. So it's good that we kind of have that week break, because that gives us more time to play the game while reading this book, because Lego Star Wars is going to be a little bit more time consuming to do, which actually, after this episode ends, we're going to go to Twitch, and I'm going to get set to start playing it. I've been playing it already, but we're going to start a new save file.
Putting me on the spot.
I'm going to be busy doing stuff, but after I'm done, if you're still wanting to play more, I brought a second controller so I can hop in.
Multiplayer.
Yeah. Hop in for that co-op. But for the most part, I'll let you start on your own.
I remember one of the concerns being like, are we going to be able to do this co-op?
And we can do co-op.
Thank God.
No online co-op, though.
That's fine. Thank you, Lego, for knowing what to do with your multiplayer. Yeah, that's right. I just took a shot at everybody.
Yeah. Honestly, I think all games that have, like, stuff like this you should have the option for LAN co-op and online co-op. Split screen co-op, bring it back.
Yeah.
But yeah. So that's gonna wrap up this episode. Thank you guys for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, which is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. If you are watching on Twitch, which is twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94, be sure to follow and subscribe. Let's see. Oh yeah, if you want to get in on movie night, oh, I gotta announce the winner.
Yeah, you do.
The winner for this week's movie night poll, which was Solo versus Venom Let There Be Carnage, the winner by a landslide is Solo, A Star Wars Story. Solo had 7 votes, Venom had 2, and Venom Let There Be Carnage had 3. Excuse me. So, we're going to watch Solo, and I'm going to, if you're in the Discord, we're going to try to figure out when to watch it. That's the big question now, is when. So, we're going to watch it sometime this week. Probably Thursday, Friday, Saturday, one of those days. Thursday, Friday, or Saturday for the next, or probably Thursday or Friday. Because the next Saturday we'll be announcing the next winner. Which I can tell you right now, Venom and Venom Let There Be Carnage will be on the next poll. I just need to figure out if another film will be on there. Probably not. I think I'll split the vote between those two, because I know there's some people who haven't seen the first Venom yet, and then there's people that have and want to see the new one. But I mean, if you're in the Discord, you can make suggestions. If there's a movie you haven't seen that you want to see. And so, with that in mind, join the Patreon if you want to become part of the Discord. The first tier gets you access to the Discord, where you can hang out with us, enjoy the movie nights, stuff like that. Second tier gets you access to our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. I do want to apologize now for YouTube content. I'm kind of taking a break, just a little bit. I mean, I do content every day on that channel.
If any of you dare complain about the lack of content, I strongly advise you to go and check out his previous work on that channel. He worked hard on it.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I guess is my announcement, that I'm kind of burnt out a little bit. It's not that I don't enjoy making the content, I just don't have the time.
Yeah.
Because I enjoy playing all those games that I play. And I don't edit those videos. A lot of them, no.
Hit the stop and
Yeah.
and go button. It was like,
Yeah, I just hit the start recording and then the stop recording, and then I upload it. But like, that still takes a lot, because there's a lot of video games that I'm playing right now. And,
like it's the total like amount of actual film time I think is like 5 or 6 hours a day.
yeah, for like, if I sit down and do a whole batch, which includes Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance,
Yeah.
Battlefront gameplays, which currently we're playing EA's Battlefront 1,
Yeah.
Demon Souls,
Mm-hmm.
Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga, Star Wars Bounty Hunter, Star Wars Jedi Knight Mysteries of the Sith, the Star Wars The Old Republic MMO, and then we also have the only thing that I actually edit currently, which is our tabletop Star Wars The Old Republic campaign. And then what else? Oh, and then Star Wars X-Wing.
Hmm.
So nine different
9 fucking games.
eight
don't
games,
think
eight
anyone-
games, and then original content from tabletop.
I don't think anyone can ever say that you don't work hard.
And I mean, on top of that, I still really want. I'm working on getting my next book out. I want to do it this year, but I just haven't sat down and written it, which I know I'm not lazy for not doing it, but it feels like it sometimes.
No, you just listed off 9 games, and I have seen and sat down with you. I don't know how you do it, man.
And then on top of that, I'm working on getting the audiobook for Super Worlds.
Yeah.
That is getting done, so that I feel good on that. I'm trying to find an artist to do a comic book version of Super Worlds. I have not found an artist. I know how much I want to pay them. It's decent pay. Basically, they'd be getting $70 per page of the comic. Not per panel, per page, but that's still... That's $35 up front, $35 when it's done on each page. And most comics are 22 pages. And I've written the Super Worlds comic to be about that. And then after I get Super Worlds 3 done, I also if I get the comic going, then I can finally get the Super Universe RPG going.
Oh man.
Because the book is done.
Yeah.
I mean, we play tested it. I've made fixes based on those play tests because we've had 8 different versions of that game. Because remember, I would edit it as we played during the play test, and I was like, okay, here's the new version.
God, I remember when essentially the sanity meter was broken as shit.
So then I fixed it. I took a night to fix that. And then so the only thing missing really, because I don't want to publish it without any artwork, and so I'm gonna, when I get the comic going, then I can basically use the assets from the comic as part of the art. The only thing I'd have to separately buy is I want some battle maps drawn for the game, for the pre-written adventures.
Yeah.
Because it would be nice to have some battle maps. And then of course original concept art for the pre-made characters.
Yeah.
So that'd be the only 2 things separately from the comics assets, as well as assets from the cover art for Super Worlds 2, because I've got assets from that I can use, as well as assets from the Coat Wars collection cover. But I mean, there's a lot I want to do. I want to bring D&D Adventures back. I just haven't sat down to write the rest of the season. I've got the first 5 episodes written. I want to write the whole season first before actually planning a filming schedule. I know who's going to be in it, and I know people that are going to help me do the effects, but I just...
It's a lot.
And then on top of that, a day job that...
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pace
and those of y'all who know me know my complaints on that. I won't air that publicly because that feels wrong. Well, I feel lucky that I have a day job.
Yeah.
It doesn't pay enough to do what I want to do. And I get up really early for that job. Which I know you can relate to.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'm burnt currently on YouTube.
So let the man rest.
Yeah.
The pace has been relentless so far, and
the fact that I made it this far though, it's better than last year. Last year, I stopped content around March before I got burnt. So I made it to April.
That's an improvement.
Yeah.
But
maybe I should change to weekly content, but then I don't know.
It's up to you, man.
The idea is eventually to make the YouTube channel essentially, and I know we said this was the end of the episode, but I want to explain it for the viewers, because I know you guys are dedicated to this channel and the ones who watch, and I know that you guys care about what's going on, and so I feel open door policy is the best way to go. Especially if we're gonna focus on, we're still doing the podcast, so podcasts are still always gonna happen. We are taking a week off, but that's not because of any of this. It's actually for fun stuff. It's where Scotty's working on something fun for Mopcast Network, and that's gonna be a good time. That's gonna be a full day of stuff, so that's why we can't film next week. It also gives us a break, honestly, because while I don't think we're burnt yet.
We're not burnt out, but if you guys want us to sort of keep up this energy, we're burning very brightly right now.
Yeah, and I've been...
We can't do that forever.
Yeah, and...
without, taking a rest.
And I've been told over and over again by other content creators, hey, just be careful. Because they know my schedule. I've told them, I'm I do daily content and then I do these, and they're like, that's a lot.
Yeah.
We have somebody that's in the Discord who's one of he's our first patron member, but he's also a friend of the Discord family, essentially, because he's in other Discords with me, and so that's why he was invited. He saw the schedule, he saw 3 videos coming out in a day, and he was like, "Are you okay?" I feel like you remember that conversation too.
He's like, what sort of madman?
He was like, "This is more output than most YouTubers." Like,
Yeah.
and I was like, it's because my goal always has been for this channel to eventually be treated like almost like a TV station,
Mm.
and that. A little backstory on where Escape Reality Films comes from. This has become a little bit of a history on the channel. Me and 4 friends created this channel initially. 2 of them weren't as into it, so, and I'll tell you who's who off screen because you know all these people. And I don't want to name names because what happened. I don't feel mad about any of it. It's just it didn't go the way we thought.
Okay.
2 of them, they were only in it as a joke. They got out pretty quick. But the other 2, we kind of took it seriously. We started planning shows and stuff because the idea was that everybody was going to bring their own show to the table, and we would all work together to produce these shows.
All right.
I do feel kind of burnt on it, only because, not because, basically they Escape Reality Films was not the name I initially wanted.
Hmm.
I was going to rebrand my already existing brand, which at the time was Lockwood Productions. I was going to rebrand it, do a new logo, and that was what I wanted. But they were like, no, that connects too much to you. And I saw their argument, because there was going to be 5 of us. But the fact that all of them dropped out and I'm the only one that's in charge of this now is where I kind of feel burnt, and I'm like, so I could have had Lockwood Productions this whole time. Escape Reality, I've come to love the Escape Reality Films name. It really fits the brand, and it works, but it was not the initial plan. And so we had some good ideas. They dropped, and then the other 2 eventually just never. Like, I would ask for scripts. I'd be like, "Hey, do you have your script? No? Okay, well, we need to work on it if we're gonna do this."
Yeah.
And this was like, we were just going without content. We had the channel made, we had the logo made, which the logo has been changed since then. We've upgraded logos since then. We really need to do a new logo soon. It's been a while. But they just never delivered content, and it's like, look, this is your show. You need to work with me. I'm working on my content because at the time I was doing student films at South. And so I was like, I have content that I can throw on there, but we need more. We just can't. A couple short films does not make a channel.
Yeah.
It can if you do them consistently, but that requires consistently making a film over like new films all the time.
Yeah.
Which thankfully, since I was studying film, I was. It's just not this. And eventually, I posted the first short film for that channel, the organized meeting. The first of the Antonio saga, as I call it.
I have watched the Antonio saga, and I am still confused.
It makes sense. I have everything. It all makes sense.
All I remember is that Antonio may or may not be immortal, I think.
He is.
Okay.
He is immortal. It's more of a healing sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was like...
And
he got shot like 8 times. I was like...
Well, at the end of... Spoilers for Organized Meeting, he gets shot in the head at the end of it. That's kind of hard to come back from unless you're immortal.
Yeah.
Now, where his immortality comes from, that's where we don't really reveal that. Like,
no, that's never explained.
Price of Immortality, the sequel, kind of starts to go into it, but it never like says this is the. They never say this is absolutely what happened. I know what happened. I have the story. I've already there's a reason why Antonio is immortal, and why. Oh yeah, they actually never explain it in Price of Immortality.
Oh.
Price of Immortality, they're like, we know how to recreate that immortality, but we don't know how he's immortal.
Yeah.
I know that. I already, I have that.
God. This has been a very illuminating podcast into like the channel, and like we are pulling back the screen a little bit, and like the like kind of what our lives have sort of been like grandparents dying channel.
And I think it's important to have these discussions every now and then. Like, I know this is a Star Wars focused podcast for the most part.
Yeah.
But I really don't have another podcast to have these conversations. I mean, I could start a third podcast, but right now my second podcast, me and the co-host have joked that it is cursed. Escape Reality Movie Talk is cursed.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Every time we're like, okay, this week we're coming back. We're gonna do the Avengers video.
Oh man.
Something happens, and I'm saving that because I want to save that for when we do finally come back, because I've officially decided that the title for the next episode is just going to be Escape Reality Movie Talk is Cursed. That's if we ever come back. I think we will. I think for sure next week. We were supposed to be back this week, but then something happened, as always.
Yeah.
I can say that she is not sick this time.
Oh boy.
The rest of them have been because she was sick. One of them was because we just forgot. Because she stopped being sick and then we forgot to come back. Because I forgot to just be like, hey, it's Wednesday.
Oh man.
And then this most recent one, complete left field.
Oh.
And I will tell you off camera.
Alright, that's another off camera thing.
But yeah, so around the time of organized meeting, that's when things kind of drifted I took full control of the channel.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like we signed contracts or anything. Nobody had ownership, really. There was
just a case of other people left.
Like, yeah, and like
I was the last one there.
Yeah, I was the last one there. I had the passwords.
So
I created the email. I was the one that was really invested. So it became mine.
Yeah.
Once again, no hard feelings to anybody that was involved, because I'm still friends with most of those people. I consider myself friends with all of them, but I don't talk to all of them regularly enough to completely consider that. But two of them, I still talk to very much on a semi-regular basis. So, no hard feelings there, but it did become a thing of like, okay, well now what do I do?
Yeah.
And really the channel just became where I put my short films for a bit, because then we did Jimmy Tai, which that's another one I want to go back to. I like the Jimmy Tai universe.
I will admit. Wait, no. I remember what Jimmy Tai is about.
That's the James Bond parody.
Yep. I was like, I almost forgot what Jimmy Tai was about since it's been so long since I've sat down and watched it.
Yeah, the Jimmy Tai universe is great, in my opinion. I think it, and I already know what I want to do. I've already decided that it's going to be strictly 3 seasons. It's going to be 10 episodes each. And I basically know the outline, like I know the major arcs for all 3 seasons. Right. And I know where some of the romances are going to end up, because there's romances.
Oh.
And so everything is, I know what I want to do with that project. I just have to sit down. There have been multiple attempts to bring that back.
Oh boy.
There was one time right after I graduated where we tried to do weekly meetings, and I got a bunch of other people on board. I basically tried to do it more like an actual show, where I was a showrunner. I did the first episode, and I was going to direct the first episode, but then everybody else could write and direct their episodes. I just provided like the major arc, and I was like, here's the major arc, write your story within that arc, work with that. That went for a few weeks, but there were people just, this seems to be a problem all the time. People just didn't turn in their scripts. Cause
is it the same thing as me chewing my brother out for like not writing a backstory?
Yeah.
Cause he never writes one before the game starts, and I'm like, that's all I need you to do. If you can just give me like 4 sentences and I can figure out the rest. But when you don't have that, you don't know what to do. And
but yeah, so like I kind of like I had episodes 2 and 3 done,
Mm-hmm.
but I wanted episode 4 done before we started like trying to film.
Yeah.
And then costuming was another thing that we had to deal with because we had to get a new wig for Kitty because the owner of the original wig moved.
Ah, well, yeah.
Also, the wig was cut. The original wig had a bob haircut, so we couldn't use the original wigs. I have the new wig. It's in my closet. The new wig is ready to go whenever we bring back Jimmy Ty. Another attempt to bring back Jimmy Ty was to make it animated.
How'd that go?
We got as far as character designs.
Oh.
So we actually have a Jimmy Ty character design. It's floating out there in the Google Drives.
Somewhere.
I could probably pull it up out of nowhere and pull it out. We also have a kitty drawing, an original design. So we had some character designs. We just didn't get past that. And that one is a case of the artist that was involved. He has a very busy schedule, so I can't fault him for that. It's the same reason why I'm not really getting him on board with the Super Worlds comic. Like, I would love for him to be involved, because he has done the art for Super Worlds 1 and Super Worlds 2's covers. So it makes sense to bring him in to a degree.
But busy schedule.
Yeah, busy schedule. Because he has a lot of commissions, and he's trying to go for actual, like, animation gig jobs. Because he was an animation major. So yeah, and D&D Adventures is probably the easiest one to bring back. The big issue for that is just me sitting down to write it. Thankfully the episodes are short because
they're skits.
They're skits. I do not. If a D&D Adventures episode goes past 5 minutes,
something
has gone wrong. I mean, maybe 10 minutes. 10 minutes is
10 minutes.
10 minutes is the limit.
10 minutes, I think.
But if it's gone past 10 minutes, that is... So I've gotten too focused on that particular story. And so I've written a few of the episodes, although I want to write some more episodes, move some of the episodes around. The pilot that's on YouTube right now is now not the first episode of the show in my rewrite. Because I'm basically rebooting it.
Okay.
But, like, most of the actors are going to be the same. I know JP has made it very clear that he wants to come back as Sildenafil. Which is hilarious because of how much hemming and hawing it took to get him in that dress to begin with.
Man.
It'd be harder to bring Jared back as Pippin Pataloposkopoulos. Or Pip for short.
Yeah. I don't think the reason
it's not that he doesn't.
It's just the travel distance.
It's the travel distance, which, I mean, he only lives like 30 minutes from my house. But if we're going to, like, film locations, it's a little longer because we're going to film, like, further into Mobile. And he lives a little further out. And then on top of that, he's lost a lot of weight, which congrats to him on that. He's worked really hard to... he had the gastro surgery, and then ever since then he's been really good at keeping his new diet and everything. So I'm very proud of him for that. Which means he will not fit the costume that we got. Still a very tall, big guy, but he's lost a lot of, like, the unnecessary weight, and I don't know if the costume would fit him.
That man is a giant.
Which is, part of why it's hilarious that we were like, oh, he's a dwarf with gigantism. And there's a reason. There's an in-universe reason. One of his parents is a dwarf, the other is a giant.
Speaking of...
And then...
sorry, continue.
And then we're recasting... I've already recast. I've recast both... Well, I've not recast Keith yet. I would like Colton Holcomb to come back. I love Colton Holcomb. He is hilarious as Keith. He really got into that speaking Shakespearean role. The one we had to recast was Ra, only because acting isn't really her thing.
Yeah.
I kind of was just able to drag her into it because at the time we were already doing a show on South's campus together.
Mhm.
So I was like, "Hey, would you want to do this? And I'll buy the costume and everything." And so I bought the outfit. Thankfully, I found somebody else who can fit that outfit, who is going to replace Raw. So the only one missing is Keith. I also want to recast Jimmy Tai completely, mainly because I like Colton Adams as an actor, but I gotta switch.
Yeah.
Just because he's a busy guy and just some personal reasons.
Yeah.
And then and then the actress who played Kitty, she moved. She's gone.
Just
She's
gone.
gone. Same thing with what was it? Yeah, In moved. She's the one that owned the wig.
So, this is tangentially related.
No, you're fine.
to D&D.
We are in no rush. We might wrap up soon though.
Yeah. So, I was talking with you about this earlier, because you play in the Tuesday game,
Yep.
and this is sort of what we were talking about in the car, where I don't think that my world is very dark. Everyone has disagreed with me on this,
Except me, really.
except you.
I do think that it can, excuse me, it can be dark. It's a villain campaign. It's meant to be a little bit dark.
Yeah.
But I see it as campy dark.
Yeah.
Like it's. But then again, thanks to shout out to Julia from Star Wars English class. Shout out to Julia and Fern. I think everything is camp.
Yeah.
Everything is camp.
They and Ethan and Andrew and Tori played like the original campaign, and you got a little snippet of that for that like little bonus,
Yeah.
like Davy and Johnny sort of story that's set in like after that,
Mm-hmm.
and they were like, "Seth, you let us kill homeless people with like syphilis arrows."
Yeah,
And,
that's
I expected you to be better than killing homeless people. And I'm like, I didn't
Yeah.
make you do that.
And
that
that-
was a choice you
and
made.
that becomes a discussion of story driven or character driven, and it's character driven, and the characters have. I mean, as a good DM, which I think you are, I think a lot of my friends are good DMs. I've played under a lot of good DMs. It's all about player agency. It might be argued that I take player agency too far. I allow a little bit more than you would. But player agency is key. It can be argued that my player agency is very much, oh, you did that, okay. But I do have consequences.
Yeah.
We are now dealing with the third act of consequences for something that happened 300 years ago in my game. You know, the bombing of terrorists has had consequences 300 years later. And her name is Leela.
Oh,
Her name was Leela.
God,
Not Lola.
God, trying to figure out what to do with that woman is one of those things that like keeps me up at night. 'Cause I'm like, how do I fix the immortal into not being a problem?
Yeah. Well, she's only immortal as long as she has the armor. Because that's, because that's the deal she's got with Freedom Nad.
Oh.
But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it only gets as dark as players make it.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, this is kind of a preview of content that could potentially come out later for the channel, because Josh has offered from. I think actually Josh is going to take it to his own channel, but Goblin's game started, and I'm playing as a character that's basically Venom, which is why Venom was on the movie list, because some of the players haven't seen Venom yet, and so instead of like a symbiote sort of deal, it's my tattoos can come off my body and then
All right.
switch bodies, and the tattoos are kind of like a living creature. We've endearingly called it an ink blot creature. It has no actual like name yet.
Yeah.
But we started the first session off with a torture scene for my character.
Oh boy.
We, of course, had to find a way to make that not triggering.
Yeah.
And you can do that, depending on how you present it.
Yeah.
So, obviously, I was being trigger warning for those that might consider this a little further than...
Surprisingly, the podcast is actually rated M for mature.
Yeah, it's not like we say fuck and shit all the time.
That's on me.
I say fuck sometimes. But I also don't get as, like I calmly explain things and then you angrily explain it.
Yeah.
Um,
It's a weird sense of emotional investment.
yeah. But, trigger warning.
Yeah.
For a little bit, for slight, torture.
Yeah.
I basically had shock. I was being shocked.
Okay.
And that's for me personally, that is light. That's not like, and even a little bit of waterboarding can be light, depending how it's presented. Now, of course, once you start once again, trigger warning, start ripping nails off people.
Oh yeah.
That's when it's.
This is in regards to the villains game. There was an almost
getting to that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because I don't like doing.
Yeah, you're like, yeah.
It's very much that. Adrielle, when she gets kidnapped and interrogated, it's like the implication is bad enough.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't have to really go into it.
And so that'd be where my line kind of starts to hit, is stuff like that.
Like stuff where it's like, here's your pinky.
Yeah.
Here's a hammer. Start talking.
Yeah. But and while waterboarding is serious, and so is shock.
It's not. I think it's something.
Oh, do you need to take that?
No.
Okay. It's somewhat removed. I feel like.
I feel like waterboarding and shock isn't something like a hammer and a pinky is like mundane brutality.
Yeah.
Which I think goes a lot into the world setting. Yeah,
shocking and waterboarding is more psychological.
Yeah.
And I can deal with a little bit more psychological type stuff to a degree. Once you start doing stuff like what the FBI or CIA would do, then you're But I mean, Star Wars has shock torture all the time. So
because for me it's ocular trauma. I don't like that.
Seeing no thank you.
You know that.
Yeah, like anytime a needle is like near your eye. Nope.
No. I can deal with a lot, but not that one.
Anytime a Final Destination thing had a death that was like, let's tease your eye.
The only time I have genuinely tried to hit my father or mother is when they were giving me eye drops as a kid.
Yeah. It's why I don't have contacts, because and I've been explaining that contacts aren't that bad, but I just can't imagine putting my finger
I don't like it. What if it goes to the side?
Yeah.
I don't want that.
I don't want to scratch my eye either.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be my luck that I would mess it up somehow to that degree.
Yeah.
And then I look like Malcolm McDowell. You know what, though? Actually, Malcolm McDowell can...
All right.
He's respected, so... But get rid of getting out of the warning. So, yes, so my character... they... in order to make it light, I started just making fun of the torture, just... Yeah. Making your mom jokes and teasing them, stuff that's lighthearted. Because whenever he'd ask me a question, I'd be like, "Your mom," and stuff like that. And it makes it lighthearted, and that's where it's the player's job to kind of find the balance between that darkness and levity.
Because the way because
you can only provide so many jokes in the game yourself. While yes, you play all the NPCs, not every NPC can be the funny. Some NPCs have to be serious.
I don't think any of my PCs have ever cracked a joke.
Yeah,
they'll be a smartass from time to time, but they don't actually go out of their way to make a joke or anything.
Yeah. Except for maybe he's Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga's funny. Maybe not intentionally, but
No.
Baba Yaga's hilarious, especially because she fucked over Drew.
Yes. He's the most, like... Andrew, I don't know why, my younger brother, I don't know why this is, but every campaign, like, something bad happens, he is always the one, like, how do I fix this? And I'm like, you could just talk to, like, the figures like Devil or people who you shouldn't be making deals with in order to fix it.
Yeah, because you could go around her.
Yeah. I was like, he got 3 warnings on the way there.
I warned him.
Yeah, you warned him. The people in World warned him twice.
Yeah, you either don't make deals with Baba Yaga, or you really, really look at that contract.
Yeah. But then again, Baba Yaga is supposed to be kind of like,
Yeah.
fuck.
She's a trickster. But yeah. Okay, let's wrap it up for real. I'm gonna redo the outro just a bit, just to remind everybody. So once again, the point of all of that was that YouTube content's gonna be a little slower. I do plan to still try to release content. I might go to a weekly schedule, just to space it out. We're definitely gonna have podcasts though, so don't worry about Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. Don't worry about Escape Reality Movie Talk when it gets back. I just want to take this time so I can either make more content that's like higher quality, so like Jimmy Tai, like original content. I want to make original content really badly. That is my bread and butter. Video game content and Let's Plays have been useful to keep the channel active, but I need more than that on a creative side. So yeah, you can find us if you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. Give us a like and subscribe. If you want to check us out on Twitch, twitch.tv/CJStarWars94. Give us a follow and subscribe. If you want to support us on Patreon, like I said, for that first level, you join our Discord, hang out for movie night, where we're going to watch Solo this week. And you can vote on the next movie. So that first tier gets you access to all that. Second tier gets you access to content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. I'm probably going to add some extra benefits to that, just because, like I said, with YouTube content dropping a little bit, I'm going to try to give an extra incentive. Higher levels, speaking of my novels from earlier, I think it's the last level, gets you access to all 3 of my books as part of that one. So you get Super Worlds, the Coat Wars short story collection, and Time Ninja, all as part of that payment, which you get your money's worth because each book is about $10, and I think that one is a $20 to $25 tier. So you save money on top of like getting all the access to the other stuff. You get to be part. You can listen in on our meetings once we start working on other projects. Like once we start doing original content, we're gonna have our creators meetings in the Discord server. So you'll get access to that. You can get access to our scripts early, so you can read whenever I do. For example, D&D Adventures, some of the script it's in the server. If you want to know what's going on with that and you want to see what I've written so far,
yep, you can do that. I know. I've read them.
And I
haven't read them in a while.
Yeah, I think the new season, the new version of it is an improvement story wise, because I'm making a larger arcing story. Along with the skits. And then Jimmy Tai stuff is in there too somewhere. And so, yeah, that's your way to get access early and just interact with the community, hang out with us. We have some of our guests that have been on this show, one of our only guests is in the server. She's not too active, but that's fine. Shaylee's taking a break from things. Yeah. So, as she's like me right now, she is feeling burnt on certain things. So, like, I get it. I understand. And so, yeah. And I plan to have our other guest on there. And, in fact, that if you join the server, that's a way you can... I think the higher tier gets you access to the Escape Reality Star Wars Talk channel. But you can see who our guests are before we've announced them, because we've got 3 guests that I've already planned out for future episodes.
assuming that nothing
Assuming nothing goes wrong.
goes wrong.
Because we got a guest for. Because I can make the announcement now.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say who they are because that's going to be the fun. But we got a guest for Brotherhood. Which means if I get the arc for that, I'm going to review it twice. I'll do a non-spoiler review using the arc, and then the podcast episode will be the spoiler review. And that's going to be the week. 2 weeks after Celebration, I think. Or something like that. No, it's a few. It's much. Yeah, it's. I think it's like after. It's after. I know it's after Celebration that we're reviewing that. And then we got Shadow of the Sith. I got a guest for that. And that's the one with Luke and Lando going to Exegol. And then I got. Which, not the guest I thought I could, because I was going to try to get, I was going for a specific guest on that one, but I don't mind the guest we got, because he's a good guest, but I was thinking somebody else for sure. And then I actually got a guest for Kenobi. I did not put that out yet.
Alright.
But yeah, I got a guest for Kenobi for when we talk about the show. So, got a good lineup.
Yeah.
And so if you want to know who those people are, because I'm going to repost that schedule with the reveal of who's in the Obi-Wan one. If you want to see that, join the Patreon.
Yeah.
I also want to thank Cult Movie Cantina and Gamers and Geeks.
Yeah.
Not Geeks and Gamers. Gamers and Geeks. Very, very different. Gamers and Geeks is our local local gaming store. And you can get D&D, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, anything you can really think of, like gaming-wise. They got board games and card games and all that. Miniatures, because like we said last week, they had their tournament for their little contest for miniatures, and they host X-Wing games as well. I don't play X-Wing, but they host X-Wing nights, I think. And so, a lot to do. They also have the arcade in the back, $10 for the full day.
Yep.
You play whatever games you want. Engage Gaming is another store that's in the same store.
You can
in the building. Rent out
there.
consoles. Yep. Monthly fee.
Yep.
Basically come in, say, hey, I'm a member. Here's my name, and they have like a bunch of games already in there that you can pick from. You can play on your PlayStation, Xbox, PC. You can also play on VR. And then as far as Cult Movie Cantina, we just did our... So we've got...
All reviewed...
So we haven't reviewed it yet. I think it's coming out. So yeah, this upcoming week, This upcoming week we are talking about a very gigantic problem. You could say it's a very cold film. But I might feel like King of the World after talking about it. It's Titanic.
I'm not gonna make fun of that.
So
I'm gonna make fun of one of the biggest tragedies in the 19th century.
So we talk about Titanic in this upcoming episode. So we get into some Leo and So that's fun. That was a fun episode. No, wait, is it this week or is it next week? It might be next week. Hold on. But if you want to find them, you can find them on YouTube at youtube.com/Mopcast Network. You can also find them on any app that you use to listen to podcasts. Yeah, so this week, that's already out, we talk about the Oscars. We also...
That's what I'm laughing about.
Yep. This right here that we're looking at. Oh. That particular thing?
Yep.
Yeah. So we talk about the thing that's obvious to talk about with the Oscars. With some hindsight, because, at the time of filming, we had a week out of the Oscars themselves, so we've had time to reflect. and sort our opinions out. And then we talk about other stuff, but like we look into the history of the Oscars as well. So we go beyond the obvious story. And so yeah, and then this week we're gonna talk. You're gonna see Titanic.
Mm.
And then what else? Oh yeah. We also have Tuesdays with Scotty now out, which is a new show. This is basically it's basically the show that's what we just did for where they just talk about Scotty just talks about whatever he feels like.
Yeah.
We need to make one of those.
Oh man.
Where I just talk about whatever I feel like. Give y'all more of a behind the curtains look and all that type of stuff. But and then this episode, the first episode that's out currently, we talked to Drew Hall, who's a local filmmaker. Really good guy. I've worked with him on editing some stuff for him. And so we talked to him. We talked about some other stuff. We tell a story about these kids that went missing and never were found after the house was put on fire.
Oh boy.
And like the mystery is, well, did they die in the fire, or did they just disappear, and what happened to them? So, and then I forget who we get for the next week, but for this week you got Drew. And then My Star Wars Life. We're taking a break this week, but the most recent episode was last week. We talked about Obi-Wan and a little bit of Celebration. So yeah, that is everything. You guys, if you're on Twitch, go ahead and stick around.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna get us set up to play some Lego Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are on YouTube, this is it.
Also, thank you to the Mopcast Network.
Yeah, I shouted them out.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about their shows. Yeah, because they gave us the studio along with Gamers and Geeks.
And
is there something else that you're trying to figure out? Something I missed?
No, I'm trying to. I don't think she watches the show.
Oh. Do you still want to shout out?
Yeah. To my little sister Annalise, in case you ever do watch this, and I don't know if you will, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Time of recording, it's April 9th.
Well, yeah.
So
which we're live, so
yeah,
it works. If this was a purely recorded show, then yeah. But since this is live, yeah, happy birthday. I don't know you, but
no, I don't think you.
No, but you're related to Seth, so you're family.
Yeah.
No, that's perfect. That's the first thing they hear.
Oh,
so no. Why'd you say it so weird? They didn't hear what you said though. So welcome to another episode of Escape Reality Source Talk. I'm your host Taylor, and this is my co-host.
So
yeah, that's where you introduce yourself.
We're back after our little break.
Yeah, we took a break. We took a week off. So that way I could do something special with the Mopcast crew.
And I got to read a book at a not so intense pace.
Yeah.
And
I actually beat you.
Yeah, you did.
And then I've been playing the game that we're going to talk about next week.
Yeah.
At a little bit of a rush pace as well. But you've been, once again, kind of taking chill. Mainly because I own the game and so you have to wait till we can hang out.
However, this is a very similar case to like Monday. Of course, another D&D game.
Yeah.
In the fact that I don't get to play the game a lot, I am fucking relentless when we play it. Because for me, as much as I would like to take time and enjoy it, I'm like, I gotta go.
Gotta get through that story.
Yep.
Which I got heard today.
Yeah.
I finished the story today. I think they do a really good job, giving you the condensed version. I'm not going to give too much weight, actually. That's all I'm going to say for now, because we're going to talk about it next week.
Yeah.
So that's your little preview for next week.
Speaking of, 3.2 million copies in 2 weeks?
Yes, so that's one of the bits of news we're going to talk about today.
That's
so
good.
So Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga, as as of 2 days ago, has been reported to have sold 3.2 million copies in 2 weeks. I am part of that because I bought the game twice.
I hope they.
So I'm at least 2 of those.
Yeah.
Which I guess that makes up for you not having a copy.
Yeah, you bots.
Because I bought the PC copy because I couldn't wait to play it. I was just like, I gotta play. Because I was already late. Because like everybody else was already playing it when I got on board, and so because it had already been a few days out, not too much out, but it was out.
It was out.
And so I was like, I gotta get on board, or I'm gonna get left behind. So I bought it on PC digitally for Steam. Started playing it, and you started playing it with me, and then I was like, well, I really would like a physical copy. One, because we try to always have a physical copy of whatever we're reviewing next on the show. And so I was like, I gotta find that. Boy, when I tell you this game was hard to find,
How many stores?
like, I'm lucky that was at Best Buy, but it wasn't at Walmart. It was completely sold out at Walmart for PS5. PS4, there were still a few copies, but I wanted a PS5 copy. And then, of course, there were no deluxes anywhere. Deluxe edition is gone. It doesn't exist. It is not part of the Jedi archives. Yeah. So, with that in mind, I was like, I guess I'll get it from Best Buy, and I guess I'll get the regular version, and then digitally upgrade it to the deluxe version by getting the DLC pass. And that's what I did. And so instead of going to Best Buy though, I was like, because I was getting off work and Best Buy wasn't open yet, and I was like, even though I would work like maybe 5 minutes away from Best Buy, I was like, since they're not open yet, and they're not going to be open for another hour, I don't feel like going there and waiting for them to open. I'll just order online, and I was gonna order do a drive pickup order, but then I was like, I don't feel like driving back out there after I go home, so I did a delivery. Yeah, I just had it delivered, but it was next day delivery. Unfortunately, it wasn't that day delivery. Which would have made the story so much better if it was that day delivery, but no.
I'm sorry. I thought when you said I had a delivery, you were like, I gotta go and take this
No.
fucking game somewhere
No,
else.
no,
Like,
no.
why would you do that?
No. So instead of me picking it up, I had them bring it to me.
Oh, that makes more sense.
I mean, it's still funny, regardless, because it's like, oh, it's a Best Buy I can walk to.
Yeah.
I could drive to and walk in, but I just picked the laziest of options out of all the laziest options. But Amazon didn't have any copies for PS5.
Oh, not even Amazon?
No, Amazon is.
They're like,
They don't even have deluxe copies for anything except the digital Xbox.
like, look, man, we ain't got shit.
Yeah. So, yeah, I believe it when they tell me 3.2 million copies were sold in 2 weeks.
Oh,
Let's see. So they compare that. So we're looking at Star Wars Internet, and Gamatsu surpasses all Lego console game launches and PC. So it beats all the console launches. Sorry. Most of the PC versions of Lego weren't out day one. I think this is one of the few times where it's out day one, not PC as well. It outsold Squadrons within its first month. Squadrons only sold for 1.1 million digital copies.
that's the,
That's the flight simulator one.
Yeah.
The modern one. We'll get to it.
No.
It's a good game.
No.
It's
Okay,
canon. It's canon.
God.
You gotta do
Oh.
it. It's got a story mode.
Oh fuck! You mean I gotta? God damn
You
it!
gotta learn to fly.
Fuck me. That's gotta be real bad. You know that, right?
Our friend of the it is gonna be bad. As a friend of the channel, Matt, our one subscriber on Twitch, he can attest to because I've seen him play. Because he's done live streams of it as well. But he also doesn't like flight simulators. So I don't either. I mean, you guys, if you watch the YouTube channel, you've seen my attempts at X-Wing. Squadron's not so bad. Squadron's I'm good at, but X-Wing has been like... X-Wing is bad for me.
My favorite question. How'd you manage to crash a car within 3 feet?
And then it's also outsold Battlefront 2, which had 1 million. The only one out of the modern Star Wars games that it hasn't outsold is Jedi Fallen Order at 2. No, it did outsell Jedi Fallen Order, which was at 2.9 million.
Send a pretty harsh bar there on your first 2 weeks of existence.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure. I'm hoping that this is for the first month for all three. It only says the first month on Squadrons.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure Lifetime, Jedi, Fallen Order, and Battlefront 2 have sold more than that.
Yeah.
And then, according to another report, let's see, did they source? NME.com? Yeah, NME. I don't know that website in particular. But according to that source, according to that report, it even is almost matching Elden Ring's digital sales, which is impressive. Because Elden Ring has done pretty well as well. Which makes sense. It is one of the first times From Software game kind of fits a public audience perspective. Like it's still just as hard as any other From Software game.
Yeah, it is.
But it presents itself more to the wider audience.
The thing is,
I think it's the George R. R. Martin effect.
I think that as well. However, I can kind of see stuff from previous games in the series that they either put in or left out that I am grateful for. The thing that I'm most grateful for is that they included stealth mechanics.
Yes.
Because it makes the game a lot easier when you can just wait for the enemy to walk by and say, yeah, no, fuck that, I'm not fighting that.
Yeah. Which is also in there's actually stealth mechanics in Lego Star Wars as well.
Yeah. Sadly, I don't think we've used.
No, you'll use them later, for sure. But not really much in the original trilogy, a little bit in the original trilogy, but more in the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, prequel trilogy is more like, for lack of a better term, there's Jedi are on a rampage through course.
Yeah. Two more, and by the way, while we're at talking about Lego Star Wars, 2 more of the DLC packs came out since we last played. The Rogue One pack, which includes Jyn Erso, Bodhi, Rogue, Cassian Andor, K2, Esso, Drew Imlay, Baze Malvis, and Director Printing. And then the other pack that came out is the Classic Character Pack, which features the original 99 Lego character skins for Luke, Leia, Han, and Darth Vader. I've added this to my PlayStation version, but we'll have that for PC version before we stream it today. Not that we're going to play with them as much, but you're trying to get through the story for now. And then I think there's still some DLC that's not out yet. Because I think there's a Mando Season 2 DLC pack.
What? Do that?
Well, there's no story.
Okay, so no.
It's just character packs. So Mando Season 2 and then Bad Batch are the 2 last ones I think that are missing. So, all right. While we're talking about video game news, let's kind of stick with that and talk about the announcement that Skydance Studios and Lucasfilm Games are working together on a new video game. Skydance Studios is what they call their video game department. Skydance is also the film department. They do films as well.
Yeah, but it's one of those weird names where I'm
like you know the name, but you don't know where.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Skydance Media, I think this is their first game.
Yeah, because I think they're more like a film.
Yeah, they're more of a film company. They do all the Mission Impossible films, at least since Ghost Protocol. They've done the True Grit remake. They worked on the Star Trek Into Darkness, World War Z, Terminator Genesis. They got a bit of, so they got a bit of a well-rounded thing, and they're working on they have the new Top Gun movie. So yeah, a lot of Tom Cruise, and then the new Terminator Rise of the Beast movie that they're working on. But they also have opened up a game studio, which is New Media, and so far, well, they had Skynet Interactive first, which they partnered with Skybound Entertainment on a lot of that. And one of their more well-known is Walking Dead State Center's game, VR game.
Okay, yeah. I remember seeing that a while back.
So they have a little bit they have a little bit under their belt, but New Media is officially 100% new. And they are headed by Amy Hennig as one of their main producers. You may know that name for her work on the Uncharted series. She's one of the producers on that.
Okay.
Back with Naughty Dog. And she is also known in the Star Wars community for trying to get another game done back when EA had full control.
Oh yeah.
But it was canceled before anything really got made. Project Ragtag, which I don't know if you've seen images before, but it's that game that looked like a smuggler guy on Tatooine with the Imperial banners all over the place. All they showed was that it was an open world game, and that was all they showed in the footage before it got canned. And we knew it was attached to it, so a lot of people were excited. But this was during a time when, unless you were Battlefront, EA was probably going to cancel your game. So a lot of people are hoping. All we know so far is that this is another open world game, and people are hoping that this will kind of be a successor to that project, if not something new. Either way, we're hoping for something fun, and we're hoping you'll replace Eclipse. For those who are not excited, I mean, a lot of people are disappointed with the idea of Eclipse.
Yeah.
As we've discussed.
Yeah, if you want to know more about our such and such about that,
You can watch other episodes.
go watch the other episode.
They're somewhere. I won't tell you what
There's
episode.
somewhere.
I won't say which episode. Just find it. Just watch all of our episodes, and then you'll find it, right?
Find it eventually, right?
Yeah. So just
I mean,
watch
if you
all of our
start at
episodes.
the pilot and go to now.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's actually not that far off. I'm pretty sure. I'm actually pretty sure the pilot episode is.
We just go no.
Well, no, because that one we were excited for it. 'Cause that was when the trailer first came out.
Yeah.
But I think after some conversation, like, I was already wary, but after some conversations with some of my friends, we were like, yeah, that's when our view kind of like. Also, it wasn't until they said that they weren't even working on that they didn't have a full team yet that we.
Yeah. It was mainly what was it, 3 to 5 years, and we were like,
And I don't mind a 3-year time. No, they said 5 years, 5 to 7 was what the timeline was. So yeah, hopefully this.
don't do that.
Yeah. See, at least with this one, all they're doing is announcing that they're making a game.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with this. Announce you're making the game. You don't even have to give us a title yet. Just say, hey, we're making a game. Okay, cool. I'm excited, but I'm also going to wait until I see what you offer. And, this is the right way to do it. I expect a 5-year game development time based on the fact that you're only now announcing it.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're showing me a trailer, I'm thinking, with the modern gaming industry, I'm thinking 3 years. Unfortunately, it shouldn't be that way. I should be thinking this year if you're showing me a trailer, but the game industry doesn't work that way.
Yeah, apparently not.
So yeah. Let's go into TV. So there's a few bits of TV, 2 of which are rumor, but one is confirmed.
Alright.
We'll start with the confirmed. So we now know who the composer is for the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. Her name is Natalie Holt. She did a little bit of an interview talking about the fact that we haven't heard any notes from what she composed yet, because the trailer for the Duel of Fates have played. But obviously she's got big ideas of what the plan is regarding what she wants to do with it. So let's kind of look at her, because I'm curious, like off the top of my head, I can't think of anything that she's done, but she's been in the industry. Okay, so she was a music production assistant on Stardust, which I like that movie. I don't know if you've seen that movie.
Don't
It's got younger Charlie Cox, so current Daredevil.
I don't know if I have or if I haven't.
I feel like if you have, it's because I've shown it to you, because I
It's
love
either
showing,
that
because I
or
love showing people this film.
it's either that or it's one of those ones where it's like really young and
Yeah.
I saw it on like
It's got Michelle Pfeiffer as the villain,
shit.
and it's got Robert De Niro as a sky pirate.
What?
Yeah, he has like a one of those airships, and so he's a sky pirate. And yeah, it's great. His name is Captain Shakespeare.
Oh.
I'm not gonna say anything else because it ruins the film if I do. But yeah, she's attached currently to the Batgirl movie, so she's got that coming up. That's pretty cool. Outside of that, it looks like a lot of smaller films that I haven't seen. But she does have a good bit of stuff behind her. Television. She did the Loki music. Okay, and Loki. It's not too memorable, but I remember liking the music, but I don't like. I can't think of a song off the top of my I can't hum a tune.
You can't even remember that. There is no hope for me.
But yeah,
Because of the whole like
yeah.
Usually
I'm
explained.
the movie guy. And, yeah.
Fucking, are you gonna watch Moon Knight? No.
All right. Well, I guess you'll watch a movie.
Like,
Because it's like you like the character in the comics, but you're like, nah, I'm not gonna watch the show. It's not,
it's just that brutal and like harsh rejection.
and to me, it partially doesn't make sense, but it also does. I get it's just not for you. It's not your taste. So I get it.
I'm sorry, y'all spoiled me with Civil War. And then I just never came back. Because I was like, that's good enough.
I feel like you would like it then. But I mean, especially since you like the character already. But there's that. All right. So we now have a composer. Cool.
I look forward to hearing your work.
Yeah.
I say
Because
see,
Star Wars,
but you can't see me.
yeah,
You've
because
seen
Star Wars music has always been really good.
Yeah. That is a consistent vibe.
Yeah,
The music department knows what they're doing.
yeah, exactly. Whether it's John Williams or somebody else.
Yeah.
Which it's mostly John Williams, but I mean, on top of John Williams, we've had Michael Giacchino who did Rogue One, which was a great soundtrack. We've had Kevin, I'm trying to remember his name, for Clone Wars. Kevin Kiner, who did Clone Wars and Rebels and Bad Batch. He does all the animated shows. Once again, also great cry during Rebels. You guys who watch Rebels know where.
I can only imagine that when we
Get to Rebels.
to there, it's like you're gonna be over crying, and I'm just like, man, this really sucks. Like, just think, like, man, this situation's not great.
This is sad. Okay, moving on.
I do remember.
We discussed what probably the part out off screen.
This isn't Rebels. This is from Clone Wars. The part where I think it's pretty densely fogged and they're accidentally shooting their own people.
Oh, Umbara.
I'm like, fuck, this is bad.
Yeah, Umbara. And then Rex is like, it's a great idea for me to just run out in the middle and take my helmet off, and hopefully that'll work, and I don't get shot as I try to stop everybody from shooting each other.
Oh, it's a good thing that worked. This could have been real bad.
All right, so let's go into the rumored side of things.
Oh boy.
So we've got a couple things. Let's actually talk about the thing that was our pilot. Visions.
Yeah.
We're getting more.
Supposedly.
Well, we already know we're getting more. It's the matter of when.
Mm.
And the rumor part is that it's this year.
Oh. Well, that'll be nice.
And I think that's a nice surprise.
Yeah.
Like, don't announce it, just drop it. And be
By
like,
the way, we made some stuff.
and you know what? I kind of don't mind that.
Yeah.
I think that's.
I think-
I like those type of surprises when companies are like, hey, we didn't announce this, but here you go. I mean, and I think in the case of like bigger companies it works. Smaller companies a little harder to get away with that. But with something like Star Wars and Disney, you can get away with that.
I think it works good. I think it works good, he said, not explaining it for them. I think
I
it
understand
is
what you
a
mean.
good thing. Assuming this is true. This is the rumor saying.
Yeah, right now it's rumor, and I think I recently even heard a rumor of like a month. Like this article doesn't give a specific month, but I've heard a specific month in one rumor.
I think it is good, and that allows the studios who make it to operate independent of
Yeah, because
fan
it's,
expectations.
and it helps that it's
It also helps
let
the
it figure it out. It's not canon.
Yeah. So they're free to experiment and do a little bit of other stuff.
Yeah.
I can't name any of the characters that are in that shot.
I could.
Actually-
We got Law.
Yeah. That is the girl from the Village Bride.
Yeah. That's
That's also the guy from
that's the
Village
night.
Bride.
Yeah. And then of course we got the sister from the Twins episode.
And that's Padawan from the
Oh yeah.
one that I like.
The Elder.
Yes, the Elder.
Yeah. It's just been a while also since we.
It's been.
I see Boba Fett though. Flying there.
Oh yeah.
And then
Don't fuck with him when he's on the clock.
and then you got
He'll
Toby.
kill you.
And then of course Toby.
Yeah.
Toby's easy to remember because his episode has his name.
Who is this small child? Little.
I remember if you tell me what an episode's about, I can remember.
Yeah.
But if you ask me to name all the characters, then it's gonna get a little.
Yeah.
Oh God, we're giving them ideas for trivia.
Yeah. All right.
Don't tell them.
Yeah.
Don't tell them what we don't know.
On to the next thing.
But yeah, so rumor that it's this year. I've heard some rumors that they're going to go outside of Japanese companies, but I'd be disappointed if they did like American companies, just because I kind of like the aesthetic that this is the anime Star Wars show. You know, I don't mind that. I guess maybe down the line, right?
I don't think.
I think they should be smaller companies though. They shouldn't be
Yeah.
big animation studios, right?
Yeah.
Because this should be a showcase for the smaller companies. Because that's mostly what the first season was. It was mostly a showcase of smaller Japanese anime studios, with the exception of the company that made Twins and the Elder.
Yeah.
Because they're a slightly bigger company.
Yeah. Pretty sure they worked on.
They worked on some big
They
anime.
worked on
films.
some building.
Yeah. So that's the exception. And I'd say that should continue to be the exception. It should be studios that, if you're going to do bigger studios, it should be studios that aren't from the U.S. It should be to show other
Yeah.
cultures. Especially since it makes sense for Star Wars to go Japanese material because that's where Star Wars
Yeah.
started. We had this discussion when Visions came out during the pilot. You know, people that were upset that, oh, you're mentioning the anime with Star Wars. Star Wars has always been that.
Do you like westerns?
Do you like
Do
Western?
you like samurai films?
Do you like Star Wars?
If you do, then be quiet and go sit in the corner and enjoy the show.
Yeah. I mean, and you can have you can still dislike the content, but that should not be your
But-
reason.
Yeah. watch it if you find something like internal within
And
the
if
story.
you personally don't like anime, you don't have to like it,
Yeah.
but don't be mad that it exists.
Yeah, there's plenty of other Star Wars stuff you get good.
Yeah, it's one of those, and we're definitely going to talk about this when we get to the book, but some content might not be for you,
Yeah.
and that's okay. Some content is for other people. Yeah, and I'll get more into that rant when we get to the book.
Yeah, we'll save that.
But
we
so
aren't even done.
no. So as far as visions, are you excited at this news? It sounds like you are.
I'm overjoyed, Caleb. I know there's a weird inflection in my tone that makes it sound a lot more.
You're a bit out of family in tone. You're like, I'm enthused. See?
Unfortunately, I'm operating on 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah, no,
so
no.
maybe the
Yeah.
excitement is coming off a lot.
I guess we never told the audience why we're running a little late.
Yeah,
It's work.
I'm sorry.
It
I
ha-
haven't
it happens.
called.
And that's why you should.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna jokingly, but like at the same time, not
No,
jokingly.
100% serious. Please support.
Yeah, please support the channel. Feel free to join our Patreon, subscribe to us on Twitch. We haven't started doing the subscribe on YouTube. Like we haven't done the YouTube thing. That there's, you can join YouTube channels. It's not subscribing; it's joining. I think. I don't know how that button works. I'll have to ask some friends because I follow them. I'll have to ask help. I'll have to ask them and Chalker how to do it. Because I don't know if you have to have a certain number of subscribers already or viewers or all that. I don't know where that button is. They'd be like, hey, give me money to follow my channel and we'll give me cool like emotes and stuff. But no, like jokingly but also serious, like join our Patreon, join us on Twitch. That's a good time.
What's the joke? A false laughter hiding real pain.
Yeah. Because then we get to this full time, which is the goal.
Yeah.
The goal is make this full time along with just making content in general. We discussed this last time, so
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into that
For
again.
our like
So if you want to hear,
retroactively, we should just label that podcast real talk because that one's one of the fucking rawest ones I think we've ever done.
yeah. So if you really want that, if you really want to hear more about that, definitely watch last episode. So 2 weeks ago, it should be. It's near the end of the episode that we talk about that stuff.
Alright.
So, but yeah, so let's go back into TV news. Still in the rumor category, The Acolyte, which we've discussed my excitement for this project.
I'm trying to remember what it's about.
It's the end of the High Republic era.
Okay.
And it's going to be following a Sith apprentice, female-led, and female produced.
Okay. That'd be interesting.
And so there is a rumor. There's a couple rumors. One that it's set to film in October of this year, which means we should be looking at it coming out next year,
Alright.
either late next year or early the year after,
Okay.
depending how long it takes. Yeah.
So, should I tell the audience something? So, Caleb, you know that I like my evil sword ladies.
So you're gonna like this show.
I might like this. I'll definitely sit through this one patiently.
Yeah. Besides, you're a Ventress fan, big time.
Yeah,
Decent for Ventress.
a little bit, yes. However, I'm also
No, that's fine. I get it. Wait till we read Dark Disciple. You will probably love her even more and cry. Not cry, but you'll be like, that's sad.
I'm like, I know where this road leads now, which is also why I'm like,
You are both excited to read that, but also hesitant.
yeah, I'm also like,
Because I think we've already talked about the spoiler of that book outside of this show.
yeah, really.
Yeah. So the other thing that's big for the Acolyte, according to Luminerdi, which I've never heard of that, But apparently they broke the scoop that Amanda Stanberg was cast as the lead, codenamed Aura. And they have apparently now broken a scoop, another lead, rather, on two characters that are casting calls. The character named Paul. These are probably all code names, by the way. Male, white, 50-year-old. The role is described as a series regular, but only needed for one season. And the fact that they said one season, I hope it's more than one season now. Now, of course.
They're 50. They would be good. But
I'm saying that the show is more than one season.
oh.
Now, obviously, we've had this. I think we've discussed this with Book of Boba Fett. Just because an actor or something says one season doesn't mean that they're looking at other seasons. It's more of a, well, what do you call it when it's a TV show? I mean, do we call it a season? I argue it's a limited series. Just call it that. Okay. So you should say, oh, well, for this limited series. Like, unless you plan to make more seasons, don't say season. Please don't. It gets too many people's hopes up, especially people who don't understand that you're just trying to simplify a term. The other character is Miri, female, black, 10 years old. Role is described as a lead guest star, with Lucasfilm possibly looking for identical twins to portray the character. So it's one of those things that you can only work out actors so much. It's the reason, like, Mary-Kate and Ashley were both the youngest daughter of Full House, because kids can only work so many hours, legally speaking, which, good. Don't overwork. I don't think it should be said, but don't overwork child actors.
Yeah, they probably don't.
It's why a lot of child actors, they don't really do a lot of the time. Is that they're stressed and overworked and their parents take their money.
Do that.
I
didn't think we'd have to don't overwork children. Seems like a pretty simple thing.
And then of course, okay, so they say that it'd probably be filming until May next year. That fits.
All right. Yeah.
October, November, December, January, May, 8 month. Yeah, 8-month filming schedule for about a probably 6-episode show. Probably what we're looking at, 7, maybe 8 if they're really going for it. 8 months fits, especially since they're gonna have to, digitally enhance it and all that afterwards. The post-production side. 8 months is probably just for filming. So, and that fits that. We'll probably get it maybe November, December of that year. If not in 2020, early 2024. Just because, once again, after May, the rest of that time is going to be post-production, reshoots.
Yeah.
The usual stuff. And of course, Star Wars Newsnet also hit on me. Oh, they mentioned the season word, which means multiple seasons. Which once again,
Who knows?
yeah.
Wait and see.
And then Illuminati mentions that it's possible that the other rumored High Republic show era, codenamed Grammar Rodeo, begin filming first. This is the first I'm hearing of that. Oh no, we talked about that. That was the unannounced.
Oh, okay.
Where that was the unannounced one that's rumored. The one, yeah, we talked about that months ago.
Alright.
But yeah, okay. I feel like we'll get Acolyte first.
Probably.
Just because if they're filming this year, that means it's coming up. And that makes sense, because why would a show that they haven't even announced yet be coming next?
Yeah. Yeah, let's make the ballsiest move we can.
Like, I know we just said that it's cool to do that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But, like, at least in the case of a season 2 of Visions, it's a show that already exists.
Yeah.
Doing a brand new show and just dropping it.
Yeah, like, here you go.
Especially in an era that, let's be honest, the wider Star Wars audience doesn't know about. Because High Republic is not a well-known era.
I don't think a lot of people come to Star Wars to read books.
Yeah.
I know that's a shot at a lot of people.
Yeah.
However, I've taken several shots before.
Yeah. And so, that's just how it is. I realized I skipped the TV thing that I wanted to talk about, which now throws off how I was going to present this because we were talking High Republican. That would have shifted perfectly to this, but instead we're going to talk about another TV thing that I missed. So Hayden Christensen.
Don't worry, we'll get to the book review eventually.
Yeah,
But
we're not in a rush today.
oh, okay.
We're not in a rush.
I can
We're not. I mean,
calm down now.
yeah, not in a rush. Today's a calm day.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was looking at a picture of Carrie. My parents said, which a good bit of our audience know who Carrie is, just because TikTok side, the TikTok part of the audience that may watch this, have seen videos of her.
Dog.
Yeah, my dog. My dog Carrie, named after exactly who you think it is. Because with me, there are no surprises.
There's you with all the social media presence, and then me with like fucking nothing.
We gotta get you a social media presence. Maybe that's why we're not getting a Brotherhood arc yet. I'm kidding, of course, but like, I would like Brotherhood. All right. I would like one. I also requested for Shadow of the Sith. Either one's fine. Both would be great, but one of them would be nice.
Yeah.
But yeah. But yeah, they usually prefer social media preference. Back to what we were going to talk about.
Yep.
So Hayden Christensen, aka Anakin Skywalker for the films. So he, is confirmed to be in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show as Vader. So, Hayden and Ewan McGregor had great ideas of, hey, we should do some research again, get ready, prep for the.
Let's go
Prep for the role.
review the characters across.
And it helps that they're both fans of Star
Yeah.
Wars, so this is easy for them. It's great. It's great when your work is also you having fun watching stuff that you already like. So, in the case of Ewan, his homework that he decided was just watch the 9 movies.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Hayden
Hayden Christensen decided to take the next.
apparently had quite a bit of free time.
Because he decided he just had to do one step better than his co-star. He decided that he had to binge all of the animated Star Wars shows. Well, Clone Wars and Rebels, specifically. He did not binge Resistance, which I have mixed feelings on the show, but I understand him skipping it. It also just doesn't relate to the role because Vader / Anakin does not show up in Resistance.
Dead at the moment.
Yeah. So he binged all the Clone Wars and all the Rebels, so that way he could prepare for the role. Because, so he said this was within an interview with Entertainment Weekly. He says, I went back and rewatched all the films, and I also got into the animated shows, the Clone Wars and Rebels. It was interesting. They did a lot with these characters in those shows, and they did further explore the relationship. There was interesting stuff there to learn about. It was great fun getting to go back and re-immerse yourself in this world that just continues to grow and become more and more vast. I watched them from start to finish, all 9 movies. In the let's see, on top of Hayden Christensen's comments, this new EW. Okay, so a more recent Entertainment Weekly asked Ewan the same question of, hey, what research did you do? He says, I watched them from start to finish, all 9 movies, just to get back in that world. It was interesting to watch our films because I hadn't seen them since they came out, not at all. It was cool to see and interesting to watch them and enjoy them without all of the noise that was around when they came out.
Yeah.
Which, yes, I'm so glad Ewan got to enjoy them. Because I don't know if you've seen the clip of George at a convention with the actors where he's like, yeah, this is really tough on you guys because of how the fans have reacted. Like, I don't know if you've seen that
I
clip.
haven't seen that clip.
It sucks. It's why, I mean, and the fandom menace really is the issue. Because I always liked the films, and I always appreciated the characters. I mean, I was also not on the Jar Jar's terrible train growing up, but also I watched the films starting in second grade. So, and I watched episode 1 first. So, you know, I didn't have the original trilogy in the back of my mind. And also, like, on top of that, like, even after watching the original trilogy, because I watched episode 1, then I watched the original trilogy, then I saw episode 2 in theaters. So, like, even then, I just like Star Wars. So, as I got older, I saw problems with the acting, but I never saw it as the actor's fault. I always saw it at, especially since I always wanted to learn film. Like, Star Wars is what got me into film. Phantom Menace inspired me, honestly. You know, I originally wanted to be an actor. Believe it or not.
Yeah. Don't you have a film degree?
Well, that's different. That's different. I originally wanted.
Sorry. Remember, I'm a college dropout. I don't know shit.
So I originally wanted. So an actor would mean I would have gotten a drama major. I got a drama minor though. And I minored in drama instead of business, like literally every other film degree. Literally everybody else in the communication department that I knew minored in business, majored in communication, film and television, digital film and television is the like specific. Because you know you have to tell your major than like the specific like. Because in the case of communication, I could also range with like report like being on like working for you. It's not just film. So it could also be like working for newspapers, whatever. So like I originally wanted to be an actor, and in second grade I would like doodle on the back of my chest. Like I would, you know how back in the day you would do a test, and then you would just have to wait until you could turn your test in. So I would turn the page over, and usually if it was blank,
You would draw.
I would start doodling.
So
I'm not a great artist. Even to this day, my mom liked to joke light bulb heads. Because the way I drew heads, I would do like the neck, a circle at the top, and then like a straight line. So it would look like a light bulb, where the neck and the head were connected. There was no like singular circle for the head and then the neck, which I did learn to do eventually. But even then, my artistry skills have not continued beyond that. I'm really bad at doing profile shots. I'm great at like straightforward drawings, but well, not great. I'm average. But yeah, so I would draw like fake movie posters when I was younger, and I would be like, oh, and then I'd be like, my character would be this, and I'm gonna be in the next Star Wars, and so that would be me as a kid.
Yeah. I hope you didn't get in trouble for that.
No,
I got in trouble for reading books in school.
I got in trouble for that later on.
Because
I
had a problem.
also had a problem with reading comic books in school.
Yeah, no, I didn't read comic books.
Well, not comic books, but like the graphic novels. So I would have like a full graphic novel.
God.
Yeah, that's where I got in trouble. And so, like, you know, that's just who I am. I mean, and so obviously no surprise. You would be in Star Wars. And so I would draw that, and then I drew my own. I would start to come up with my own stories that were like in a similar vein. I'm like, oh, sci-fi stuff that I would like to do, and like I would have like lightsaber-like weapons, so laser swords, and then superheroes and stuff in it. Because also I like superheroes because you know I grew up liking the '90s Spider-Man cartoon, and so like, and then I came up with villain names and stuff like that. You know, so, but then eventually I was like, so I'm making up my own stories. Why am I not? I know that there's like, I started to get invested and be like, oh, there's a job for that. I could be a writer, I could be a director. And so that's when, that was probably around still like second grade, third grade area where I was learning that stuff. And I was like, oh, so even at that age, I kind of appreciated that side of it because I mean I've talked about it before. I'm the kid who watched the film when it came out, watched it at home on DVD or like because by that time DVD was starting to become a thing. Although episode 1 I saw on VHS. Yeah. But episode 2, by the time episode 2 came out, that's when DVDs were becoming a thing. And so I was the kid who would watch DVDs, and then I would rewatch the movie with the director's commentary or the actor's commentary. Because I wanted to learn like how they did these things. and I would watch all the behind the scenes stuff on the special features. Like those were the days, man. DVDs nowadays,
You know,
DVDs and Blu-rays nowadays, I miss that stuff. I really should listen to more director's commentaries. I don't as much nowadays, but
I remember, for me growing up, I've explained to you
yeah,
my fucking starting and stopping points with like Star Wars, and how it's a fucking madhouse if you watch it in the order that I watched it in.
yeah, absolutely.
Because I think it's like what 5, 6. Sorry, not.
It's almost a machete cut, but not quite.
It's like yeah, it's 5, 6, 4, 2, 1, 3.
Yeah, like it's a really jumbled mess.
So
So I guess me taking you out of order on canon defense isn't that big of a problem.
yeah. So for me, half the movie is spent like, okay, how did they get here?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's fine.
because it happens. So yeah, I mean, thankfully the main movies have the opening crawl to tell you what's going on.
But throughout, now looking back on it, to me, at least this, Star Wars has always had this sense to me of it always actually ends on a bad note for the characters.
I'd say that's not true except for maybe 3 and 5.
No.
Because 1 ends on a pretty good note.
One ends with Qui-Gon Jinn
I
and
mean-
an enemy appearing.
Yeah,
2 ends with a war breaking out. 3 ends
3
with
is
the creation of Darth Vader.
3 is the tragedy. Yeah.
4 ends with Obi-Wan dying and then escaping.
But they destroyed the Death Star.
They do. But millions of people are dead. 5, we know what happens in 5.
Yeah.
And 6 was for a brief time a happy spot.
Yeah,
it's
until
like fucking finally.
until we got the sequels.
Yeah.
Which,
But I don't think
I mean-
that it's bad.
I mean, no, it makes sense because to assume that evil will go away forever
No,
is
not
not how anything works. And I get, like, we want that in our fantasy stories.
Yeah.
But even in some of the greatest of fantasy stories, one of the important themes is that evil always returns. Like, if we look at such writing as Tolkien, that's one of his major themes, is that evil always returns. And in fact, is always worse than the last evil. Of course, he's writing this from the perspective of a man who fought in World War II,
So,
and I think he fought in World War One, or at least was around for World War One. So, like, I know for sure he fought in World War II. So, like, just from the perspective of a man who has seen the evil of man.
Yeah.
So, obviously, yes, evil always returns, and that's an important theme because it kind of reminds us that we should always. It's okay for us to have happy lives and to kind of live our lives, but we should always be aware of when darkness is approaching. And it's something that we see as the downfall of the Jedi. They weren't really looking for it. They were like, "Oh, this is great. This is great for the Jedi."
what was it?
I mean, the closest they get is realizing that there's a darkness, but they don't really. And then their ego is like, "Well, we can't tell anybody that we think darkness is coming because then it makes us look weak
Yeah.
because we can't tell them what it is."
In regards to like the Jedi and the conflict with that, I'm trying to remember who said it. I think it was something along the lines of peace breeds complacency,
Hmm.
where it's like, great, everything is fixed, everything's great, everything's looking up.
Yep. And I mean, but yeah, because like going back to Tolkien, I mean, Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, is weak sauce compared to Sauron. And Sauron was Morgoth's apprentice in a very Emperor Vader manner, which is, I think, not. I think it's an obvious comparison, and I think there's some obvious reasons why why George might have been taking inspiration from that, considering Star Wars is space fantasy. It's sci-fi as well, but it's space fantasy first and foremost. I mean,
motherfuckers running around doing magic.
yeah.
I don't know, we all forgot that bit.
And so, like, I think it's important for us to realize,
That's one of those weird things.
Yeah.
where, like,
because, like, you're going to tell me, because the Empire is definitely a worse villain than the Separatists. So, in the prequels, we got the Separatists where they die out, but it's replaced by an even worse evil, the Empire. And then I'd argue the Empire is then replaced by the First Order, who isn't really the true villain of that. It's the Final Order that's the true villain, which is the Emperor once again returning. And that is the even bigger evil. And I argue Palpatine is even more powerful and more evil in the sequel trilogy than he is in the original trilogy. I mean, the man, he survived death. Sure, it was through cloning technology, you know, that's that. But that's still pretty powerful.
Yeah.
So, yes. So when it comes to that argument, that's where I kind of, I'm like, yeah, of course he came back. That's just how it works. Yeah. And then people are like, well, that takes away from Anakin being the chosen one. No, it doesn't. Because the prophecy never says that he will get rid of all. Like, he won't bring, it never said that he will bring balance forever.
Fucking wording.
It never says that balance will be brought forever. It just says that he will bring balance. And he does. For that moment.
Like,
And
the Force is weird in that sometimes it's like by the numbers, and other times it's especially full.
and even if, I mean, and by that logic, then we shouldn't have legend material. Like, nothing legend should have existed. If we're going to assume that, oh, anytime evil will rise again, that means it ruins Anakin's character. No. Because then you literally don't have the same storyline in Legends, where the Emperor comes back, one of the most beloved Legends content storylines ever. I'm taking pot shots at the Legends fanboys, but, you know, and while I also enjoy that storyline, I acknowledge that the reason that, I acknowledge that, hey, we kind of can't, it's an argument you can't make if you like that storyline. And honestly, if you like any Legend content, because that means you definitely can't have the Bong storyline, while they're not Sith or Darksiders. They do kind of bring up, well, I guess you could have the Bong storyline to a degree. But I would argue that they are Darkseid just by the thing that they are fulfilling the Darkseid role without actually using the Darkseid. Even though I hate the Bong storyline, just because I don't like the Bong as villains. I like the concept, but the way that they're implemented, not so much. But then you definitely can have, like, Darth Caedius, for example, where Jason Solo becomes evil. And that's a great, like, Jason and Jaina are some of the best storylines. The original Solo children in Legends, which were basically replaced by Ben and Rey. I would argue that Ben is basically Jason's storyline to a degree. And then Rey is basically Jaina without being related to Ben. And then, of course, you got a little bit of the Dark Empire storyline with Palpatine returning. I would argue they took a lot. And so, all these people that, like, well, I'm upset that this way, and I also don't like that they waste Anakin being the chosen one. You can't make those arguments. It's in the same sentence. You really can't. Anyways, but going back to the acting side.
Yeah.
That's how this started. I don't blame Hayden or Ewan or Natalie or anybody. Honestly, while I appreciate George for his world building, hot take here. George is bad at directing. Actors. I did the pause on purpose. He's bad at directing actors. And it can be seen every time George is the director of a Star Wars film. Because you get the best acting in the Star Wars films that he is not the director of. Empire. and Return of the Jedi, the only two that he didn't direct out of the original 6, has the best acting out of the prime cast. And also the best, the best delivery of George's dialogue. Whereas you look at the prequels, where George is producer, director, writer, while they look great, they look great. They are shot well, and they have really good effects. And honestly, a lot of the digital effects still hold up to this day. And we're talking about stuff that was started in '99, and we're talking about like early green and blue screen, and early motion capture, because this is the first set of on-set motion capture. Because Jar Jar is the first motion capture character. Thank you, George Lucas.
Well, with that,
Yeah. And from what I understand, it helps the actors a little bit better than say what they got the other 99% of the time on the prequels, which is just probably to a tennis ball. Because your digital characters. You got because they put a tennis ball on a stick, and because they gotta give you line of sight.
something to look at.
Especially for like a Yoda, where he's gonna be a little bit shorter, so you gotta look at the Yoda. Although in Phantom Menace they did the puppet first, which that puppet was creepy, which is why now it's been undone. And I think the only way you can see the puppet is if you still have a VHS copy. Every other copy they changed to a digital Yoda. So yeah, and then episode 2 is actually where we first got digital Yoda. Which makes sense, because that's also where they kind of need digital Yoda the most, is then it's fight with Yoda and Junior. You can't have a puppet doing that. It'd be cool, but you can't.
I don't know how the fuck you would manage it.
You just eat it. You just eat it across the room.
Alright. We should probably get back to High
Yeah.
Republic.
Yeah. So let's go to the High Republic thing that we're going to talk about, because we got 2 more things.
Yeah.
So let's talk about High Republic, and we're going to talk about the book. So phase 2, we already knew the names of the books and all that, but we got our first cover art for Path of the Deep, which is the first adult novel of phase 2. Which we got a little bit of information on the characters.
Well, these aren't characters.
No. Yeah, so
I assume the illustrator.
Yeah, Tessa Grattan is the illustrator, and Justina Ireland is the author. She's the one that did Test of Courage, and she's done mostly the junior, the young adult novel, the junior novels. So Test of Courage, the ones that focus on
That's true.
Vanessa and yeah.
Okay.
So she did most of those books. I don't think she did the second one. Yeah. Daniel was able to do the second one. We haven't read the second one. But Justina did the 2 that we read. So Test of Courage and then the most recent one, Mission to Disaster. This is her first adult novel, so I'm excited. Because she's proven herself, I think.
Yeah.
So on the cover we have a Pantoran Jedi, which we don't have a name for. And then a character known only as the Mother in the middle, which has fan speculation going.
Speculate shit.
And then a new Everini character, so Mark Younger's race,
Okay.
known as Marta Rose, because we actually get her concept art and we get her name. So we know she's an ancestor to Markion. Speculation is kind of like, well, where does she fit in the puzzle piece of how the Everini became evil, why they hate the Jedi, why the Rowe family specifically hates the Jedi, which I think we're going to see.
Yeah.
Because we're going 150 years back. And then, of course, we've been told that we're going to Dalna for this book. Because Marta is part of a group called the Path of the Open Hand, which we're going back to Dalna, because I was about to say, we've seen Dalna.
Is it?
That's Mission to Disaster. That's the home. That's
Is It's Honesty.
Honesty's yeah.
Honesty's Homeworld.
Yes.
I was thinking about
It's the one that got to, it's the
I'm
one that
like,
got
doesn't that not exist anymore?
about 150 years ago it did.
Yeah.
And also 150 years ago the Dolmens didn't live there yet. I
Yeah.
think because remember in Mission to Disaster we learned more about that. The reason why they don't like the Republic and Jedi
Oh yeah.
because they had a civil war and the Jedi were like, eh.
Like 100 years ago.
So I already theorized. I was gonna say others have speculated, but I'm the one who made that speculation. Because I brought it up on I forget whose show, like it's on the separate topics. And I brought it up and I was like, does that mean we're gonna see the Dolmen conflict? Which I wouldn't be surprised, because that would fill in some of the gap.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna see why the Dolmens don't trust the Jedi. We're gonna see why the Rose don't trust the Jedi. And Marta's part of a group called the Path of the Open Hand, which I think is gonna be the start of a group that's like, oh, we don't trust Jedi.
Well, that sounds like a cult. Like join the Path of the
Yeah,
Open
the Path of the Open
No, I
Hand.
fucking would not.
Path of
Please
the
go
Open
away.
Hand is definitely like a cult, and I can see like they have like drawings of eyes on their hands, and they,
Oh no, don't go away. Like, as a guy who's interacted with cults and Star Wars, just how about no? Homie, don't do that.
and so yeah, and so I'll talk a little bit about that speculation on Mother, because you're gonna. I feel like you should know what's coming up because
I don't.
there's a
Wait a
character.
minute.
Yeah. There's a character that you know that has the name Mother in Star Wars lore that I've used in my tabletop game that you have played.
Didn't I stab her? I'm pretty sure that.
She also goes in Legends by another more well-known
Yeah,
name.
Avalith, right?
I hope they're not bringing Avalith in because honestly, they jumped the ship.
That seems like it might open a can of worms.
Kind of space worms. But yeah, it would open a lot, and also like we already have a great threat here
Yeah.
in Star Wars, like you know, and also like Avalith kind of jumped the shark in my opinion for Star Wars. I mean, I guess Legends content had already jumped the shark,
Yeah.
but this was more like jumping the extra bigger shark. So you already jumped the shark, but you went out and found a bigger shark.
Can be jumped.
Yeah, you went out and found a bigger shark. You're like, hey, let's jump that one too. So yeah.
I do recall playing through that session, and my first instinct was right. During that game, I'm like, this is creepy fucking lady on a planet that no one's been to for years. We shouldn't do that. But human decency was like, well, fine.
Yeah. All right. So keeping
Read it?
yeah, I'll read it. So keeping with book stuff, we got another excerpt from Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Which of course the book is coming out on the 10th. And Star Wars Newsnet got their arc.
Man. Oh, well.
Yeah.
That's alright.
For some reason they say March 3rd, but it's May 3rd. That's probably the review. It's already April.
Yeah.
So May 10th is when the book's coming out.
Alright.
But our review will be the week after that, not that Saturday, but the week after. And we actually have a guest for that. No, wait, it's not even gonna be that week. Let me make sure I'm getting the right week that we're gonna talk about that. I know for Brotherhood we do have a guest. We got guests for a few.
Yeah.
We got guests for a few episodes. And I'm really happy about that because I love the people that are going to be on the shows. No.
What?
Oh, June is when it's coming out. I was about to say, it can't be May because our review's not till Yeah, this guy's throwing me off. I'm sorry. Star Wars News Net really. Star Wars Brotherhood. I was about to say that's pretty soon to release it. Okay, so no, it is May 10th. So I've got. Are we not talking about it when it comes out? Guess we're not talking about it until July for some reason. I don't know why I put it there. Oh yes, I do. I know why I put it there. So that way we could have our guests.
Oh. Yeah. I guess it would be pretty rude of us to...
So weird that I put it that far.
Nah, it'll give people time to come to their own conclusion.
Usually we try to do like the week after though.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, I think it's because the week after is Star Wars Celebration. And so we're gonna have an episode that week, but we're not gonna talk about Brotherhood. And then I was like, well, might as well talk about this other High Republic stuff first that we also have to get out of the way,
Yeah.
and then talk about Brotherhood. And then, so by then more people have read it. I'm pretty sure though our guest is getting it on. That for those that don't know what an arc is, that's an advantage. It's for like reviewers and stuff like that. But yeah, okay. So there's a new excerpt, and let's see. It's got our boy Dex. Alright. So I will read it. The Nemoidians. The hologram of the bombing fizzled as Dex poked at it, and swiped it aside to pull up data on Trade Federation's first world. And these species, their brains are wired for calculation. Everything is an instinctive risk assessment to them. Some call it cowardly. I think it's a strong survival instinct, percentages and risks. I worked with some back in my black market days. Quick thinkers, I want them on my side. Picking a side means losing half your customers, though. Jack straightened up, his massive shoulders suddenly looking like mountains as he stood behind the bar. In most cases. So that's it. Appeal to their sense of risk. How do you recommend going about that? Do you want to bring them paid? They don't have a tight relationship with the Republic, I'll tell you that. And not exactly with the Jedi either. If I recall, you were involved with some of that. Obi-Wan's voice dropped, his sense of humor. Newt Gunray is considered an extremist by their government. Senator Lockhart, there you go again. You Jedi getting lost in the details. Obi-Wan tapped his fork against his plate. So go with Kate then. Perhaps. Dex stretched out, upper arms reaching overhead while his lower arms clutched his belly. It's simple, really. Cato Nemoidia is the base of operations for the Trade Federation. Long memories, those Nemoidians. Make them forget, Obi-Wan waved his hand, prompting a laugh from Dex. I don't know if one Jedi is powerful enough to do that. Not forget. Show them that sending Palpatine might invite more trouble than it's worth. And show them that a Jedi isn't going to tear through them like a Naboo. Obi-Wan nodded, his mind reframing options in Dex's new direction. Remember, it's all numbers to them. It's what got them where they are. See, all of the Republic types think it's their ideology. Dex shook his head with a chuckle. That's short-sighted. It's a strategy, not politics. Their neutrality is different from the neutrality of your old friend. Their neutrality is different from the neutrality your old friend reaches. Obi-Wan had known Dex a long time, going back to a youthful misadventure out in the unknown regions. And though they only saw each other occasionally, his old friend knew just how to needle him. This particular jab was so effective that a grin slipped through, and Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow in subtle acknowledgement. What old friend? Oh, I don't know, dresses better than you, striking eyes. Mandalorian royalty. Used to call you Ben for some reason. Dex said, with one of his hearty chuckles. That one, I hear, she's quite the savvy politician. Oh my God. I was already excited for Brotherhood, but this, and like the first excerpt already got me. This excerpt built on top of that, it's already excitement that was there. One, we're getting more Dex.
fucking called him out.
Two, We got a Satine reference. And then, like, I think we're gonna... So they referenced Dex and him going back. Now, remember, we saw that comic book that's going to be about the life of Obi-Wan that's coming out. The first issue comes out before the show. But the rest of the issues are going to be, like, after. Because monthly comics.
Yeah.
So, by the time the second issue comes out, we'll see probably half of Obi-Wan, if not all of it. But I'm pretty sure we're going to see the origins of how Obi-Wan and Dex kind of became friends and that. And I really hope we do, because I like this friendship a lot.
You know what I think about Dex? I feel like he's the one good person of like all the characters that just happens to live in like a bad neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's like if Mr. Rogers lived on Crime Alley.
So yeah. So I assume that you are also there with me, because I know that after the first excerpt you were already down as much as I was for Brotherhood. And so, yes.
Can't wait to see that.
So, obviously they mentioned Kato no Morio, which I guess brings us into our review for this week's book.
Yeah, after
Only an hour and a half.
oh man. Alright.
But, I mean, it brings us in, because Mike Chen, the author of Brotherhood, has said, hope you read Queen's Hope. I'm paraphrasing, because really what he said is that, you know, they're connected. But I'm going to say, better hope you read Queen's Hope before you read Brotherhood. Because things connect.
Yeah.
Alright, let's get into it. This is our usual, hey, we're going to get into spoiler talk. So if you don't want to be spoiled, read Queen's Hope,
Yeah.
and then come back.
Because you're one and only one.
And honestly, if you haven't read Queen's Hope by now, what are you doing?
Trying to figure out the timeline is what they're doing.
Like, what are you doing? Because, like, I'm pretty sure we're the last ones to start talking about this book out of all of my mutuals that are, like, content creators. We are the last. So, but we also,
It's not because the book is for.
we also were awful weak. We were also awful weak. So,
Yeah.
we would have reviewed it when everybody else had it if we were on the same week as everyone else. So, do you want to start? It's fresher in your mind because you finished reading it today.
Yesterday.
Or
The way
yesterday.
that I would describe this book is a mixture of political intrigue and romance.
Along with, political intrigue and romance, which is, and sisterhood.
Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely one of the themes.
It's definitely about sisterhood because all the Queen Strowman books are about sisterhood.
It is about how those three things correlate and in truth, kind of,
It's also about change.
yeah.
About change and sometimes having to let go of your connected
Yeah.
like attachments.
Yeah.
And how to let go. And sometimes as you get older, people change and you gotta let go. And it brings to one of the sadder moments in the book at the end.
Yeah.
But it's
I
also a moment that I think a lot of people can relate to.
Yeah.
Like I feel like if you're a guy like us and you're going into this book and you're going, well, what how am I going to relate to this? This is all a bunch of girls.
Don't look at that.
Don't look at it that way. Go in, check it out. You will find something to relate to. If you cannot, you didn't have friends ever. Honestly, it's one of those relatable things. At the end of the book, I guess we're just going to talk about the big thing.
Yeah. Let's talk about the big thing.
Sabe is no longer friends with. Well,
It's not that she's
she's just not in touch. She's decided that she is going to create a line and say she's creating a healthy line and saying, "I'm no longer like your servant. We're cool, but our friendship is going to be different."
It's a case of, because of the nature of their work, they are different people.
And on top of that,
Which,
because of the fact that Padme kept secrets from her.
yeah, a very fucking big one that could have ended horribly The last person that broke into that room that wasn't Padme is fucking dead.
Yeah. Yeah, those worms are dead.
Yeah, they're dead.
I was about to say, technically, Dan never broke into there, but the worms are.
That could have gone terribly.
But yeah.
We are going to jump around a bit.
Yeah, but yeah, so Sabe
So,
and Padme's friendship, I'd say it has ended to a degree.
I wouldn't say that it's ended. I
Well-
would say that it's shifted.
It's shifted. It's changed to where they're not as close as they are.
Because, essentially,
It also
what's
does-
happened...
Also, for Sabe, she also loved Padme as
Yeah.
more than a friend. She was a little bit romantic,
Yeah.
but I think Sabe's gonna be okay. She has time for him, and I think she loves him
Yeah.
just as much. The kitchen scene.
Yeah.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, oh, that kitchen scene. Things get almost spicy.
Almost.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So, if you cannot relate to a friendship ending or evolving, then I don't know.
We don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So that Sabe is honestly really relatable.
Yeah. She is someone who is in fucking way over her head trying to figure out the pieces of like I know my friend does this, but I don't know why. I know they go to their room for like 4 hours,
Yeah. Yeah.
but I don't know what they do in there
Yeah,
for 4
'cause-
hours.
So I guess let's get into the plot.
Yeah.
So that way we can like kind of talk about this with more context. So the book starts off a little bit before the ending of Attack of the Clones, because Attack of the Clones ends with the wedding of Anakin and Padme, and this book shows us the preparations they did for that wedding and how they kept it secret and how they got basically C-3PO was like the organizer. Poor C-3PO, man. C-3PO was like, how do I get this? How do I do that?
Organize the wedding in secret and don't tell anybody.
Also, like, make sure it's perfect, because
Yeah.
Anakin, like, still wants to make sure that Padme's happy.
Yeah. I think Padme's like, there's a bunch of traditions. What do we have to do with Anakin? Like, look, their tradition. We should probably do.
Yeah. And so, before they can even get to their wedding, like, it's like a few days before they plan to get their wedding going, they're like, they get a, mission, essentially,
Yeah.
to go off and,
Hey, can you go get these punk teenagers from the art planet?
yeah.
That's sort of what it starts out as.
Yeah. Is that what that mission is?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh
Yeah. That's
Because there's two
there's two
in my mind.
Okay. Is that the one that's Queen Jamila's sister?
Yes.
Okay. So Queen Jamila reached out to Padme because Queen Jamila is friends with Padme. And also basically Padme's like protege.
Yeah.
In a way. At least when it comes to like being the ruler of Padme. And so Queen Jamila was like, hey, do me a favor. Go, because this war is going to affect our planet, and we have allies that are on other worlds. We need to basically get them home.
So go to Carlinus, this art planet,
Bring them home.
and bring home.
Like however
Some of
many
the
you
noble
can.
families are worried about their kids. Could you please go
Yeah.
and get them?
However many people you can bring.
Yeah.
And so Anakin's like, okay, we'll do this real quick.
Yeah.
And then wedding time. He goes
there's a little-
undercover as not a Jedi.
Yeah.
Because he has to make sure, like, oh, Jedi not seen here.
The other thing to note is Padme is sort of trying to figure out, okay, so I have this bit of plot. How do I incorporate this? 'Cause
Into
that's
my, how do I get this traditional thought into my wedding gown and all
And
that?
she calls
Erte.
Erte and Yanni.
No, it's not Sasha. It's not Sasha and Yane. Because Sasha and Yane live together.
Yeah, but they live on Norio.
No. Sasha and Yane are on the two. Sasha is part of the legislature.
Oh shit! No, you're right. It is her.
It's just Erte.
And she's like, "What do I do with this?"
And Erte's like, well, lucky for you, I'm an artist, so I know how to do this.
It's like, okay, so you don't have enough to like add to the sash, so just use it as your headdress.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah, use
incorporate
it
like that.
as the
That's the
veil.
veil.
So that's what she does.
And I'm like,
And she's like, well, can you make it for me? And Erte's like, of course, I'd be honored to.
yeah. She's like, I don't have anything better to do, so
Also,
yeah.
like, sisters.
Yeah. I can do this for you.
And so that's the first the handmaiden needs to know about the marriage.
Yeah. I think that in the end they all find
They
out
all find
in their
out.
own ways.
Yeah.
Some of which
it's
are
a,
better than others.
it's a fun game of who finds out how.
Yeah. Also, where are they? And what are they doing?
Oh, so do we want to do the handmaid thing now or later?
I think we should do it later.
Okay, because I wrote down all the handmaidens. I already know I'm gonna fail, so it's really gonna be a test for you. I'm gonna hold it up. And so
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that. The forward essentially, where it's Shmi.
oh yes, we gotta talk about that first. Because throughout the book they have 3 interludes.
Yes.
And these interludes are amazing. And they really motherhood is also a big theme.
Yeah.
Something that's rare. Like it's rare to focus on like motherhood exists in Star Wars, but it's never a
Yeah.
theme. It's always fatherhood. And that's something that some of the content creators, like some of the female content creators out there have discussed.
Yeah.
Women content. Right. And I'm happy seeing these content creators that I know.
Yeah.
Get finding connections now. 'Cause,
It
like,
can be hard to relate to a story on some. Identity is a weird thing, in
Yeah.
that it helps to know who you are, and it makes things easier to relate to.
So, one of the great moments, and it's something that, because I was already catching up
Yeah.
on some, sorry, I'm just thinking of what they said. I've been catching up on a bunch of my friends' podcasts, and shout out to Star Wars English Class, check them out, they are great. Julia and she had a guest on this week, who I tried to get for today, but it was last minute.
Yeah.
So she was busy. But they talked about this book and reviewed it. And they talked about how the importance of that interlude, that first interlude, I guess prologue if you want to call it, but it's really an interlude because every few chapters they have a similar interlude. But it focuses on a different character.
Monologue, but it's external.
Yeah.
But it's written like it's
Yeah, and it's definitely an interlude because it's like the way that
in between.
they position it. It's in between certain chapters. But this one's a prologue.
Yeah.
And they mentioned the importance of that one because so the first one focuses on Shmi, Anakin's mother, and it's when she finds out she's pregnant.
Yeah. This is a woman who has known suffering very much so for a very long time.
Yes.
And she's like, I'm just looking for one
bright spot.
Yeah. If I can have one bright spot, it'll all be worth it.
And she makes a very important decision that so in that English class episode, they talk about the importance of that she made the decision to keep Anakin.
Yeah.
And it's not a narrative importance. It's one of those emotional importances. Because while yes, narratively it's important that she agreed to keep Anakin because it's like, well, obviously she needs to keep Anakin, otherwise we don't have the rest of
To be
the
honest,
series.
I think if she had said no, she probably would have broken.
But like in a way, this is her way of giving consent.
Yeah.
To the Force,
Yeah.
really. And it's kind of important in hearing that she has that moment.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, it's just this woman who's been imposed to have the children.
Yep.
But the fact that she's like, yes, I'm gonna have this baby, and I want to have this baby. And it changes the narrative. It changes the way you think of
Yep.
her motherhood to Anakin. Yeah. And I guess we'll talk about the other interludes now, because most of them are
Yeah.
either.
I am sorry, I don't remember what happens in the second.
So the second one is important as well.
Is it
That's the
Baru.
Baru one,
okay?
and it's the creation of the White Sons,
Oh yeah.
which Baru's last name is White Sun. Of course, she married Owen, because
Okay.
Luke's mom, or Luke's aunt.
Yeah.
Luke's aunt and Owen, Uncle Owen and Emperor. So one we see that Shmi, that we see from Farouk's perspective, Shmi married, like Shmi getting the clean,
Yeah.
all that. So we see more of Shmi's life, but we also see that Farouk is very important to Kathleen.
Yeah.
And we see once again a powerful mother figure. Because it's very much, you can very easily argue that Farouk is more Luke's mom than Padme. Yeah. And not in a bad way. I'm not saying Padme isn't Luke's mom.
No, it's the difference between a biological and emotional.
Yes. And I do think Padme is important to acknowledge that Luke's mom. But I also think it's important to acknowledge that Farouk raised him.
Yeah. It's that old thing of they're your parent as much as anyone else's because
Yeah.
they were around.
It's the same
And
logic.
they weren't around until like
It's the same it's the same logic of like an Uncle Ben and Aunt May from Spider-Man.
Yeah.
They are very much the parents, and and the reason that it's important to say that is because they're the ones that create the morals that you grow up with.
Yeah.
And in the case of Baru, we see her morals are very strong and very good, morally speaking. She's part of the White Sun formation, which the White Suns are basically the Underground Railroad for Tatooine. They go out of their way to free slaves, and they work on technology to remove the chips.
Yeah. Which is Mark.
Yes. And Shmi is the first one whose chip is removed out of this program. Which is important to note, again, showing the courage that Shmi has. Because
I fucked it up.
yeah, she could have blown up.
Yeah.
And they make it very clear that she could have blown up.
They're like, this is so going to be years.
But Shmi's like, yep, do it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Once again, showing how powerful that woman is.
Yeah.
And then Baru, of course, is like, well, I'm going to make this even bigger. We're going to study more about how to make this technology work better. And it's important because it leads down the line. Because at the beginning of the book, Sabe and Tanra, which Tanra, for those of you who don't know, is one of the royal guards that worked with Padme back then so on. He's one of the background guards, part of Panaka's force. And he falls in love with Sabe and they have a relationship. But Sabe and Tanra have been assigned to Tatooine because in the second book, one of Padme's main goals after episode 1 is free as many of slaves as we can, like actually legislatively make this happen without also like breaking any laws on the Hutt worlds. Because
Sabe and Tana are taking a far more direct approach.
yeah,
Which, to be honest,
that's what she left them to do.
yeah.
Because she's like, look, we can only do so much legislatively. You guys are going to go and actually make this happen.
The thing is, I don't know if she ordered it or they chose to.
It's a little bit
And
of
to
both.
me,
We'll get to it when we read the second book.
I think it is always better if, while ordered, the order doesn't feel like an order, it feels like a choice.
Which it is. It definitely is, because, like, Sabe and Connor are definitely happy here, and they're definitely, like, they definitely want to do this job because they see the importance of it. But yeah, so
To
they...
be honest, it's what kept most of my interest through the, like,
Yeah,
first third of the book.
because you said it was a little slow for you at first. And,
Yeah.
But yeah, so by the end of the book, it's important that Baru establishes this because Tanra makes connections to the White Suns. And it's like, all right, we're going to work together because now we have this technology that we can use to make our planet actually work better.
But at this point in the story, they're like, it's going to take us a while.
Yeah, because right now, at the
But
start
we
of the book,
have to go undercover
Yeah.
to get stuff.
at the start of the book, they're undercover and they're trying to gain the trust of people that are part of like groups like the White Suns.
Because last time they came and they pushed too hard. And that
And
caught
that yeah, it caught attention from the Hutts, and it also makes it harder to work with people that want to trust you, but are like, are you an undercover cop?
Yeah. You'll want to take the huts.
And so, and then the last one that we get is Padme.
Yeah.
No, we get 4.
Or
We get Padme and then we get Freya. Organa,
oh yeah.
which is also
I'm
great.
so sorry.
So yeah. So the next one we do get is Padme though, and it's when she's like 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 9 because she's the same age as Anakin during that scene. Good. So she, like when she first met Anakin. Obviously she was 14 when she first met Anakin, but I meant like he was 9.
Yeah.
But she's 9 in this flashback, and it shows like why she became, like why she wanted to run into politics,
Yeah.
and it shows the importance of why she cares about people.
Yeah.
So basically, her dad was already in politics. He was like, not a governor, but he was like
Something.
an official. And so there were these refugees that were coming in that were sick,
Yeah.
and unfortunately,
And he's like, we can't save them all.
yeah,
He doesn't say it, but that's the general tone.
yeah. So
And it's not the like, oh, we can't save them all, so why should we bother? It's more of a case of
we're gonna keep
we're
trying,
going to try,
but just know that.
but know that this probably will end bad.
And unfortunately, it ends way worse than he said.
Yeah.
None of them survived. Because it turns out that they needed a certain son.
But they looked and they couldn't find it.
Yeah, they couldn't find a planet that fit their environment, and so now that entire race is extinct.
Yeah.
But that didn't stop Padme at 9 from really trying, and like she tried, she kept the kids happy and was friends with them to the best of her ability until they died, and this kind of instills her resolve.
Yeah.
Even because normally this would break somebody, and they'd be like, "Oh well, why should I try?"
I don't need to be a dick. But there's two ways. You're right.
Because
There
there's two
are
ways to
two
react
ways
to
to
this.
do this. And it's either this will make the child stronger or it will break them. Not the best mentality.
But that is, and even I'd say not even just a child.
It's the same
This is
for a lot.
how an adult would react too. It creates one of two reactions. You are either going to break because of just so much emotional weight.
Yeah.
Because seeing that many people die and then seeing like an entire race go extinct, and there was nothing you could do about it.
Like, I don't even recall if this was an outside planned or anything. I think it was just a thing that happened.
It was just, it was just a thing that happened.
Like, no one planned this one.
No greater evil.
Anything. It just happened.
Yeah, there's no greater evil as far as we know. It just, and I think so. I mean, yeah, either breaks you or it builds your resolve.
Sometimes the world is fucking cruel for no reason.
And in the case of Padme, it built her resolve.
Yeah.
Once again, showing. I think a lot of people, because of specifically Revenge of the Sith and how they portray Padme, people forget how resolved Padme is.
Yeah. I will say this. It takes a weird sense of fucked up determinism to be okay with the fact that you actively know, and we see this in episode 2, that there is a chance that the people you are sending in to look like you will just fucking die.
Yeah.
It is one of those expectations.
And we get a little bit of the reactions to that in this book because episode 2 we see Dorme die.
Yeah.
No, not Dorme.
No, she's alive.
Sorry, Dorme is the surviving.
Yeah.
The 3. It's Corday.
Corday and Versailles are gone.
Corday and Versailles. Corday we actually see.
Yeah.
Versailles is the one still on the ship when it blows up. But
There is that knowing thing about body doubles when you were using them. There is a chance.
and unfortunately, it's even worse when you build up a sisterhood of these people.
Yeah.
Which she doesn't build up as much as that with the Corday, Versailles, and Dorme as she did with the original.
Yeah.
The original 5. But there's still a little bit of that sisterhood
Yeah.
there. Like Dorme is still very much on almost the same scale, but I would
Yeah.
argue Sabe is still more so.
I think the difference is with Dorme, it's more like, I needed someone to help me keep books.
And then, but there's still a little bit there, like for some stuff, obviously. Not. It's something that Sabe notices when she first arrives on Coruscant. she notices there's a separation between, I'm gonna make a joke, separation between church and state. It's work-life balance. It's a work-life balance. Is what it really is. So like Padme keeps her work life separate, mostly at this point because of what her private life is like now.
Yeah.
Because by this point she gets married to Anakin.
But the reaction of all the fucking scandals she could have chosen, she chose this one.
Hey, I mean, there's definitely worse scandals.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so, you know, I guess we can talk about the last one as well now.
Yeah.
Freya. So we learned. So Freya is one that a lot of people know the story of Freya already kind of know, which is that Freya
I don't.
had basically had a lot of like disease. I think she had a lung disease, if I remember correctly, and a heart disease. Where basically her heart didn't work. Basically, she had a congenital heart disease, like, but to the point that she's gonna die.
Yeah.
And so she got, rather than go through the process of like dealing with doctors of getting replacement and all that, she basically gets an iron replacement. And she's like, she wants, rather than giving up, very similar to, the others that we talked about in these areas. She resolves herself to still be about the people more than herself.
Yeah.
Even though she's dying. But the people admire that because that's just what a leader does. And so the people rally behind her and are like, hey, you're going to make sure that you're taking care of them.
Yeah.
And so they basically make sure that she has what she needs to live. And then on top of that, she continues to look out for them. And then she finds love for Belle. A man who's willing to take her name
Yep.
rather than keep his own. Because he just loves her that much and recognizes the importance of her having her name.
Yeah.
And so he becomes Belle Organa, he becomes the senator that we know.
Yeah.
And then it's part of the reason why she can't have children, which is important for episode 3.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, we want a daughter, but we
couldn't have one.
So Leia becomes a daughter
Yeah.
eventually. So it's important to see.
Huh.
We basically see all of the great mothers of Star Wars through these interludes.
Yeah.
Because we get Shmi, the mother of all mothers. Really,
Yeah.
we get Beru, the original mother. Padme, the mother of Luke and Leia, and then we get Rhea, the adopted mother of Leia, who, similar to Beru, is the one that installs these morals, because Rhea installed these morals in Leia, along with Belle. Belle and Rhea need to be recognized as the parents they are.
Yeah.
Because once again, like with Beru, in this case though it's adopted, and adoptive parents are just as important. Because adoptive parents are the ones that love you enough to bring you in and take care of you and raise you. If you're in the right circumstances. In this case, they are good parents. We will acknowledge that. Basically not praise them, It's
Like, I can understand it, except that we haven't seen any, but based on, like, actions over the course of the series, we can see.
and the fact that we've seen Leia's morals.
Yeah.
That's by the time of episode 4, it's 19 years of morals that have been instilled in to, fight for justice, do what's right, take care of your people.
It is a shame that those people will never see the future work.
Yeah, I think they see the early fruits of it, but they don't, see the they don't see the conclusion yet. Especially Belle and Rhea, they unfortunately get the worst end of it by being on Alderaan. I guess we don't know if Freya was still around. We know Belle was because we see him in Rogue One, but if Belle shows up in Rogue One, it's like, all right, I'm going back to Alderaan.
Oh.
Which which tells us, because for a while we didn't know for sure. We were like, yeah, more than likely they're dead, but we never got like, oh, they're
Hard
dead, dead.
confirmed.
Yeah, and so like, yeah, dead, dead.
Yeah.
And the only one that, yeah, and then of course Baru dies in episode 4.
Fucking greatest freak.
So yeah, so that's just the interludes, man. We haven't even gotten to the meat of the actual book.
So
So yes. So let's get back to the meat of the actual book. So Salve and Connor's. No, let's finish the way. So Padme and Anakin go off to do their mission to bring these people back home.
as I call them punk kids.
But they're really not.
Well, we only see one of them.
Yeah, and as far as we know. So so Anakin judges them a little harsh because they get there and they find out that the reason these kids are there are because they indulge in spice.
Yeah.
Which Anakin immediately is like, oh, you do spice, that's illegal. And then the kid's like, wait, you do it because of medical reasons.
That's the one. I believe the kid on crutches who can't use his legs. I don't see any of the other ones.
But
so
we also don't know, like,
we don't know. So
but he's like, for the most part, they only do it because of medical reasons.
yeah,
That or
and we
it's, he doesn't say, but we also can assume that there's a case of some people that are just addicted.
yeah.
And we can't really judge those people too hard, because we've seen in real world equivalents of addiction is very, very powerful.
Yeah.
And sometimes you need somewhere where you can safely. Now we're getting into politics of real world, but
I think we should drop this one.
yeah, we should drop this one. It's especially because it's a current argument that's going on.
It's
I side in, but I think, but
no, you know what?
you know what?
We
No.
haven't shied away from this.
No, I think
As to go
so.
ahead.
So yeah. So no. People should be allowed to have somewhere safe to do this because the numbers have proven that if you provide a safe place to do this, there is a 100% survival rate, and also, I forget the number. I don't know the numbers, but a lot of people who go to these places eventually stop because they are going somewhere where they're not going to die, and they're going to have time to cut off slowly rather than. Because that's just the reality. You can't pull turkey, that type of
Yeah.
stuff. And so spice is very. I imagine there are people on this world that are very similar, having to deal with. Well, we can't go anywhere else because it's illegal.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go to Hut Space, but who wants to go there?
So like it's either here at the Ark Planet or
Hut Space,
Hut Space. The crime fucking
where people will take advantage of us because we're drugged.
yeah.
Well, because we are addicted. I
Yeah.
would say better word. Because we are addicted or we need the medicinal.
I understand the decision. Well, I don't agree with it. I understand it
Yeah,
because
I do think Anakin was a little much.
yeah.
A little much.
I think the other
But yeah. Anyways, so going back into it, we learned that basically the main reason that they were actually there is just really to save one person.
Yeah.
And it's the only person who wants to leave.
yeah they're like I understand
That you're looking out for us, but we can't leave.
yeah, but because this is a request from my sister,
Yeah, Queen Jamila.
I will do this. I will go back, even if it's harder.
Yeah, they're really there for Queen Jamila's sister.
Yeah.
Which
The others were offered, but they
were like, nah, we're good. No, we're good. Not because we don't want to, but just because we can't.
yeah.
And so they do that, and then they go, all right, time for our wedding. And then the wedding happens. We see a little bit of behind the scenes of that. We see a little bit of like secret video freaking out, having to get having to get somebody to officiate and all that stuff. Get guests, get like a guest, really, which secret video aren't too for that.
Yeah.
They have to have a witness.
Yeah.
It's got to be official.
I'm not.
Now, during this whole time, she is on. Padme has basically claimed this as time to heal
Yeah.
from her injuries sustained on Geonosis, which is fair.
Yeah.
So that's why the Senate's not like, hey, why is she not back yet? Because she's a senator, and we
Yeah.
got laws going on, especially now that there's a war. Because, that's going to create a very busy Senate.
Yeah.
Which, of course, Bell and Mon Mothma are, very busy because of this. Speaking of
Yeah.
Bell.
They're trying to get some work done.
Yeah. And so Anakin and Padme are like, all right, well, let's, do a honeymoon. We'll stay here on Naboo. Go
Yeah.
out to the country where nobody can find us. Basically, living their same life that they lived during Attack of the Clones
Yeah.
when they were in hiding.
I think they get like 3 weeks of it.
Mm-hmm. And so they have deep conversation. They have a tickle fight.
Apparently they fucking love doing that.
Yeah, they have an actual, you can see why Padme loves Anakin.
Yeah.
Because that's something that the movies kind of do poorly.
I think they try. They're just not.
And it's why a lot of people are like, have the same reaction as Sabe to the,
Yeah.
oh, what are you doing marrying this guy? And a lot of fans have a very similar reaction, but they have more of a reaction because of meta knowledge that we have of becomes Darth Vader,
Yeah.
and also the Tusken Raider scene kind of makes people question her. But
Yeah.
I don't view it that way. I view it as her at first trying to comfort him as a friend. Because she can tell that the other thing that we have to acknowledge in the Tusken Raider scene is that he acknowledges that he did something bad.
He's like, yeah, it's kind of hard to be mad at someone when they are like 100% like, yeah, no, I was wrong about what I did in
Because she,
regards to that.
because she
On
doesn't,
the other hand,
because she tries talking to him, right, at first, and he's freaking out and he's mad at Obi-Wan, and then he breaks down, and then he says, I fucked up, I killed all these people, and then he breaks down and is like, I made a mistake, and that is when she comforts him. After he acknowledges his mistake, she doesn't say what you did is fine. She just comforts him.
Yeah.
And that's something that I see more as a friend doing, like a friend acting that way, like trying to calm you down and be like, hey, what's wrong? And then when you hear this awful thing that your friend did,
Yeah.
but if your friend is like honestly remorseful for it, which Anakin is.
yeah,
In that moment, he is
that
honestly
moment,
remorseful.
like he has these moments of remorse, throughout the series.
Yeah. The problem is the things he does build and build and build.
Yeah.
I'd say like another example of remorse is the Mace Windu one.
Yeah.
But that one I don't feel is honest remorse. It doesn't feel the same as the Tusken Raider remorse. Now of course he might be honest. It is not my place to say, oh, your reaction is not honest.
No.
That is not my place.
I'm
to
not
say.
going to say that. The way that I understand it is the Tusken Raider incident. He finds his mom and she immediately dies. Of course, that's going to elicit, especially when the criminal is like right there.
And
Criminal.
and as far as we
The
know,
perpetrator. is
and even though it's a dark place, to go, and it's somewhere that we probably shouldn't think about with the Tuscans, especially with hindsight of them being Nate and allegory to Nate.
Yeah.
It's kind of unfortunate that it kind of looks like that she wasn't just. There's a reason she was kind of there.
Yeah. It implies some things that are not very great.
No, and it's kind of unfortunate that that implication is there. But because of that implication, it's something that I bet Anakin would have seen and immediately thought of as well.
Yeah. And so I'm like, okay, this is bad. I understand why you did it, though.
Yeah,
With Mace Windu,
it's a little bit harder to excuse. It's a lot
yeah,
harder.
it's
to
a lot
excuse.
harder to excuse. It's kind of like there's this fucking kid that's always been doing better than me in school.
Well, in the case of Anakin, it's more like you told the principal about this bad kid, and then you're like, oh, never mind. Actually, I'm gonna help this kid.
It's not the way I'm looking at it.
Or like you told the police about this very dangerous criminal, and then you're like, oh, never mind. Actually, I'm part of the criminal group now too.
Yeah. However, it's after they have like viciously beaten the criminal like half to death, and then they fucking
Like-
play it up.
Yeah. And the criminal is like pretending to be weak, but they're not.
Yeah.
But of course, he doesn't start acting until Anakin's in the room.
Yeah. Because why would he?
Well, also Palpatine's not a manipulator.
Yeah.
That's his thing. He is a manipulator and, dare I say it, a groomer.
Yeah.
Because he groomed Anakin. Now, when we think groomer, it means something different, but it can mean a lot of things. And in this case, he groomed Anakin to act because from childhood, he was like,
And at that point, about
let's see, he's 21 by Revenge of the Sith. He's 9 in Episode 1.
11 years to work on that. In
And
addition to all the other shit.
And in one of the comics that we're going to get to later, we see the first time that, like, him and Anakin are alone. And it's when Anakin's still a kid. It's, like, not long after The Phantom Menace. So, like, maybe he's 10, but I can't remember if he's 9 or 10. If he's still 9 or if he's 10 by the time of that comic. But, yeah, him and Palpatine have alone time. And it's very, very much gives rumor vibes. Like, they go downtown to a club and everything. It's like, and like, yeah. And he starts his lessons early. Hey,
Where are we laying this old man? You're a kid.
yeah. Anyways, so yeah, going back to it. We can see why, we can see, especially in this book, why Padme loves Anakin.
Yeah.
And I think that's,
It's
I think
weird.
it's
in
important
that there
to see.
is-
It's important to see because fans don't always get it. And I think it's important that we see why.
There, to me, is a sincerity in who Anakin is.
That's the other thing.
He
Anakin
doesn't
is very
change.
sincere.
The world and his circumstances do, and it's not
Unfortunately-
quite an Elzar situation
Yeah.
where he keeps ending up in bad situations,
It's,
but
it's very similar though.
it's very similar. I'm like,
And unfortunately for Anakin, because he doesn't want the world to change, it kind of leads him down the Star Wars version of the alt-right. He basically is like, well, I don't want the world to change, so I guess I gotta control it because that's the only way to do it.
it doesn't help that everyone's telling him like he's got this brand destiny as well.
He's got chosen one syndrome.
Yeah.
It's why you never tell a chosen one that they're the chosen one.
That fucking prophecies are great.
Now, of course, obviously the argument is that he's not the chosen one, that there's a bunch of chosen ones. Because, once again, going back to our earlier discussion, evil always comes back. So, chosen ones will always rise up. Anyways, so yeah, we get to see a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, back on Coruscant, Bill and Mon Mothma are like, they've gotten a message through the Jedi because Yoda gets the message first. Hey, this company that is working on the Fringe, and it's like a small company. They're like, hey, we want to help the Republic somehow, but we want to talk to a senator.
Yeah. We also can't.
Meet publicly.
Yeah.
So they'll have to come talk to us.
Yep.
And it has to be undercover. And so Yoda's like, well, I guess I'll tell the Loyalists party, which consists of Mon Mothma, Bill, and Padme, and a few others.
Yep.
Uncle Otto from Clone Wars, who is, at this point, Bill is sus of, because this is when Uncle Otto, on account of far, for those people who have not watched Clone Wars, sector, is kind of starting to make relations with the Trade Federation, which is important to Clone Wars. So Bill was not quite sure about my conflict. So this is probably meeting between Bill and Mon Mothma. He's like, well, we need to get Padme back because she's probably the best for this.
Yeah.
Because Bill kind of reveals, he's like, yeah, she has a double. And so we need somebody who can be both at the Senate and doing this because we can't go missing. And if I go missing, it's big because Bill is basically the leader of their party. And if Mon Mothma goes missing, basically same idea. She's the big leader of the party. So they're like, Padme's the best option.
The only option, really.
Yeah. And so they reach out to Padme, who at this point is finishing up her honeymoon. She's like, okay, well, I'll reach out to Sabe.
Because I can't.
None of the other handmaidens would really fit for this
Yeah.
task. Even though we just hired, because they just hired somebody new to their group. Ellie and Mote, but then also, or is she part of it, or are they part of it? They part of something else. Or is they part of the legislature? Yeah, they're part of the legislature.
Tipo
Poe is part of the legislature, right?
not.
Not part of.
There was
not part of.
senatorial aid.
Oh, okay, so then say Poe works for. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But not in the same function as the hand.
No. Because I was just remembering that we also during this time is when the hiring process is, because that Captain
It's either Connor or Typho.
Typho. All these C names.
See, this is what I was talking about.
Typho is hiring people to work on the Senate side, senatorial aides and all that. So LA and Mote are hired more for their skills and not for their like.
Dorme is the one who reviews their qualifications.
Yes. Typho kind of approves. He's basically the approver.
Essentially, if he said yes, then they're good.
Yeah, and so, and then, Poe is the last one that's hired. And once again, that's another case of, not because of your looks, because once again, they go by the pronouns she, which are newer pronouns to really like, well, it's a non-binary pronouns. And so, very similar to they, them, but like another way.
Yeah.
And so, sorry, because it's hard for me to pronounce it. J. I'm trying to be very conscious because I want to respect the characters. J are kind of concerned.
Yeah.
Because Poe's like, but I don't look like.
They're like, well, good thing we don't need you to look like them.
Because Poe's like, well, because sometimes I like to dress more feminine or more masculine, depending on the day.
Yeah.
Because it's not binary. And Dorme and Typho are like, that's okay, that works out.
That's okay, because we don't need you to look like her.
And so, like, in fact, sometimes you can just dress as a guard.
Yeah.
And so Typho's like, oh, perfect.
Yeah. What Tipo does is essentially they are exactly what Scrubman asked earlier.
Yeah, they're an
aid.
Yeah.
And they are
I know
with-
later on they help with Sasha.
Sache on
That's
Oreo. They're working on trade agreement because
Well-
Panaka brought up some shit they should have stayed quiet about because Palpatine did some fuck shit.
Yeah, so apparently when Palpatine was senator, and when
I
like
like to review old documents.
yeah, when Palpatine was senator, he made some questionable documents.
He didn't make them; they
No.
were already there. He just went and found them.
Yeah.
It's like
But
we have this
he
whole
did
law.
use them.
He did use them in the sense of a politician using something like, I found this old rule in the books that we can go and use these motherfuckers whenever we want.
Yeah, so basically
That's
Naboo,
basically the rule.
basically Naboo and their other like sister planets that
Yeah.
are in the system. Basically Naboo can basically screw them over in trade agreements.
Yeah. It's not trade agreements,
But like
but it's pretty close.
yeah, they're just like, hey, we need that resource.
Yeah. Whatever the resource is, it doesn't matter. If who wants it, oh, get it.
Yeah. And it's because initially the law is because, well, these planets were more colonies of Naboo,
Yeah.
less than independent systems. But now they're independent systems.
Yeah.
Which brings us to Sasha and, well, it's really just Sasha's mission.
Yeah.
Yara stays home.
Yeah,
Yari
because
watching
they
the kids.
adopted
They adopted a lot of children.
from Mudslide disaster.
Yeah.
And so Sache goes with the help of Tipo to sort
Along, yeah, and meets up with an old flame/friend.
to I don't remember the name of the friend, mostly because I don't have the context of the other two books.
Yeah. I forget her name right now.
And
Too.
so-
Hold on, give me a second.
They're essentially like, look, we know this treaty from like ages ago is like extremely unfair. So let's go and talk this out and figure out an actual solution that doesn't fuck you guys over.
Yeah. Sorry, I was reading something behind the scenes, so I forget names. Turns out that Brotherhood and Queen's Hope were supposed to come out even closer originally. Once I see it, I'll remember. I'll be like, oh yeah, that's the name. Harley. Harley Japan.
Yep. Okay.
From the planet Japan.
Yeah.
Which is why Harley was involved, because I think it's Japan that like Japan's one of the planets that's yeah. And so back in book 1, which is pre-episode 1, Harley kissed Sabe, I think I remember. I forget which one. I want to say Sabe. Believing it was Padme.
Oh.
That's why they mentioned the kiss in this book. And so, because they snuck out to a concert,
Oh yeah.
and then Harley kissed Sabe thinking it was Padme. Padme didn't care about going to the concert, if I remember correctly. And Sabe was like, but I want to go. And so,
Oh yeah, I think that's the part where they're giving another type of talking with Grieve about like fireworks.
yeah.
He's like, I don't fucking know about fireworks.
Yeah, and so they have history, and so while they have a friendship, kind of, obviously Harley still has to be tough on it. Be like,
Yeah.
hey, we gotta, because they also brought one of the other representatives for Naboo.
Yeah. So Harley and such.
So
Okay.
Sasha, Harley,
Don't-
and Tapo, and
Some other guy.
some other guy, some representative from
Yeah.
Naboo.
They're all the general thing that all of them are kind of about is like,
We need a new law,
we need a new law.
one that gets rid of the restrictions on you guys,
Yeah.
but we just need something new on the books. That way we can also appease the people that want to keep the law.
Yeah.
Even though we don't, like,
They're
everybody there is like, we don't care for this
We
law.
don't want it, but because of our job, we have to do it.
Because there's people that they represent who do want the law.
Yeah.
And so they're like, or at least a law. Something that will, keep the relationship between Japan and Naboo.
Yeah.
And so, so what they agreed on is, well, we're going to create a new law that restricts all the stuff that we've been trying to do.
Yeah.
And the only way that it can be undone is if the
The
queen,
queen,
the
the representative,
representative, and
and
I think the senator.
not the senator. It's essentially the rest of.
Oh yeah, the rest of the house of
Yeah.
Naboo, like
It
that.
would be like if you needed
The House,
the
Senate,
president, the Senate, and the House and Congress all to agree on one thing.
And so, which, much like real life, almost
Ain't
never,
gonna
it almost never happens.
Like the chance of an entirely unanimous vote. They're like, no one will ever fucking do this.
So they agree. They're like, okay, perfect. That's a great
Yeah.
way to do it, because that one, it makes sure that if this
If
law,
it ever
this law
actually
is
gets
removed,
that bad,
then yeah, if it ever actually gets that bad, then of course it's going to be removed. But that means that it just can't be removed for any reason.
yeah.
So yeah, this of course upsets Palpatine.
Like it's this where he has the
It's
little
this
freak out.
It's this great moment that I had to highlight, because so
He's
he had the physical book, and I had the ebook, and of course I'm reading all the.
Yeah.
The great thing about Kindle ebooks is you get to see if a certain number of people start highlighting sections, you see like top highlighted moments. but then you can also highlight moments. And so, like, anytime Palpatine freaked out, those were highlight moments for me.
Palpatine.
Oh, he's so mad. He's like, I want to just burn Coruscant and kill so many people.
Like, oh. Essentially, it's like, you know, stop me now. I'll fucking get you.
I'll get you
It'll
next
take
time.
a while, but I'll get you. And I'm like, and you know what the weird like internal thing I
it's like, it makes me think of Inspector Gadget. I'll get you next time, Gadget.
Not for me. I think there was a
He's
weird
flawed.
vibe thought for it. For me,
Yeah.
I was like, you ain't no Martian, bro.
I don't know though. I'd say they both have a very similar talent for manipulating.
I would say so, yes.
And I would honestly say Palpatine's kind of scarier in that he managed to cause a war. That he was in control of both sides of it.
Yeah. I think
Markion is more scary for a different reason.
he's scary in the terms of like a tactician. It's
Yeah.
scary.
He's scary because he's not a force user.
Yeah. He's scary because it's like I'm fighting enemies who are
Like,
bigger, not necessarily faster.
and also they're fighting a different fight. Markion is trying to make the Republic scared, whereas Palpatine is also trying to get the Republic scared for control reasons.
Yeah.
Whereas Markion's just trying to destroy them. Palpatine is trying to create fear so that way. It's the authoritarian level
It's
type of
different.
fear. He's an authoritarian trying to create fear so that way he can control them more. Because that's what
Markion
authoritarians
is
do.
trying to
Markion is more of an anarchist.
Markion is trying to break the Republic. Palpatine is trying to shift its form and control it.
Yeah,
He doesn't want it destroyed
yeah,
because it benefits him to have it around.
yeah. Now, of course, the Senate doesn't work for him, which is why he gets rid of it.
Yeah.
Once he has unlimited power, he gets rid of it. But, well, he doesn't immediately. He doesn't dissolve it until almost a little before episode 4. But it is on his agenda
Yeah, to-do list. Get rid of Senate.
because I am the Senate. But yeah, so it's an argument of an anarchist versus an authoritarian.
Yeah.
So Markion's an anarchist who wants to see the world burn, whereas Palpatine's an authoritarian who.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a very deep allegory. It's right there in front of you.
Yeah.
So,
But
anyways,
continuing on.
so Padme comes back and she calls Sabe and she's like, "Hey, I need you to come back from Tatooine
Yeah.
so you can
Sabe
do this for
is
me
like, I'll do it. I don't want to, but I'll do it
because you're my queen."
because you asked me to. And you're my friend and my boss.
Yeah. Well, it's the you're my queen even though you're not a queen anymore.
Yeah.
Like you will always be my queen. Look, you have my hand, but you can't. That line. Anyways, we'll come back to that
Yeah.
line.
In terms of like
But yes.
stuff from that line, I'm like, this is almost the equivalent of shooting the boss at the end of Evidence 3.
Yeah. So.
Where
Hey.
it's like you have to do it because
So yeah. So she goes back and immediately is like, "Man, things are different.
yeah, she's like, it's weird.
This is your schedule now. It's so weird." Which Padme doesn't call her until after she wins the job,
Yeah.
which she has to go all the way to Coruscant to do.
Yeah.
Which immediately, let's talk about the marriage of Anakin and Padme a little bit, and the red flags of failure of this marriage that are already presenting.
Step 1, fucking no one knows.
Step 2, build on top of those lies
Yeah.
by going,
The
well,
thing is,
she never,
if she had
and-
just fucking told her handmaids what to
Well,
expect.
I was also going to talk about the Anakin before that. Anakin's like, "Oh, I'm going to write separate
Oh, yeah.
because work-life balance."
Yeah.
And then, who gets upset about the work-life balance later on in this book?
Oh, that's right. Forgot about that. I was trying I'm sorry, I was too
So-
busy
so
trying to
immediately-
remember all the other shit.
So immediately we see the red flags
Yeah.
of why this marriage is gonna fall apart.
Well,
You know what they say, when you build a marriage on lies, it's almost like something that Padme said. In Attack of the Clones. They'd be living a lie or something.
yeah. And now
You know,
they're
maybe
living
I'm
that lie.
maybe I'm imagining it. I
No, not for this one.
don't know.
I can only imagine. Do you think there was ever like a conversation between fucking Obi-Wan and Anakin as they're like driving to some far off planet? Where Anakin goes, "So Satine, huh?" And Obi-Wan just says, "Don't throw stones at glass houses, Anakin."
Yeah. So let's
He fucking knows.
I guess we'll speed run this a little bit because we're already 2.5 hours in.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's probably right.
And we are past lunchtime, and I told you we'd stop for lunch. We're hitting dinner time, right?
Okay.
And we're gonna play Lego Star Wars today. At least try. I don't think we're gonna now. Actually, with it being this late.
Well, that's okay.
We'll figure it out though, because we gotta get your original answer.
Yeah.
Trilogy. We'll figure it out. on screen.
Yeah. Alright.
So speed run. So yeah, Sabe does the job, and Padme goes to do her job, which she brings she brings Piper with her, and she gets on a ship. They go undercover as bodyguards for a ship that are piloted by Wookiees, a Wookiee couple, and it's a maiden. And then there's like this bird girl,
Yes.
who E.K. Johnson made Baby Shark canon, Star Wars. That's the bird girl sings it all the time.
Oh, you know what? It's the first bird person we meet that doesn't eat people.
I think it's a different type.
Oh.
Another person though. I think it's a different race.
Okay.
But she's like a child or something.
Yeah.
And so, I have to check my facts. I think she's different. I can't remember.
Okay.
Once again, you have more fresh memory of this than I do.
She's cool.
Yeah. And so,
She likes preparing shit.
yeah, she likes preparing, and that's why she's kind of on board the ship.
Yeah.
She hates their droid that they have.
G1.
What's that?
G1 FY.
Oh yeah,
But I'm just
Chippy.
going to call him G1.
Jippy. I think it's done on a Jippy.
That would get it. That's. I'm sorry.
Who it turns out, well, we'll get to that. So
Yeah,
Let's go back to Coruscant.
Actually.
let's go back to Coruscant.
Coruscant.
Where somebody's like, man, this is weird. I don't get how this is working, but let's do this.
Yeah.
And so like, she has.
Imagine if you were an actor, you weren't given a script for a play, but everyone.
Yeah, she gives a schedule, but that's it.
Yeah.
She's shown
Figure it out.
Yeah, she knows her blocking, but not her lines.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of weird because a couple things happen. One, Palpatine is like, hey, so I hear that certain actually before that, let's focus on Anakin and Obi-Wan, who do a frontline thing. Anakin meets the clones, and like we get to see that Anakin bonding pretty well with the clones.
Yeah.
In fact, we meet a character named Sister, who's a transgender clone. Anakin's very accepting,
Yeah.
which is nice to see. But that makes sense. Anakin is usually very accepting of people.
Yeah.
So that's another reason why Captain probably loves him. Very accepting
It's accepting as long as like.
to a fault.
Yeah.
That's probably to a fault.
Yeah.
And so they have a battle and
She explains like, oh, when clone troopers die, you leave their helmets
yeah,
in the general area where they die.
as a respect thing, and also
Yeah.
like it's just a warrior thing. So
So there's that.
Uh,
Obi-Wan
but
kind
so-
of is like, okay, maybe you could fucking to Anakin, could you fucking chill?
Yeah.
Like Anakin is going crazy.
Anakin is like
against these droids.
kind of bloodlusting, but not really good. No
Like,
blood.
cool, man. Obi-Wan's over here like, thank God we have a fucking PG-13 rating.
But yeah, and Obi-Wan's like, man, he might have been made for this. That's kind of scary. So anyways, after that battle happens, converting back to Coruscant, Palpatine's like to Sabe, who he thinks is Padme at the time, is like, hey, so I heard some Jedi are coming back. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And Sabe does not get it.
She doesn't get it. which is
Which Palpatine's like, that's not the reaction I was getting.
it's like more okay, fine, I guess.
And that's when Palpatine starts like flew in on like, man, this might not be who I think it is. Because this is at a party that Bill associated. Where like it's a loyalist party with a few other politicians there, and it's supposed to be like just a little like it's a work party.
Yeah, it's like put this
Put this in
back
the,
burner.
yeah, put this on the back burner and look into it later.
So thinking of that. She almost has like a freak out.
Yeah, and so basically that night, she goes to bed because
Up until this point,
she has this like 4-hour block period where like
Yeah.
by herself and she's like, I don't know what's happening. Does she meditate now? What is she doing? I'm so bored. And then tonight, that night, she's like, well, I'm just gonna go to sleep, I guess.
Yeah.
And sure enough, then like the doors open. She's like, wait, who knows how to get in here without setting off the alarms? And
Someone break into my apartment?
and then we skip point of views.
Yeah.
But of course, I think we all know who it is.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm like, Pepe, I understand.
yeah, because Padme was gonna tell Sabe. She was like, that would change our friendship.
Yeah. Yeah, fucking didn't it?
So we could even get a secret.
Yep.
But yeah. And so I guess we could just continue talking about that storyline. It's Anakin.
Anakin, because he's like,
And he's like, oh, I'm coming home with my wife. Yeah, we're gonna have some wife hubby time. And then he sees somebody else in her bed.
and joke from earlier last person that trespassed your fucking
Last person that was in your bed that wasn't you.
is dead now.
But no, he is kind of intense.
Yeah, he's like, where the fuck is my wife?
And then eventually they figure out who's who, because R2 and 3 people come in, and they put 2 and 2 together, they're like, oh. And Sabe is still like angry about her, rightfully so.
Yeah.
And so Anakin's like, I'll sleep on the floor. I'll sleep on the floor in the living room. I don't even need blankets or anything. And she's like, no, here, take them anyways.
Yeah. He's like, I would love to get the fuck out of here, but I can't because of how our
The
alarms
alarm, yeah,
work.
because our alarm's set for another 8 hours, and if I mess with them, then it'll look weird.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna go sleep on the floor.
Yeah, and so he does that, and then by the time she wakes up, he's already gone.
Yeah.
And she's still kind of mad.
Like, how could she not tell me?
There's that, and also like, what did she see in him? She said she's like, man, like you said, out of all the scandals,
Yeah, that's their
because she's like,
the exact line of all the scandals she could have chosen.
because like later on, she's like, she says something.
So
I always figured that her heart would go to the planet.
yeah, that's the thing that apparently Sache.
Because Sabe's a
Sabe.
little sore because Sabe also had romantic feelings for
So
Padme.
Padme explained a long time ago, it's either going to go to the planet or it's going to go to a person, and it's going to be
Disaster. It's gonna be
uncompromising and
disaster.
disastrous.
Way to predict that, Padme. You should be a Jedi.
Yeah, maybe you could have seen some of the fucking problems.
But yeah, so Sabe's a little bit.
God,
Well,
I'm being
Sabe-
real harsh on everybody today.
Sabe's a little bit sore, which Anakin doesn't help because he's like, oh, you're just jealous. 'Cause I assume that Padme's about that at some point.
Maybe not. My assumption is, unless it's brought up, characters don't know.
Yeah. I don't know why Anakin, but yeah, Anakin put a little salt in the wound there.
But then again, he also, for lack of a better term,
Although,
doesn't advocate
If
that.
anything though, it might be he's just talking on a friendship level.
Yeah.
And that's just brought up her memories and being like, oh, I do love her, but that's her.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so, but we also see the difference between
Yeah.
the love that they have. Sabe is going to let Padme go versus what we see Anakin
I
later.
don't necessarily think it's that.
But we do kind of see like,
I think it's one of
Sabe-
those things where you were so different from the person I fell in love with.
but I'm talking about even before this, like
Oh,
when Sabe kind of just agreed to be like, okay, we're
Oh,
close friends,
yeah,
sisters,
that's
versus say when Anakin,
what Anakin.
how Anakin perceived love.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, serious problem mania at that point.
so yeah, so then they go to a Jedi party
Yeah.
where basically senators and Jedi are talking, kind of like talking about the difference between the war front and all that. Because during the night before, Sabe did ask Anakin how things were, and Anakin was like, "Yeah, it's pretty rough,
Yeah.
but he's like, it's fine.
It's like it's actually really simple. All I have to do
It's stop the bad guys."
stop. All I have to do is cut down every motherfucker in front of me, and eventually I'll just get to the ones that cause the problem.
Yeah, because Anakin, once again,
I mean, he does finish the job pretty fucking hard.
because Anakin is very black and white on
Yeah.
things, and it's kind of, once again, it goes into the problems of Anakin, all that are things that are good about Anakin that are also problems.
Yeah, pretty uncom. They bring it up, and they're like, he is an uncompromising.
Which is another
justice.
reason that Padme probably loves him. And she makes the joke of, well, with you two on the case, the war's gonna be done in no time.
Yeah,
Which is a joke, but she's like kind of serious about.
yeah. Just like, yeah, it's cool. I don't know how sympathy can manage this.
And so the next day, Jedi meeting between senators and Jedi, and everybody, she's meeting other Jedi, and we get a cameo of the worst Jedi ever, Mr. Umbar himself. Did you catch that cameo? So you remember when Yoda and Obi-Wan, or Yoda and I forget the other Jedi just talked about. I think it was either Mace or one of the other Jedi. They were talking about how the clones all have personalities. Should be,
Oh, the dickhead.
yeah, Pong
That's
Krell.
him.
Pong Krell.
I know it. He's got 4 arms, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he's
Fuck
the
that
same
guy.
race as Dex.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, he's just like,
Because he refers to the clones not by their nicknames, which
He
they
goes by their
he
numbers.
goes by their fucking numbers.
yeah, and Yoda and this other Jedi are like, yeah, they've all got really good personalities. You know, it's very important that we like recognize that. And then the book's like, and then this other Jedi scoffed.
Like,
And it's like, but he didn't say anything out loud because nobody agrees out loud. Disagrees out loud with Master Yoda. And it's like, oh, we know who that is because they described the race and everything. And it's like, yeah, so that was a little cameo. It's good to see even at the beginning of the war, he was an asshole.
hey, CG24583. How's your day going?
Bye. 4 5s.
To be honest, it takes an extreme amount of patron dedication to actively refuse.
It's basically, I mean, since we've already had the transgender, it's kind of dead naming in a way. If you know the term, it's kind of like dead naming.
No, I think it might help with the we have reserved attitude.
Yeah, but it's definitely like in the same vein as dead naming.
I don't.
So dead naming is for transgender is where you use the original name and somebody who's transitioning. So you know how you just say transition, they're like,
Oh, take a new name.
take your name. That way it fits how they feel.
Alright.
Dead naming is where you say their name, the old name, and usually it's reserved for when you're actively using the old name, like being an asshole. And so, yeah, it's that same person, like it's definitely that same, it's got that same energy of like, I hate you so much, I'm just gonna dead name
See, for me, it's
you.
not.
Because like, it's got that same energy to me. Because
I
like that, you gotta have a lot of hate and energy to actively do that.
Yeah.
And it's just,
I'm
and I
saying-
feel that I have that, and I feel the same way about transgender dating. You've got to have a lot of hate and energy to actively like say somebody's name every time you talk to them, rather than
I don't like that he does it either, but it's for a different reason.
yeah. But it's got that same yeah.
The same energy. It is one we have reserves. We can always make more of you. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah. The other problem
they're all
is
from the literal same person.
The other problem
but
is treating
they
them
don't
like
act
droids.
the same.
Yeah, the other problem is treating them like droids that can just be replaced, which is not entirely true.
Yeah, that's how cloning works.
One, it's expensive, and two, they're people.
Yeah.
I mean, ignoring the expenses, they are people.
Yeah.
But two, it's expensive. I mean, if you want to ignore that they're people, it's an asshole. If you want to just look at it logically, it's expensive. And in fact, there are a lot of episodes of Clone Wars that go over how expensive it is and how they have to keep basically basically putting the government in debt to pay the Kaminoans off for each new batch. Well, he did do he is the one who hired.
I don't think he ever meant for it to go this far.
No. I think we'll talk about it when we get to an episode of Clone Wars that has to do with that. But yeah.
So, not Panaka. He's not. Panaka's not great. It's not Sifo-Dyas.
Punk Crow.
Punk that's the thing. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
As a guy who like goes and looks over like military strategy, fuck him. That's a sign of a bad leader.
Yeah. Like it's all like once again logistically, you shouldn't just be sending your troops out to die.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously by the Umbara arc, he doesn't care because by the Umbara arc, he's like, well, I'm failing this on purpose so that way I can join the dark side. But early in the war, why are you doing yeah. So, once again, Anakin and, like, while Sabe is trying to actually talk to these Jedi and, like, learn about the war when she talks to Varys, we get a little bit of early Varys is going to become a bomb
Yeah.
energy. Because
She's like,
we start to see the energy behind, like, Varys
it's not that I'm
become the
scared.
terrorists.
It's not that I'm scared to fight it. It's that I would prefer not to fight it this way.
Yeah. It's also like I'm a Jedi. You probably shouldn't be fighting.
Yeah.
And also I'm a child, so therefore PTSD. And he's like, I fought at the battle. He knows it's good enough for me. I'm just gonna be a healer in the background and not go onto the front for a long time.
Probably just fucking not.
Yeah. And then we get Kanan's master, Kevin Balalo,
Yeah.
who has a kind of an opposite feeling of like she like respects the
She's like, no, I get it, but we have to go out there anyway.
yeah. She's like it's kind of our duty to protect people, or in this case, protecting people requires us to
Yeah.
do this. And so we get a good rounding of like ideology during this time. And then Anakin's like, hey, Padme, come talk to me. I gotta talk to you about something. Privately. And Sabe's like, God damn, you're gonna ruin my cover.
Yes.
Also, you're gonna ruin my cover.
Yeah, he also just goes, I'm sorry. And then
I told you this. He's like, I told you it's time to apologize because I did it. And she's like, apology accepted, but is that really why you did this?
he's like, yes. And he leaves.
Also, he gets called away. That's also like,
I think she also notices that Obi-Wan's over there kind of looking at him. She's like, he wouldn't fucking release that in public because that's not what Obi-Wan does.
oh yeah, because she's wondering who all can tell that she's
Yeah.
not Padme, and she's like, Obi-Wan figured it out
But he's
last
not
time,
saying
but
anything.
he's not saying anything. He probably won't say anything because he respects it. And so, but yeah, so back with Padme now.
Yeah.
Padme and Tycho do a lot of things.
Yeah.
One, they get into a war zone
Yeah.
where they help out the war zone.
They help out.
Because basically very similar situation to the Naboo in episode 1, where the Trade Federation's like, hey, we're blockading you, and we're stealing
One city that's under siege.
and also we kidnapped like your granddaughter, so that way to force you to sign this treaty. Once again, Trade Federation has their treaties again.
Yeah.
And Padme's like, well, I recognize this. All right, let's go help them. And so she works with the clones, not telling them that she's a senator.
General Six.
Yeah, General Six. General Six is awesome. And so she helps General Six, and they're like, all right, we're going to surprise attack because this is a smuggler ship, essentially.
It's
A supply ship.
not necessarily a smuggler ship. It's just like,
It's a civilian ship. It's
yeah.
not-
So they're not going to be able to do anything.
they're also not going to suspect that, you know.
Side note: them doing this is a war crime, by the way.
Well, that's assuming war crimes are the same in Star Wars.
Well, ain't no rule in the books yet because nobody thought.
Also, the only type of war crimes treaties that I can think of is the Yavin.
After.
Yeah, they're after episode 4. The Yavin stuff, and I don't even know if that's canon off the top of my head. So yeah, as far as we know, not a war crime, at least in their universe. And so, yeah, they go up and they're like, "Hey, we're a supply ship," and the Battle Droids are like, "We don't remember a supply ship coming in, but okay."
They're like, we have all this rum, man. Do you fucking want it?
They're like, "We're droids."
And he's like, look, I don't want to have to go and explain to my boss. I came here.
Yeah, I don't want to have to go above your head and get you in trouble because I couldn't do my job. And so they're like, fine. And so they prepare anyways because they're like, it's kind of weird that we're getting a delivery that we didn't expect. But they also didn't prepare enough.
Yeah.
Because they jam-packed this ship with troops.
Yeah.
So yeah, they hit them hard and they save the girl and they
Yeah.
bring her back. In fact, it goes over so well that the leader of this planet's like, yeah, we're gonna make a deal with the Republic now after this
We would like to join the Republic.
because we also because at this time we were neutral, but yeah, we joined the
It's not
Republic
working out for us. So sure.
because
And they're like, well, we can't just leave. And they're like, well, the good news is, when people are like deciding to join the Republic or not, they're
they're required to.
under its protection until they officially join.
Yep. So yep, Republic's like,
Once those
so
hulks,
General Six is like, we'll stay here, keep it safe.
yeah, once those hulks open up until they're shut down, you're under protection by the Republic.
Yep. And General Six is cool. Like, I got this.
All right.
Love General Six. I want more.
Padme fucking kills one troop super hard.
Yeah, Padme is like, I've now seen war, and it sucks.
I fucking hate this.
She's like, man, this is nothing compared to what happened on Naboo. I mean, Naboo's nothing compared to this one.
Yeah.
And she's like, man, this is way worse. I get it now. Like, I already was against this. Now I'm even more so.
Yes.
So she's like, well, we still haven't talked to our contact who was supposed to talk to us.
Yeah.
I get, and the Wookiees are like, well, we're going back to Coruscant at this point, so,
You want to ride?
you know, like, yes. And at this point, we learned that the droid is actually a spy for the contact.
One that
Unwillingly,
doesn't have a choice.
because, programming.
How droids work.
And so,
Which
Droid-
can be
droid-
both good and bad.
Droid in a way kidnaps Padme,
Yeah.
and is like, hey, my boss wants to
It's
talk
sort
to
of
me.
like it's like I locked the president in the bathroom. It's fine.
And then force them to take a phone call.
Yeah.
And then I also locked their security.
It like the closet.
Yeah. Thankfully, Baby Shark is there to save the day. Baby Shark gets Psycho out of his closet. Meanwhile, Padme makes a call and find out that the contact is an Amoy.
Yeah. And they're like, she immediately is almost.
Yeah, his name is Ojnadab, who we have already seen in, for those of us who have read the excerpts that get released, in the Brotherhood excerpt, the first one, not the one we talked about today, because he's the representative that Ventress and Obi-Wan meet.
So
He's like, hey, so that thing with the whole Trade Federation, we hate them too.
yeah, but because of how our planet works, I can't just openly oppose
Yeah.
them.
Oh, we need to go back.
Yeah.
Because an important thing happened that involves what Nadine talks to her about, which is that Sasha teamed up with them with when she was with Harley. There was this weird shipment that showed up of tea, and it was a supply they needed, but it was like, where did this come from? We didn't like order it.
Yeah. So what?
So it turns out Ojna D was behind that shipment.
has been
Because he's
doing.
been doing multiple things.
He's been doing a lot.
He's been One, providing shipments like that to eager people. We've been doing like behind the scenes going. We're basically screwing the Trade Federation over because I got a subsidiary company beneath them that I'm in charge of.
Yeah.
And I
And we're not raising our prices or anything.
yeah, we're not raising our prices. We're not selling weapons, even though like the rest of our companies are. And we're not, and we also like are providing like we're sending supplies to the world setting.
Yeah.
The other thing we're doing, because I've been reviewing your legislature that you signed, I've been working on helping slavery.
and helping trying to get rid of slavery. Because I can do that.
Because
I can
also
actually like
yeah,
represent or
because
do
very
it.
much on a similar track, he can ship people off to the world where they're being held.
Like so we've just
And
been
also,
spending.
yeah, we've been sending them to the White Suns.
Yeah, we've
and-
been sending them to White Suns and they
And
take
then
it
they-
to either
And then we all, after they get the chip out, we've been sending them to like different world where
Carlos
they get
and
jobs.
Norio, places where jobs are.
So
They're like-
that makes like she's wary because she's like,
Well,
you're an Amoidian,
and your people kind of
screwed me over, and also scarred Sasha.
yeah. Also, your boss is an asshole who
Yeah,
cheered for my death.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Gunray kind of tried to assassinate me like 3 times.
I'm not sure the last one counts as an
Well, so
assassination,
I count.
but-
So the way I count it, I count the first movie. Anytime he tried to kill her, well, tried to kill her once.
Yeah.
So, yeah, assassination attempt. Which, yeah, in the second book, we're gonna get to see the trials of that
Oh.
because he went on trial for that. Because at the end of the movie, they're like, oh, he'll be held in trial. We see how that goes.
Yeah, I bet it got fail.
The second attempt is hiring Jango Fett, who then hires Sam Weasel, who then or Wessel, who then hires those slug things. Actually, that's the third attempt. The second attempt is the destruction of the ship that
Yeah.
kills.
Oh yeah, that was that is attempt number 3.
Yeah, then was attempt number 3, and then attempt number 4 is Geonosis.
Yeah.
It's an assassination attempt. It's a public one, but it's an assassination attempt.
Yeah, alright.
So yeah, 4 times, 7 minutes trying to kill her. Yes, also the reason he agreed to join the Separatists, because in Attack of the Clones, during that round table meeting,
Yeah.
where like everybody's talking about how they'll join, he mentions that he'll join if Dooku helps with killing her.
Yeah, it's like, just please kill this one woman. I've tried 3 times. Nothing is happening.
So yeah. So she's obviously wary.
Yeah.
But after he tells her all these things he's
It's
been
like,
doing,
here's my proposition. And she's like,
and he's also like, hey, if you back me up and put me into a Senate seat instead of Locke Dodd,
yeah.
then we'll make actual changes. And so she's like, I gotta talk about this with my party, but it sounds like a good deal.
She's like, eventually they do get there
Yeah.
to the party. And she goes and she presents to them.
I don't know if they can hear me. Yeah.
She presents it to them. And so all of them look and they're like, we would be insane to say no to this like essentially golden opportunity.
Yeah.
It would be crazy.
Also, the Wookiees and
Yeah.
yep.
And I want to make sure stuff like this doesn't
Yeah.
happen. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't really.
Moving on. So yeah, she returned something like, hey, don't ever ask me to do that again.
Yeah, that's one of those things where I'm like, I get it. There's some things like,
Oh, we should talk about the important thing about before she talks to Sabe, because that's near the end of the book.
okay,
Let's talk about the important thing of when she reports back to Bell and Mama. Palpatine's in the room, because Palpatine found out.
yeah,
Because Palpatine's like, so after all the weird things that like, where Palpatine's like, I don't think that's Padme,
yeah,
he's finally put two together. It's like, okay, it's animated, goes to Bell and off screen. She's like, "Hey, so that was a double A." And Bell's like, "Yeah." And so they talk about it, and of course Bell tells him not quite everything, but enough.
Yeah.
And so he's like, "Well, let's be there when you know get back." And so she gets back, and he's there, and they explain that, and tells them, "Hey, so here's the deal." And once again, we just get after that get another great Palpatine that's mad.
And he's like,
He-
so he goes to the top.
And he's like, "I'm so angry that these stupid worms think they can go around me." He's like, and then he's like, "You know what? So I can use this.
It's fine. This
I can
little
use
thing-
this."
He's over here. He's like, I can pull a
See?
Xanatos Gambit off.
Yeah, Palpatine's he's already playing chess. He's already manipulating it.
While this is a small victory for them, this will benefit me.
Yes. So he actually calls Dooku.
Yeah, he's like,
And he's like,
hey,
"Hey, whatever you do, don't actually start that assassination attempt that
Yeah.
then when he's asking you.
could you hold off on that for a bit?
Yeah, Gunray's an idiot. Just hold off on it. He's like, give him some hope first, and then watch it fail. and then we win. Which, unfortunately, we do know it fails.
Yeah.
Because if you watch Clone Wars, Ocean Deep is not the senator of of Cato Nemoria. It's Slot Dust. So, but
Yeah.
it's really about the journey, which is why Brotherhood is going to show us that journey.
And so
And so that's
we.
so now we come to the big finale.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the end of the book, but
It's really the prime. I mean, the book really ends with Anakin and Padme together.
Yeah.
But well, it actually ends with Rey is the last thing. But
in terms
of like the emotional impact of the arc that's going on, this is the true like.
so
This is the climax, and then everything else is the new on. So the climax of this is the conversation that we've been alluding to since the beginning of this review,
they go Padme and Sabe.
and they have a very heated discussion.
I wouldn't say it's heated. I would say it's one of the.
Well, it's one side.
I don't even consider it is, but to me it's in the way of like.
Hell, even Corday knew about Anakin before Sabe, and that's kind of like part of it.
I don't know. I'm not good with romances and such. So to me, this conversation comes across as, boss, I don't like what you asked me
No,
to
this
do.
is a friendship. This is a friendship.
Never asked me to do that.
Yeah, this is a friendship thing of where she is creating lines now, where she's like,
Yeah.
this cannot be a work
The
relationship
hard
anymore.
part
We are
is
going to be
quite
friends.
literally that Padme is her boss.
Yeah, if we're going to be friends, we cannot be coworkers anymore.
Yeah.
Essentially. And so the discussion comes down to,
You've changed so much, the politics, the war.
yeah,
You're not the same girl I knew. We have the book right there.
I was trying to pull up the line, the line that really hits the points of the discussion. My hand is yours.
My hands are yours. Never ask me to use them again.
That's it. Yeah. Because it shows that she's still, and we're gonna get really into it even more. I'm not gonna say too much, but I am gonna say, be excited for when we go back to the Vader comics. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah,
And so that
I'll say that I'll give away this. We see Saw Vader in the Vader comics.
I hope she fucking looks different than Padme, cause it's not gonna go well.
And so
I'm not a genius, but I can see how that would go bad.
I'm not gonna say anything else. But
And so
yeah.
that is
So that's the end of their work relationship,
yeah.
and also change to their friendship to a degree.
It's not necessarily.
It's not a bad,
It's I can't pretend to be you anymore.
and also I definitely cannot ever come back to Coruscant.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
So this place is corrupt. It's bad. I'm kidding.
Yeah, this place has changed you, and I don't know if it's for the better yet.
Yeah.
So I can't be here.
So I'm going to go.
Like I know what the work you do is important. I just don't know if I can be here to support you.
Yeah.
But it does end on a nice note where they kind of go back a couple times. They
Yeah.
reflect on their times as sisters and talk about what everybody else is up to.
Yeah.
And have basically sleepover.
Yeah.
And and then after she leaves, Anakin and Padme have their like husband thing, have their moment.
Yeah. They have
Fight.
Um.
That's true. And then the Brea, and then that's it.
She goes back to. It's not very typo.
It's type probably.
Yeah. They're.
Sorry.
Sabe.
Sorry.
Sabe.
Yeah, in case you think.
They go. And there's that real conversation.
Yeah, where they're trying to figure out where they are.
Yeah.
They're like, I like you, and I like you. Also, what is this? How's it gonna work?
Yeah. And she's like, not necessarily like I got rejected, but like I don't.
I don't feel.
Give me some time.
Yeah. But I do think the romance is there. And
I think it was also another one of the things because somebody mentions they had like discussed it in the past where she was like, I can't do that.
yeah, before it was more of a work-life balance thing.
Yeah.
Now it's a, I need time.
I need time to recover. Before it seemed to me it was like I can't do that since I also have to occasionally act
It's a for
look
coworkers.
bad.
It's a for coworkers.
Yes.
And part of being a coworker.
Yeah.
So, especially in that case, where it just reflected Padme as having an affair.
Yeah. That's why I was like, that's why.
Which is also what she thought originally the Anakin situation was until the Jedi Temple scene,
Yeah.
where it kind of becomes more obvious that it's a. She's like, wait a minute, you guys are married, and then she's mad again, and then Anakin gets mad. That's why he rushed off because he was mad at her. He was like, I can't do this.
You're not my wife. That's the big lost away.
Once again, a little bit of the red flag show. Ones that are hard to tell are red flags without.
Does not work for Anakin.
No. So yeah. So that's the book.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And this is one of the few books that got me to read through like words from the author at the end.
Yeah. Oh, you read like the acknowledgement at the end. I skimmed them. They
Since John's
yeah. Right. Period.
because that's all that you need.
Right. So that's why she was given the early tools that she already did the Ahsoka novel, which was a partial adaptation of the Mandalorian arc. Mandalorian arc came out,
Okay.
and it was also like a continuation of her story of like while she was on the so, yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Once again, my own complaint is I kind of want more of this stuff. Now, it doesn't have to just be like more Padme.
Yeah.
Honestly,
So you gotta read-
I would like to see a speed book after that first one. A speed book would be interesting. Like just for life. Like obviously, I wouldn't expect like adventure and stuff.
No.
But I would like to see a pro life type of story.
I think-
maybe her like not just show her like 4 episodes one, but also show like up until her death. Like show the story of her falling in love with Cleese and showing her like how the marriage works. And we can see more of her developing like some of her. That would be a book I'd like to see. And I think she can pull that off.
I don't think it's necessary.
It's not. It's obviously not.
But
It's not a necessary book, but that's with any, honestly, with any of these folks.
Yeah.
It's a higher vote necessary.
No. But I think Johnston could do it. I think it's
That would be a little look I'd like to see. Also, Brea, more Brea, because she's a character that's just so under, like, represented. Brea would be nice. Like, we know bits and pieces of her life, but we don't really know her. She's just Leia's mom for most people. And even then, some people don't even know that. They just know, oh, it's Bel Organa and then his wife. But yeah,
however,
I would give this an 8.
yeah, I'll give it a solid. Which, you know,
That's
one of the
great for you. Especially when you were like, oh, it's slow at first. So that's great, putting it at an 8.
man, you know, one of these days, maybe we'll encounter one of these, and I'm like, just going to drop the bar at like
Yeah, I'm
2.
waiting. I'm waiting for the one you hate, but I mean, you're like me. Like, more stuff is good stuff for the most part.
I'm like you have to fuck up real bad.
All right,
However,
this will be the last thing we do. The animated game.
oh fuck me, come on, man.
What's great is we've been saying most of them throughout our review, and you've got the hard ones that I couldn't remember most of the time. So let's start with Phantom Menace 5. So, I'll give you hints. The first one, because I've written them out. The first one is an artist.
Everything.
Yep. Musician.
I
I think she's mentioned once.
just mentioned once, so I do not remember it.
Robbie.
Robbie? Yeah.
Our lead.
Abe?
Robbie, yeah. Married and a Naboo legislature.
Okay. So that one.
So I said Naboo legislature, which separates her from the other one. Yep. And then the one she's married to?
Oh.
No.
It's not that way. Those are.
Those are the newest ones, yeah. So we can skip that. You've named those two.
It's not Dorme, because Dorme organizes everything.
Yeah. Begins with a Y.
Got it.
Yep. And then the dead ones.
I think I almost snapped my neck.
Yeah. And then the dead ones.
Corday and Birthday.
Yeah. So you got them all. Yay. See, I would get stuck probably on Robbie as well. And then I always get stuck with Corday and Versailles. Well, so I remember Corday's face, but I always forget her name. And then of course, Lego, the new Lego Star Wars had like the best joke about that one. Bearded Padme.
Oh, yeah.
Bearded Padme dies there instead of Corday. Yeah. All right. So, thank you guys once again for watching and sticking around. You made it through this one.
So long.
Yeah. 3 hours. You know what? I think it's only 5. We could probably do an out. No. We'll play another day.
Yeah. Sorry.
Let's decide it now. We'll decide it for the public.
Okay. At the moment, I don't think I'm doing. Well, no, because you have to be home.
Let me get my work schedule. I have my work schedule. It almost never changes, but I'll double check it.
You doing anything Wednesday afternoon?
I don't. Not early if we do it. Well, it depends.
What's up?
So hold on.
Oh, is that?
Because there's a couple things that happen Wednesdays. So let's see. Let's see. 23rd. Okay. So Wednesday I get off at 11:30. Depending on if the curse is lifted.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
Depending on if the curse is lifted. So y'all pray for me or whatever. Do whatever you do to get rid of curses.
Yeah, do whatever ritual you need to do.
Sacrifice a goat, whatever. Whatever it takes. Once the curse is lifted from that podcast, go ahead and then if that curse is lifted, then at 1 Wednesday, hopefully, we will have the movie podcast. If not, we can replace it with
Yeah.
that. And I will let you know that day.
Alright. Failing that.
Failing that, we could try Thursday.
Yeah.
And I get off even earlier Thursday. I get off at 10.
Alright. I think that's a decent enough plan for now.
Yeah. So
But from here,
either way, be on
play it by ear.
either way, be on the lookout. Something's gonna happen Wednesday.
Something will happen.
Something will air Wednesday. Either the curse will be lifted, or we get more Lego Star Wars.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, we'll have to play 2 days anyways because this week because we gotta finish it.
Oh yeah. If we're going to get through. Yeah. Alright.
So, honestly, and then of course I can't play it after the show. If I have the movie podcast Wednesday,
Yeah.
can't play it after because I have plans on Wednesday evenings.
Alright.
I hang out with Josh.
Yeah.
And stuff. But Thursday works, and then depending on your Friday, that would work too. I get off at the same time.
I don't have my work schedule for this one.
Yeah, so whenever your work schedule comes in, just we'll play it by ear.
Yeah.
If not, then I guess if we only get Thursday, I guess we're binging hard, you know. Good thing I get off at 10. All right. Well, once again, thank you guys for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, which is youtube.com/escaperowdyfilms, watching, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment. If you are watching on Twitch, which is twitch.tv/CJStarWars94, go ahead and subscribe or follow. That all helps us out. Following, yeah, we do.
Well,
Yeah,
you have a Patreon.
I have a page. The company has a Patreon.
Yeah.
It's patreon.com/escaperowdyfilms, where
You get different rewards on there.
yeah, we're trying to build up more rewards. We're trying to do movie night. We still haven't done our first movie night.
Exactly. We'll get there.
Nobody's schedules will have the line for people that were wanting to watch it, so we're weighing the pros and cons. And then we also get into Discord on the first
Yeah.
one. My books you can get because I am an author. I've written 2 novels and a collection of short stories. So Superworld, sci-fi, superhero genre. If you like Star Wars, which is if you're here. If you like Marvel or superhero stuff like that, you'll like Superworld. And then the other main novel is Time Ninja. If you like fantasy, Highlander, time travel, samurai, Japanese culture, you'll like Time Ninja. And then of course, my other one is the short story collection, The Code Wars, which is in the same universe as Superworlds.
Yep.
So you get a few stories about some of the characters from that and their backgrounds. So if you really like Superworld and you want to dig more into the universe, that book's there for that. Oh, and also you get early access to the tabletop game we're developing. On one of the, I think if you're getting the book one, you've already got that level. Because I think the access to the tabletop game that we're developing, like early access, is like a tier below that.
Yep.
It's a tier cheaper. Whereas the if you want the books, it's the higher tier.
Yeah, I think if you go to the highest level, then you get all of it.
Yeah, the highest tier you get all of it.
Because that's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, but I'm saying like if you just want the tabletop game, it's a tier shorter than the books. But the tabletop game is also set in the Superworld universe, so I would get the books as well.
Yeah.
Because then I think the tabletop does a great
It worked.
I think
It worked well on.
I think I've written the main
It works well.
core rule book as well enough to be like, here's the universe. That way you don't have to read the books, but if you want to, you can. Because it'll just build on your knowledge. So yeah, we do all that.
Thank you to the
Podcast Network and Gamers and Geeks, not Geeks and Gamers. That's the thing that we have to be careful of, because Geeks and Gamers is a terrible, that we don't want to associate with whatsoever. But Gamers and Geeks, however, is a great gaming store. It's our local gaming store where you can buy Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, any
Yep.
card game that you want. They also have mini games. So if you like Warhammer, which I'm not big on, but I need to check the lore out because I know it's pretty good lore. Yeah. And then we also got the arcade in the back that you can get access to for $10 day pass. Lets you play any of the games that you want. It's if you like classic arcade games, I know they got Mortal Kombat, they got Marvel vs. Capcom. They got some classic shooters like House of the Dead. So plenty of good stuff. Crazy Taxi, all the classics. Just Pac-Man. So and then of course adjacent to
With that Engage.
adjacent to Gamers and Geeks is Engage Gaming. It's in the same building. They're another friend of the channel. You can rent out you pay monthly fee to be a member, and you can rent out consoles. So say you don't have a PS5 or your PC isn't strong enough to play games, you can come here, do that. You can even pick the game. They have game collections that you can pick from. So say you don't have Lego Star Wars, then you can go, hey, I want to play some Lego Star Wars. You got it in your shelf. I'll play 2 hours of that and bring it back. And it's a great way to do that. They also got a VR headset, and so plenty of those games to play. Once again, going back to Modcast Network, who actually make their shows in the studio. We are currently on hiatus for recording, but you can check out the Titanic episode.
One of these days, I will show up to one of theirs.
Yeah.
Crash theirs.
And Scotty crashes here all the time. I love it. And then we also have the new show Tuesdays with Scotty, which our second episode is currently out, which it is going to be a twofer because it was a long interview, but it was a great interview. We talked with a comic book owner, comic book company owner, like he runs actual developing comics, writing stories and stuff. And then they talk G.I. Joe and a lot of other stuff. It's a great interview. And then my Star Wars deal show. Nothing big coming out of that right now either. But there is another show in development. I don't know how much I can say.
Well, it's in development.
It's in development.
That's about it.
I am going to say, because we already recorded the first few episodes, and I will say that it is a lot of fun. I had fun making it. When we get closer to where I can talk about it, then we'll talk about it.
But for now, I think that's everything.
Yeah.
So,
So, once again, thank you all for watching. I have spoken.
see you all around, I guess.
You still haven't come up with one, huh?
This is Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. We are not at our usual studio location this week. We had to change some things around. This week we are at my place. For those of y'all who watch some of my Twitch streams, y'all will recognize the background a little bit. You got some of my Star Wars books here. And in fact, right about here is some of the stuff we're going to be talking about next week.
Yeah.
Truthfully, I've already pulled them out. So there's that. We got some news as well as our review. But you know what? We should probably introduce ourselves for those that are new.
For those of you who are new,
So I'll let you go first.
I'm Seth. I am the co-host of the show alongside Caleb. Caleb runs the production and technical side. He essentially does everything. I am just someone to talk to and review the games or books. What happens with that? We try and do one thing per week.
Yeah, that is correct.
One big thing. And the rest of the time it's news and such. We'll go and review it. Mostly what that is him telling it to me and me giving my thoughts on it.
Yes. This week, though, in one of the biggest pieces of news, I guess, and we can kind of talk about that now, is they released a schedule for Star Wars Celebration.
Yes.
Now, neither of us are going to go there physically. We have discussed this with, I've discussed this with a lot of our friends within the Star Wars creator community. A lot of them are going, but we are not, unfortunately. But we are going to be watching from home still, because obviously we got to talk about whatever's coming out. And so, some of the bigger pieces of news is, let's go ahead and pull that schedule up, actually. Let's see. I know for sure Thursday we're getting one of our big panels for the TV shows, right?
Yeah.
And it's just for all the shows. It's let's see. They're calling it Lucasfilm Studio Showcase, and that's where they're gonna talk about all of the live action stuff. So we got Obi-Wan, Andor, and The Mandalorian that are going to be the three things that they've listed as being discussed, and so that's kind of the main topics. I know a lot of people that are excited. I know a couple people that are excited for Andor and to hear what's going on with that. Since we don't know too much yet, we know it's pretty much done filming, and we know it's coming out this year, but we haven't had a trailer or anything for it yet. And so,
yeah.
as far as that goes, is there anything in particular that you're excited to hear about from that? I know Obi-Wan, it's going to be weird because we're talking about it Thursday, but I mean Friday we'll have already. Then the next day we'll be watching the first episode. Because they moved Kenobi to Friday for the first episode.
Okay.
Because it was supposed to be Wednesday, but I'm assuming they moved it to Friday specifically so that for this purpose, so they could hype it up a little bit more. Is there anything in particular on that you're excited about, or do you want to kind of just go further into the?
I can't wait to see it, but
It's not exactly your.
yeah, right now.
Um.
For context, we got up at 8,
Yeah.
dealt with some stuff before we could actually get.
Lego Star Wars to run, which we'll talk about. We'll talk about that when we get to the review. Trust me. I'm gonna get there.
I remember I read this stuff earlier,
Yeah.
and then I forgot about it.
Yeah. And so we also have the Lucasfilm Publishing on Thursday, where they're going to go over the adult novels all the way to the kids' comics. So Del Rey,
Yeah.
Dark Horse, Marvel, Lucasfilm Press, all of that's going to be part of that. So that's where we're going to hear a lot about what more about what's coming out of High Republic all the way to the current sequel era. And so we're getting a lot of that. I'm kind of just going over the highlights of stuff that I'm really excited about. I mean, we also got an Ian McDermott panel, collectibles panel. Here we go, High Republic for Light and Life. Let's see, and that's going to be with all the authors that are currently involved. So so you've got Claudia Gray, Justina Ireland, Daniel Jose Older, Kevin Scott, and Charles Soule, along with a couple of Lucasfilms, James Waugh and Michael Siglin, where they're going to talk about a lot of what's coming up for Phase 2 of High Republic, currently titled Quest of the Jedi. And also, on a note of Charles Soule, while we're kind of just talking about news, they also made Charles Soule a what was the role they gave him? Creative something. He's now a creative consultant.
All right.
So he got a little bit of an upgrade, which is I think that's good. Charles Soule is like one of the best of the best. I mean, we've also got Claudia and a few others that we could put in that list. But Charles makes sense to put up there. I mean, he's given us one of the best Darth Vader comic book runs. He's given us. I'm pretty sure he worked on the mainline Star Wars comic too for a bit. He's. I mean, and then of course he wrote the first of the High Republic books, and so he gave us Light of the Jedi, and I mean,
there's a lot to look forward to regarding that. Yeah, so he did the Rise of Kylo Ren comic, which you haven't read yet, but I highly suggest to our audience. Eventually, he's going to get to it, but
Eventually.
so, which is kind of the story of Kylo Ren becoming. It's where those images we were talking about earlier
Yeah.
actually come from. It's from that comic. He also, worked on Obi-Wan and Anakin, Lando comic, Poe Dameron comic. He worked on the War of the Bounty Hunters. Because everybody did.
Yeah.
Um,
A lot of work for the War of the Bounty Hunters. That's definitely true.
and so, he's working on Crimson Reign, which is the next arc of that. He wrote the Eye of the Storm comic, which you haven't read yet, but we're gonna get to because that's part of the High Republic era. So we'll get to this season. And so making him a creative consultant is good because then for live action shows or for whatever TV shows they're working on, they can call him in and he can help, especially since we know the Acolyte is supposed to be near the end of the High
Yeah.
Republic era. So having him involved is good. Going back to the celebration schedule, that moves us into Friday, where we've got the Summer of Lego Star Wars, which has the games and animation team. So maybe we'll get a look into this year's specials because I bet they're going to do some Lego specials like they did with the Halloween and holiday special. They probably got more of those lined up. Maybe we'll get some more DLC. I would like some story DLC because Lego games are not completely, they've had story content editions before. Usually most of their DLC is characters, but they have done whatever they call mission DLCs or whatever. So it would be nice for that. I know that it's called the Skywalker Saga game, but they've already added for the extra characters. They've already added Mandalorian and Clone Wars and stuff like that. I would like some content around that. I would like maybe a Rogue One or if you want to keep it within the Skywalker, like a little bit closer to the Skywalker Saga, you could do a solo story content because that's still within the Skywalker Saga. I'd argue Solo is more Skywalker Saga than Rogue One. Although Rogue One is definitely important to the Skywalker Saga because it's
nothing gets done if that
those film
events don't
if that film doesn't go the way it does, then the rest of the series doesn't happen really.
It just ends.
Yeah. And then Friday we go back into Lucasfilm Publishing again. This one is for the nonfiction stuff behind the page. So that's where we're going to get some of the books that I've been reading lately. So like the visual dictionaries and stuff like that, and art books, and which I do plan to get the art book for the High Republic because that's coming out, and that they're also doing a timeline book that's going to have a comprehensive timeline.
Okay. That's good. Hey, can I borrow that?
And then, of course, since it's the 20th anniversary of Attack of the Clones, and that's one of the main themes of this year's celebration, one of the other panels is the 20th anniversary celebration. And then we got a merchandise sneak peek. We got a making of Tales from Galaxy's Edge. So that's probably something Sky would like because that's the VR stuff. Got a Hasbro panel. We got a Disney Park panel. So it looks like that's going to go over Galaxy's Edge, the Star Cruiser, and the Hyperspace Lounge, which is the actual Disney cruise thing that they're doing. Whereas the Galactic Star Cruiser is the resort. It's the hotel that you can stay at. But it's being treated kind of like you're on a cruise within the universe. Whereas Hyperspace Lounge is the actual, you're on the Disney cruise. Let's see. Looks like they're doing a celebration of D23, which is going to focus a little bit on Star Tours. Oh, sorry. It's a celebration of Star Tours presented by D23, so the the official Disney fan club. Because Star Tours has been around for 35 years. Then they got a tabletop games panel, which that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
That's probably not one that they're probably going to stream, unfortunately.
Atomic Mass games.
Yeah, certain ones they stream. Not every single one gets streamed. This doesn't seem like one of those. That's probably one where I'll have to find some footage after the event, because usually somebody will film it while they're there. But yeah, we'll see Atomic Mass games, Fantasy Flight games, and Z-Man games. Which Fantasy Flight and it's moderated by Asmodee's. I know it's Asmodee because somebody has corrected me. Asmodee's Justin Bulger, which Asmodee makes sense because they're the ones that own the rights to the tabletop games, and Fantasy Flight is owned by them. And
I see. You explained this to me off camera before about how convoluted it is.
Yeah, and technically Fantasy Flight doesn't own the rights to the Star Wars to make Star Wars tabletop anymore. But since Asmodee still owns it, they gave it to a different in-house studio that's one of their subsidiaries. And they're still they've basically decided for now they'll just reprint the Fantasy Flight system for RPG books. I think Fantasy Flight is still allowed to do the X-Wing and Legion right now. I think some of their other games are dead, though. But we'll probably learn a lot more about what's coming up regarding that. And it looks like they said, and it says that we'll get some behind-the-scenes stuff. So we'll probably hear what's in the works. And then we got a audiobook panel.
Oh, yeah.
So this is...
Big Bella.
This looks like it's more focused on audio dramas, not audio books, because the two immediate things they mention are the Dr. Aphra audio, the Dr. Aphra and the Tempest Runner, which is High Republic, and those aren't. It says audio books, but those are really audio dramas.
Yeah, I can see that.
And then because there is a slight difference, it's a presentation thing. They're presented kind of like plays, but for audio. So audio drama, which I'm excited for Tempest Runner when we do that. I'm gonna make sure that you get to listen to that one and not have to read that one. I have the book. I have the physical copy, but it's a script, which once again proves it's audio drama, not an audio book. So but I think that one will be fun to actually listen to because they got a full cast and, so that'll be fun. Which it says that's going to be moderated by Penguin Random House executive producer Nick Martorelli, who I know works on a lot of the Star Wars books.
All right.
So that brings us to Saturday. So we're halfway through the weekend. We get a Mando panel with Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. That one says it is going to be streamed. Okay, yeah, so it shows us which ones are streamed, actually. So let's see what we missed on the other ones that are being streamed. The Attack of the Clones one is being streamed. And the Lucasfilm Studio Showcase one. So far, those are the three that are being streamed. So those are the three that we'll get to see off the bat. Which, that makes sense. Those are your big headliners, so it makes sense that those are the ones that everybody sees. It's unfortunate that the High Republic one's not being streamed. But I get it. I get it. It's not a show. It's not a movie. So it's not.
Yeah.
It's not something that anybody outside the hardcore fans are going to want to see streamed. Although I'd argue this is for the hardcore fans. I know a lot of people that really care about Celebration outside of the hardcore fans.
Yeah, so maybe.
Let's see, and then following that, they got a behind the scenes on Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett one. That one's not being streamed. Got the cosplay competition. Obviously, that one's not being streamed. Got the Star Wars Hunters panel, the next video game. that's
Right.
coming out. That one's been delayed before, so I'm excited to hear what's going on with that and if it's near the nearing release, because they never gave us a new release date. It was supposed to already kind of be out. And it's kind of a Star Wars Overwatch
Okay.
4v4
It's a
Type of
team-based shooter.
team-based, yeah, Team Fortress 2, that type of game, where you have certain characters that have certain roles, and you've got different types of games, obviously, you can do, so it's not just shooting, it's not
Yeah.
just, so just like any other 4v4 type game like that. I'm interested to hear about that. That one's not being streamed, unfortunately. And then this is one that has been in the rumor mill for a while. Tales of the Jedi. So they confirmed the show because so I can't remember if we talked about it on the show, but there was a leak of an image and a little bit and a somebody found Tales of the Jedi within the not copyrights but trademarks,
Yeah.
the registered trademarks, because when you register a trademark, that's public information. Somebody can look that up, so people can see what you've named something when you put it in the trademarks. That way, and that's really for people to make sure that they're not accidentally copying somebody's trademark.
Yeah.
But it's also useful in regards to news like us looking things up and saying, oh, this is a trademark. Speculate, a little bit of speculation game. What are they doing? Now, a lot of people thought, oh, well, maybe they're finally making Tales of that era canon. So that's not confirmed, but what they have confirmed is that it's another anthology series. It's an animated anthology shorts collection, so it's going to be kind of like Visions. But this might be... Was it you who mentioned... Somebody I was talking to. I don't think it was you, actually. So I know we did talk about the rumors to season 2, and that they were rumored to be this year, which so far it looks like that's not confirmed based on the panels list. Looks like Tales of the Jedi might be its replacement for a bit. Maybe they'll go back and forth or whatever.
Maybe.
But Tales of the Jedi might be what I was talking to somebody about, where this is the American version of Visions, where you get a lot of non-Japanese studios to work on an anthology in a similar manner as Visions. Because I think what made Visions is that it's Japanese anime companies. And somebody I was talking to was like, well, it would be cool to see other smaller companies outside of Japan. And I was like, yeah, but that's not what Visions is. To me anyways. And I think that's kind of where they're going with Tales of the Jedi. This is the chance for other studios to kind of do that same idea. And that one will be streamed. So that's one where we'll get to see what's going on with that. And that's going to have Amy Ratcliffe as the host and Dave Filoni as a special guest, which makes sense because he's kind of he's one of the animation creative leads. He's basically an executive producer, but for animation.
All right.
It makes sense. And then we've got a Designing the Mandalorian with Doug Chiang, which that's going to be a art kind of. So that's going to be us, that'd be people getting to see the behind the scenes of like concept art and all that. Because Doug is really good. He's been around since. I know for sure the prequels. I think he's been around even longer. And then we get Marvel Star Wars Comics panel. So it's because the other comics panel didn't have the other, not comics panel, but the other books and stuff panel didn't have Marvel. So this will be strictly Marvel. We got an Anthony Daniels, aka C-3PO panel. We got a Del Rey behind the scenes panel. So that's going to be interesting. So that's it says they're going to focus on Brotherhood, Shadows of the Sith, and Princess and the Scoundrel, which Brotherhood will be coming out. Will have just come out during that week, like the week before or something like that. I think that the Wednesday before. Which still no word on if we're getting a copy. No arc. No arc.
No arc.
That's fine. At least give us Shadows of the Sith arc, please. And And it says it's going to also focus on some other books that haven't been announced yet. And so that'll be interesting. It's going to have the authors and book editors. And that brings us to the last day, Sunday, where we're going to get Bad Batch Season 2. Yeah, that's something that we've been waiting to hear about, because that got pushed to a unknown date so far. So we'll probably finally get a date. And that's going to have D. Bradley Baker, who is all of the clones, and Michelle Ong, who's Omega. And then we got...
It's also gonna be streamed.
Yes, that one's going to be streamed. Yep, so that's going to be one to definitely see. And then we got a look back at Visions. So this is, just something that Star Wars Celebration tends to do. They do a look back on stuff, usually, where they're like, oh, last year we did this, and so here's, a retrospective on that, and we can talk about the behind-the-scenes stuff now, which those are always nice. That one's not being streamed. We're getting a Wookiees panel, where we got the current Chewbacca actor, because, the original one, he passed a few years ago. But Junas is the current actor. He's been the actor for most of the sequel films. For 8 and 9, he was all of it, and then 7, he was 50-50, I think. He also got Carrie Jones, who was Chrysanthemum in Book of Boba Fett. And then Charles Soule will be there to talk about your boy Buryaga.
Hope Briaga's okay. I would like some answers, please.
Yeah, and then they'll have a tribute to Peter Mayhew, the original Chewbacca. Unfortunately, that one's not being streamed. That one I would like to see.
Well, Wookiees are great.
Yeah, Wookiees are great. And then we got a Star Wars: The Clone Wars Siege of Mandalore screening. So they're just gonna watch the the 4-episode arc. That seems like fun. I've been to one of their screenings because they did that with. They used to do that with whenever a show was coming out. They would do a screening of the first episode. And the only celebration I ever went to was the year Rebel Season 4 came out. Was coming out, and so they did a screening of the first episode. And so it looks like, so it says they've got Dave Filoni going to be there, Carrie Beck, Athena Portillo, so all the creatives, and executives on the show, and so that would be nice to see, because the Siege of Mandalore is very cinematic. I think that's gonna. You haven't seen that yet, so.
I've seen clips. I haven't seen.
So that's gonna be fun to watch when we get to it. It's very
game of. Imagine if you watch everything that happened while being as intoxicated as possible.
Yeah. So
trying to figure out where the pieces go afterwards.
So that one's going to be fun for you to watch down when we get there, because those 4 episodes are very much like watching a movie. And in fact, so much so that people have edited it with Revenge of the Sith, because it takes place at the same time as Revenge of the Sith is happening. And then they've also there's people that have added Bad Batch Season 1 stuff, because there's stuff in Season 1, in the first episode in particular, that is also in that same exact moment.
All right.
Let's see. We also got a Creatures of Return of the Jedi panel, which that's interesting because of, we recently talked about Jabba the Hutt in particular, a few weeks back.
Big slug.
Yeah. Well, we talked about, the behind the scenes of it.
Yeah.
The three guys the 3 guys that operated them. Yeah.
Like eating mints and reading newspapers.
Yeah. Which it looks like that is one of the talking points. Movie monster fans won't want to miss this in-depth exploration of the Return of the Jedi's aliens. Join special guest in Return of the Jedi Creature Master Kirk Thatcher, along with FX artist Tom Spina, Regal Robot and Tom Spina Designs, Amy Ratcliffe, and Jason and Gabe from Blast Point's podcast, as they turn their keen eyes toward the throne room of Jabba the Hutt. And so it looks like it's not just going to be Jabba. They're going to talk about all the strange creatures that are in Return of the Jedi.
There's a lot of weird creatures in Return of the Jedi.
And then the closing ceremony.
Yep.
Which will be streamed, it looks like. Yeah. Nope, actually, no, it doesn't say streamed. It just says live. Okay, so, yeah. So there is a lot for sure
yeah.
going on. That sounds like a really jam-packed weekend. I am excited for my friends, but I'm also excited to see the stuff that we'll get to see. As for my friends, please record some of the stuff if you can. If you're going to some of the panels that aren't live, because I would like to see. I especially want to see the Wookiees one, and then what was the other one we mentioned? The High Republic.
Yeah.
Wookiees and High Republic are key ones that I want to see. Wookiees one is more just because who doesn't like a Wookiee? If you don't like a Wookiee, you're a monster.
I'm not gonna call you a monster, but
Let's see if there's anything else in the news. I think that's it for major news.
Yeah.
I think it's really just the schedule and Charles Soule being promoted, essentially.
as for why I have apparently joined the Sith, because of the location today, I wore a shirt that was green.
It's okay.
So that's why it looks like I'm joining the dark side.
And so one of the things that is notable on that panel list is there's something very specific that was rumored, but has no appearance whatsoever on the schedule. And I think you know where I'm going with this because you're looking at that exact same Star Wars News in that
Is
article.
it the one on the left or the one on the right?
Yeah, and there's only one that's, mentioned Star Wars Celebration in the title of it. There was no Jedi Fallen Order.
It's reportedly not launching until 2023.
And it says, according to the title of this, that it isn't missing Star Wars Celebration because they're still working on it.
Yeah.
Essentially is what it says. I could click the article and actually read it, but it seems that the rumor mill and the speculation, and this is coming from, let's see, Star Wars Newsnet, and what source are they using? Video Game Insider Jeff Grubb. I don't really know him off the top of my head, but I have heard the name. I just can't think of where. But they're waiting to release it on next gen. So, hey, I've already got a PS5. I'm set. High five. Yeah, so I'm set. Same thing with Knights of the Republic remake. I'm set.
Yeah.
And so, according to Jeff Grubb, 2023 is what they're looking at. And that's why they're kind of just only next gen. Probably next gen and PC is probably what we're looking at.
Probably.
So they were Jeff Grubb says they were probably targeting 2022, but I guess they just didn't get the targets they wanted. But you know what? I'm fine with that. Honestly, I'd rather wait a little bit for a better game. And you know what? We just played a really good Star Wars game anyways. So I honestly feel like I could play this. It really has a lot of replay value.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that more when we get to the actual review.
In terms of like Star Wars game though, I am sated for a while.
Yeah. Same. Like, if Hunters comes out this year, I think I'll be fine. I can wait for another AAA, because Hunters, while it's being made as this big AAA game, it's not being made by somebody I would consider AAA. It's Zynga. You know, the people that made all those Facebook games for a long time. They had like the little dog logo. These guys. Zynga. They made Farmville.
Yeah.
So like, and Words with Friends. So like, not exactly who I would argue is AAA, but this is their big break. So, but it is a free game, Hunters. So once again, I might not argue it's AAA because it's only going to be for Switch and mobile devices.
Could work out.
Yeah. Not a AAA game, maybe a AA. But so with that in mind, there's definitely a lot there that can be built up. Where was I? Oh yeah. So yes. So that's why they're not at Celebration this year, from the sounds of it. Let's see. Yeah, because Jeff Grubb. Okay, that's why his name is familiar. He's the one that earlier this year that we reported on. That was the one claiming that it was likely to show up at Celebration, and why it wasn't at EA Play or any of the other like E3 events and all that. Let's see. Here's the direct quote. I said this last week, but then Star Wars Celebration put out their agenda, and it's nowhere on the agenda. They say nothing about Respawn or that game. It's going to be there. It's just not on the agenda. It'll show up there. It'll be a pretty big deal. It's not going to have its own panel. I think that when they did Jedi 1, they had their own panel where they said, okay, let's talk about what this game is going to be. That's not happening this time, but they will be showing off new stuff from the game, and I think probably announcing the game. I guess we'll see. I don't know if that's right, Jeff.
It's like,
Because I feel like
even in the
because there's not even a video game panel. Like the only video game related panel is a one specifically for hunters, but there's no like generic video game panel. If there was a generic video game panel, I would say that Jeff
maybe.
might be right.
Not in this instance.
Yeah, I think he's right though, in that we're just not gonna. That it's it's not gonna have a major presence if.
Yeah, probably not.
I mean,
from what I just read, it doesn't sound like it will.
yeah, I mean, I can agree that 2023 makes sense.
Yeah,
for a release date.
but
Which
as
mean-
of current,
Yeah.
I don't expect it to be there.
Which means we'll probably be getting two big games in 2023 for Star Wars, because that's when I'm assuming Knights of the Republic is the remake's coming out. I mean, that's my best guess of when that's coming out, based on what we know about it.
For the love of God, don't do it. Don't make me play that game.
What game?
You know the one you just said.
Oh, my best guess of when it's coming out?
No. Keep going.
Knights of the Old Republic?
Yeah, no, don't make me do that.
Oh no, I don't want to play the remake. No, when it comes out, we're playing it.
Yeah.
You know we're playing it. And we're gonna get Sawyer on, because I know
yeah.
she's gonna play that with us. She better.
We're all just.
I'm gonna get onto her tonight about it. If you're not watching right now, Sawyer, if you are watching, I'm challenging you to play that as soon as it gets out. I know you want to, anyways. We are playing that.
Okay.
Oh, the problem is she doesn't have a PlayStation, so.
Damn.
Yeah. She has a Switch.
Mm.
Anyways,
Oh, great. That means
you and me are the only ones that get to enjoy it. Or I guess in your opinion, you will suffer, but
I'll suffer, I guess, if I.
but it's modern RPG though, which you're actually good at. I mean, versus the classic Knights formula.
We'll see.
I mean, you're good at modern RPGs. I've seen you play Fallout. You can't say you don't know modern RPGs.
No, I don't. I can say it. You're not gonna believe me.
No, I'm not. I've never seen you play Elder Scrolls game though, which is
No.
gonna be probably closer to what Knights is gonna be.
Probably.
But Fallout and Elder Scrolls aren't too far off from each other.
They're made
I mean, it's the same
by
engine.
the same people.
But like in terms of like slight mechanical things, they're slightly different,
Slightly different.
but not enough.
But in terms of like,
Overall
choices,
gameplay,
they're
and in terms of overall gameplay, they're not.
yeah, no.
And it's the same engine. Anyways, that is all I could find of Star Wars news. So let us jump into our review, which is Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga, which we finished. Well, you finished
Yep.
this morning.
Yeah.
Well, not even this morning, like an hour ago
We
at this point.
started this morning. At
Yeah.
8.
At
and we
8.
Finished at like, what, 2 o'clock?
Yeah. So let me pull up some notes I made.
Oh, you made notes.
Yeah, because I have some complaints.
Yeah.
They're minor complaints, They are very minor complaints in the grand scheme of it, you know.
Mm.
Like there's stuff that is actually bad, and then there's stuff that's just this where I can
Yeah.
where I can still like the game a lot, which I do. I think. You know what? Let's go from your perspective first while I look at my notes, and you can kind of talk about your journey playing it. All right. So go ahead and kind of give your journey of the
So-
game.
I've never really been one for like an extreme amount of collectibles, so they're not bad. They're just something I'm not very interested in
Mhm.
the games. I do like that some of its environments are open world, but in some cases they're like a little bit too open.
Mm-hmm.
The space travel is fine. I don't really have anything bad to say about that. Some of the levels from the other games, I'm just glad that they took them out. Because they're
Do you
really
wanna-
frustrating.
Do you want to give some examples?
For example, the Complete Saga, the run on the first Death Star, and the one on the sixth Death Star. I'm glad those are gone, because those were hard. Unnecessarily so.
Yeah. I would also put, even though I know some people that would disagree with me because I've discussed it in Discord before, I am kind of glad that the Attack of the Clones gunship level is gone.
Yeah. Thank God.
But so I think one of the things we can point out about this game in the positives
But
is that
it does know what it's doing
Yeah.
with light levels.
I was about to say one of the things we can throw out in the positives is that this isn't just another version of the Complete Saga.
Yeah.
Because what the Complete Saga was all right, we've have all these levels. Let's just put them into one game, add a new hub world, and then that's it, right?
Yeah.
That's what they did with the Complete Saga. They took Lego Star Wars the video game and Lego Star Wars 2 the original saga and said,
Yep.
They added a couple new levels, which aren't really new levels. They were levels that were cut from the game initially, and then added them, and then that was it, really, for Complete Saga.
Yep.
And they could have easily done that and got away with it in this game, right? Because they could have easily gone, here's those 6 levels again, or 6 movies again with those 6 levels each, right? Here's a base hub world, and then here's 6, 12, 18 new levels. Well, not even. They could just add the Force Awakens levels that already exist from Lego The Force Awakens, because that Force Awakens got a Lego tie-in before this came out. So they could have just gone, here's the Lego Force Awakens games as well, and levels as well, and then just created new levels for 8 and 9. Bing, boom, call it a day, right?
No, they didn't do
But
that.
they didn't do that, and you gotta admire that
Yeah. They made new levels.
from the ground up.
Yeah.
They just said we're just remaking the game from the ground up.
I also
So
do
much so
like-
to the fact they've created a brand new engine for this game,
Yeah.
which a positive and a negative.
Yeah.
It-
It has its moments.
It's not even on a gameplay end. I'm talking the negative is more on the. It's a positive and negative on the studio end and developer end, because the developers of TT Games did talk about how there was a lot of pressure and a lot of there was some crunch behind this game, which is why it did get that one push that we got, because we did get one Lego. It did get one bump in release, and that it makes sense. You're working with
Yeah.
a brand new engine that you made just for this game.
That makes things a little bit difficult.
Yeah. Whereas TT Games the development team asked the executives, "Hey, why aren't we just using I forget which engine it is, but it's one of the not Unreal, but the other one.
Unity?
No, it was Unreal. Yeah, they were like, why aren't we just using Unreal, like literally every other game, especially when it's such an easy engine to use."
They're like, no, we'll do it better and differently.
We'll create our own engine. Which, while I do feel bad for the developers on that, I think in the long term, it's going to work out for them, because we also have to look at this from the discussion of this isn't the only Lego game. Sorry, this isn't the only Lego game that's going to be using this engine.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna start seeing new Lego Marvel games, probably another new Lego DC game, and whatever franchise properties they happen to get tie-ins for. Hi there. We have a little guest. No, you didn't get him. Oh well. I don't know if he had an opinion on this.
Well, he doesn't now.
But I mean, all these tie-in franchises that TT Games will team up with, that just saves them a headache for probably the next decade.
Probably.
I would argue that this engine could be good for the next decade. Because honestly, you don't need to update engines as often as you used to. You used to have to update them every other game. Now you can probably use the same engine for a while because, especially for a Lego game where it's cartoony and you're not looking for realistic graphics, so there's wiggle room. You were gonna say, I'm sorry.
They did change up how the combat works.
Yes. They added
Do combos with droids.
Yeah, you can do combos. Yes. That has created some great moments, which unfortunately, if you didn't watch our Twitch streams, we've lost some of the footage. So because I was not able, I forgot to download part 1. Which is unfortunate. I thought I did, but I guess I didn't.
Like,
and I think the closest thing in my footage banks that I could find of it's bad.
Yeah.
It's corrupt, which means I think that might have been it, but either way, it's gone because Twitch, VODs, they expire.
yeah, the other thing that they also changed, like their cover mechanics.
Yeah, they had cover mechanics. There's our friend. Got him.
Yeah. I don't recall if you could. They increased how disguises work.
Yeah. Yes, because the old days of
You would just put on
at least Lego Star Wars, you would just put on the helmet or whatever, and that they call it a day.
Yep.
Um.
Now they're like, no, you have to get the full set.
Yep.
Otherwise, they'll just know anyway.
Yep.
Another cool thing, you can dodge.
Mm-hmm. You can dodge. You can lightsaber throw.
Yep.
You can block.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's an actual block button.
Yep.
Like it used to be to block. The only thing you could really block was blaster bolts, and to do that, you would have to use the swing button and hope you timed it perfectly to block the blaster shot. Now it
does it.
Now it
for
either does
blasters,
it, for the most part, it does it automatically. But if you want like a specific, like if you want it to specifically hit somebody, there's an actual button specifically for blocking.
Something that I noticed, if during the boss fights, if you time it right for like thrusts and other things, you will actually heal it back up to full.
Yes. They got rid of the heart mechanic for the most part. There are hearts in the game, but it's more because
But those are actually rarer.
well, it's also because you don't need them as much because the way they set it up is basically the initial health is really more like a shield.
Yeah.
And when it goes down, you lose a heart. And then I think you start with 2, but as you since you didn't play with the upgrade mechanics.
No. They're there. I think I only got the one for running and maybe the magnet one.
Yeah, I think you got the first magnet one and that was it.
Yeah.
We called it a day. But there's also like for hearts, so you can upgrade how many hearts you have. At the end of it, you can have like 5. So like 3 to 5, something like that. And so like, yeah. And so like, that means like your health bar is like pretty strong at that point.
I'm still, unfortunately, bad at puzzles.
You're getting better at flying.
Yeah, better at flying. Might be getting worse at puzzles. I had to take points away from that skill.
That's okay. Is that just because you were bad at them, not because they were bad puzzles?
I think it's because I was bad at them, not that they were bad puzzles.
Yeah, I was about to say, the puzzles aren't terrible. I think they're actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think most kids can figure them
Like,
out.
eventually,
I don't think they're to the point where a kid is going to spend an hour on them, but maybe 15, 20 minutes. If it's like a kid that's like a little bit younger than, let's see, it says 10 and up, so I mean, if you're a little bit younger and you decide to play it, because let's be honest, you're probably gonna be a little bit
Yeah.
younger than. I mean, you might be 9 and you decide, oh, I like Star Wars.
Yeah.
And it's a good game for like a parent and child to play.
It's
Um, so I did find my notes.
yeah.
So my minor issues come down to online multiplayer would have been nice.
Hmm.
I get why. So I am also really happy that they took the time to put in co-op, like
Yeah.
old school co-op. I do like that. That's great. But also we're in a time where multiplayer co-op is probably a good thing to have.
Yeah.
Just because that's the way a lot of gaming is now, and also especially with the way that the world is right now,
Yeah.
it's a little harder to get your friends to. And the closest thing we get to that is with Steam. You can do the game sharing program or whatever it's called.
Mhm.
But from what I've heard from people that have used it, which we didn't get a chance to test it, so I can't give it my own opinion right now. Although Ethan wants to test it, I think,
Mm.
because Ethan said he wanted to play it, but he hasn't got the game yet.
So
And so, excuse me. From what I heard, though, there is a bit of lag because you're basically streaming it
yeah.
to the other person's computer. So there's a little bit of lag there on that end. The other thing is the ability to turn off the auto aim on boss fights. That would have been nice.
Yeah.
Like it's very. Don't get me wrong. The auto aim is good. It is nice. But when I want to do something other than look directly at the boss, I can't.
It's hard.
And it sometimes gets in the way because of that.
Yeah.
And the camera throughout the game can be like that sometimes. Like there's certain points where it will force you into a top-down perspective, and you're like, no, I want to be able to look at the game the way I was, because that now on my platform, you're messing me up. Because there's certain platforming moments where that happens. Somebody I talked to said they thought there was an option for that, but no. What they thought was that is actually the ability is one of the it's one of the accessibility features, which is that you don't have to hold down the trigger to aim.
Yeah.
You can just tap it and it'll keep it in aim until you tap it again. Which I do like that more and more games are having really good accessibility features like that. I don't personally need them, but it's nice that they exist for people who do. Plus, sometimes your trigger finger does get tired, so you just want to go. Especially in a game like this where there's a lot of buttons that you have to kind of sometimes hit at the same time. It's no Elden Ring in that level of it, but there's still a lot of buttons that you sometimes have to hit at the same time. There's also a few other accessibilities that are nice. We didn't play with them though.
Yeah.
You can, if you really hate button mashing and QuickTime events, you can auto resolve those.
I don't mind the mashing in QuickTime events, but
Usually in a replay, like if they ever add like a new game plus mode of some sort, that's when I would turn on.
Yeah, you're like,
I don't want to do this again. That's what I did with Spider-Man. I did the QuickTime events the first time, and then I was like, oh,
never again.
I was like, oh, new game plus. Nah, I'm good.
Oh man.
And then what else?
Meanwhile, I'm over here never doing that, being like, you gotta mash the damn button.
Yeah, and so overall though, the game is really good. I would argue. The story, it tells the story in a way that works really well.
Yeah.
It's Lego, so you like Star Wars, you like Lego Star Wars. You're getting what you're basically getting what you're paying for.
I remember several incidents of I want to talk about the fucking struggles we had to go through.
Okay, yeah, let's talk. So let's talk about. So I brought a PS5 copy, but that's not what we played together.
No.
That's what I played by myself.
We
So
played
so
the,
so
PC.
we played the PC version. PC.
Man, you.
It crashed a lot.
Mhm.
And apparently crashing is a very common issue with this game. Because, it was very easy to find a lot of crash solutions online because there were a lot of people that were like, yeah, this game just crashes.
I think our first one.
Our first gameplay didn't crash.
No. You did during the pod race have a weird moment where you got stuck.
Yeah, but we didn't crash.
But we didn't crash.
Second,
Until like
it was the second gameplay where we had our first crashes.
yeah, and I think that was during the
Actually-
Boba Fett ship crash.
Yes, because you had to
I
replay
had
the
to replay that level.
yeah. Because we just finished the level, but it didn't save,
So,
and so you had to
I had
replay
to redo it.
the Django chase. And then the third time it crashed a lot.
Hmm.
Maybe like 3 times.
Yeah.
I had to do I did a verify the integrity of the files check, and that solved it.
It was after we'd got done with the third film, and we were at the where they're planning to like blow up the Death Star for the first time.
Yeah,
It crashed like
yeah,
3 or
we
4
were
times.
we were in A New Hope, so
Yeah.
it didn't crash for the rest of that stream though. After I verified the integrity, I didn't have to do a restart that time, but I just verified the integrity, and that's it, fixed it. Which I guess the files just keep getting corrupted because today same thing happened,
Yeah.
and they crashed like 7 times, and it got worse and worse. Like we were playing the beginning of The Force Awakens. We got through. So the first crash didn't happen until as we were
At like the
at
end
the end of the Lor San Tekka stuff.
Yeah.
So like you were captured by Kylo, and
And then
Then
it
it
just went
crashed.
backwards.
then it crashed,
after
and
that.
then yeah, as we tried to fix it each time, it got worse and worse to the point like we couldn't even start running
yeah.
in that level yet anymore. And so then I was like, okay, well, we'll verify the integrity again, and this time I'll do a restart, and that solved it. Actually, last time it wasn't just the verify; it's because I also had to upgrade my graphics card, which is what the internet told me was an issue. Sometimes is if you don't immediately upgrade your graphics card, this game will say fuck you.
You're not allowed. So
But yeah, this time all it took was a integrity check, and then a reset, which that's not one of the solutions that was presented. The other ones were more stuff of messing with the graphics card, which did nothing. In fact, it got worse as I did that. It was like I've downgraded. I went from really high resolution to the lowest settings on this game, yet somehow it's crashing sooner.
uh,
It never crashed on the title screen though, which
No.
is what a lot of complaints were as well.
yeah.
Well,
Rey needs to know her place in all of this.
she found it.
Eventually.
We found it for
We
her.
found it eventually.
Meanwhile, on the PS5, the only time it crashes is when I do things that are actually breaking on purpose, such as having more than 2 people in your party active. That's the only time it crashes on the PlayStation.
We also decided that anytime Luke was on screen, he was from the Bayou.
Yeah, well, you decided.
I decided that. And Rey is
So I guess we can talk a little bit more on the stuff that I experienced by myself.
yeah.
Because I'm going for 100%. I'm
Yes.
going for a platinum trophy. I have not platinumed it yet, but I'm pretty close. So, as far as content outside the main game goes, I think it's really good content. There's side quests.
Yeah.
And you
I
can.
know there's side quests. I
I
didn't
think
do any of them.
I think you played one.
I played one, but that's because the story told me to.
Yeah. And so, like, the way the side quests work is you'll go up to NPC whoever or well-known character whoever that you can get later by doing said side quests, because that's how you can unlock some of the characters is by doing their side quests. and you'll talk to them. They'll say, "Hey, here's," and they'll go like in universe for like while you're doing this, so you know
Yeah.
it keeps it within the universe. Um, like there's one where as a bounty hunter you're on Coruscant and you talk to Jocasta Nu, who's like, "Hey, the holocrons were stolen. I need you to go get it." And you have to be specifically a bounty hunter for that one, because certain quests require you to be certain classes. So you have to be a bounty hunter for that one, and you track down a bounty hunter. And I guess I'll give a little bit of spoiler for that one. It ends up being Aura Singh that you were tracking down, and that's how you can recruit Aura Singh later, is by completing that. Actually, I think that's how you get Jocasta. Yeah, that's how you get Jocasta. But it unlocks another side quest later where Aura Singh is like, "Hey, I remember you. You want to work together?" And you might be a different bounty hunter character, but because it's the same player character,
Yeah.
they're like, "I remember you." And some of them are really funny. There's one. There's one on Camino, where they decide, you know what? So Jango Fett's dead, so now we need a new source of our clones. So they test out this species that's from Dakar. No, from Yavin, and you get that side quest by completing one on Yavin, and so basically it's like, oh yeah, these creatures would make great for our cloning process. Can you get them? And so you do, and then like afterwards they're like, oh no, it turned out bad. Now they've rioted, and now that we have a clone army of them, they've started like attacking all the base of Camino, and so you and Barris have to fight them off. And like it's funny though, because it's like, oh, these things aren't even human. Why are you like they aren't like an actual alien species? They're literally like an animal species that you just decided to clone and make a clone army out of. Like, of course they turned on us.
Why would this not happen?
But it's funny, and so there's a lot there, and so yeah, I think it's fun for that. And then of course, if you're a collectible junkie, this game definitely has your fill of it. You've got your Kyber bricks, you got your data cards, which we didn't even play with that in your play.
No.
The data cards is where you get all the cool, fun stuff. So if you remember all the little extras that you can get in, like, usually it's red bricks that unlock them in the older games. So the red bricks would get you the extras where you could have, like, the mustache or, all that stuff.
Did complete one of the mini kits, not on purpose though.
Yeah,
It was circumstantial.
Yeah, we did a few mini kits successfully. I know we got the Death Star one, the baby Death Star.
Yeah.
But there's a few mini kits that you'll just get because they're not hard.
Yeah.
But you can also get hints as to regards of that, like to where all the mini kits are and also how to do all the side, like, because each main mission, I should say, has like their side quests, things that you can do while in them. So like spinning, that's a cool trick for the Anakin's for episode 1 where you're playing as Anakin attacking the Trade Federation battleship, where you have to spin at the right time, and that's
There's also a droid named Hint
there's a
that
droid.
is very insistent about wanting to give you hints that I completely ignore.
He gives you the same hints that like you can access that. Those are the hints I'm talking about, but you can also access them from your little computer thing that you pull up all the time.
See.
So like you can talk to him or you don't. What I find great about Hint is that he's just aggressive and does not like that he has to do this job, but he does it and they make that part of his personality.
Yeah.
He's just like he'll do it because it's in his programming, but he won't do it with a smile. I like Hint. Hint's great.
Droids.
And then
Where's the galaxy coming to?
But yeah, in that same vein, going back to extras, there's some fun extras, and then there's some useful extras. So you got your multipliers for your studs,
Yeah.
which becomes a lot. it's over 3,000 or something like that by the end of it.
It's a lot.
Yeah, because all the multipliers stack on top of each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because I've gotten all the data card stuff done, I've gotten all the extras, and then you've got more funny ones like Galaxy Rave, where it's just a rave throughout whenever you're in free the free play. Yeah. When you're in free play, it just plays music. That's different. And then there's also you can change it to Cantina music instead. But if it's the Galaxy Rave, everybody starts dancing, and so like your character will start dancing if you stop moving. But also your buddy will, if it's just you playing, they'll be dancing, which means you have to switch to them if you need them to do something because they're distracted. But it also means the enemies are distracted because they're dancing. And then of course you got rainbow blaster shots. You got my favorite, the pew pew, which is even better. Effect is not just for the lights, for the blasters. They also do the lightsaber. Vroom, vroom, vroom. So it's great. And then of course you got baguette lightsaber. So your lightsaber is a baguette. Your lightsaber is not French. Baguette. You got one that turns everybody into gonk droids. So all the NPCs become gonk droids. You've got one where you get a gonk droid companion who's invincible, and you can ride him around because you can ride the gonk droids around in this game. So this one you can ride around as your companion, and so he's like on top of your companion that you've already got that you can actually switch to. Because you can't play as the gonk droid, but you can ride him, and he's got like a mustache and a monocle. And then you've got a Porg companion you can get, which you can have the Porg and gonk companion out at the same time. Which the Porg companion will actually attack people, so the Porg fights with you.
I see.
I broke Return of the Jedi because of that in my gameplay. Because it turns out if you have the Porg and gonk droid out during the fight with Palpatine at the end of Return of the Jedi, so you know how you do the 3 segments of fighting Palpatine. Palpatine shoots lightning at you.
Yeah.
On the 3rd segment, he jumps down, right?
Yes.
Palpatine wouldn't jump down.
He's like, I can see that Porg. It's fucking waiting for me.
That Porg and gonk droid, they're too much for me. Because I did look it up afterwards, and because I couldn't even switch characters, I was stuck as whoever I was, and I couldn't do anything, and I couldn't get Palpatine to come down. I was like, why is he not attacking me again? Why is he just standing there? And I looked
like, if I stay up here, they'll lose.
And I'd restart the level, not knowing what was going on. And then I looked it up, and somewhere on Reddit or somewhere I found that they were like, yeah, it turns out that if the Porg or gonk droid or both of them are out, then he won't fight you. So you got to turn them off before you start the level. That way you can finish that fight. So it is now within my headcanon that Palpatine is afraid of Porgs and gonk droids.
Yeah. People are over here.
Which Gonkatine is now a thing within Sawyer's server. Sorry for that, Sawyer.
And there's C-3PO is drop kicking Anakin. It's
because I played as C-3PO in your gameplay and during the fight. Since all player 2 is able to do is be the droids. I mean, and the droids can fight. You just play a C-3PO, run up on Anakin, and start smacking him and kicking him. And
it's like a very dramatic duel. However, that dramaticism is ruined when you see a gold droid fan punching the fucking upcoming Lord of Darkness in the back of the head.
Not even properly punching, just smacking.
Yeah.
And then that's what drops his health to the finishing blow too. Which we did that happened again today. with one of the Kylo fights, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I was
I think you were BB-8.
I was BB-8.
Yeah, it was.
It was during the fight with him on Kef Bir
Yeah.
on the Death Star 2 wreckage.
God, your fucking traps, man. They were fucking me up more than he was.
You're supposed to lure him into the traps, not to let him lure you.
The problem is, they're just kicking his ass too much.
It's yeah. You know, it's funny just running up on the Dark Lords of the Sith or the Knights of Ren and going bam, 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 as a droid.
Yeah.
It's just too much fun. Don't change that. That's perfect. I love it.
Yeah. It's like that one clone trooper in the Clone Wars. Just fucking sucks and true. A battle droid.
But yeah, so I think we can agree that this is a really good game.
Yeah, it's good.
It has problems.
It has its...
I think it has mostly problems with its PC port.
Yeah.
In terms of gameplay, in terms of in terms of the actual is the stuff that matters.
It
does
a great job.
Yeah, I'd say 8.5 to 9 out of 10.
It works amazing.
In fact, it's honestly, because of the combat and stuff, it's honestly almost too good for a Lego game.
Yeah, almost too good.
Like this is the kind of mechanics that I would see in an actual regular Star Wars game.
Yeah. But
of course, but
game
yeah.
When the game fucking works.
Yeah. I would definitely say I hope that some of the PC stuff can be worked out a little bit more. So a few more updates to kind of tweak it. We still have, I think, one more batch of character DLC coming out left, which the next set is the Mando Season 2 and Bad Batch DLC. Which Mando Season 2 is going to have Ahsoka. I think they're adding Moff Gideon in that set.
I remember during the course of the game, you showed me a video where it was goal oriented versus messing around. And the conclusion
is we're both goal oriented. Just two different types of goals.
Yeah.
I'm very much, I want to do everything and everything, and you're like, I just want to play the story.
I just gotta get through the story mode.
And then of course, on top of it having good mechanics, it's good fun. It's very funny. It's exactly what you want in a Lego story. Yeah. They're very much here's the jokes, and that's what you came here for. Came here to get Star Wars story, but told in a funnier format.
Yep.
And that's what we got.
That's what we got.
All right. So where would you put it?
You know what? I'm still bitter about the crashing, so
probably a 7.
So I was going to.
Are you hurting it that much?
Just no. I'll give it an 8.
Yeah, I want to give it an 8, and then I'd say if I was purely judging this on the PC port, I would drop it probably.
Yeah, I'd drop it pretty harshly.
I'd
3.
I wouldn't drop it that far because I think I had enough fun that it outweighed it.
Maybe a 5.
I'd probably put it around 6 or 7.
No, 5.
But because we had a lot of fun with it at the end of the day, and because I played the PS5 version, and it kind of proves that it's the game, but it's not the game. It's the version of the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel confident with the 8.
The game is great when it works. It
All
just
right.
takes a while to get there.
So next time.
Yeah. More reading.
But only 4 issues.
Oh. Okay.
It's only 4 issue comic series. Yeah, we're back in the High Republic era.
Yeah.
We're gonna meet a new character.
Mm.
It's the High Republic Adventures, the Monster of Temple Peak. Unfortunately, there is no trade paperback version,
Mm.
so it's just these. Which I'm glad I've ordered them now. Now that I know that no trade paperback version is coming out. At least anytime soon. Because I recently learned, and I talked to you about it, but I haven't talked to the audience. I recently learned that in the process of Dark Horse getting to do comics, IDW lost their license, which means that High Republic Adventures and Star Wars Adventures are basically dead at the moment.
They're gone.
Unless Dark Horse decides to revive them, which means High Republic Adventures Volume 3 isn't coming out as a trade paperback. So that we're going to have to, that one's going to be the individual issues like this. High Republic Adventures Monster of Temple Peak's not getting one. I think there was and then of course the regular Star Wars Adventures stuff isn't either. So I think they only published one volume of the 2020 run of High Republic of Star Wars Adventures, I should say. But more than likely, Dark Horse will do reprints of these down the line. It's just probably not at the top of their priorities.
Probably not.
Probably top of their priorities. Well, we know that the number one thing on their priority, it's what's been on my wish list for a while, which is the Rebels comic from the Rebels magazine being published officially and being localized. Because that was only in the UK initially, and then eventually they stopped even being in the UK, which means you couldn't even read the comics in English. They were only in German. But now it's being localized, which is one of my things with Star Wars. I think Star Wars should be localized to everywhere. I think no matter where you're from, no matter where the creator of whatever Star Wars product is from, it should always get localized to everywhere. Yeah. Especially if it's canon material. I think canon material should be available to anybody who wants to read it or watch it or whatever, or play it or whatever. So one of my complaints also with one of the stories we're going to get to for the High Republic this season, the Vow of what is it called? Vow of something Dawn. Vow of Silver Dawn. It's Chinese written, but there is no localization.
I see.
Yeah.
That may
there
some difficulty.
Well, currently, the way that I'm managing to get it for the show is that Reddit has been hard at work at translating it. So there are fan translations, which is what we'll probably end up using, since more than likely we still won't have a English localized version of it, even though it's done. Like it's one of the I don't know if you know a lot about like Japanese or Chinese how they do a lot of their like books sometimes. They release them on the internet, and they release them kind of like, in the old days you would just release certain chapters of your story.
Yeah.
Like, that's how we got a lot of like Edgar Allan Poe and stuff. They released them as novellas, and usually the novellas would be split into like 20 different like publications.
Yeah.
That's basically how they do it, but online. So they just go, it's kind of like webtoons but for books.
Okay. Yeah.
So you read a little bit of it, but you're paying like a monthly fee, to have access to these books. Then they publish the next section whenever they get it done, and so on and so forth. But so that's how.
Do you use Webtoon?
I read a little bit of webtoons
Every now and then.
every now and then. It's been a while.
I've been keeping up consistently with like 2 or 3 different series over the course of a couple of years.
I haven't had to pay anything for it.
No.
But if you want like
But if
the
you want-
newest thing,
yeah.
you have to pay for it.
Or yeah, I think you can also like support certain creators by doing
Yeah.
that too. Like if you want to support your specific creator that you like, you can donate to them, sort of thing. My main ones are Dust Interactive, Safely Endangered, My Dictator Boyfriend.
Hmm.
Those are the ones I tend to read. And then of course, friend of the show, Scotty White, who is in charge of Mopcast Network. He's got his own series on Webtoons. I guess since we're talking about Webtoons, we can do a little shout out.
Yeah.
He does Chronicles of Limbo, which is a fantasy story with Dampiers and that are 300 years old, and a cosmic toddler.
Mm.
So that's the best way to talk about it without giving away spoilers.
Yeah.
But it's a good time. A lot of feels. You also get a lot of culture stuff out of it because Scotty draws from his own culture in the story. And for those of y'all who have not seen him on the show, he's been on the show a couple times. He is Native American, so you get a little bit of Native American culture in the story. So a little bit of interesting diversity there with that, because I think that's the type of culture that we're getting more exploration of.
Yeah.
Especially in Star Wars with the Tuskens. But also we don't get a lot of representation of that in terms of people that are actually native writing it.
We don't.
So that's what makes Chronicles of Limbo interesting. So that was a little shout out to our friend, because he usually is the one that provides us the space. And even though we are not there today, it is still nice to, give him a little shout out.
Mm.
I think that's all for this week.
Yeah. I'm sorry I haven't been like as energetic.
No. Yeah, we got up early today. It was an early day for us, but I think we, we had a good time. I think we were energetic enough. If you don't think so, you can say so in the comments.
Yeah.
But that would mean you'd have to comment, which would be nice. Either way, we get your comment. Your even bad comments count towards comments. Which brings us to our ending. Thank you guys for watching. Be sure to, if you're watching on YouTube, which is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, like and subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment if you like. If you're watching on Twitch, which is twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94, be sure to follow or subscribe. Subscribing definitely helps. It's also how you can watch whenever we do stuff like where we played Lego Star Wars. You would have been able to watch it. Now the first episode of that is lost forever.
It's gone.
Coming
back.
Yeah, it's not coming back. I'm probably not going to play it again once I platinum it. Like, while I've enjoyed it, I think the discussion that we've come to is that this, I think this satisfies my Star Wars gaming need for a little bit. Especially once I platinum it.
Yeah.
I might go back to the Old Republic though for a bit. Like, that's a different type of Star Wars gaming though. That's MMO type gameplay versus actual story sitting down.
That's MMORPG as opposed to
like an actual single player
Yeah.
format. Also, another way to support us is we have a Patreon, which is patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. The first tier gets you access to the Discord where you can hang out with us. We share what we're reading. We talk about what we're reading. So if you have thoughts on the Monster of Temple Peak, you can talk about them with us. We do allow for spoiler chat a little bit. You just have to use the spoiler tag. We also are working on movie nights still. We've yet to have our first movie night just because schedules, but eventually we're just going to drop it and have it happen. And then further tiers get you access to my novels, which I've written the book Superworlds, which is a sci-fi superhero story. So if you like that type of stuff, Star Wars meets a Marvel film essentially.
Yeah.
And then you've also got my short story collection, The Coat Wars, which is set in the same universe and tells side stories of those characters. So if you like Superworlds and you want a little background on some of your favorite characters, that's where you go. And then we also got my third book, Time Ninja, which is fantasy, sci-fi, Highlander meets a time travel story with some Japanese culture in it. So that type of idea. And I know as for things that are on the way, I actually just before I picked you up this morning, I was talking to somebody, and this is something that we haven't confirmed yet because I got to start sending him stuff first. But it sounds like we're gonna do this. Superworlds is being made into a comic.
All right.
I'm not going to go too much further into it, but I did find an artist. I talked to him about the pay. All we got to do really is we got to work on. He mentioned his backgrounds is like that's not really his best subject.
Yeah.
That's something we can work on because I don't expect the first issue to come out this year. But it is something that's been a long-term goal of mine to do a comic adaptation of it. And then, of course, the audiobook version is on its way. That is something that's being made as we speak. And so, a lot of stuff happening. So, I mean, a lot of original stuff and hopefully more.
Yeah.
And, of course, more Star Wars, as always, because that's what we love. I mean, we were talking about it a couple days ago. If we didn't enjoy doing this, we wouldn't.
We wouldn't.
We just wouldn't. Because that's the thing, he likes to joke about, how much he doesn't like certain things, but at the end of the day, at the end of it, I'm like, but you would know it because I know him, I'm like, you would just tell me to fuck off if you didn't want to do this.
And, I explained to you what, my real concern about it was.
Yeah.
About how, scheduling.
Yeah, it's scheduling. And we're willing. I'm willing to work around that. And that's also the reason why we hope that you guys will support us.
Yeah.
Is because a little bit of money here and there, if you give us $1 and enough people give us $1, that can add up to my paycheck, to where I can do this full time, and then if that continues to add up, that can equal a paycheck for him where he can do this full time, and then we're just having fun full time.
Yeah.
And you guys are having fun, and everybody wins. And that's kind of that's the dream. I guess that's the dream for any content creator, but
ideal, right?
That's the dream for any content creator.
You know what I kind of want to do? I want to go and have another kind of revisit the super universe, but
yeah, the RPG.
Yeah.
I know. So
I need to quit making stupid decisions in that.
Well, that goes actually into our comic book announcement. That basically I plan to use a lot of the art that gets used in that as assets for the RPG book once, because the RPG is written.
Yeah.
The rules are written. I'm not really going to change them at this point. They fit what I think works as a balanced system. And if not, if there's still a lot of brokenness to it, even after publishing it, that's what erratas are for. And that's what second editions are for.
Yeah.
But erratas, more seriously, I wouldn't do a second edition. I'd probably just do an errata and be like, here's a small update, free update, there you go. And it'd be like a patch. And that's kind of because that's what a lot of major RPG companies do, is they just release an errata. They just go, here's a small little update, read these little patch notes essentially.
Yeah.
And then
go back to doing it.
or just play it the way you like anyways.
Yeah.
Maybe you like the way that
Or
it was
just
written.
ignore what we
Yeah,
wrote.
yeah. Ignore that we fixed some of the power scaling or whatever. Just play it the way you have already because you like it. I mean,
Yeah.
but really the only thing missing is art.
Yeah, that's about it.
And so like this comic book, I'm probably going to use a lot of the art so that way because I'm paying him not just. I mean, he at the end of the day, this artist is going to get $1,400 per issue. But that's because he's getting paid per page.
Yeah.
Which is standard. You get a standard per page pay, and then at least if you're independent, like if you're working for like a Marvel or a DC, then you're talking about
Yeah.
being on a payroll where you're working certain hours. But in this case, it's very much if you're independent, you're paying for per page.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're kind of looking at, and I mean that's honestly still on the cheap end, but it's also how much Scotty pays his art. Like, because I talked to Scotty about it, and he was like, "Yeah, that's generally about the price that you're looking at for his art anyway." For Chronicles of Limbo, so that's where I'm kind of got my idea of how much I want to pay artists on that end. And honestly, I mean, if my current artist still needs help with backgrounds, and you are a background artist and you don't mind the sound of how much the pay is, drop a line. I mean, plus there's other projects besides Super Worlds that I want to do. I would like artists for some other stuff. There's some stuff where I'm willing to pay you, but it wouldn't be. You would be able to be paid, but I wouldn't be able to make money off of it. Because there's certain projects that are fan projects that I want to do regarding Star Wars. Because I do want to do some fan projects, but they obviously they would be nonprofit. They would be for fun. They would be to show off what kind of stuff we can do on the channel. It would be the kind of stuff that draws interest.
Yeah.
And there's certain things I've always wanted to do, but never had the time or the talent. So if you are interested, you can reach out to us at escaperealityfilms@gmail.com. That's our official email. That's where you can and you can email us for just about anything there. It's not just for business, those type of business inquiries. It is for business inquiries mostly though. But out like in terms of like non-business strictly inquiries, I'm talking like, say you want to be a guest on the show and I haven't invited you yet, and you know me, or you don't know me personally yet, and you're like within the Star Wars content creator community. That's how you can reach us and be like, hey, I would like to be on the show, and we'll send you a schedule, because that's how we kind of do it. We send everybody that we're inviting the schedule. We tell them, hey, these are the episodes for the season. What interests you?
Yeah.
And so far we've got a good list because of that, but there's a lot of episodes where we don't have guests yet. But we've got some good guests coming up over the rest of the season. Our next guest isn't until Brotherhood. So far. Yeah, so mid next month, because it's also crazy to think that, the next month starts tomorrow.
Oh yeah, shit. That's right.
So yeah. So we're coming up on it. That's when our next guest is. So far. But we also have 3 guests for Shadows of the Sith. We also got a guest for Princess and the Scoundrel. We got a guest for the Kenobi show. I think that's it. Let me check, because I mean, and the thing is, I love all these guests. Like, all these people that are coming up, I am happy to have them because I love all of their content. And a lot of them I'm friends with, and I enjoy being their friends. And so, like, it's great. Star Wars community is great when you find the right part of it. This is going to be the last thing I say before we close out, because we are running we are running the meter a little bit on that. The Star Wars content creator community and the Star Wars community at large has its toxic moments. And in fact, there's one infamously that involves this game that happened the week it came out. And it involved the same week as when Queen's Hope came out. And we talked about the Queen's Hope one a little bit. But we have our moments of bad and toxic. But to kind of quote Lando and it's a quote that one of our guests, Star Wars lawyer Chris, likes to throw out a lot, and it's become kind of the mantra to this side of Star Wars content creators. There are more of us. There's more of us that are good and want to just embrace people in the fandom. And I get a little emotional on it because, I didn't think I'd be this far in content creation. I didn't think I'd be on TikTok, like making videos, and the last main one. I didn't think I'd ever hit like 1,000 views on a video. That was just me rambling about my ideas on Kreia, for example.
That old bag.
So I didn't think that would ever happen, but and I haven't
Is it
hit
too harsh to call Kreia an old bag?
a little bit.
Did she try and? No.
I mean, she did try to kill you, but that was after you tried to. I mean, it was as you tried to kill her. To be fair, but she was also evil. To also be fair. But yeah, I didn't think I'd get 1,000 views. Like, I also don't have a high follower count, but the people that do follow me and the people within the Star Wars content creator community are so good that they follow you anyways, or they like your videos even if they're not following you. And I've definitely felt welcomed in the community. And so, so that's why I say there's that, while we may have our toxic moments, like Chris says and like Lando says, there are more of us. And I think that's important to remember. I don't know why I felt the need to talk about that today, but I just did.
Well, on that, hey everybody, welcome.
Oh, that's a cold open. You jackass.
Well, that is now. I mean,
I'm so sorry. I thought there was gonna be more of a warning than that.
no, I asked you and you said yeah, and so I hit it.
I thought you meant to test the thing, not.
No, we're going for it.
Okay, we're going.
Yeah,
We're going, I guess.
we're going. I'm also letting people know we're going, so that way they can come watch us and come hang out. But I guess I'll let you start while I do that.
Hi, welcome to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm Seth. This is Caleb. We're gonna talk to you about some Star Wars stuff this week.
Yes. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I have to fill the air for a little bit. Hopefully, this is what happens when I misunderstand a conversation.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and talk about, because this week was Star Wars Day.
Mm-hmm.
So what did you do? Anything special for Star Wars Day?
No, I went to work and did my job. But fucking goddamn.
You good?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just having some problems over here. It'll be fine.
Okay. Well, yeah, go ahead. You were saying about your Star Wars Day. You were talking your Star Wars Day.
I went
Besides
to
work.
work, and that was about it. And then I went home.
I got you. So nothing like
No.
nothing eventful. You're not quite celebrating the holiday.
No.
I got you.
It's one of those, although it says, it's like, yay, this is a holiday, it's one of those holidays where you're like, fuck, I still have to go to school anyway.
Go to school and go to work.
Yeah. So it's like one of those days.
Yeah.
Not bad, but
I, on the other hand, went
you know
the
what I should have done? Me and Andrew should have fucking finished watching the Star Wars movies.
yeah, because didn't y'all leave off like at Return of the Jedi?
No, he watched that.
Okay,
I just went to bed early.
okay,
So I guess we have 7, 8, and 9 left.
yeah, 7, 8, and 9, which you've only seen 7, but now you know what happens in 8
Yes.
and 9 thanks to our Lego Star Wars adventure.
Yeah, I have to. I'm not.
You can't spoil it for him. You can't tell him.
Can't.
It's okay. Whenever you end up watching it for the show, maybe that'll be a good time to.
Mm.
That's gonna be probably be. That's gonna be a couple years based on the schedule. We're not gonna hit sequel trilogy era for a bit.
We'll get there eventually.
But let's go ahead and talk. I mean, I on the other hand, kind of am the reverse.
Important day for you.
I've turned the entire month into a celebration of
Oh,
Star
boy.
Wars. So it's Star Wars month for me. There is no Star Wars day. It's Star Wars month. Although Cinco de Mayo, that's when I get my tacos and stuff. So still celebrate Cinco de Mayo within my Star Wars month. That's when I get my good Mexican. I go to like an actual Mexican restaurant, get some good, not like Taco Bell or something. You get actual.
Go down to Los Rancheros.
Yeah, Los Rancheros, man.
They're good.
They're good.
They know what they do.
They're refried beans. Ooh. And their rice. But yeah, so what I'm doing for Star Wars Month is I'm going through everything.
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 Like so the premise of this show is already that we go through everything canon.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm going through everything.
Oh, isn't a month enough time to do that?
I've done the math and it might be possible, but it's looking unlikely.
Oh, I see.
If I was to like just sit down and only do that, then yes, absolutely I could do it. But since obviously I have a life, I'm currently only in the Old Republic era as of this airing. Did you do any? We got Scotty on the side.
I'm on the side. You probably can't hear me, but I'm on the side.
Did you do anything special for Star Wars Day?
No.
Yeah.
No. Star Wars Day was on
It was a Wednesday.
it's a Wednesday. I didn't even watch Moon Knight. So no, I did not do anything special for Star Wars Day.
Okay.
It was in my heart. I thought about it, and I did text, tweet about May the 4th. I tell you what I did. No, I did do something. Not like I ranked my favorite lightsaber duels, the top 5 lightsaber duels, and then I ranked the Star Wars properties in the order I like them, and started a fight with another podcast. It was a gentle fight. It was an easy fight, but I was like, it's just my opinion. I didn't say anyone has to like this. But I did post my top 5 lightsaber fights. So
Unfortunately, fandom posting your opinions means they're facts.
right. So let's play a game. Can you two guess my 5 favorite Star Wars lightsaber duels?
No.
I'm gonna
Like I'm out.
I'm gonna say that for sure.
No order. No order.
Yeah, no order. I'm gonna say that at least within the top 5 is probably the Obi-Wan duel in Revenge of the Sith. Just
No, did not make top 5.
really.
Did not make.
Okay, I just know it's really popular, but I guess knowing you, that should.
You know me, right? First one I run away from it. It's popular. Run away from it.
I'm gonna go with. I feel Obi-Wan versus Darth Vader in New Hope.
No.
No,
I know. Okay,
it's the origin
This is the
for
one-
all the duels. So I'm like, that's why
Yeah.
I'm like,
I
it should
respect
be in
I
there.
respect it.
this is the one I know
It's the
for.
first one we
Here's one I know for sure:
Right.
Return of the Jedi.
No.
Really?
God, you are all.
Let me get.
Well, I mean, Empire's got to be there.
Empire number 2.
Yeah. I guess Duel of Fates.
Duel of Fates number 1.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so we got.
Yeah, Duel of Fates is the greatest lightsaber fight.
Yeah.
It's
It's also the most important
right.
to the franchise,
Right, but
like in terms of like story, not in terms of like anything revolutionary it did for fighting, although it did for the Star Wars series. But in terms of actual story,
Right.
it's the most important fight.
Lucas made Duel of Fates
to show what lightsaber fights should be.
Yeah.
And
we can thank Nick Gilliard for how awesome it looked.
right, and also Ray Park who choreographed.
Yeah.
it, so.
Nick Gilliard and Ray Park, they worked together to
Right.
choreograph it. Yeah.
And so you get something beautiful and magical that I don't think they, at least in live action, came close to.
Yeah.
Revenge of the Sith is close, but it's my problem with Revenge of the Sith and why people like, and I understand why people like it, but Obi-Wan trained Anakin, so the file styles are a mirror,
hmm
and to me it's just dull. And so
Yeah. Whereas to a lot of people, that's what draws
well,
it.
it draws it. And I get it. I understand it, but the symmetry for me doesn't work. But personally, it doesn't work. I mean, it's easy top 10, but there's not, not top 5. So you got 3 left. The hint is they're all animated. The other 3 are animated.
Rebel season 1 finale duel.
No.
Okay, I was about to say that one. It's important to that show, but it's not that great of a duel.
But my criteria is not how important it is. My criteria is what do I like?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. Which is, I mean that.
aesthetic and pleasing.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not the prettiest duel either.
No,
I feel like it's.
but you're warm.
Yeah, I was thinking. I know Rebels. It's got to be Rebels content.
There's 2 of them are Rebels content. One's Clone Wars.
Hmm.
So that helps.
Ooh. So for Clone Wars, can I at least limit it to? Can I kind of hot or cold it to a season?
Absolutely.
Okay, because there's 7 seasons
Right,
and a movie.
Absolutely.
Obviously, none of the movie duels for Clone Wars is good.
No.
Uh,
I would say Hoth. When you say Clone Wars movie, you're Hoth.
would season 7 be Mustafar?
Mustafar is season 7. Yeah. So you're almost on fire, Anakin. You're almost on fire.
Is it the Ahsoka Maul duel?
Absolutely the Ahsoka Maul duel.
Okay.
Also Ray Park.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
It is beautiful to behold and something that it's great to see.
Absolutely, it's a great fight.
It's very good.
I think I kind of want to bounce off that I think going into Darth Maul duels, I think the duel between him and Vizsla is one of my favorites.
It is a good one. It ends really well.
Uh,
And also top 10 duel, but not top 5.
not top 5, yeah.
Top 5. 'Cause, impact for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, like not being the strong Ahsoka fan until later.
Yeah.
And so seeing her and do something in Clone Wars, so just magnificent.
Yeah.
And she's holds her own against Darth Maul, who's a superior fighter.
Yep.
I mean, holds her own. I mean, she lucks out because of the need of the story to lose out.
Well, and also Maul's not trying. It's the same situation of Force Awakens where Maul's not trying to kill her.
Right.
He's trying to turn her.
Right.
He's like,
Right.
hey, I know about who the real bad guy is.
We gotta go stop Anakin before shit goes down.
I know who the real bad guy is. It's Palpatine.
Right.
What? What do you mean that guy's evil? He's great.
Spoiler alert.
Public.
But yeah, okay. I'm trying to think what really good lightsaber duels are in. Oh, obviously the Vader Ahsoka
Vader Ahsoka.
fight,
Vader Ahsoka.
Twilight.
It is magical in the fact that Anakin taught Ahsoka to fight larger opponents because she's so small. To turn out that he was actually training her to fight himself.
Yeah.
That is fun. I get chills when I talk about it. It's just
Yep. The way she does the jump move
all
and
the jump move and the break in the face is just the the confrontation between that and the I'm no Jedi. Oh, it's like I'm all in it. I'm all in it. Goosebumps.
ooh, see, he's lacking on the Rebels knowledge because we haven't gotten him there yet.
I've seen the fight. I have no context for how it came to be, aside
Yeah,
from general.
we're gonna get him there. We're gonna next season we're hitting prequel era and then we'll hit OT Rebels era. Yeah.
All right.
Right.
So the other fight has one of those 2 characters in the last fight in it,
Okay. Well,
and I didn't put 3 Ahsoka fights on there.
and I was about to say I can't even remember another Ahsoka actual duel.
Oh, she fights the. Seven
I get, yeah,
and
Seven
it's
Sister.
Not a bad fight either.
No, it's not. It's a great entrance.
Right. It's
'Cause that-
It's Filoni allowing her to be a superhero.
Yeah,
It's her superhero.
Cause that's her superhero entrance of hey, I'm alive and now I'm part of the story.
Right, and here I'm becoming a badass.
Yeah.
I'm still awesome.
So that would mean be Vader. It's season 2.
Vader, Kanan, and Ezra.
Yeah, the season 2
The best
intro.
part of that fight is that it's so hopeless for Kanan and Ezra. Kanan is outmatched, knows it.
Yep.
Ezra does it because Ezra believes they can beat anything.
Yeah.
He's
He.
Padawan.
Yeah.
But the lightsaber's going through his neck, but Vader's controlling with the Force, and he says, "Your master has told you could be a Jedi. That's a lie." And I'm just like, holy. and then they escape, and then Sabine shoots Vader. Vader reflects it, shoots her in the face.
But
Should have killed her, but
thankfully Mandalorian. Yeah.
Beskar.
Oh,
And-
thank God for fucking helmets.
Right.
Well, specifically Beskar
Right,
helmets.
and then Ezra's like, "Well, how do you beat this thing?" And he's like, "Beat it. We barely survived.
What do you
We
mean?
should hide. We're out, right? The show's over. We're done. Vader's here."
What do you mean beat
Such a good
that
fight.
guy?
Such a good fight. I mean, they throw an ATST on top of him, and he's like, "Whatever." They've never seen that.
Yeah.
But
But
those are my 5.
yeah, it's a good 5. I honestly like I don't see why so many people would be so butthurt by it, but I guess because it doesn't have the hero Battle of Heroes.
Right. It doesn't have that. Yeah, it doesn't have battle. Like it doesn't have. A lot of people were miffed about the Last Jedi fight.
Well, so it's a good fight. I don't know if I'd call it a lightsaber duel.
I do. I mean, they kick the shit out of those guys with lightsabers. I would say it's top 10. Like,
Yeah.
Like,
And I would-
5 would be like
and I
6 would easily be episode.
yeah
3.
yeah
6 would be episode 3. And then I really like Jedi's.
yeah
I like Jedi's fight. There's
yeah Return of the Jedi yeah
there are some interesting possibilities in that.
Yeah.
I wanted to. Dark Horse did a what if comic on Infinities.
yeah yep they've done the 3 Infinities where they show like it's the first one is Luke misses the Death Star hole. It doesn't go in,
Right.
and so it's like
Well, that's bad.
yeah it's real bad because Yavin 4 gets blown up,
Yeah. The second one is Luke dies in Hoth.
Well, that's bad.
and then the third one is Leia becomes evil.
Well,
That's
No, or does she become evil in the second one?
the third one is the since there's no Luke, the plan to rescue Han goes backwards.
Yes, and basically Leia
Yeah, Lego.
turns to the dark side.
Right. And then but it works out where she turns Vader, and that's when we get the Vader with white armor.
Yeah, the Vader with white armor. So he gets to live, but he truly redeems himself in that one.
So I would say, my point on that is that in Jedi, Luke doesn't want to fight his father.
Yeah,
There-
that's the whole.
whole point. And there's a line where he's coming up the stairs, and he says, "I'm not going to fight you, father." And he's like, "Well, it's unwise to lower your defenses." And he goes to strike him, so Luke has to defend himself. I always wanted to do the what if he did, and Vader struck him down. The Emperor's
And
like,
that was it.
right, and the Emperor's like, "Wait, that wasn't part of the plan. I'm supposed to replace this guy with you."
Yeah.
You're supposed to be
Come on, didn't you watch Revenge of the Sith?
Right.
This is how I do this.
How that works.
Yeah.
How,
That would be interesting. It's funny that you mentioned Return of the Jedi in that fight because for my Star Wars Day, which I was also talking about how I'm basically celebrating the month. Outside of me reading all this content and going through everything again, which I just finished, the Sith War, so Exar Kun's War. God, Ulick and Kay, that is an emotional moment. A little bit of spoilers for a comic that's not as old as me by a year, but old. Ulick becomes a bad guy, joins the dark side because he wants to go undercover, right? Because he's like, I'm mad because they killed my master, so I'm going to get revenge by going undercover. And of course, as we've seen a lot of the times, going undercover as a Sith does not work out.
right.
Usually, because, that's why there's no such thing as gray Jedi. You use the dark side, it's going to start to slowly corrupt you. And so he's corrupted, and by the end of it, him and his brother Kay are fighting because Kay's like, hey, I'm trying to save you, I'm trying to redeem you, come back to the light. And Ulick's like, just leave me alone. and they're fighting, and Ulug kills his brother. It's very emotional.
What part of "Leave Me Alone" did he not fucking understand?
Well, it's because Kay was he loved his brother. It's about the brotherly love and how Kay was like, I love you so much that I am not going to let you continue down this path, even if it kills me, which it did.
I did say the last Jedi was going to be the top 10. I think it'd be like 11 or 12. Because I forgot about, like, I think my number 7 would be Force Awakens.
Ooh, yeah.
Force Awakens great. They're that Kylo's wounded. He's just killed Han. He's furied from that. Yeah, the dark side.
Yeah.
Furied up, and
He's angry.
He's angry. He's trying to catch Rey. Finn shows up with the lightsaber. So it's the dramatic moment we all thought Finn was.
Yeah.
And then the lightsaber he's trying to get flies away from him into Rey's hand.
Mhm.
Oh, it's like.
And the music that's playing during that moment.
It's so good. It's so good. So that's 7. No, that's 8.
Yeah.
8. So my number 9 is a comic, and so it's my only Legends one.
Yep.
There's a great Dark Horse comic. It's it's an anthology comic, so none of it's for all.
Oh, is it part of the Tales?
Yeah,
It's the Tales of the. It just tells, yeah.
But there's one where Vader fights Maul.
Yes, and that's where a lot of people got really hyped about the idea of Maul still being alive because they were like, we really want Maul and Vader to fight.
Right. Well, like I never thought put the possibility in my head until Rebels, and I forgot about that comic. And like,
Yeah.
So in Twilight of the Prince, when they're all three together, when like Maul and Vader are together, I'm like, why can't they fight? I thought that Henry Gilroy.
They never fight each other in the Clone Wars, do they?
No.
Do they just like miss each other by 10 minutes?
Well, it's very similar to the idea. It's very similar to one of those things that they were doing in the show because they did two things on purpose. They never had Anakin run into Maul, and they never had him run into Grievous
Well,
because of one line in Revenge of the Sith.
Reg said there's their first meeting. So that, and they did pretty good. That's why aside from Tristan exists.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
my
I'm
favorite-
glad she exists.
Yeah, well, Ventress is also just a great character.
She's great. My favorite line that makes that duels because it's on Mustafar. I mean,
Yeah, it's on Mustafar. It's supposed to be a clone of Maul, if I remember.
Right,
Yeah,
but
and it's the prophets of the dark side. They're like, we're testing you to see if you're worthy of.
right. But the best part of that is like Maul is whooping the shit out of Vader, and he's about to do the killing blow, and he says, "I killed your master's master," and then Vader gets the string, and goes, "Yeah, but my master killed you." Cuts him right in.
Yeah.
Booyah! That's
Yeah.
how it's done.
I also think, and that's where I think also in the terms of the debate of who would win, I think Vader would win. Not only because, he was trained by Obi-Wan, but also because, in canon anyways, he deliberately was learning that fight.
Right.
There's the comic Obi-Wan and Anakin, which I definitely suggest as a read. It's after Episode 1. It's like 5 years or so. It's early on still in the relationship between Obi-Wan and Anakin is contemplating leaving the Jedi Order, and there's flashbacks to like even earlier when he first was joining in. You get a little bit of the Palpatine's grooming of Anakin, but you also see one of the things he does at the Jedi Academy, at the Jedi Temple, is he reprogrammed one of the the training droids to fight like Maul, just so he could learn
Absolutely.
how to defeat him. So even though he's dead, because he emotionally felt
I mean,
to Qui-Gon.
I mean, it's Obi-Wan's Jedi trial.
Yeah,
I mean, you kill a Sith, you get promoted.
yeah.
That's how that works.
And then and of course Anakin's gonna look up to that, and of course
Absolutely.
Anakin also being the tech that he is, it makes sense that he would reprogram the training droids to fight the way that he sees as a challenge.
Non-canon makes sense, like that proxy. Yeah, Anakin.
Yeah,
Vader
proxy.
Makes, Vader makes proxy, so to trade circular.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
Yeah, and Proxy can fight like anybody that's in the database. Yeah.
The last fight is Twin Sons.
Ooh.
Obi-Wan
Yeah.
and Maul. The
Like-
final fight for Obi-Wan and Maul is beautiful.
Yeah, it's not a long fight,
No, it's
but it
not.
doesn't
No.
need to be. It's
But it's beautiful. It's absolutely Twin Sons is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. I cried when I saw it. And Maul is dying in his adversary's arms.
yeah.
Like the man he wants to murder most of it, and he's dying, and he's out.
And not only that, yeah, and Maul realizes, hey, you know what? I messed up, and maybe this kid can save us.
I think he finds peace in those last moments.
Yep.
I think he finds peace.
And he's like, I understand your mission now, Obi-Wan, and I hope that it works.
Right. And it doesn't. But
And so, like, going back to my thing, I guess. But yeah, that was very emotional reading that again because I really like Ulick and Kay as characters, and then when Ulick is punished by his love interest in that because she learns a technique to cut him off from the Force. So after he kills his brother, his penance is being removed from the Force, being blinded to it, as they say in the comic. And then, of course, later on, his penance is, and I haven't gotten to rereading it, but his penance is that he trains the daughter of the person that cut him off into the ways of the Jedi, and that's kind of his final redemption.
Well, I had a purpose of coming here, not just
Mm.
to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
Me. I sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I love you guys so much. And your listener, you guys are great. So I'm going to feed your lunch. I'm about to go get your lunch.
Yeah.
Chicken fingers. That's the thing in down here in Mobile. What sauces do you prefer?
None.
What kind of monster are you?
I guess ketchup maybe if that's a
What kind of
sauce.
monster
Come on.
are you?
One that doesn't like a lot of sauces.
Yeah, that's a monster. Wow.
Okay.
Dry.
Just-
I
I need 4 fried chicken.
I'm-
2
I'm a ranch or the foo sauce. Either one works.
Well, he's not getting sauce. Would you like both?
Yeah, I'll take both.
I don't like coleslaw either. That's
I don't
weird.
like
I don't like coleslaw
Yeah.
either. I usually do the extra fries or extra toast.
Yeah, we don't coleslaw, but,
I don't. It's green. I don't like it. It's green. It's cold and it's wet.
it's weird.
I don't like it. It's icky.
It's,
Yeah.
Capture's not a. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, but yeah.
It can be good.
So I'm good with.
just not cold.
Right. It's
Yeah.
weird.
So I'm good with both.
Very interruptive.
No, you're
No,
fine.
it's
This
all right.
worked out. It was a great
But we
conversation.
learned out that Seth is a monster.
Yeah.
I'm not a monster. Okay.
Kinda,
Okay, a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, at least he's a reformed monster.
I am a monster who's working on trying to be better.
Yeah.
Turns out pragmatic good as an alignment is very
No.
tricky to navigate.
Personally, I think you should just embrace your monster. Like, yeah, fuck yeah, with yourself. What the fuck is wrong with you? Whatever.
Nah,
gross.
yeah.
Own up to
You know what? Embrace that you don't care about droids' rights. No.
Right, exactly.
There's something. There's something.
Tie my shoes.
Obviously, I'm taking you out of context for the joke, but
Oh, there's something. Oh no.
All right, we'll go. Let's marry
yeah,
each other.
no, yeah.
There's certain
Thank you.
terms from Clone Wars I don't
No, I
like
think
to
you guys-
use.
Especially you, Caitlin. You really come in
Uh-huh.
and call. That at least means.
but
Like, are you busy? Well, you probably got a million things going on. Like, no, I can come over.
but the other thing I did for Star Wars Day, actually on Star Wars Day, is I watched Return of the Jedi with some
Yeah.
people because a friend of mine was on a live stream where they were streaming it, and so I watched that. Won a Funko Pop because they were doing a giveaway, so that's gonna be fun. And then I'm in a drawing for a lightsaber because of that as well.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun. And then I know tonight, kind of a shout out to them, my friend Sawyer. She's going to be streaming Empire tonight at it would be 9 our time, I think, because it's 10 her time. So 9. So 9 Central. And it's going to be on Stream Lounge, which is a new service that's kind of like you can share your streams with people, and you have to have a Disney Plus account to watch it. So of course you still have to watch it legally, but you get to watch it with friends or with strangers.
Yeah.
And she's gonna do a giveaway. She's gonna have some prizes. So if you wanna get some free stuff, it's gonna be great.
You saw yesterday. I was having a fucking time of it, but in regards to not Star Wars stuff,
Oh yeah.
I'm still mad about it. But on the other hand, we got to watch a
Oh yeah,
making
that's where I
out.
was gonna go next. I was gonna talk about that because on Star Wars Day, they released on Disney Plus a making what they call what was it called now? A gallery. They call it gallery, and they did a gallery episode for Book of Boba Fett. So they had an hour-long little special of here's how they made Book of Boba Fett.
Yep.
And man, it was really interesting watching
Yeah.
a lot of that, and especially when they go over the how the Luke process of how they did.
yeah.
Like we were discussing this while watching it. I was like, they really didn't have to go this
Go through
far.
that. Yeah.
Like the actor, so the way they did it is they did it very similar to how they did it in season 2, the finale for Mando season 2, where they had an extra guy,
Mhm.
and then they had Mark Hamill, and then they would, you know,
Yeah.
do
They kind
the
of like
deep fake.
overlaid it.
Yeah, they did a bit of deep fake. And they in order to deep fake, they had, a gallery of all these images of Mark Hamill's face from when he was younger. And then on top of that, they went a little bit extra on this one because they were like, well, last time for Mando season 2, we didn't quite have it look the way we wanted it to. So one, we brought in a deep fake expert, and then we also
They're like, we also reshot the thing multiple times at different angles.
well, yeah, because you kind of, I mean, you already kind of have to,
Yeah.
but even more
But-
so. Especially since they would have to shoot it with Mark Hamill that way,
Yeah.
with multiple angles, and then they would have to shoot it with the guy that's his body double. Once again, multiple angles, and then they would also have to make sure that both Mark Hamill and the body double were moving
Yep.
pretty much exactly the same. Not even pretty much, no, exactly the same, because they had to make sure that they could layer it. And they had the cameras, set so that way the cameras were always in the position that it. So they had multiple cameras to make sure that that way they didn't have to move the
I
cameras.
think the conclusion is they didn't have to do all this, but it looks good. So
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
glad they did.
I mean, because also the body double looked already kind of like a young Mark Hamill. There's certain facial features where there's certain
Like if you looked at it a little bit longer.
if you were examining it and you were going side by side, you would see differences. But if
if it's just at a glance, you're.
if you're just
no.
oh, this is supposed to be Luke, got it.
Yeah,
Because he looked like him.
it looks very similar.
Yeah, and so
I suppose that is the point of a
that's
double.
that is the point of the double. I mean, but they didn't have to mask him, is what I'm saying. The deep fake thing is just an extra layer.
Yeah.
But but at the same time, I appreciate the effort they went through because it worked really well.
They also
Um,
talked about how getting Baby Yoda to go and do stuff,
yeah, doing the flips and
doing
stuff.
flips and such was how they did that. And I was like, this is cool.
And of course, talking about the Rancor as well.
Yeah, they
And
were like,
and how they were so we decided that we're gonna build a third of the Rancor essentially.
we'll build its
Its head
Head.
and back.
yeah.
So but we won't build its arms or anything, and it'll have its shoulders, and
And they
we'll make
plan-
sure it can move and everything. And it's oh
I want to learn to ride it.
yeah, and that's the reason why they did
Yeah.
it was so that way Boba Fett would have something to actually be Tamura would actually be sitting on something, and it's
Yeah, it's amazing how they managed to pull that off.
yeah, and so you got to really appreciate a lot of what went into it, and then of course unfortunately they didn't talk about my boy Cobb Vanth.
Nah, God damn. He'll be fine.
I know, but I wanted to hear some behind the
Well,
scenes
they
of
shot
his
him.
appearances. No, but
They didn't shoot him for real.
no, but I wanted to hear behind the scenes stuff
Yeah.
of that episode, and because that's also the first time Cad Bane live action.
Yeah.
They talked about
Well-
Cad Bane as well, but
It'll be the last time we'll see him in live action.
unless they do something in before Book of
Yeah.
Boba Fett. But yeah, so I mean, it was a nice special. I think it was a nice little treat for us. I mean, obviously Disney Plus shows, they do it all for almost every show.
Yeah.
But it's still nice to see them when we get them. So
Talked about not necessarily reusing the N1.
oh yeah, the Naboo where they
Yeah.
brought it back and rebuilt it and they had the original artist Brian Sheng, who's really good artist. He's the guy that's behind pretty much all of the artistic designs for the prequels. And they got to let him ride it once they built it again.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Man, I got to ride the first one back when we made the Phantom Menace, and now I get to ride this one. Ugh." And it's just oh man, I feel that. So I can't think of anything else that's major for beyond what we got. So I guess we'll go ahead and talk about what we're reviewing this week. So this week we are talking about the High Republic Adventures: The Monster of Temple Peak.
Yeah.
It is a 4-issue miniseries done by IDW, part of the High Republic era, and we get to meet a new character Ty York.
Yorick.
Or
Ah,
Tylera?
I thought it was
Is it-
Eric, but
It's
I
York.
think that might be a different
Yeah.
person.
I think it's Tylera York, I think.
Yeah.
Is her full name? But she goes by Ty York.
Yeah.
So, where do you want to start with this, I guess, particular?
So should we start at the beginning?
Well, that depends. Are we talking about the flashbacks beginning or the beginning of where we start in the story?
I think this one is actually best in media res
Okay.
because I think this one actually benefits from it,
Yes,
unlike a
because
certain other show.
well, I think it's because it
But I'm sorry.
a show that we just got done talking about.
No.
Oh, unlike the thing that Ty York is very much
Very
similar to.
reminiscent of. Yeah. Fuck that Boba Fett guy. I don't like that. No, I actually very much enjoyed
you
that.
like that?
show.
You like that the flashbacks were the way they were?
Yes.
Okay.
Because this is one of the few times it actually works. Well.
Okay. But yeah. So okay. Let's start with the beginning of the comic then, which is we find ourselves on even
don't
before
know
that
the
we start on the planet that's the story's going to take place. Let me pull up some stuff so I can make sure I have names and stuff.
Yeah. I remember Ty Carrick, Druin, KLSO.
Yeah, KL. Yeah,
That's not their full name.
just KL. I'm shortening it.
No. Nope. We gotta call the droid by its full name. God. No, we don't have to do that.
Most
'cause I don't fucking
droids don't prefer that. Some are very particular about that
Yeah.
though, but most droids are like, nah, KL is fine. The planet is Lorith.
Lorith.
So we start on the planet Lorith, where these pioneers are kind of living, and they get attacked by this monster.
Yes.
That's where we start.
Okay, I see.
That's where
That's where the story
begins.
Not
because they get it. We get
because
them
there's
being attacked
a
by it.
different thing that goes on.
Yeah. And,
Uh,
and so basically that's going to be the premise of our story. Is
Is
this?
the little girl's name Lena?
It is Pela.
Pela. Okay.
So and the town is called Wicktown, I believe is the pronunciation, because obviously it's a red medium. It's not a listen to thing. So
Yeah.
it's WYKE. So Wick would be my best guess.
Yeah.
So Wicktown, named after the founder of the town, Leighton Wick.
Mm.
And Pela is his niece.
Okay.
But yeah, Pela is
She
runs away.
yeah, she runs away. She likes.
She tries to warn her uncle that hey, something's coming,
Yeah.
and he's like, "Nah, we're good." And then the monster
Don't
appears.
worry about it.
Meanwhile, on Bull,
It's like you're gonna need to be tough since we're living out in the outer rim.
yeah. Meanwhile, on the planet of Bolarum, Ty York is we meet her by her going after a Gundark.
Yes.
She is on a job to capture it alive,
Yes.
which is easier said than done.
Especially. So she's going after it.
Yeah, and KL is like nagging her the whole time because KL's like, "Hey, you need it alive because we need the credits.
We need the credits because our ship is.
You know, having a
Could
ship
use some
maintenance
repairs.
is not cheap in
Yeah.
Star Wars. It's made very clear that ships are very expensive to just keep.
Yep.
Like forget the flying, just keeping it. Is,
Just being able to use the damn thing.
and so then, unfortunately, though, some kid gets in the way of Ty.
I don't know what Druin is. In the sense of, I don't
Like
know
what
if they
race?
are a cat or a rabbit
oh
person.
okay,
They may be both.
I can pull it up.
However, his race can go invisible,
Yeah, the Segredo.
There.
The Segredo is
Yeah.
the race.
which is cool.
Nothing in particular that says what they look almost bat fox like in this picture, but
Yeah, I guess.
like the ears.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you supposed? You're another.
It's a mixture of things, and then he's got the antennas.
Yeah,
Like he's got ears and antennas.
yeah. It's
But I assume the biology of it is that the antennas is how their mind trick thing works. Because
Yeah.
he's like, we don't actually go invisible. We just make you think we're invisible,
yeah. I'm like,
which is very 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 force sensitive of him
Yeah.
to do.
I'm over here like,
But yeah, he gets.
why
In,
would you tell me this?
but yeah, he gets in the way because turns out he's a really big fan.
Yeah, he's like,
He's like, I like your work. I like the cut of your jib. I heard you're a monster hunter and you use a lightsaber. I kind of wanted to check that out.
and she's like, please go away.
Please go away. You're in the way. And then on top of that, then the Gundark tries to eat him.
And so she's like,
So she's like, well, now I gotta kill the Gundark.
fuck.
So she kills the Gundark, but she does bring it, and she's like, hey, get away. You messed up my hunt. Get out of here.
Go away.
Very reminiscent to the person that she's supposed to be similar to.
Fuck. It's like ordering a pie and finding it has no filling. Like,
Yeah, it's basically this. Okay, I think we can just say
yeah,
it at this
let's
point.
fucking quit being around the bush.
Ty York is the Witcher for Star Wars.
Yeah, pretty much.
No extra powers beyond the Force though. But I mean, the Force basically is just as useful as being a Witcher. She even has the white hair going.
Yeah, shit, she does, doesn't she?
I don't know if that's supposed to be tendrils or her hair, but I see it as hair the way it's stylized a little bit. But it's the same race as Adigali, where it's kind of like these tendril looking.
Maybe both.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. In terms of design, I actually really like it.
Yeah. And then I would say that Druin is very much like a dandelion Yaskier type
Yeah.
of character where it's like, I want to hang around you and be your best friend. And it's like, no, go away.
Fuck off.
Yeah. So Ty eventually is like, okay, I got to make contact with the person that hired us.
Tell him that I fucked this up.
But she is bringing, hey, she's at least bringing the body back still.
She's like, as proof, I did find it. Unfortunately, it is dead.
But on the way there, she notices some Jedi
She's
are
like,
actually
"Shit."
looking for the person who hired her.
They're like, oh man.
She's like, well, I've only got a little bit of time to get that money then. And so she goes to the hangar where she's meeting the docking
Yeah.
bay where she's meeting the guy. The guy, of course, reneges because he's like, I planned to sell
alive.
Yeah, I said alive, and I was also planning to transport this because I had somebody who was going to buy it from me.
I can't pay you since you fucking failed the mission.
But
And
just
she's
as this argument's going on, though, that's when the Jedi
Jedi
and
show up.
officials, like police or whatever,
Yeah,
show
and
up.
they're like, you're under arrest for illegally transporting animals.
Dangerous animals.
Dangerous animals, too.
So like Gundarks.
Yeah, this is like the equivalent of being like, I was gonna sell this Bengal tiger because I thought it was a good idea.
Yeah, it's Tiger King.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I should have.
yeah,
you
you
no-sold that.
you brought it up, buddy.
Well, that's not what I meant.
You're right, because more than likely in this universe they were probably selling the Gundark so the rich person could hunt it, not
Probably.
keep it as a pet or start a zoo. But no, so then Ty's like, well, I'm outie.
Goodbye.
It's not my problem. They're not after me. Also, she just doesn't want to deal with
Stole
Jedi.
his bike
Yeah,
too because
yeah.
she could.
Yeah, she doesn't want to deal with Jedi.
Yeah.
So she knocks him down and is like, all right, and basically helps the Jedi get him
Yeah.
because she knocks him down long enough that the Jedi are just like, all right, easy grab.
I'm
And
like,
so-
oh, that went better than expected.
So, of course, she makes it back to her ship, and she's like, all right, we got to get out of here fast. So they leave, and her droid, I just blanked. We said the name earlier.
KL3.
KL03. KL is like,
Chloe.
hey, Chloe. That's actually a good one.
They're Chloe now.
Chloe.
Since KL03.
Yeah,
Chloe.
Chloe. All right, we'll go with that. So Chloe's like, hey, we still need money,
Yeah.
and so they're like, we've got two job options. We got one that's what was it's a well-known planet. I can't remember. But basically, they're like, we got this one place, and then we also got Lorith.
Yeah.
And
it's like,
and-
oh, do I want to go to the city where there will probably be a bunch of Jedi or not?
well,
Let
it's
me
not even-
consult my magic rock.
yeah, let me consult the stones because apparently Ty is a believer in the stones.
I don't know what those do. I
It's
assume
very. I mean, it's there. I mean,
It's-
obviously, there's real world equivalents of those type of like stone, like
yeah.
that type.
I
of thing.
assumed essentially what she was.
I think it was like basically communing with the Force and being like, "Hey, Force, guide me."
Oh, I didn't think it was quite like that. I assumed this is a case of like it's not actually a thing. I'm just deciding which way to go.
No. This was very much a communing with the Force thing.
No, I think
I think though it's because she doesn't, and we'll get to why the why.
Yeah.
But she doesn't want to have the responsibility of picking things.
yeah.
Because it's made. Chloe makes it clear that this
She's
isn't
like you use those
you keep
stones
using those.
every time.
Yeah.
Or you gotta make a choice.
Yeah. And the answer is she doesn't want to. So eventually,
I
the
Operated under the assumption that she was just flipping the stones to whichever she wanted.
nope.
I guess that's not the case.
Nah, that's not the case in this particular scenario. But
she's like, how about
Toydaria is the other option.
So
Where Watto's race is from.
Hmm.
So
they don't go there.
They don't go there because it's moons to because you got moon and sun, and the moons it's Lorith, suns it's Toydaria, and she gets moons.
Yep.
Well, mostly moons. So, moons. So to Lorith, and so she meets up with Leighton Wick, who explains the situation of, hey, we've been losing cattle. There's this creature, the Gretalex, that's been after our cattle and has been causing problems for us. We need you to get rid of it.
Could you go? Hey, Monster Hunter, could you go kill that monster up on the mountain?
Yeah, and she meets Tapel, who's one of the other town leaders, an archaeologist, and he's as she's agreeing to take the job, or as she's saying she'll think about it, rather, in comes our speedster, Pila, who is now mute.
They go.
And they explain that there was a gas incident between when we last saw them that caused this to happen.
Yeah, like the Redonian fumes.
Yeah, which means Rhydonium is there, which is not where you want a kid near. Because Rhydonium is not a great chemical to be around. It's generally volatile. It's very volatile fuel for starships. Very explosive.
It's a lot of unnecessary.
We talked about it in High Republic before. It's that thing that they use to turn. It's how they turn the ship in Light of the Jedi.
It's love.
Because no, they were trying to prevent the Rhydonium from exploding. Because remember
Oh yeah, that thing that
it was about to go into the sun.
Yeah. It's man, some of the fuel in Star Wars is maybe a little bit too combustible. It's dangerous to be around in general.
So eventually she agrees. So after all this, she agrees, and she's like, "All right, well, I guess I'm gonna go to the mountain," and because they tell her that that's up this mountain called where Temple Peak is, that they call it. And so she's like,
Why is it called Temple Peak? Because there's a temple at the peak.
Yeah.
It's
Mount Beecha is the actual name, but they've called it Temple Peak. Sorry. No, it's just sorry. I'm thinking of the other mountain. Sorry, this one's Temple Peak. there's another mountain in this story, which we're about to start talking
Yeah.
about. So throughout the story, we're getting these flashbacks
Yes.
to Ty's time as a Jedi, because one of the things
I
that
think
is
she's
made
still an
clear,
apprentice at that time.
yes, one of the things that's made clear is that Ty is not a Jedi anymore. It's
No.
something that Ty repeats over and over whenever somebody tries to.
Yep. Aren't you a Jedi? No.
So, we learn her full name is Tylera.
Yep.
And her classmate Cleus Terradin, her best friend.
Yeah.
They are dueling, and we learn a little bit about them, and we learn that Cleus is a little bit of a rule breaker. Tylera's kind of just puts up with it. Ty's like, we shouldn't
I
be
get-
breaking the rules, but like, I'm
I
not
get-
going to stop you because you're my friend.
Yeah, I get the sense that I don't remember where they're training during that time, but I get the sense that it's very much like you are the only other student at this school, ergo you are the only friend I have here.
Yeah. And so like, it's the Jedi Temple on Naratar.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
It's a new. As far as I know, it's a new planet. But yeah, so he likes to look into some of
Yeah.
the objects that the Jedi would frown upon a lot.
I'm over here, I'm like, man, I understand where you're coming from.
You're a kid. You're curious.
I also understand the logic of, look, we have to learn about these things so we'll know.
But that's also not what he's doing.
Yeah.
But so, and we actually get a little bit of a reference to Jedi Fallen Order, because one of the groups that he learns about is the Zepho, which is a very important alien race in the
Yes.
in Jedi Fallen Order.
Haven't played it, watched a playthrough.
Okay, so you know about the Zepho.
I know about the Zepho.
Yeah,
And their
one of the earliest.
propensity for goddamn puzzles.
Yeah, one of the earliest of Force users. We don't know if they're the first or not, but we know they're one of the earliest.
Yeah.
So Cleus is like, yeah, I've already studied them, and my master was cool with that. So we're gonna also check out this Yallo Sanctum, which is for the Yallo Fellowship, which is even more evil and dark side than the Zepho, which Zepho are kind of in the middle.
I was like, okay, look, I get it, man. Don't touch anything.
Well, unfortunately, that's exactly what he does. Despite Tylera trying to be like, "Hey, we shouldn't be here, and we definitely shouldn't be touching anything."
Yep.
Cleus is like, "Nah, I see a holocron.
I'ma touch it.
I'm gonna touch it, and I'm gonna see if I can open it."
He's like, yeah, it's real weird how the gene seal is. We never find out
What the gene seal does.
yeah.
He gets possessed immediately.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, that was quick.
And now we're gonna come back to the present, because we told
Yeah.
a lot more of what happens in that than what.
sort of speed ran.
Yeah, we sped, and that's fine.
I'm
and
sorry I'm not bringing.
It's no. This is a shorter comic, so there's like, it's a good comic, but there's
It's
not as
quite a
much
bit
to.
short.
Yeah, it's a little bit short because it's a mini series. It's a limited series, I should say, because this is
Yeah.
the only issues we'll get, and especially now that IDW doesn't have the publishing rights, which is why I don't have a trade paperback this time around. Because they did not print a trade paperback yet
Yeah.
before losing the rights, the license rather.
Whoops.
Oh well.
That's how business be sometimes.
Yep. And so Ty's going up the mountain, back in present, and somebody is invisible hanging around in the mountain.
Doesn't she almost stab him?
Yeah. And then they get caught in this giant spider creature's web.
They're called rock weavers.
Rock weavers, yes. And she's like, "Well, you better reveal yourself to me, or I'm not gonna be able to help you."
Yeah.
And so like, and she gets a little bit of web in the face, which thankfully Chloe's like, "Hey, well, you can just use your little sonic. You can use your sonic thing, set it to the right setting, and just make sure you don't blow your ears out. Essentially, in the process,
Make very sure that set at 3 and no lower or higher.
otherwise it either won't work or it will work too much."
Yep.
Um,
She-
And she kind of just ignores that. She's just like,
And she's like, "Did it work?" And she's like, "Yeah, I can't really hear anything,
but yeah, it
but
worked.
yeah."
And then she unties the invisible creature, who continues running, and she's like,
Not today.
"Not today, Bolo."
Bolo.
Bolo, yeah. Bolo's the invisible creature to reveal it's our buddy.
Quit following me, damn it.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah,
what that next conversation amounts to.
yeah. It's
Quit
our,
following me. But can you train me to be a Jedi? No.
yeah. Yeah, because Druin is like, I know you're a Jedi, and Ty's like, I'm not a Jedi anymore. Stop saying that. And Druin's like, but I want to become a Jedi.
And
I want to learn the Force.
it's like, you don't even know what any of those words mean, do you?
It's like there's a lot of she's just like, there's a lot of responsibility behind those words. You don't want that.
Oh, man.
She doesn't say that, but that's basically the
The
tone she's
implication
giving.
is like, no, you don't want it. It sounds... It's that case of like,
You've heard the heroic tales, but you don't know about the BS that we also deal with.
have you ever... Tell me, Druid, have you ever been to this place called Corellia?
That hasn't happened yet.
Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know where in the timeline we are.
We are before the events of the second book.
Okay. All right.
In fact, I think they mentioned that this is a little bit in the opening crawl of the first issue, that it's
Yeah.
before the Republic Fair.
Oh, that's right. Druin explains great hyperspace disaster.
Yes, and he talked, because
He's
so
like,
they
my
have
brother died.
So like basically they have a discussion where they're like, okay, look, you need to go home,
He's like,
and
well,
he's
I
like-
can't go home.
and also not only that, it also like Chloe's like, it's a bit of a far travel to send them back down, especially when it's about to get dark.
Yeah.
And Ty's like,
Fine.
fuck.
Fuck. I guess they'll stay here.
Yeah, I guess they'll stay with me until morning.
Yeah.
So during the night they kind of talk about, well, Druin talks about himself.
Yeah. I
Ty
very
wants
much
to-
just want.
Ty wants
Ty's
to
doing
sleep.
the equivalent of like rolling over and trying to go to bed.
Yeah, and so we learn a bit about Druin and how like he is, as far as we know, potentially the last of his race.
Yeah.
At the moment, anyways.
It's the only one we've seen so far.
And so because of the great hyperspace,
Yeah.
because of the hyperspace disaster,
The emergences.
the emergences, one of the emergences hit his home world.
It's gone now.
Yeah. So his brother was because they were already in the middle of a civil war, based
These
on
were already bad.
yeah, things were already bad because there was already like a civil war between their race on their planet, and like it was already just him and his brother, and then the emergence happened, and then it's just him. In terms of his family, anyways.
Yeah.
Obviously, there might be more of his race, but in terms of like immediate family, that's it.
Yeah. Pretty.
So that's part of his like reasoning for like journeying out and being like, you know what, I'm gonna discover this thing about the Force because my brother and I we heard stories about it, and
We would like to know more.
yeah. So in the morning, they get attacked by these creatures.
Oh, also their little pack mule.
Oh,
scared
before
off during the night.
Yeah, that's right. So that's what it was. So during the night, their pack mule gets scared because
It's not actually called a pack mule.
yeah,
But
their mount, I guess we'll say.
yeah.
Their mount gets scared during the night because somebody just comes really, really fast up the mountain and runs past them and starts calling. It's Pila.
It's Pila.
It's Pila. And Pila starts like attacking Ty essentially.
Yeah, she's like, I'll fucking kill you.
but without
but
saying
not.
that because she can't
She's
talk.
like, she can't talk. And this is one of those times where they explain, like, no, she can't talk. So it's not one of those just fucking talk moments.
Yeah.
That happens so often.
Which Ty is trying to figure out, hey, what's going
Like,
on?
why are you trying to kick my ass so hard for, like, no reason?
And so, like, unfortunately, though, after their mount runs off scared, they also drop Pela off the mountain by accident.
Whoops. That's not...
Which Ty tries to catch her with the Force, but
Nah.
Flies off the mountain.
Ty may be having some internal difficulties.
Ty's having a rough time.
She's having a bad week.
Yeah. So.
And she does not feel great about the fact that a
So-
small child
Potentially.
has just
has
maybe
just died.
maybe not died.
Has just died. Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as Ty knows, yeah, kid's
Yeah.
dead. And so, of course, Druin's like, "Hey, it wasn't your fault. You couldn't like, there wasn't much you could do about what happened." Trying to be
Yeah.
comforting, and he's right. There wasn't a lot, but yeah, didn't go well. Ty kind of just gets more frustrated.
Yeah.
So Angry sleeps, and then they wake up in the morning, and Druin's already like packed and starting to leave. And Ty's like, "Wait a minute, no, we don't have a mount now, so like, there's no way for you to get down the mountain quick enough in a way that would be safe.
Yeah,
So
so she's like,
now you're just with me.
I guess you're stuck with me now.
Also, I need somebody to carry my stuff."
Yeah. It's hard to fight monsters and carry your stuff.
Yeah. So, so they get inside, and that's when they get into a fight with some creatures. I forget what these are. It wasn't more of the.
No. They find
Was it more rock weavers?
no.
Because they haven't found the Gretelex yet.
They have found actually, yeah, no, they do find it like almost
But
immediately.
they fight something else before that.
I don't think they do.
Oh no! So they do find the Gretelex, but the rock weavers are
But
with
the Rock
it.
Weavers are with it.
And so they fight both the Rock Weavers and the Gretelex,
Yeah.
which Druin tries to use Ty's lightsaber to save Ty. Which
Nobody touches Ty's lightsaber.
Ty's like, nobody touches my lightsaber, even if they're trying to help me. And so also they find Pela still alive.
Yeah, she's alive.
It turns out she's been captured by the Rock Weavers.
Yep.
And-
They fight that Grillex pretty hard.
Yeah, and so they fight it, and then eventually they start to realize that the Rock Weavers are working with the Gretelex.
Which is weird.
Yeah, and it's also the Rock Weavers are also not trying to kill them, and neither is the Gretelex really.
Yeah. It's more like it's just trying to get them to go away.
Yeah, and on top of that, you also have they realize that, oh yeah, we could just save Pela, and it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
So eventually they do all that, and
They kind of start looking around.
they start looking around to see what's up, and they find some clues as
Yeah.
to why all this is going down.
And Tyoric, first time without too much struggle, using the Force. For a power she admits she's not very good at,
Yeah.
she's like, I'm going to cast Animal Friendship, basically.
Yeah, which is how she calms the Gretelex down
Yeah.
and figures out.
Why
Why-
it's been so pissed.
Yeah, she figures out what's going on. So let's go back to the flashbacks now and
Yes.
finish up that story, and then we'll finish up the current day. So yeah,
So Cleos touched a ancient artifact. He did the dumbass thing in a horror movie.
and now he's got he's
He's
possessed.
got a case of the evil spirit.
Yeah, he's possessed. And so tries to kill Ty, who is like very defensively, like,
Yeah.
no, I'm not gonna fight you. I'm not gonna fight you. And also like, we should have left. And Cleus is
You should have stopped me.
yeah, whatever's possessing Cleus is very much using Ty's feelings against her.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is your fault. You should have actually stopped me. And Ty's like, I tried. And it's like,
You should have tried harder.
yeah. Which, Ty, it's not your fault. It's not. Cleus was going to be a dumbass no matter what you
Yeah.
did.
This is one of those things where it was in their nature. This would probably have happened anyway.
Yeah. This is one of those situations of you can't stop people from doing stuff they're going to do.
Well,
And so, I guess
that.
you can. I guess you can stop people from doing stuff they're going to do if you kill them.
yeah.
Which is, once again, so Ty kills Cleus, but it's not her fault.
It's not her fault.
It's very
it
much
very much seems like Cleo's just kind of walked into
her
it
lightsaber. Yeah,
as a choice.
and also on top and also on top of that, it's very much a thing of Ty more defensively and like not even
Yeah.
thinking about it, put her lightsaber out in that way, and then of course Cleus is like, "Thank you,
Thanks.
I'm dead now.
I died now.
Thanks for getting rid of the spirit that was inside me by killing me. Bye."
And so that's. I don't think. So I'm gonna say something weird.
Yeah.
I think the reason why Ty has been so adamant about avoiding Jedi is that she hasn't explained what happened.
I think that there's that, and I also think that she hasn't come to terms of what did happen.
Yeah.
Because it's a complicated situation, and I think Ty believes that if she tells somebody what happens, she's gonna be blamed and that
Yeah.
she's gonna be perceived as a bad guy. But in reality, when you look at the
No.
situation, no, you did everything you could have, and yeah, you killed your friend, but that wasn't on you. That was it really wasn't.
No.
It's a what if Obi-Wan killed Anakin, like had killed Anakin at Mustafar. Is Obi-Wan a bad guy for that? No. You know?
Might have been a mercy if he had.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I think there's a lot of that. I think she hasn't come to terms with what she did. She hasn't come to terms with the fact that she's not guilty for it. Although I think she's starting to come to terms with that. And she just doesn't, and she hasn't come to terms with the fact that she is going to always be connected to the Force, even if she doesn't want to be.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there are ways to cut yourself off, but they're pretty drastic measures to do that. You gotta really,
extreme.
you gotta be really sure about that choice before you make it. So, back in the present day,
Back in the present.
Ty decides to confront Mr. Wick
Yep.
and his posse. As it turns out, the Greta Lex is not a Greta Lex. It is two creatures,
Yes.
a Greta and a Lex, that combine.
Yes.
Very
Very symbiotic relationship.
yeah, symbiotic pairing, yeah. And so, turns out they have the lax. part.
Yeah. And the Greta is very upset about the fact that they essentially stole its girlfriend.
Not even that. They stole basically a part of it. Like, they stole a part of its body
Yeah,
and a
no,
part of its
that's
soul.
more. That's
Like-
more along the lines of
Yeah,
it.
and it's just like,
Can I have that back?
like, apparently it, like, actually, like, is painful to not
Yeah.
be without the other half. And so, like,
Ty's like,
and also we figure out why, Pela's mute.
yeah,
It turns out that, yes, Rhydonium gas mine did go off, but it wasn't because of anything stupid Pela was doing. It's because Pela was trying to stop her stupid uncle from shooting the Greta.
Yeah.
And instead, one of Wick's shots hit the gas mines, and that caused her mute. Huh. So,
oh,
and so we learn that, you know, that's what's going on. And so, obviously, Ty confronts them.
yeah,
Turns out it's a trap,
it's trapped.
because it turns out Wick was expecting that, and as was the other guy,
The
who acts like he's on Ty's side. He's like, yeah, we shouldn't have done that. I told you this was a bad idea. And then as soon as, like, Ty's back is turned and thinks she's winning, they're like, nah, sucker. Knocks her out.
this initiates the fucking funniest thing that I ever saw. I remember flipping the page after that and seeing the like, little bone crusher. I was like, what is this James Bond shit? Why did you waste this much? Why did you
So, yeah.
tire?
So
Why
they
did
attach
you do that?
So they attach it to a bone crusher. Also, we learned the reason why they're after the Greta Lex.
Yeah.
It's apparently because they're like, we're basically part of a cult that's trying to get normal people to be able to use the Force.
Yeah.
And apparently the Greta Lex is rumored to be like something like
Yeah.
that you can use, like eat or something. I can't remember the specifics of what they said.
They're like, we needed it to make a potion to
Yeah.
help us survive.
Yeah, and
like,
and
Wow,
but they managed to
this seems like a great plan.
But during the fight, I think she frees the Lax, and so I think the Gretalex is free
Yes.
at this point.
I'm
And so they're like,
also like,
well, I guess a Jedi's bones will do.
yeah, and I'm like, thank God you guys are fucking comic book villains and very stupid.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it have been easier to crush their bones if she was, not alive?
Well, that's why they're putting her in the Bone Crusher.
Is her being alive a necessary step?
I don't know. They're probably doing that part for the enjoyment of it.
Maybe, which is a bad idea.
Yeah, because she escapes.
Like,
With the help of Druin,
Yeah.
who shows up, who
he brought the Greta,
brought
the
the
Rock
Greta,
Weavers are there,
yeah, and Pela,
and Pela.
and so
To be honest, it's not a good time for.
yeah,
I'm just gonna call them poachers because that's what they
yeah,
are.
they're poachers. So the poacher group, they have Ty's lightsaber, and of course
Yeah.
we get a callback to the nobody touches Ty's lightsaber thing because Druin takes it from their hand and tosses it to Ty and says, "Nobody takes Ty's lightsaber, ain't that right, boss?"
Fuck off.
Yeah, and it's like you're going too far there.
It's. Thank God we meet one instance of wildlife in Star Wars that's both. I like the Gretalax.
Yeah, and so the Gretalex, one of its powers is that it's actually a healer. It can heal. It can force heal as well, which is why it's so powerful.
Yeah.
And so, a lot of stuff going on there. But I think it actually heals some of the people that in our party that are injured at this point. But yeah, at this point, the poachers are outnumbered.
Yeah.
And so they get their butts whooped big time. Pretty much all of them die except
All
for
of 'em.
Wick.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, we're going to just arrest Wick.
Yeah. Also, by the way, we recorded your fucking
Your
evil speech.
Yeah, and we sent it to the rest of your village who didn't know about this stuff going on.
Yeah.
Because, the poachers were, still a small group of the village. It wasn't the whole village.
Yeah.
And so, we sent it to the group that didn't know about this. Good luck.
Yep. Have a nice day. And I think they just leave him to the Gretalax's judgment.
Well, no. He's
Well,
actually
no,
taking
actually,
it. They were threatening with the Gretalex's judgment, and that's how they got the confession.
So sorry, I didn't think this would happen.
Yeah, and so he's taken in by the village to be however they would decide to
Yeah.
prosecute him. And so then of course Druin's like, all right, so am I going to continue adventuring with you?
No.
No. in fact, on top of that, Pela, who can now talk again thanks
Yeah.
to being healed by the Gretalex,
Yeah.
is like, hey, you should just come live with us.
And he's like, well,
I
are
get.
you sure? Ty and Chloe take off.
Yeah, Ty and Chloe are already
And he's
taking off.
like-
And Pela's like,
He's like,
you
well,
don't have a choice.
choice.
But then the twist. So Ty and Chloe talk about it, and they're like, once again, we still need credits.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, I know, we'll figure it out. Ty goes to meditate. Oh, she gave up her stones.
Yeah.
Key thing to remember. She gave them to Pela
Pela.
because she's like, I don't need them anymore because she's deciding to make her own choices now,
Mhm.
and she's growing as a character.
Yeah. She does not go to meditate. She goes to practice.
Oh, practice her
because
fighting.
she needs some practice.
Yeah, so she goes to practice her fighting. While she's off practicing her fighting,
Chloe
Chloe
calls
makes
up.
a call to Druin and is like, "Hey, I want you around
Yeah.
because you're a good influence on Ty.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you where we're going next, and if you just happen to get there,
She's like, they're like, we'll plan to have you accidentally
Yeah.
run into her in the
yeah, if you
future."
just happen to run into her, who knows?
and this is one of those because of the real world, the ending line is also great. Ty York will return.
Yeah. This is
Maybe they will.
well, the reason why,
will.
so you'll definitely see Ty in chronological order. You'll see Ty again soon. Not next week soon, but soon.
Soon. Okay.
within the next month of
All
content
right.
that we're going through. But that's because this was actually her second appearance
Oh, okay.
in terms of stuff that was released. So I'm just gonna say she appears in the second book.
Okay.
So she appears in man, I just dropped the name of it. I had a brain fart. Rising Storm.
All right.
So she appears in Rising Storm. That was her first appearance, really, actually, for like us. And then they were like, "Oh yeah, and here's her backstory." So, and then she's also in Race to Crash Point Tower,
Okay.
which is the junior, which is
So
the
stuff I haven't seen yet.
yeah. So the junior novel of, and that also came out before this. But I think the plan is that we're going to see even more of her, like, down the line. I think
Be-
phase 2 we're gonna get more.
Telluric is interesting. They're a Jedi that doesn't want to Jedi,
Yes, and yet they very much still
but they still.
hold a lot of the like the
Ideals.
the ideals. Like Ty is definitely like she'll work for a criminal, but at the end of the day, if they're really doing something bad, Ty will stand up to them and be like, "No, I don't care about the money at this point.
Fuck you.
Fuck you." Yeah. So I really like Ty. Ty is a
Yeah.
great character, and I'm really excited to see more.
This is another one that I'm like, it would be interesting. I want to see where this one goes.
And it is Tendrils. I just looked up the
Okay.
Lothians is the race. It's the same race as Adigalia, Sass Ali, and Indira Stokes.
Okay.
Which we know. I'm trying to remember if you've met Indira yet. Yeah, you do. Yeah, Indira. Poor Indira. The second master to Bell.
Oh no.
But Indira at least lived. But still. Indira lived.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Indira lived. She managed to survive that. 'Cause
Oh, she's the one that ends up like hospitalized, but
Yeah.
not dead.
yeah. And Bell's like, "Oh my god, if it happens again."
Belle's like, where the fuck are my friends and family?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, fuck you.
So yeah, we've read 2 books with Indira because she's also in Light of the Jedi.
Yes.
Because she's at the same Jedi base that
Yep.
Bell is at. Anyways, but yeah, so it is Tendrils. So,
All right.
but it's very hair-like and
Yeah.
in terms of like the style, like they're obviously like how they stylize it. But I like Ty. I really want more.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for more. I'm really excited for you to read more about her, about the stuff we already have. Because, oh man, the relationship with Ty and some of our other characters that we already know. Because obviously she runs into some of our fan favorites for the High Republic era. Because she's going to be in a main novel. So, all right. Closing thoughts on that?
I enjoyed it.
I would definitely give it.
I know that's not like.
Yeah, I mean, I would give it. Honestly, I'm only giving it a lower rating because I want more, not because it's bad.
Hmm.
And I kind of wished it wasn't just a mini series.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say 7.5.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that.
I feel like there's definitely a lot more to the story that they could have fleshed out.
While the story is good, it does.
There's definitely some fleshing out it could have done.
Yeah, and there's some loose ends.
I mean, it's Kevin Scott. I trust his work. Kevin Scott has not led us wrong in terms of his writing so far. I mean, he gave us the rest of the High Republic Adventures line. So I mean,
I'll see.
he's given us some really good characters, and I really like what he's doing with them. So, and he's also the one who writes The Rising Storm. So we're gonna get to see a novel from him. Because I don't think we've done a full blown novel with him. I think we've done I think he's done some of the other stuff that we've read, though. Let me
I
double.
wonder what Farzal is up to at this time.
Yeah. So this isn't too far away from this. So this takes place a little bit while some of the High Republic
Yeah.
Adventures comics is going on. Yeah, so the only other High Republic thing that he gives us besides the High Republic Adventures is and he wrote some of the High Republic. Actually, he is writing the mainline comic as well, which is also really good. And then he gives us Rising Storm, and that's it so far of what we've gotten that's High Republic related that we've read that Kevin Scott's done.
I've enjoyed his work so far.
Yeah, and the High Republic mainline comic makes sense. I forgot that it makes sense that he's one of the lead writers on it because there's a connection for that to one of the audio dramas that he writes that we'll get to next season when we start hitting prequel era. So it had to actually start. But yeah, go ahead.
Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk.
Episode 20.
We've been doing this for 3.5 months now.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So go ahead and introduce it for people that are new.
For those of you who don't know who we are, this is Caleb. I'm Seth. He brings the news. We give review. Fuck that. I don't like rhyming. Long story short, we review short stories, books, and such. Try and keep relatively up to date with the Star Wars news.
Yeah.
And we discuss that for however long we can
Yeah, until,
before we have to leave.
Yeah. Yeah, and so today's going to be probably a shorter episode.
Yeah.
But that's fine. It makes sense.
Yeah, since we're covering a short story and I don't know how the news is going over.
There's a good bit of news, but we can
Alright.
cut some of them, or at least keep the conversations about them short, because they're not like. There's a couple major stuff, and then there's other stuff that's like rumors.
All right.
So I guess what we can talk about first is that the Ahsoka series is now officially filming.
All right.
So that is official news, and that was brought to us through a tweet that had just the Ahsoka, like the director's chair Ahsoka thing. Like, you know how on set you'll see that director's chair where it's lifted, and then it has Dave Filoni's cowboy hat on it, and it's got Ahsoka written on the back of the chair, so that way you know it's for that show. So, yeah. So we know it's filming now.
All right.
So that kind of gives us an idea of, now we can kind of speculate of when it will be out based on that, because we don't know when it's going to be out yet. But at least now we have kind of a possibly better idea based on
I'm
fact
gonna
that
say
they're starting
not in
filming now.
June.
No. So it's going to probably be,
I'm
if
thinking
I had to
November.
guess, early next year.
Yeah.
I would think early to mid next year would be my personal guess. Of course, I could always be wrong,
Mm,
but based on the fact that they're filming now,
now.
Generally a good sign. So yeah, and then we've got, if we're gonna keep with that kind of stuff, also in production is a new Star Wars movie.
Mm.
No name or anything. We just know people that are attached to it.
All
So we
right.
know Kevin Feige, the guy who runs, the big guy for MCU. He's producing this.
Okay.
And then it's being written by Michael Waldron, who has written Loki and the new Doctor Strange film. So that kind of gives a good bit of. He's also worked on What If and Spider-Man: No Way Home. So they're putting definitely good talent behind it.
All right.
So it makes sense to me, anyways. And then what else we got? What else has he done? Because I'm actually curious if he's done something that like outside of like Marvel. But definitely a good makes sense. Disney getting an in-house. Oh yeah, he's worked on Rick and Morty, which a lot of people that worked on the new Doctor Strange have worked on Rick and Morty, and that makes sense because you got the whole multiverse thing going.
All right.
Other than that, the only other thing he's really worked on is a show called Heels and Good Game. Never heard of either. But based on the stuff that I do know, good pick. All right, let's jump into some video games.
All right.
So Jedi Fallen Order, we've been getting a lot of rumors regarding that sequel, right?
Yes.
You know, and it's kind of been all over the place, you know. Well, we got a new one.
Oh.
This one is, we now have a rumored title for the sequel. Because, remember early on in one of our reports, we talked about how they were potentially going to change the name to where it wasn't just Jedi Fallen Order 2.
Yeah.
And that is, this rumor fits into that story, and that it is now called, that the next one will be potentially called Star Wars Jedi Survivor. This is brought to us from VentureBeat reporter, once again from Jeff Grubb, who's been the main source for a lot of these updates regarding Jedi Fallen Order 2, or I guess Jedi Survivor now. I'm going to call it Fallen Order 2 until it's officially confirmed.
Yeah.
But all this tracks, I mean, of course, it's all coming from the same source, so take that with whatever grain of salt you want to, you know. Because, you know, you might personally feel that it's kind of, you know, funny that it's all coming from the same guy. But he's proven himself in the past, so that's part of it, of why people are willing to kind of let it go. So yeah.
All right.
So that's kind of what's going on regarding that. That's our Jedi Fallen Order sequel update.
Okay.
Next up, we got a couple book news.
Oh.
We got a cover art for The Princess and the Scoundrel. This is it. Looks really nice.
Yeah.
Very, very classic Star Wars book cover to me.
Yeah.
It makes me think of some of the older covers more than the current type of cover style. For those of y'all at home who haven't seen it yet, it's got Han and Leia on the cover, looking like they're about to kiss, kind of being romantic, and you got like this. It's kind of watercolory.
Yeah.
The way that it's drawn, like where it fades onto the lower half.
I was gonna say it looks like a romance novel, and
Well, I mean-
wait, it is a romance novel.
It's the story of their honeymoon. So yeah. I mean, it is a romance novel. So yeah. So I think this is gonna be nice. I think. So this is, I believe, one of their young adult novels, if I'm not mistaken. But I think it's going to be one of those young adult novels that's really good.
All right.
Oh yeah, and then of course you can see the Halcyon Legacy in the upper right, because that's the ship they're on for their honeymoon. That Halcyon Legacy being the ship that the Star Wars Hotel is based on. So, kind of getting that cross promotion marketing.
Oh.
All right. And in terms of other book news, a book that I know we've been both really excited about, Shadow of the Sith, got a new excerpt. And also, they've released some. So the Barnes and Noble's edition has released some new. Has released a post. Is going to have a poster inside of it, because sometimes the Barnes and Noble versions they get like a poster in the midway cut. Which means I'm probably going to have to drive over to Spanish Fort and go to Barnes and Noble's and get that.
Yeah, they
Um,
look like they mean business right there.
yeah, so this is acolyte, and so they've been hinting that this is a character that we already know. You wouldn't, because the answer is in the Aftermath novels.
Mm.
And basically it is somebody that's in the Aftermath novels.
All right.
Which we're gonna get to. I don't know how you're gonna feel about Aftermath. It's very. The Aftermath trilogy is one of those things that not everybody. They don't hate it, but people tend not to think that the first book is pretty weak.
Okay, when does it take place?
Oh, we're not getting to it for a few seasons.
Okay, so it's long down the line.
It's because Aftermath is right after episode 6,
okay,
so we got a while.
so it's in the
It's in 4. Well, Aftermath is 4 ABY. Yeah, it would be 4 ABY, 4 years after Yavin.
all right.
Because that's when Return of the Jedi is, and then it goes into 5 ABY. And then this one is closer to a little bit closer. It's a little bit closer to episode 7. Sorry,
All right.
I had a brain fart there. So yeah, so this one's a little bit closer to episode 7. So I guess I'll go ahead and quickly read the excerpt, kind of like what we did with Brotherhood.
All right.
Because, this is, besides Brotherhood, this is like the next big book that everybody's
Yeah.
kind of looking forward to, because it's like, oh, Luke and Lando are going to look for Exegol, and we're going to get more Ochi of Bastoon. Yeah. Which probably we're probably gonna learn how he dies.
Mm.
Like how he fell into the snake pit.
Yeah.
Let's see. So here's the excerpt. Something moves in the darkness. A shadow, cast long, crawling through the abyssal night. The shadow is a thing apart, neither alive nor dead. It is a relic. It is an echo. A presence from an older time. A malignancy that somehow survived, somehow found a way. Found a path. She can see it now. Black and blacker still, moving, always moving. An intelligence, yes. A mind, but one without form or substance. But here, present nonetheless. She closes her eyes. It makes no difference. There is nothing to see but a gulf, a nothing where the shadow lives, where the shadow thrives. In the darkness, in the forever night inside her head. And the void is not silent. It is anything but. It is a cacophony, a sound so loud it lights up every nerve fiber of her entire being, even though she knows there is nothing to hear physically. It is the sound of pain, the sound of death, the sound of 1,000 souls crying out in sorrow and agony before they are snuffed out in an instant. Brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, podlings, branchlings, kithkin, spore childs and den mothers, space fathers and their brethren, and their gene clusters and their shoots, spawn and offspring, children, entire generations of the living consumed, their dying cries absorbed and left to reflect forever, trapped inside a dark vessel crafted centuries ago by a power uncommon, inhuman, by a darkness, by a shadow cast long. And there is another sound, a voice from the ancient past. It is far distant, a call echoing across a huge valley of space and time. The voice is terrible. The voice is as familiar as her own. Soon. She opens her golden eyes. The room is bright and mercifully silent. Her ears ring like a bell. The sudden absence of screams almost as painful, the echo of the voice still reverberating in her mind. Slowly she remembers where she is. As she lies on the floor and blinks the world into existence around her, she pulls up a hand and touches her face. It is warm and wet, the blood on her fingertips, the bright blue of the Pantoran sky. The place is lit by a flickering flame. and the flickering flame lights the plinth of meteoric iron, and beside the plinth lies the mask made of the same star stuff. The mask faces away from her. It rocks, gently, like it has just been thrown. She stares at the back of it, the curve of nothing, of darkness, of deep shadow, and she hears the voice again. Soon. Soon.
Okay.
So that's a bit of our introduction to this character for this book.
Whew.
And Shadow of the Sith comes out on June 28th.
All
So
right.
not too long. We don't have to wait too long for this one.
I might want to say fuck that and leave. It's my professional opinion.
But as far as the book, does that excerpt kind of excite you?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not just me. That's like, oh, okay, we're really steeping into it.
Interesting.
We're really steeping into that dark side. We're going for it. All right. And so last, but not least in the news. So at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge in Florida, so the one near us.
All right.
You know about magic bands at Disney?
No, I don't.
Okay, it's kind of a. Well, I was asking. It's kind of a recent thing where they like can scan it, type of thing. So a lot for Galaxy's Edge, they use them for a lot of interactive stuff because you can do interactive things. You can use your phone to also like translate Aurebesh that you can see written around you for like clues to puzzles and stuff.
All right.
And there's like other things you can do from being in the park. So they have now added a Bounty Hunter interactive game as part of their Magic Band and phone accessory.
All right.
So now when you go there, you can actually look for a bounty and pretend you're a bounty hunter on Batuu. Let's see. The new game will allow guests to use their upgraded magic bands to hunt down bounties hidden throughout Blackspire Outpost by tracking them using the band to see how close or far they are from their quarry. Using a combination of the wristband and your phone, park guests will have the ability to tag bounties hidden behind doors using a thermal scanner and then collect credits as a reward. So it's a little extra game to do while you're there. Keeps you immersed because that's kind of the whole thing about Galaxy's Edge versus say any other part of the Disney park. It's the immersion. Like when you go to any other part of the Disney park, you're like, oh, I'm at Disney.
Yeah.
I'm talking to these people that are, I'm talking to characters, but not people. Not like actual. They're not real. The characters. They're actors that are playing the characters.
Yeah.
Whereas Galaxy's Edge, the benefit is, and I haven't gone yet. It's on my list. I'm hopefully, if things can work out, I'm gonna try to go next month.
All right.
Which means I might try to do this while I'm there, and I'll make some videos for you guys while I'm there, because that's gonna be fun. And so yeah, and it's not the only way that you can get credits in Galaxy's Edge. You can also get credits from doing the Smuggler's Run ride. And then... So... It's just a fun little game to do to keep you inside the universe. And it's actually something like a lot of people are suspecting that the magic band's being tested for this game because it's the first time that one of the things at Galaxy's Edge requires the wristbands.
Yeah.
It's to test how much people are willing to do with the magic bands, because magic bands also. So the benefits of magic band is say you don't need your credit card, because when you connect the magic band to your account at Disney. You put your credit card there, so you just go scan if you're buying food or something, but you have to buy the magic band separately. And
that's an odd business strategy, but okay.
So you have to buy the magic band, set it up with your account,
Yeah.
and then you can do all that. And they're probably doing that because that's something that they're definitely using at the Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel that we talked about earlier. And so, because a lot of people who have gone to the Star Cruiser Hotel have already said, yeah, that we used the magic bands for a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah. And right now, California doesn't utilize the magic band system at all. So this is basically them testing it to see if people will do it.
Only in Florida.
Only you.
All right. Seems kind of interesting.
Oh. One more last thing.
Yeah.
And I want to shout out our friend Ethan from the Sawyerism Discord for reminding me it is the creator's birthday.
All right.
It is George Lucas's birthday. So, happy birthday, George Lucas. You gave us a lot.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, without you, we wouldn't.
Wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here today. It's crazy to think,
Yeah.
But, yep. Alrighty. So let's get into the actual topic for this week.
I don't remember the name of the short story.
It is Starlight Hidden Danger. So, last time we left off with Starlight. They had just dealt with a intergalactic incident,
Yeah.
I guess would be the term.
The polite way
'Cause
to
it's-
say it.
Well, I was trying to think of the term because, we have international incidents, but we never had to think of it on
Yeah.
a galactic scale. So I guess it would be an intergalactic incident. Where a senator tried to frame another,
Yeah.
a rival
it
for
didn't-
trying to assassinate him. Did not
Didn't
work. No.
It almost did, but it didn't.
Yeah, he would have got away with it too.
If it wasn't for you meddling kids and your
Your
droid.
yeah, your droids. Yeah, I was gonna go droids, not the dog. Yeah, and your stupid droid.
Oh. So
So this week, however, this is so to kind of
this is after.
give you kind of a perspective of where we are.
I think it's after.
So
they
it's-
bring
It's definitely after Monster of Temple Peak
yes.
because that was last week,
Mhm.
and we're
It's-
kind of back into going into order to a degree. Although we're gonna things are about to
After
go crazy again.
Imri and Vernestra bring a Drangir corpse to examine it.
Yes,
To
from the
Starlight?
from the comics, from the mainline comic. Yes,
Yeah.
because the mainline volume 1 has happened.
Yes, because I recall them being like, we had a incident
Yeah.
a while back.
And we just recovered from that.
Yes.
And also High Republic Adventures Volume 1 has happened.
Yeah.
So the first 5 issues of that. So that kind of puts you where we are in the timeline. And it's before the Galactic Fair.
Yes.
Because once again, we're kind of back in order. So we're kind of... at least until next week. Then we go out of order again. Just for a little bit, just so we can talk about something that
The
came out.
Galactic Fair will never live up to the hype that has been. Not the hype, I suppose.
Yeah, but whatever you
Not
want to
the
call it.
hype for tragedy. That's not the right way to.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it.
Despair. It will never live up to the despair it's supposed to bring.
Okay. Well, so do you want to kind of take charge on this one?
Fucking
You think
plants,
you can,
man.
You think you can? So well, we're let's start from the beginning of
Yeah.
the story.
So
So we start in media res
yes, with
with Gal Tarpfin.
and
Traitor.
Administrator Velko running to an elevator
Yes,
because they're like, how could this all have gone so wrong?
and then cut to a day earlier.
Yeah, it's like we're smarter than this. How did this happen?
Well, apparently not.
And so it starts with Administrator Velko looking at like a banner being like, I thought
we said blue. And the like, because basically she's like, I thought we said blue was going to be the color for the words that were written on this, and the person who designed it
is like plants are green,
yeah,
so it's green.
Yeah, because the other guy, coordinator, what's his name, Rodor.
Rodor Keen.
Yeah, Rodor Keen, the coordinator for Starlight Beacon, was like, nah, we want it green because plants.
And she's like, not all plants are green.
Yeah,
but
not
sure.
all plants are green, but okay.
And she's like, at least it wasn't. She's like, look, out of all the things that have gone on this
she's
station,
like, this is a minor thing.
This is like the least problematic thing I
Yeah.
have ever dealt with.
She's like, this is a minor thing, and also at least it's not the Jedi this time.
Yeah. So apparently, both apparently Istalamaru very much does like to essentially, I guess, pull office pranks.
Yes. That's just because his style is pretty cool.
Yeah, he's like, I ain't got anything better to do today.
Excuse me. Yeah, his style is just cool. That's why.
Yeah. And so she's like, all right, well, that's fine. I guess I better go and handle the dignitaries or something.
Yeah, like, you know, just the usual duties for her job.
Yeah. And so she's like, I could take the elevator, but my exercise has been kind of slacking recently, so I'll take the stairs.
Yeah, which involves going through where the garden is.
Yes.
And,
It's-
yeah. Hey, it's
We
one of your
meet-
favorite characters.
Avon and her droid. And she's like, well, one of the scientists has been trying to grow this plant that doesn't work really well. It's very particular in its environment.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to grow. So they were like, we took it up to like the next floor
Yeah,
because
like,
it's better for it
yeah, and, you know,
there. The environment, that is.
yeah.
And my immediate thought was, fuck that. You burn that thing right now.
Well, and also the other thing is, so the reason that Avon also shouldn't have been able to get there.
Yeah.
We should.
Oh, yeah, she picked the lock.
She
essentially.
sliced it. Yeah.
I'm like,
Because Velko's like, wait, this is for staff only to get this way.
and she's like, I just picked the lock. It uses like a 4-pulse system or whatever. I'm like, does that just mean you have to like guess the timing right and just hit it at the right spot?
Yeah.
Because if that's it, that's not a very good lock.
You know, yeah, I never thought of how slicing specifically worked in the Star Wars universe.
Like,
Because there's manual lock picking,
Yeah.
and then there's slicing. And she did slicing.
yeah, and I'm like, did you just play Simon Says to open the door? But I don't think that's actually how it works too much. But
yeah. But anyways,
I-
Velko's just like,
He's like,
okay, don't
alright.
let me catch you doing this
Yeah.
again. Move along.
I'm over here like, no, burn the plant. Burn that motherfucker right now.
Yeah, because it's kind of like they went down the. Like, if you've ever been in a hotel, you know how
Yeah.
they got the stairs that you can take, and
Yes.
it always like feels like almost like you're behind the scenes
Yeah.
almost. That's basically where they met up. They met up like as they were
Yeah.
and going down these stairs. At least that's how I imagine it looks.
And so she gets up there and she's like, all right. After dismissing Avon and God damn it. I like
J6.
J6. There we go.
Don't worry, I'm
actually-
being a good producer. I looked it up.
I
Well,
actually like that droid. They're one of the cool ones.
yeah, they got that attitude.
Yeah.
We love droids with attitude.
Especially when they're drop kicking future Sith Lords. But
Oh, I'm still upset we don't have that footage. Go back to our Lego Star Wars episode
Yeah.
for reference to that.
and so she goes and she like meets up with gal who's like, hey, there's kind of
Yeah, everybody's kind of arguing because of everything that's gone down before. Like the sleeping quarters and like they're dealing with sleeping quarters and food issues, as well as like security because of everything that went down with Ambassador Cyril.
yeah.
Because they're like, look, we can't have another security issue like that. We gotta lock it down. So a lot of it comes down to them taking it more seriously on the knowing
Who's they're essentially
like the relations
let's
between.
make sure we don't set two factions who fucking hate each other right across the hall.
Yeah.
And so they've gone and they've like basically preparedness and knowing who's who, what's what, and who's got trouble with who. They've arranged it in a more delicate manner than last time. And they're like, in truth, we shouldn't have too much to worry about because there are a bunch of like botanists.
Yeah, because right now our next set of ships are scientists.
They're like, it's a bunch of plant nerds. They'll be fine, probably.
So, and honestly, the planets that are listed, there aren't a lot of, from what I know, there aren't too many of them that hate each other in terms of those specific planets.
Yeah.
So the 5 planets that show up with scientists that, about 100 or so total scientists, which Velko herself is leading them from the docking bay to their quarters. We got Coruscant, Chandril, Onderon, Ord Mantell, and Raxus. And she's just like, I'm just going to take y'all to your quarters real quick. You can rest, and then nothing will go wrong.
Well, about that.
A few hours later, she managed to get all the scientists where they needed to go.
Yeah.
Gal is watching the cameras.
Hey, Velko.
Yes.
We got a problem.
What would that be?
2 of the scientists are having a slugfest in the hallway, essentially.
Oh, boy.
All right, fine. We'll go deal with it.
So, yeah, Velko...
That's basically the conversation. And so they go.
Yeah, they go quickly to where the Ithorian and Imani are fighting. Which... Oh, boy, that's a fight to see.
I don't...
Imani were on the art for the short story, but they're like this. They're kind of like a lizard looking. And then the Ithorians are the hammerheads.
Okay.
So these two going at it.
Yeah. And so as they're going out, they try diplomacy.
Does not work.
So Gal's solution is, fuck it, blast them.
Pew pew.
Fortunately,
It was set to stun.
It was set to stun. And everyone...
Velko's still not happy about that.
She's like, that seems a little excessive. And she's like, it worked, didn't it? And then it's like, yeah, I guess.
And not only is Velko upset about this, so is Professor Shinar Quaspa, who is the head of the Agricultural Alliance, which is what all these scientists are. And she's just like, hey, you just shot my colleagues.
And she's like, well, they were... What? She's like, what do you want me to do? Let them beat the shit out of each other for... It's already going pretty bad.
And they are taking them to the med center, so it's not like they're
not gonna
them.
just like leave them there.
Yeah. But Velko does apologize on behalf.
Yeah.
And is like, hey, by the way, I didn't get to meet you when you came in.
Yeah.
So
sorry about that. So they go.
Which Tarpfin makes clear, because, they went ahead and shot these people, and they explain, well, Starlight also has a zero-tolerance policy for fighting.
Yeah. Ain't gonna be no fighting on Starlight Beacon.
Yeah.
They're like, we're done. We're done playing games.
So, yeah, they had a bit of an argument regarding that, and whether the policy was good or bad, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But as the two scientists are being ready to send to the med center,
Meanwhile,
Tarpfin gets a call on their comm link and has to run off somewhere. Turns out, Estala Maru is ordering all Jedi and security droids to the dining facility immediately to deal with an emergency. Turns out, that plant that Avon had, yeah, it's Dringer. Because of course it is.
yep. It's also caused a riot. That's fun.
Yeah, and so that leads us into part 2
Yeah.
of the story. So part 2, the riot. Oh boy.
Everyone is going after everybody.
Yeah, it's a free-for-all.
Yeah.
It's like a Call of Duty server.
Kinda, yeah.
Like, there's no holding back. No punches will be held back.
No, not today. And so they go, and their solution, so the Jedi try and do some Force magic. It does not work,
Yeah.
but Gal's like, don't worry, I got this.
Yeah, and has their he and his security droid
Yeah.
spray the room with basically tear gas, but not tear gas. Sleeping gas.
No, they don't do that.
Well, they use the crowd suppression.
They use that. You know what the other thing they did is? Pump the oxygen out of the room.
Oh yeah, that's right. But the crowd suppression,
It's foam.
the crowd suppression is what's supposed to kind of. Well, yeah, no, it's supposed to put them to sleep.
Yeah. I guess
It was a combination.
yeah.
I think them taking the air out was to speed it along.
Yeah, because it works real quick. And they're like, don't worry about it. We'll handle the recovery for this. Jedi go and do
Yeah, they do
Jedi
patrols.
stuff.
They decided, yeah, the Jedi were like, we'll keep an eye out in case anything else happens.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Gal and the medical team can handle taking care of
Yeah.
everybody.
Also, Ganole's there. Helping. Ganole's cool.
Yeah. So
I like them. They're a good doctor.
yeah. So
So
From there.
they realize, okay, what they interview everyone. They're like, all right, what's wrong?
this happen?
Why is everyone trying to kick everyone's ass for no reason?
yeah,
And so they go and they're like, well, why don't we talk with the first two to begin? And they're like, well, we went and so Gal and Velko split up and each go and talk to one of the two.
mm-hmm.
And so she's like, Velko goes and asks is it the Amani? Or the
Yeah, Dr. Zan.
Yeah. And she's like, all right. So, is it normal for you and your friend to get into a slugfest over plants?
No.
And he goes, no. They're like, that's the nicest person I've ever met. Why would we?
And basically the same answer.
Yeah.
Like Velko's the one talking to Dr. Zan, and then Tarpfin is talking to the other doctor, or Professor Kip. Basically
Yeah.
same answer.
And so they're like, okay.
They're like, yeah, we're best friends. What?
Yeah, he's made me. We discuss things, and he's why I switched from like, well,
Basically switch majors.
majors, yeah. And so they both go out, and they're like, okay, well, it's out of character for either of them to do that. Did you guys eat or drink anything funny? And they go, no.
But there was that weird plant.
Yeah. And they're like, all right. And so, meanwhile, Gnole and the rest and the medical team have been like sort of trying to figure out with the rest of them. They're like, we've done essentially a physical on everyone and read all their vitals and everything looks normal. So whatever this is, it has a very short like half-life, or is easily like broken apart in the air.
Yeah, like it's got to be something that's fast moving.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we would have found it by now.
Yeah. And so they're like, all right, well, let's go look at that weird plant. Because it's the only thing left.
Yeah, it's their last clue.
Yeah. And so when they get there,
Because Dr. Zan mentioned weird vines.
yeah. So they get there, and Velko goes to, like, examine it. And she's like, all right. It looks kind of like a Drengir, but not. And so, as she's examining that, she's over here having, like, she's having Nom flashbacks.
Yeah, back to Suika.
Yeah, that planet, the one that was, like, about the Civil War.
Yeah, one of
That
the two.
also produced our mad scientist.
Yeah, one of the two.
Robot lady.
One of the two inner fighting planets.
Yeah.
And then Rodor basically walks in on her while she's in the middle of this and kind of takes her out of it.
Yeah. Not before she has fucking decked Gal across the jaw.
And then Rodor's like, "Look, no, you're still on Starlight. You gotta calm down."
Yeah. It's really funny because during the flight, it isn't funny in terms of seriousness, but there is a brief moment of levity during the flashback where she like gets tossed into a column, I assume by Gal after she's been fucking punched.
Yeah.
To Gal, it's almost like, what the fuck, man? Why'd you do that?
But yeah, once Velko gets out of the out of her thing,
Yeah.
Rodor is like explains what's going on. 'Cause
Yeah.
Rodor's like, okay, I know what's going on.
He's like,
It's from the Johto bloom. They weren't supposed to bloom here yet,
yeah, but we did some weird science shit.
and mixed them with a less violent version of the Drengir. And this is what we got.
Yeah. Also, the Avon is also there, alongside her current teacher.
Yes. Which
Who's,
is
like,
which
explains-
is who she's with at the beginning of the last book we had with them.
Yeah.
It's gonna bug me if I don't remember the name of it.
And they're like, yeah, so Johtos aren't supposed to bloom. They're very fragile and delicate, but the Drengir are really hardy. So we thought if we mix the two and did some genetic splicing, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, mission to disaster.
And so we made this plant. We didn't know it would drive people. We didn't know it was make them crazy.
We assumed that we would just be making this plant stronger without affecting anything else.
Yeah.
Um,
So that wasn't supposed to happen. By the way,
so it turns out like it wasn't like Drengir. It was just Drengir
Yeah.
adjacent.
yeah. Also, they just sprinkle salt on the plant and it just fucking dies.
So it's a slug.
Yeah, basically. I'm like, I'm over here like, why did you not fucking think this would happen?
But yeah, so problem solved.
Yep, problem solved.
This is honestly the easiest
This is
of
one
problems
of,
that.
if not the easiest problem that they have solved in a while.
Yeah. All right. So thoughts. I mean, this is more of just a side adventure. Like it's very similar to last time, where it's a side adventure that happens to take place within the middle of these
Yeah.
books. I think as we get further along, it connects more. But it's definitely one of those things of like, oh, this is just a nice little exploration into the universe.
Stress level low compared.
Something we needed.
Yeah, it's more like Fucking the attack of the weed whacker.
So next week
Mm.
we will be doing another Insider issue.
Oh boy.
This one will be we'll be jumping ahead to the Clone Wars.
Oh.
And this one is another Galactic Tales, just like the one with Zam.
All right.
This one is called Saber Truth.
Saber Truth.
Do you want to? Did I say who it was about?
Sure.
Do you want to guess based on the name?
No.
It's Grievous.
Oh, right. Fuck.
Saber Truth. So
Our
he's another
favorite-
fine addition to his collection.
Our favorite cyborg
Yeah.
at the moment.
So that's what we will be talking about next week. All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. This one's a little bit of a shorter episode.
Yeah.
We kind of got through the news a lot faster than I thought we would. And
Sorry for not having as much.
I think we brought it. It's fine. I think we did fine. I mean, we didn't bring as much stuff,
Yeah.
but that's because I think the news took up a good chunk. We got through the news, and I think we got a lot of the information out. As far as a short story, it's a
Feels
short
like
story.
It's been like 15 minutes.
Yeah, it felt like a really nice, like, just calm conversation with
Yeah.
my buddy, which is basically the point of the show. Like, it's just me and you, like, talking about whatever.
I hope Administrator Velko is okay at the end of all this.
I think she was fine at the end of. Well, actually, we don't know if because we haven't read any short stories because there are short stories that take place after Fallen Star, but we have not
Yeah.
read them together yet. So, and I haven't read them yet, so I don't know if. More than likely, I think it does involve her, and I think she's pissed about the Tarpfin thing.
Yeah, I could see how that might be a little bit of a cause for anger.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel if you're watching there, which is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. And be sure to subscribe and follow on Twitch, twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94. Every little bit helps. In fact, we also have a Patreon where you can help, where it's patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. The first level will get you access to our Discord channel where you can come hang out with us. The second level is going to eventually get you access to a comic that I'm working on. You'll get first look at the comic as we're making it. So basically, as we finish a page, you'll get the first access to it. And it also, that second tier also, once I go back to making more YouTube content again, will give you a week before the YouTube uploads to watch. And then your mom has the third tier, and that's the behind the scenes tier, where you get that's where you get to listen to our. I'm going to try to organize them again once I get serious on making original content again. That third tier is basically you get to listen to the meeting, the production meetings. And since mostly we've been focused on podcasts, which don't require a lot of production time, there are no production meetings. But when we get production meetings again, that's what that third tier is for. You get to listen in. You'll be muted in the Discord, but you'll get to listen in to what's going on. And there's other tiers. There's one that will give you access to my novels that I've written, which if you want to check them out separately from it, which also supports us, it's Super Worlds is the first novel. It's Star Wars meets a Marvel film.
Yeah.
It's superhero sci-fi war type story. And then we got the Coat Wars collection of short stories, the first of many collections that I plan to do. And this specific one is characters that were in Super Worlds, getting a little bit of their backgrounds, and little short stories about them, as well as a little bit of hints towards the future of the franchise. And then the third book is Time Ninja, which is a fantasy time travel story, kind of a Highlander meets. I'm not really sure what the specific film, but just like Highlander meets a time travel film, really. get a little bit of, and so if you like ninjas and samurai and time travel and a little bit of very light philosophy, like I don't go too deep with it, but there's a little bit. Then there you go. That book might be for you, and they're all found on Amazon. So if you want to find them, that's where they are. And I think thank you to Gamers and Geeks and Mopcast Network for providing the studio space for us to do this.
Yeah.
Gamers and Geeks is our local gaming shop here in Mobile, Alabama. They have Magic the Gathering cards, D&D stuff, Warhammer tabletop-like games. If you like Star Wars, they've, of course, got Legion and X-Wing. And we also have an arcade in the back for $10 a day. You can play some free play arcade. You don't need any extra coins. You just hit the button and go, hey, I want to play this game.
Yep.
And you can do that for the whole day. And then we also are connected to Engage Gaming. They share the same building. Engage Gaming lets you join them for a monthly membership fee, where you can then use the consoles here that they provide. They provide Xbox, PlayStation, PC, VR. All that's provided, and they also can provide the games. So if there's a game you want that's like brand new, then you can go, hey, I want to play that brand new game. Like, for example, what's a brand new game that's out right now? We'll just use what we used last time. If you haven't had a chance to play Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga yet, they probably have a copy. I haven't looked. They probably have it though.
I haven't been up to date in my video games.
Yeah, I'm a little behind myself.
I don't think you're as far behind as I am, but
yeah. So Lego Star Wars gives. So if you want to play Lego Star Wars and you haven't had the chance, they might have it, and you can just go, hey, I want to play it on PC. Well, on PlayStation or Xbox. Definitely not PC. No. I think it's fine for the most part. I think it's because we were doing co-op. We were doing co-op and all that stuff, and we were streaming it, so that probably all of that combined.
Under almost the most stress we possibly could.
So, and as far as Mopcast Network, we just released an episode of Cult Movie Cantina where Scotty and I reviewed complete spoiler review for Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. And we talked about some other stuff. And then, of course, every Tuesday we have Tuesdays with Scotty, where we bring a guest on and we talk about whatever we want. Whatever Scotty wants. And then this week, for Mopcast, I believe for Cult Movie Cantina, we're going to be talking about 3 O'Clock Hide, the cult classic 80s film. And we're actually going to have one of the main actors as a guest. Because we have some connections. So there's that. So you got all of that to look forward to. And then, of course, don't forget, next week we're going to be talking about Sabretooth as part of our show. And I believe our next big episode, and I know everybody's wondering when we're going to talk about Brotherhood, because Brotherhood would normally have been next week.
Yeah. About that.
So there's a couple things. So I think our Brotherhood episode is going to be on the 11th, and it normally would have been either next week or the week after is normally when we would have talked Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Well, since Star Wars Celebration is coming up, I believe we were originally set for the 28th, but since that's the weekend of Celebration, we had to move it because we have a guest for that episode.
Yep.
And so we're going to have to... And that episode might also not be on our normal airing time.
Yeah, it might be a little bit later.
It might be later in the evening. I'm working out some stuff regarding that because I might be out of town.
Yeah.
That might be when I go to Orlando. Because there's a convention going on, and I've got a friend who has a panel. And I said I'd be there because I wanted to hang out with this friend because it'd be the first time I meet them in person. And because, things be crazy these past few years. It's hard to get to know people in person.
God, yeah.
Ugh.
Well, with
Wait, meeting people in person? That still exists?
yeah, it does. I mean, it's harder.
Yeah. But, yeah, so, don't worry, though. We're going to try to definitely, for sure, have that episode still that week. And, yeah. Words. Oh, well. It's fine, because, you know, there's a lot. What's wrong? Oh, it was going into the red. It's fine. It's because I'm getting excited. Look, there's a lot to be excited about, I think. Before we get into why to be excited, I'll let you do the intro while I make sure, once again, that, you know, our fans know that we're live.
Hi, this is Gabriel, your Star Wars Talk. I'm Seth and Caleb. We co-host the show. We talk about Star Wars stuff. What else do you need to know?
Great. Good job. I don't think that was enough time for me to even, like...
Today we'll be going over a short story featuring General Grievous, the soon-to-be deceased clone.
Well,
Catalyst.
oh, yeah, okay. I was about to say, Grievous isn't a clone, but then you continued.
And we will cover some news. I think we got a new Acolyte excerpt.
We got no. So I was double checking the excerpt thing. I haven't found it yet, but we got more information on the Acolyte show. Shadow of the Sith was what you were talking about. I think I saw somewhere we got an excerpt, but I'm double checking.
Okay. We'll also be discussing Vanity Fair.
Yeah, that's where we got the Acolyte news, along with a lot of other. Yeah, they did an entire spread. So so tell them a little bit about, you know, what we do here besides, you know, so we normally go over, for those of y'all who aren't usual watchers, this may be your first time, we go over a little bit of everything. We talk the news usually for a few minutes, and then we usually review a piece of media.
And then we give a book report. Not necessarily a report, more of a discussion.
And it's not even always a book, but in this case, it's a
Sometimes
short story.
Stories or comics.
Yeah.
Mostly Star Wars stuff.
Yeah, it's
That's
always Star Wars
the
stuff.
name of the show.
Sorry, I am off my game a little bit because
He's doing important stuff.
I'm making sure that, you know, because we're in a lot of Discords,
Yeah.
so I'm making sure that everybody
They
knows.
know. Sorry.
Yeah, you good?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'll live.
So go ahead. Let's start with a little bit of the news. So I kind of told you a little bit of what was going on.
Yeah.
So let's talk first about the Acolyte news,
Yes.
because that is a show that I know I'm excited about, that we have very little information on, and I know it's something that, since it's High Republic, you might be interested in,
Alright.
because you seem to be enjoying the High Republic so far.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Who do you think you are?
No walls I could bust through around here.
Not gonna wrestle somebody? Gonna wrestle. Oh yeah. Snap into a Slim Jim. Because, you know. Brother. God, I got Savage's voice. That was a Savage voice for me. I went, brother. You had it correct. I went very Savage Press. Brother. More. Wrong era. We're not there. We're still technically in the High Republic in our reviews.
the fucking match in history. Macho Man Randy.
Randy Savage versus Savage Press. I'd watch that fight. Savage would lose.
You ever been hit with a steel chair before? Has he?
I don't think so.
Well, it'll be the first time for everything, I suppose.
All right.
Wait a minute, isn't he dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
Well, that sucks. Oh well.
Okay, so let's talk about Acolyte. This comes from the Vanity Fair article. This is from the showrunner that's in charge of that particular project, Leslie Headland. A lot of those characters haven't even been born yet.
Well,
We're taking a look at the political and personal spirit and spiritual things, because they're talking about how it connects to the High Republic. They aren't. This show will be set roughly 100 years before Skywalker Saga, so we're nowhere near it yet in the High Republic era because we're still in the 300s. We're in the two. Actually, we're in the two somethings, so we still got like 100 years. We're talking about a look at the political and personal and spiritual things that came up in a time period that we don't know much about. My question when watching The Phantom Menace was always like, well, how did things get to this point? How did we get to a point where a Sith Lord can infiltrate the Senate and none of the Jedi pick up on it? Like, what went wrong? What are the scenarios that led us to this moment?
look, man, they were real busy.
But these are also fair questions, like, as the showrunner to be.
How do we get here is always
Yeah.
important narrative point.
Yeah. Another fair point is, where do we go from here? All right. Continuing on.
Be careful, man. That was almost spot.
Oh yeah, because I can definitely. Continuing on with that, we actually use the term the Renaissance or the Age of Enlightenment. The Jedi uniforms are gold and white, and it's always like they would never, and it's almost like they would never get dirty.
No, man, you got special.
They would never be out and about. The idea is that they could have these types of uniforms because that's how little they're getting into skirmishes. Because yeah, the High Republic is the Age of Enlightenment. You know, outside of the Nihil, it's been kind of peaceful. Unfortunately, the Nihil have been messing all that up.
Yeah. I mean, there's the Drengir too, but they show up like once
Every now and then.
every 8 months. Like you're dealing with the Nihil on like a weekly basis as opposed to the Drengir, which are like every like 2 years.
So that puts the Acolyte a little further back than I thought it was going to be, because I thought we were going to be even closer to the prequels. But 100 years, okay, so we're still a good bit back.
That's like what kind of the midpoint between where we are and where the prequels start.
About, excuse me, sorry, choking on water there.
Bad for your
Stealing my jokes, I see.
no.
Okay, so continuing with stuff from Vanity Fair. We now know that Andor is arriving late summer. So let's talk a little bit. They talked to Diego Luna, aka Cassian Andor himself. He says it's the journey of a migrant. That feeling of having to move is beyond the story, very profoundly and very strong. Behind the story, sorry. That shapes you as a person. It defines you in many ways and what you are willing to do. This guy gave his life for the galaxy, right? I mean, he's consciously, soberly, without vanity of recognition, sacrificed himself. Who does that? That's what this first season is about. It's about him being really revolution-averse and cynical and lost and kind of a mess. His adopted home will become the base of our whole first season, and we watch that place become radicalized. Then we see another planet that's completely taken apart in a colonial kind of way. The Empire is expanding rapidly. They're wiping out anybody who's in their way. At the end, Gilroy, Tony Gilroy, one of the minds behind a lot of Star Wars, said to me, "You want to take this risk with me, man. It's you and I from beginning to end. It was like you'd been recruited to join a rebel force." I was like, "Yes, of course, man. Yes." And then he realized he made a huge commitment. what did I just say? This will happen in London? My life is in Mexico. Holy shit, what have I done? You know, that's really relatable, man. Pretty relatable. Oh, and we have confirmation that we are getting an Andor trailer next Thursday during Star Wars Celebration. Because we are less than a week away from that.
Oh God.
You just realized?
Yeah. Time is a nebulous concept to me sometimes,
Yeah.
in that I will forget when exactly I am, not where.
Yeah. Yeah, it's less than a week.
To be fair though, I don't plan more than a week ahead.
Because, well, then you would be planning for this because it's Thursday next week, so that's less than a week. I mean, we're not going.
No.
We couldn't get tickets. And even if we could, the hotel and the plane,
That would be problematic.
that's okay. I'm going to Orlando next month.
You have a nice time there.
I'll try. I don't know if I'm going to Disney while I'm there. I want to, but not sure yet. It's out there on the plans. Let's talk a little bit. Let's go get a little more in depth with everything they talked about. So Vanity Fair went over Obi-Wan stuff. Obviously, I'm not going to read every quote. They talked to Ewan McGregor. You know, having to go from his, you know, how he had to perform it, and the connections to Rey, of course. What?
She just said, we just wanted to know if it's true. You said you'd do it again. We wanted to know if you meant it.
And I said, yeah, I do mean it. I would be happy to do it again. That's them trying to get him to come back, yeah. And so, because obviously, you know, for years, he, like, whenever he would be interviewed about literally any other project, he'd talk about it and be like, yeah, it's something I'd want to do. And it's just like, yeah. Like, he at literally every interview, it would be brought up. And, like, especially around, like, I'd say around 2015, around The Force Awakens, around that time, that's when the uptick for it started, really. And around then, everybody was like, literally every interview, they'd be like, hey, so you did some voice stuff for The Force Awakens. Would you ever come back fully as Obi-Wan?
Yeah. Nothing changed. Why would I say no at this point?
And so, of course, obviously, when time came around to actually work on it, which was around 2017 was when talks started to actually make a movie, because they were thinking of doing a movie at first. And, of course, he had to deny he was working on it, but he would say, I would like to work on one. And yeah. And of course, they talked to Hayden. We get a few images of Hayden backstage getting back into it with the lightsaber. Oh, reminds me of watching the behind the scenes of Revenge of the Sith, whenever him and Nick and Ewan would be practicing with the lightsabers between scenes. Oh.
A lot of people think fight scenes are easy.
No, they take hours and they take weeks to really
Yeah, if you want,
ingrain.
if you want to like get the choreography right.
Yeah, they take weeks. I feel like in the case of Revenge of the Sith, one of the unsung heroes is Nick Gillard, the stunt coordinator, because he worked really hard to make those fights as good as they were. Like, Nick Gillard is the man behind the prequel trilogy when it comes to those fights. Like, if you like Duel Fates or Battle of the Heroes or literally any lightsaber fight in the prequels, Nick Gillard is the guy that brought that for us. Sure, George could come up with some of the ideas in his head, but Nick's the one that really got him to happen. And at the same time, the actors brought their own like flair to it, because you can see in the behind the scenes, Sam Jackson brought his flair for sure. Hayden brought some flair, and Ewan, as a fan of Star Wars and having a relationship to Star Wars already, because he had family member that was already in it. He brought his flair to it, and he had a little bit of you know, he would do the lightsaber noises, the vroom, vroom, like the famous quote of George telling him, "Hey, we'll put that in afterwards. You don't have to do that." Uh, I mean, so yes, it's fun seeing that and seeing Hayden and others and Ewan and everybody else get into it. And I like seeing the new people that we're getting because we've got Moses Ingram as Reva, aka Third Sister, and she's a great actress that I'm happy to see because she's been in The Queen's Gambit. She was in there's something else that I've seen her in. Oh yeah, The Tragedy of Macbeth. It's okay. We're not on stage.
Why did you come for me with that?
But yeah, and this picture is great too for Hayden because he's got the cape thing going, and they have a little fan that's blowing it for him. It's very Vader.
Oh no, what's his move gonna be? Probably an overhead strike. He really likes using that one. Watch out.
Yeah.
Much like one of the things I did notice, Obi-Wan likes to kick people in like the knee a lot. And I can't blame him for it.
And so other shows that we kind of got, because there's movie news as well, but other shows we kind of got was that we got confirmation of what. So remember a while back we talked about that Padawan show that was possibly in the works, and we thought it was possibly High Republic era. It is not. It is actually going to be after episode 6. And it's going to be another John and Dave project. Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. And people are speculating that means that we're getting a Luke Academy show. I would not be disappointed in that.
I'm like, maybe it'll go better this time.
Well, we already know where it goes.
I know. Hey, maybe it'll be one of those things where it's like, this character is just not talked about.
But yeah, Grammar Rodeo was the production title. Obviously, we don't know the final name yet. But yeah, they discussed that that's one of the upcoming shows and that it's supposed to be post return. As far as other stuff goes, before we get into the movies as well, they talked a little bit about the difficulties of like legacy characters, because you know the idea of having to recast legacy characters and how while Solo was a good film, that they probably won't do something like that ever again. Not because, and honestly, that's unfortunate. And I think a part of that, it's twofold. Part of it is while it made its money, it barely made its money. But that's a marketing issue in my opinion, and a placement of when it was released issue. Because it was released during the summer. It was the only Star Wars film since Disney bought it that was released in the summer. Because I think they were doing a few things. They were avoiding competing with themselves because that year in December, the new Mary Poppins film was coming out. So they didn't want to compete with themselves in that regard. Although they ended up competing with themselves anyways because Marvel films during the summer. I think that was also, let me double check. Solo was 2018. So yeah, they were competing with their biggest Marvel film yet. Avengers Infinity War.
Whoops. Look, I think Solo could have beat out Mary Poppins.
It could have, but at the same time, they didn't want Mary Poppins to lose money. Because when you do that, you try to avoid causing your own films to go head to head like that. The other thing I think they were doing is they were probably testing to see if they could release multiple Star Wars films within the same year span,
Oh, yeah, that probably did not.
which it did not work. Because, 6 months earlier, we just had
Yeah,
The Last Jedi,
they didn't wait for the cooldown.
which I don't think you need one. I think Star Wars could work as a property where you have two different films within the same year. but at the same time, it requires better marketing for that to work, and that's where the problem lies. Was the marketing was not great. They waited way too late to start marketing, in my opinion, because like it was like 2 months before the film was coming out before they started marketing. Usually, you start a little bit earlier than that.
Alright.
Usually, you start. Honestly, you normally start around the time when The Last Jedi came out, so 6 months earlier. You put your teaser and your first trailer out around then,
Build up.
and then you build up the hype. And what I would have done is I would have attached the Solo trailer to The Last Jedi personally. And then you make sure that the Solo trailer makes it clear that this is not Episode 9, because that's
Yeah.
also where confusion would lie. Like, make sure that the Solo trailer makes it clear that this is a spin-off film within the same universe and not the next film in the specific series that you're watching, that you're about to watch. Because obviously they're about to watch Episode 8. You'd want to make sure that they know that the trailer they're watching is not for Episode 9. It's for the next. It's just for a spinoff. I think it could have worked, but they basically came down and were like, we're just not going to do legacy character recasting anymore, because the other issue with that is people get upset when you recast legacy actors. But I think if you have a story that you need to tell, and it narratively works, and you're still respecting the character, it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
And it's a discussion I literally just had in Discord. So this is fresh on my brain. Like, you can recast somebody even if they've passed away, and it can still be
You have to recast them.
but no, what I'm saying is a lot of people would say, no, you can't recast him. That character's dead now.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, going outside of Star Wars. The Chadwick Boseman situation with Black Panther. Marvel is choosing not to recast at all for T'Challa. T'Challa's dead. I personally, and it may offend some people, I personally think that's a mistake. If you have more stories to share about the character, as long as you do it in good taste and you pick an actor that can continue that legacy, I don't think it's disrespectful in any way whatsoever to Chadwick Boseman, who I respect. He was a great actor. He brought a lot to the character. But you have to admit that, hey, he's passed. If we need to tell more T'Challa stories, then we need to tell more T'Challa stories. Now, obviously, they think that they can tell a story without T'Challa, so we'll see what happens. Because, I'm not going to say that, oh, it's bad because they didn't recast T'Challa. I'm going to wait and see what they do. Because that's what I always advise people to do. I always tell them, don't call something garbage until it's out. Make sure you see the final product. Then you can complain about it if you don't like it. But don't go in with your negative preconcepts. So, I mean, and so that's a similar discussion with Carrie Fisher now, because going back into Star Wars, because Carrie Fisher passed, but now we're just, and of course, Episode 9, they did the CGI thing, along with unused footage. And personally, and of course, what's funny is a lot of these actors have, either they or family have said, hey, just go ahead and recast, because the people, we know that they wouldn't have minded. And in the case of Carrie, I feel like she definitely would, because she's always been for the story first and foremost. And in the case of dealing with the shows that we are now, for say a Grammar Rodeo type show where it's likely a Luke Academy situation, even with Mark Hamill still alive, maybe it's time. Because while I appreciate all the effort they're going through with the deepfake, and while the deepfake is really good, it's getting better, I'd say maybe just recast. Because we're going to want these characters to do more than just stand around and talk.
Yeah, I suppose so.
And while deepfakes can be really good, it's really hard to do more than just standing around and talking with them. So that's just my opinion. That's my little rant for the episode, I think. um, so let's go ahead and talk about the movies that Vanity Fair talked about. So Rogue Squadron is officially pushed back a little bit, is being pushed back more, because that was originally going to be the next film. But we know that Patty Jenkins is working on the next Wonder Woman film and her Cleopatra biopic. And actually, she stepped down from directing to just produce it, the Cleopatra one, in order to kind of open her slate up more for Rogue Squadron. But it's still, I mean, even producing takes a lot of work. In terms of other films being pushed a little bit to the back burner, the Rian Johnson trilogy is still in the works. God, I'm close to another rant. It's still in the works. It's just being pushed because Rian Johnson is a good director who's in demand. What? I'm allowed to be a little bit salty.
Yeah, you
It's my show.
Yep.
I'll bully the fandom menace if I want to. Yeah, the sludge people. That was an off-screen joke, but I'm glad you brought it up. We will bully the sludge people all we want. So to explain the joke, sludge people is my affectionate name for toxic fans, because they are toxic people. So sludge is toxic, so they are sludge people. So yes, I will offend the sludge people all I want. I will start fights with them. I don't care who they are. But yes, but yeah, but seriously, the man is working on 2 Knives Out sequels.
Oh, I thought you said he was working.
Well, he's working on 2 right. Well, he's working on 2 right now, but he's working on Knives Out 2 right now. But there is the rumors of a trilogy, which makes sense because Knives Out is pretty good.
Doesn't need another one.
It could work with it because it's like an Agatha Christie novel. You just have the man go on a different case. Does Hercule Poirot need to go on multiple adventures? No, but the man did. And then we cry every time we learn more about him because, God, that man is tragic. The reason he has a mustache alone. That time you got that one. You leave your Hercule Poirot and Agatha Christie style novels alone. We love us a classic murder mystery, a whodunit. But yeah, so he's working on 2 and possibly 3. And then we know for sure he also has a Netflix deal for 2 movies. So the man is in high demand. You know, good directors tend to get into high demand, and I understand why he wouldn't want to rush. There are multiple reasons why I get why he wouldn't want to rush to another Star Wars film. Personally, I think he's made one of the best visually looking Star Wars films ever. And I think he told a good story. I disagree with a lot of the sludge people when it comes to that. But if I was him, I would also not wish to quickly run back to the people that are being assholes to me.
Yeah. Well,
And also, you know, if I've been given free reign to make whatever movies I want, I'm going to make, you know, while Star Wars is a fun playground, I'm going to make a movie about whatever I want instead, you know, because he's allowed, I mean, he's getting basically free money to make whatever movies tell whatever stories he wants. Like Knives Out 2 and 3, they're probably going to stick to the Knives Out formula, but with some change, because Knives Out is all about doing the whodunit with a little bit of a twist. But Netflix movies, we have no idea what they're about. They could be about literally anything. But I mean, but that in a way that's good and bad. Like
Yeah.
like one moment you get a bunch of Adam Sandler films, and then the next you get like something Oscar worthy. I don't know. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but they've done that type of stuff. And then the other times you get the Irishman, where it's like kind of in the middle of being an Adam. Like it's not great, but it's not terrible either. It's not, it's not Adam Sandler raunchy, but it's also not like something that I personally think is Oscar worthy, although it got nominated. Am I starting too many fights today?
Oh man, keep going. Excuse me, I'll just be over there.
um,
Alright.
so yeah. No. So
That's more.
yeah. So as far as the actual movie that is coming up next, it's Taika Waititi's working on it. It's a Taika Waititi Star Wars film.
Alright.
You may know him as the man who brought us Thor Ragnarok, or as the man that's IG-11 in The Mandalorian.
Okay.
And he's actually directed some of the Mandalorian episodes, which is how he connects to Star Wars. Excuse me.
Alright.
You may also know him for What We Do in the Shadows, Jojo Rabbit. So, and this is a man that is also very much in high demand. Like he's working on a Flash Gordon movie, working on Akira. This man, and of course he's got the new Thor. He's doing Thor: Love and Thunder as well, because Thor Ragnarok was really good, and people tended to like his direction with it. He brought a little bit of a different taste to Thor. Oh, apparently he's doing a Time Bandits TV show. Looking at his IMDb. Time Bandits, the movie? Like,
No,
you don't know Time
I
Bandits?
don't know Time Bandits. What the fuck is Time Bandits?
Oh, it's a 1981 classic.
Well,
Which,
no wonder I haven't seen it. I wasn't alive then.
I mean, I wasn't alive then either, but I've seen it. It's got Sean Connery, got John Cleese, Shelley Duvall, Peter Vaughn.
You know what? Maybe one day you and I should just sit down and watch a bunch of old or like weird movies.
What, you want to be part of Star Wars movie Escape Reality movie talk?
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
I mean, the curse is still going.
Well, I can't do it this week, certainly.
Yeah.
I've got too much.
Yeah, no, you're good. All right, so that's it for that type of news, I think. We'll cut out that and that. We will not talk about Kumail Nanjiani's hints towards his character in Kenobi. Because that's been a big thing that the fans have been speculating on. But we'll skip that. There was an Owen Lars clip, but we'll leave that alone. We'll talk about the two more things. One of them is one that I am very excited about. And, I have friends that are very excited about this. There are more details about the Knights of the Old Republic remake. They have enlisted Saber Interactive to work on it with them. More than likely they got them to do so that way they can do the PC port. Because as we already knew, it's only coming out so far on PS5 and PC. Obviously, we're going to play it on my PlayStation.
Alright.
Because the last time we did a PC port, oh boy. But they are known. Saber Interactive, though, isn't bad at porting either. They're known for doing the Halo ports to PC, so they did the Master Chief Collection. And they also worked on the Kingdom Come Deliverance Switch version. They helped work on Evil Dead, the video game that just came out. They worked on Vampire for Nintendo Switch. So our favorite vampire game, Dr. Reed. They did the Switch port for Witcher 3. Switch port for Call of Cthulhu. So they've got a good history of ports. Because I would say their Switch ports are not bad. And I would say their PC ports of Halo are really good. So I think this is a good team to get involved with that. It was an easy get for them, though, because Saber Interactive and Aspire Media are owned by the same parent company. So it was an easy get.
Hey, son Bill, go help cousin Tommy with his homework.
It's more like, son Bill, go help brother Tommy with his homework. But yeah. So, we still don't know, like, when it's coming or any of that, but hearing that they've already picked somebody to do the port.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
And of course, they do say that the PS5 is a timed exclusive, with PC being day one as with PS5, but the Xbox version will be coming out at an unspecified point. But it's good to know about this because that means okay, they're actually working on it. This isn't a. I was gonna bring up that game. This isn't a Star Wars. What was the? Now I forget the name of that game because I'm just that disappointed in it now.
Start with me.
Yeah. Oh, Eclipse. Thank you. This isn't a Star Wars. Yeah.
Where they're like, we'll make it in 5 years.
Yeah, this isn't a Star Wars Eclipse situation. Thank God. All right.
Anyone ever tells me we're gonna make something fucking good.
You don't have to show me anything from it. In fact, don't show me anything from it. Like, you can tell me you're making it. Just don't show me anything from it, because that tells me that it's coming out sooner than you're telling me. Anyways. Speaking of things coming out, though. So we've talked about how Dark Horse now is doing the Star Wars comics. So they have announced 2 of their ongoings that they're going to do. Or, well, one of their ongoings that they're going to do, and one that's probably going to be a miniseries. So to replace Star Wars Adventures, because IDW did Star Wars Adventures along with High Republic Adventures. Star Wars Adventures was basically they could tell stories from whatever point in the Star Wars timeline they felt like. Dark Horse is doing Star Wars Hyperspace Stories, which is similar. In fact, they've brought a lot of the same people from IDW to do it. They also brought in some people that were already part of Dark Horse. Like, they brought the artist Lucas Marangon, known for Star Wars Tales, which was a similar setup, except Star Wars Tales was more of a, we're going to just tell any story we want, and it's not going to be canon sometimes, so we're just going to tell whatever stories, even if they're just goofs. In this case, I assume Hyperspace Stories, similar to Star Wars Adventures, are going to be canon. The first one is going to be, they've already talked a little bit about what the first story will be, is Grievous kidnaps Padme during the Clone Wars. Anakin and Obi-Wan have to save her.
Alright.
That's the first issue. I do like the cover art for the first issue. Looks like there's a Wookiee hiding behind Padme.
For context, it is a child.
Yeah. I guess this is. I don't want to spoil Brotherhood. I'm not gonna say my thoughts on the Anakin look. So we'll move on. The other comic that they're bringing is another IDW. This one is specifically something IDW started. So you know how IDW was doing the Tales from Vader's Castle every year? So basically they did their Halloween mini series.
The one that prompted my question of why the fuck do you keep going back there?
So
It's like going back to Camp Crystal Lake. Stop going there.
So this October,
They are doing something similar. They even brought Cavan Scott in to work on it because Cavan Scott did Tales from Vader's Castle. Cavan Scott also, has worked on a lot of the High Republic stuff. He did the comic. And this one is called Tales from the Rancor Pit. And similar to Tales from Vader's Castle, it's going to be a bunch of different stories that are just revolving around the Rancor Pit. According to StarWars.com, it's set amid a backdrop of a dark and stormy night on Tatooine in the dungeon of Jabba the Hutt. The creepy offering includes clanking droid ghost, the chilling Wampa caves of Hoth, and a monster hunt with Saber for Hire Ty York.
Yes.
I guess you really like Ty York.
Baby.
Yeah. There is some speculation of whether this will just be a retelling of the Monster of Temple Peak for Ty York, because,
Even if that's the case, I'll take it.
Especially if it means we get a print version, like not just the single issues. But I would prefer if it's a new story, because that story has now been told. It's canon. There's no reason to tell another story of it. So that is the two that we know so far of things that are like, we now know an ongoing one and we now know a miniseries. All outside of that, we also knew about Quest of the Jedi, which is going to be the High Republic series that they're doing, which is going to be written by Claudia Gray. And that's going to be part of the Phase 2 of the High Republic. And that's going to be in October as well, that starts. And then we don't know when it's set yet. Oh, sorry, we don't know when the first issue of Quest of the Jedi is coming out. We know that the Phase 2 of High Republic starts in October, because that's when we know the first novel's coming out. And then we also know that they're working on the omnibus for the Star Wars Rebels mini comics that were in Rebels magazine. That was a UK exclusive and then became a Germany exclusive. So I'm glad about that, because that's the one that you've heard me make rants about, that I was like, man, I wish they would just reprint that, because I think everything should be localized to everywhere. And then they're like, the very next week, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, Dark Horse is working on that. I guess sometimes they do listen to my rants here on this show.
Maybe if I yell into the void hard enough, something will happen.
Yeah. All right. So that is it for news.
Alright.
Time to go into the short story.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, so we don't know when on the timeline it is,
No, we don't.
but we do know that it is during the Clone Wars, obviously. And so let's just, since you have it more fresh than I do,
Yeah.
we'll let you kind of lead this a little bit, and I'll comment as we go. Tell us a little bit about Galactic Tales Saber Truth from Star Wars Insider issue 210.
So, our story begins with a clone trooper named Checklist doing his job.
Yeah, he's checking a list.
He's making sure everything's in order as it's supposed to be. When he notices,
And he's just thinking about, he's just like, man, I enjoy my life of just making sure everything's in order.
thank God, people aren't shooting at me. So, he's like, those are some real weird boxes. Those aren't supposed to be here. So he goes over to him and is immediately bisected by Mr. Grievous.
Who was hiding in the box? What's in the box? It's General Grievous.
General Grievous. He's very upset.
Because it turns out that he, along with his Magna droids and a few other, I think it's just him and the Magna droids, actually, they've all snuck aboard this ship. And while the Magna droids are like, hey, why didn't we just, attack the ship from the outside?
That would be a bad idea. These guys are very good at space battles.
Also, it would be too obvious of an approach.
Yeah. So,
And he actually flashes back a little bit throughout the story to being trained by Dooku.
Yeah.
And we get one of the infamous quotes from the Gindi cartoon
canonized in this story. I don't know if you remember from the Star Wars Clone Wars Genndy cartoon. I will read the quote as it's written here in the short story. Stop using standard attacks. Utilize the unorthodox. Although in the original it's use the unorthodox. So that is now canon, and that tells me that. But here it's used differently, because in the original cartoon, it is used specifically for lightsaber dueling, and that Grievous should, don't just attack the standard way, change up your tactics so that way the Jedi can't catch on, because Jedi are going to use the Force to know what you're doing. And you're not a Force user, so therefore it's going to be easier.
You have 4 arms. You can stab in 4 different directions.
You also have clawed feet that can be used as well, which is he has utilized. Here though, it is changed up to not just mean lightsaber combat. It's also to be actual strategic advice on a grander battlefield scale.
Yep.
Which I think is interesting.
I remember.
Oh, you could hear the quote in your head as you were reading it, and you're like, why do I remember this?
No, I remember that Grievous is trained by Dooku.
Yeah,
I don't remember where I learned that from.
it was
but
from the Clone Wars show.
I remember that is one of the things that is hey, couple of things. You're not a Force user. You're gonna have to be weird about it.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get away with pulling up the clip a little bit, but you keep narrating.
And so the droids are all right, that's fine. And so they continue and they go in, and essentially they're the clones and the captain were not expecting this.
Yep.
So they take over the ship really quickly. And
Yeah, really fast.
yeah, in the space of 3 sentences.
Yeah.
Maybe not even.
And then by the time they caught it, he starts interrogating the captain and all that. And so we get a little bit of that.
Yeah.
I did find that clip. Let me see if I can.
Captain Log is the name of the captain.
Yep.
At this point,
Let me put it
Grievous has
here.
killed a Jedi or 2.
Yes, he has already done so because he has a couple of lightsabers that. Yeah. So here's that clip. It is up there for them, but for us, it's going to be here.
Stop using the standard attacks. Use the unorthodox.
There it is. So that's our stop using standard attacks. Use the unorthodox. There you go. So that is from the original. So yeah. So I was really happy to see that.
Genndy even gave him that line of dialogue, considering how much he hates it.
Yeah, Gendy's a very visual director. I mean, have you watched his new show yet?
I have not watched Primal. I want to.
Oh, it's so good. Literally, he's just fuck dialogue. There is no dialogue. There is
Be needing this anymore.
not, and I don't even need it to make you cry because you're gonna cry anyways. First episode's gonna. But yeah,
And so, Grievous is Grievous, and does what he does.
starts threatening.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the captain.
So I know that Grievous is a cyborg.
Yes.
I do not know how it happened. Is that one of the things?
So in Legends, so we don't have a canonical answer yet. In Legends, he got into a crash with a Hutt ship, and that's what caused most of his physical damage to the point of needing. And he made a deal with the Separatists and was like, "Hey, I'll be your general because I come from a warrior clan. I hate the Jedi. I'm willing to do it. Just keep me alive." And then we learn later on that it was the Separatists who set up the crash to begin with. Grievous never learns that though, but
I think they
were you about to make a reference of some sort? Oh. But so that's the Legends answer. We currently don't have a canonical answer. But he is from the Kaleesh warrior race. We know that something happened to him, and we know that he really, really hates Jedi.
I suppose those are the three things you really need to know.
I know at least in Legends the reason for his hatred of Jedi is that the Kaleesh asked the Jedi and the Republic to help them because they were being attacked by a different race. Unfortunately, the Kaleesh were not part of the Republic, so the Jedi couldn't intervene, and then it turned out that the race that the Kaleesh were in conflict with were part of the Republic, so the Jedi helped them instead. And unfortunately, the Jedi didn't know everything going on and didn't know that they were helping the aggressor. But that's the once again that's the Legends answer. I don't know if that's the canon answer to why he hates Jedi. But yeah. Speaking of Jedi, unfortunately, the captain gives away a little too much information. He doesn't actually say, "Hey, there's a Jedi on ship," but he gives away enough information that they figure it out.
Like I've asked all these menacing questions and saw the reactions to them.
Yeah.
So, ergo.
And also like certain wording to like the answers that he did give.
So there is a Jedi on the ship, and I believe
as soon as he figures that out, that's when the Jedi comes out of the shadows and just goes, ah! He just tries to strike him, starting a fight.
I don't know why people feel the need to screen from the sneak attack.
But they do it.
It might be best if they didn't.
We do know Grievous's original name. Kaiman Jia Shalao. I'm sorry if I butchered it. Kaiman Jia Shalao. That might actually be a better pronunciation of it. But that's his Kaleesh name.
And so Grievous is just like, alright, fair. So of course the fight begins. Because of course it does. And essentially, Grievous, during the course of the fight, is like talking shit to the Jedi. Meanwhile, he is being separated from his Magna Guards as he's very focused on just killing the Jedi and not doing what he's supposed to be doing. Which I think is like stealing some artifacts. And so over the course of this, it's like one Magna Guard down, another one.
Yeah, the Jedi does a pretty good job of clearing the backup.
They're spending.
Unfortunately, the ship is not doing so great.
Yeah. And so over the course of the fight, the ship gets a bit destroyed.
Yeah, because there is still an actual space battle that is going on outside. It's just Grievous figured we'll sneak on and make it easier for us to win.
And so they're doing that.
And they make the fight kind of leads them to the escape pods as they're fighting.
And so she essentially, the Jedi, what's their name?
Let me pull it up.
Is it Anna?
I think that is correct, but let me double check. Yep. Anip Redai. Hey, she ends up better than the last person with the word die in their name. She actually doesn't die.
So, Anup is continuing to separate things from his Magna droids. And
Grievous, meanwhile, is like making small talk about the lightsaber hilts.
like, hey, can you tell me about that lightsaber hilt you've got in your hand?
I like collecting, lightsabers. And and he actually shows a little bit of like actual, like, almost artistic appreciation for them.
Yeah,
because he's like, oh, I recognize that hilt as being of a similar design to a High Republic style.
Yeah, it's like Grievous is a Star Wars equivalent
He-
for lightsabers as a gun nerd.
Yeah, he's almost like it's almost like a Thrawn level of appreciation. Like you know how Thrawn appreciates art from culture, except if Grievous specifically chose lightsabers and nothing else. And he's like, I like that design.
And I don't think is talking much. They're very much like leading him away.
Yeah, from what I'm double checking, she does a lot of like facial expressions, and that's just like enough for Grievous to be like, oh, I can continue talking about this. Cool.
And so, as they're like fighting, they do get to the escape pods, and she essentially sidesteps him.
Yeah, she basically shoves him into one.
And
And-
so when Mia's like goes to like cut, and she's like, "You don't want to do that,
Because if you do, then you're just gonna fly into space.
because I'm gonna press this button and fly and send you into space. You still need to breathe.
Yeah,
If you do that, you'll die."
just because you're a cyborg, you still need to breathe. Because we do see that he still has lungs.
And so she's like, "Anyhow,
And she hits it anyways. So
I
I'll,
fucking wouldn't.
yeah, I wouldn't leave him there.
Anywhere near me, I'd be like, all right,
So yeah, so I guess the ship wasn't damaged. She just side tricked him, if I remember then. Yeah. But there was a battle going on. No. Okay. To be fair, I read this like early in the week.
Sounds like Tuesday. I read this at 1 in the morning.
Yeah, and then you've had the issue the entire rest of the week, so I haven't had a
We
chance to.
haven't had, like, time to review.
Yeah. That's why you led this one.
Yeah.
Um,
I love it when she beats him. Not by like out dueling or out.
no, she just outsmarts him.
Just
She just goes. It's kind of like a cartoon the way she's just like,
she. If I'm using fighting game like terms, she beats him by ring out.
yep. So, and he actually kind of like, he's like, man, I wish I took that lightsaber, but also like I respect that how she won.
Like, I wanted that, but fuck, that was pretty fun. It's like, I think another thing is like, man, Duker's not gonna be happy about this.
Yeah, because once again we get another quote that's from the original Clone Wars cartoon. Don't let your pursuit of trinkets cloud your reality. The quote's a little bit different, but it's the same tone and same message. I think it's cloud your judgment is what the original quote is. So same message.
He also does go into like a little bit of an examination of like, if you're going to fight a Jedi, what you need to do is uncenter them, essentially. You need to make them scared, and if you don't have that, then your best option is to retreat.
Yeah. Because, you know, if you're losing, sometimes it's better to just run away.
You're a villain in Star Wars. Your best option is to just say, fuck it, I'm out.
And then try again next time.
What are the Jedi gonna do? Kill you?
I mean,
Ignore the fact that both
It-
Dooku and Grievous are fucking...
well, I was going to say also, I was going to say my players in my Star Wars game.
Well, I'm not a Jedi, so...
No, but you've witnessed it.
Yeah.
You've witnessed the Jedi murders.
I was really Jedi, though.
4 was a Jedi.
Yeah, but I mean in spirit.
4 was a Jedi.
Alright, yeah, I suppose so.
Anyways, so overall, I think this was another good story.
Yeah, it was
Another nice story.
yeah.
Another nice Star Wars Insider issue. Didn't read any of the articles this time,
No.
which is fine because we're running out of time.
Yeah.
So that kind of works out this time around.
Good.
Yeah, next issue.
Very long.
Yeah, well, it's a short story.
Very short.
This one was shorter than the Zam one.
Yes.
I was okay with that actually though, because like it told the story it wanted and then it left. It was like
Alright.
here's
Got
a,
the job done. Goodbye.
yeah, it's like here's the story I wanted to tell. It's a story of a guy living in a dangerous world. But yeah,
In terms of like between the two, I do think I like
the Zam one better.
the Wessel run,
Yeah, the Wessel run.
but I think that's
Well, Zam is also a character that we don't know as much about, so it's nice getting more information. And then we get a little bit of that. We had a little bit of that Django Zam relationship that we know existed in Legends, but we don't have anything of in canon.
yeah.
So it was nice seeing that in canon. Next time from Star Wars. Well, there's two next times I want to talk about.
Oh,
Let's talk about next Star Wars Insider.
all right.
Dexter Jetster story next time.
Yeah, I think okay. It'll be interesting to see that.
That'll be another. It's another Galactic Tales story that they've been doing.
Dexter's like, I think me and you discussed this on another show. He's like the good guy that lives in. He's like a good person who lives in a bad part of town.
And once again, I've been reading Brotherhood every little bit, every now and then. Although I'm gonna restart it when we officially talk about it, so that way I can have it real clear in my memories and all that.
Not as
It's more. We learn more about Dexter, and some of that. He's still a good guy, but he's definitely a guy that he's an information broker. So like, he deals with the shady all the time, kind of his thing. But he does so in a way that's like keeps him on the clean end of things.
well.
Like his nose is still pretty clean, even if he knows a lot of information that,
Maybe you shouldn't.
yeah. Like he knows what bounties are out there and all that stuff and stuff like that. He also lives in the terrible part of town. His diner is in like a very bad part of town. And then, oh yeah, the other next time. Let's talk about next time for our show. We are going back to the High Republic. We are finishing the comic run of High Republic, the mainline comic. We'll be reading volumes 2 and 3, which also include the also includes Eye of the Storm comic. So we're gonna get some, because in volume 3 they included since it's only a 2-issue thing, they figured put it into that book. So we're gonna get to that. So we're gonna see Marchion's new plan, and I was about to say Marchion, but God damn it, Mark Thompson.
Mr. Rowe, what's your plan? Okay, hear me out. Robots.
Okay, hear me out. Space mines.
Well, sir, on the premise of I'm literally too scared for my life to say no, we'll do that.
It's brilliant. But yeah, so that's next time. And then the week after that will not be our Brotherhood one. Our Brotherhood one is going to be on the 11th.
Okay.
So 3 weeks from now. Next week, of course, we're also going to... Oh, go ahead. Yeah, get something to drink. Next week, we're also going to definitely be talking about stuff going on at Celebration, because by then we'll have gone 2 days of Celebration. So we'll have definitely lots of news to talk about then. Because we'll have already had the live action panel for all the live action shows. Because that's Thursday. And then I think we'll have also had our animation panel with Bad Batch. And so we'll have a good bit to talk about by Saturday. And then, of course, when we're airing, Celebration will still be going on. So there might even be stuff to talk about while we're in the middle of the show. So, yeah. But thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel if you're watching us on YouTube, which is youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. If you are watching on Twitch, be sure to subscribe and follow. That's twitch.tv/CJ Star Wars 94. And if you want to show us a little bit more support, you can follow us on you can be a patron on Patreon, which is patreon.com/Escape Reality Films, where you can get access to our Discord, where you can hang out with us. You can also, depending on which one you can get early access to my comic that I'm working on, and also get my novels for essentially free. I mean, not free, but you'll get like a cheaper price for them. All right, and let's also thank Gamers and Geeks, our local gaming shop here in Mobile, Alabama, who have allowed us this studio space along with Mobcast Network, the other podcast network that actually owns this studio. Gamers and Geeks is here in Mobile, Alabama, off of Moffett Road, and you can basically, if you have trading card games or board games you like, or miniatures, basically anything, they've got it. They also have a few comic books here and there that you can get. If you like classic arcade games, they've got an arcade in the back where you can pay $10 for the day to do a free play sort of thing. I think all the machines have been set to where you just hit a button. You don't have to put any money in because you've already paid. And then, of course, next to them, you got Engage Gaming, which is another shop that shares the same building. Engage Gaming is where you can pay a monthly membership and basically have access to all their consoles that they offer. So I don't know if I need to double check. I think they've got PS5s and the new Xboxes, but I'm not sure. But I know for sure you can PS4, Xbox One, PC, VR. They've got it, and they also offer the games. So if there's certain games you want to play that you don't have, they offer them. And all that's for just a monthly fee. Also, going back to Mobcast Network for providing the space. We do the we have, if you want to check them out, they're youtube.com/Mobcast Network. They have a few shows going on. We got Tuesdays with Scotty, where we have a guest on every week, and we talk about whatever Scotty feels like. I think this week we just had, let me double check who we had this past week. Well, I'm double checking that. I know this upcoming episode, we just had so this week we just had Dr. Ann Guzzi from South Alabama. She's a professor there, and they talked a little bit about horror films, because she teaches a horror film class there. And they go over, like, because she's an English professor, so they go over, like, all the intricacies of horror and all that. They talk about their favorite horror films. And then we also have Cult Movie Cantina, which came back this week with the episode going over 3 O'Clock High, which had a guest from an actor that was actually in the film. We had Richard Tyson, who is a local actor here in Mobile, Alabama, who made his debut in 3 O'Clock High before going into other films such as Kindergarten Cop as the main villain. And then I know that this upcoming week, we're going to work towards having a Star Wars, My Star Wars Life episode, because I know that on there they want to talk about what we talked about with the Vanity Fair articles. So there's a lot. And then, of course, soon we'll be starting our Obi-Wan spinoff show for that on Mobcast Network, where we're going to talk about the show as it's airing. Whereas you and I were going to wait till it's finished. Which that one's going to be a fun episode too, because for us, we've got a guest for that episode. So that's going to be fun. All right. Well, once again, thank you guys for watching, and you guys have a good one. I have spoken.